This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: Eating Melons and Eating Them on Yourself. Chu Yaoyao opened her eyes and looked at the antique curtains and sighed. Okay. It's not a dream. And she didn't go back. The maid who heard the sound came over and gently pulled open the curtains. Little princess is awake? I will help you change your clothes. Chuncher pursed her lips and held back her smile. She heard the sigh just now. I didn't expect that the princess, a 2.5-year-old little person, would be quite melancholy. System, host. There is a big melon. Chu Yaoyao paused when she raised her hand. And the soul of the melon eater was instantly awakened. Quick. Tell me. 2 days ago, she went home from get off work and bought 2 pieces of her favorite roasted sweet potatoes. Unexpectedly, she encountered the drama of the original wife catching the mistress. She immediately squatted on the curb and watched the drama while eating sweet potatoes. He was eating with great enthusiasm. I don't know if he was eating sweet potatoes too seriously or too obsessed with eating melons, but he was dragged to the middle of the road by his original wife and hit by a speeding car. When he woke up, he became this baby with 2 heads and a half body. System, the prince had a sudden high fever last night, and a rash appeared all over his body. He was tossing and turning for most of the night. Although the high fever subsided, he still coughed. Rash? It sounds like an allergy. Chu Yaoyao let Chuncher dress her while blinking her big eyes and eating melons on the panel. Seeing her like that, the system said it couldn't bear to watch. It thought that it was a counterattack system, but it was actually bound to a baby who had just been weaned, pointing at a baby who couldn't even speak clearly. And going to kill everyone with a milk smell? What should I do with this year's KPI? How to compete for the best system of the year? But fortunately, it is smart. System, I don't know what the maid said to the queen. She took dozens of eunuchs and maids and left the East Palace in a rage. Go to the Imperial Hospital? System, heading towards Cheonghua Palace. Chu Yaoyao. Cheonghua Palace. Isn't that her home now? Did she eat the melon and eat herself? There was a sudden commotion outside. Chu Yaoyao twisted her little body and jumped off the bed. Little princess, you haven't put on your shoes yet. Chuncher grabbed the little shoes and ran after her. Outside the palace, Xu Fei noticed the little person beside her and blocked her sideways. She was still calm in front of the huge group of people headed by the queen. What does the queen mean? Someone reported that dirty things were found in the harem. As the master of the harem, I must investigate it. After that, the queen asked the palace people to search everywhere. When concubine Xu looked down, she saw Yaoyao's white and tender little feet. She picked her up and asked angrily, "Why did you run out without shoes?" Chu Yaoyao was not afraid. She hugged her neck and said, "Wow, the beautiful mother concubine is so beautiful, fragrant and soft. It's really a bargain for that big pig's hoof." Big pig's hoof? Is he talking about the emperor? Concubine Xu rubbed her forehead with amusement. Soon, a trace of worry flashed across concubine Xu's eyes. Could it be for Yaoyao? Yaoyao fell into the water 2 days ago and had a high fever that night. After waking up, she could hear Yaoyao's voice. If others knew about it, they would probably regard Yaoyao as an alien. My beautiful mother is so gentle. I will definitely protect her. System, release the melon. I want to see who wants to harm her. Listening to Yaoyao's voice, concubine Xu touched her head. My mother will also protect Yaoyao. Found it. It's her. Sister. A tender voice came over, and a person with a figure even weaker than the voice came forward. Concubine Xu nodded faintly at the person. Why do you feel familiar? Chu Yaoyao looked at her mother, then turned to look at that person, and suddenly realized it. This dress and makeup are exactly the same as her mother's. But when she stands with her mother, she feels like a fake. Little princess, we meet again. Thinking of what she just saw, Chu Yaoyao turned her head away angrily and didn't look at her. Seeing that she'd lost her face, Li Guipin secretly gritted her teeth. This stinky girl fell into the lake and soaked for so long and was fine. She is really lucky. I just don't know if you and your daughter will have such good luck this time. This scheming BXXXH, dead green tea, is the one who framed your mother. What? Xu Fei was shocked and looked at Li Guipin fiercely. Naturally, she didn't miss the vicious look in her eyes. It turned out to be her? At this time, a palace maid hurriedly came to report that a secret compartment was found in Xu Fei's bed. The queen glanced at Xu Fei and asked, "What's inside?" The palace maid immediately knelt on the ground, looking terrified. I dare not. Please ask the queen to check it yourself. Everyone came to the bedroom and saw a cloth figurine in the secret compartment, with yellow talisman paper pasted on it and densely pierced with needles. The queen grabbed the figurine and saw the words on it, and shouted angrily, "Bold concubine Shu! How dare you use a nightmare to bewitch the prince? You are so brave." Concubine Shu shook her head and explained, "How is it possible? I didn't." Yao touched her mother's pale face. "This queen is really... She is too concerned? Even I, a modern person, know that in ancient times, the birth date and 8 characters were extremely important, especially in the royal family. How could the mother know the birth date and 8 characters of the prince?" Concubine Shu glanced at Yao. "Yes." This reminded her. "Queen, calm down. How can I know the birth date and 8 characters of the prince? Sister Concubine Shu is right." Li Guipin stepped forward. "Although the handwriting is very similar to that of my sister, the crown prince is related to the country and the people. I think there are not many people who know the birth date of the crown prince. The queen might as well interrogate them one by one before making a decision." Yao rolled her eyes at her. The queen didn't even notice the handwriting problem. "Thanks to you for reminding her." The queen nodded. "That's true. But no matter what, this handwriting is from Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu is still a suspect." Speaking of handwriting, Concubine Li has put a lot of effort into imitating her mother's handwriting. What else is she investigating? The crown prince's wed nurse Xiao has been killed by Concubine Li. She is in the abandoned well in the back hall. Not only that, she also bribed the maids around her mother and put those things in the secret compartment. Concubine Shu looked at Chun Shi and Xiaozi calmly. These two followed her since the general's mansion. They were the only 2 people in the palace who knew about the secret compartment. That's Xiaozi. After hearing the inner voice, Concubine Shu looked over and saw Xiaozi's face was indeed unnatural. At this time, the palace servants who went to the backyard to search also found Zhao's body and Xiaozi's earrings. Xiaozi knelt on the ground and confessed, "Queen, spare me. All this was done by Concubine Shu." The queen was furious and pointed at Concubine Shu. "There are witnesses and evidence." Concubine Shu, "What else do you have to say?" "Queen, what reason do I have to harm the prince? If someone could go to Concubine Li's palace at this time and stop her maid from drinking soup, it would be great. Concubine Li's plan is indeed flawless. She bribed her mother's personal maid, imitated her mother's handwriting, and silenced Zhao Ma. And she was so cruel that she even killed a maid who was loyal to her. Poor me. I have only lived for 2 days, and I have to report to the King of Hell again." Thinking of this, Chu Yao was extremely depressed. "System, are you not in a hurry? Your host is about to die." "System, host. Rest assured. According to the original plot, the Li family is leading troops to fight on the border. The host will at most be banished to the cold palace with Concubine Shu, and will die in 2 years." Chu Yao, thank you. I was not comforted. I have no grudges against the prince. Not to mention Yao is a princess. I really can't think of any reason to target the prince. The queen slammed the table heavily, still quibbling. "Come! Arrest Concubine Shu. Stop!" A cold and slightly majestic voice sounded outside the door. Then came the eunuch's shrill voice. "The emperor is here." Yao struggled to look out. "The tyrant is coming? Let me see what the tyrant looks like." Chapter 2: The Tyrant is Coming. Hearing the sound of the baby, Emperor Qishuan's mouth twitched, and he almost tripped over the threshold. "Tyrant?" Emperor Qishuan looked at the only baby in the room. It seemed that his princess had a lot of complaints about her father. "Your Highness." Everyone knelt on the ground. "Get up." Emperor Qishuan's eyes first stayed on Concubine Shu, then moved away and looked at the queen, saying in a light tone, "The prince is sick, and the queen is not in the East Palace to take care of him. What is she doing here in Qinghua Palace?" The queen looked angry and glared at Concubine Shu. "If I hadn't come to Qinghua Palace, I wouldn't have known that the prince was sick. He was harmed by someone." "Oh!" Emperor Qishuan looked at the things presented by the eunuch with an unclear expression. "Li Guipin, you have always been close to Concubine Shu. What do you think about this?" Yao snorted in a baby voice. "Who is close to her? It is obvious that she always seduces her cheat father in the name of visiting her mother, in order to gain favor. She also imitates her mother's dress and behavior." Li Guipin bit her lip, first glanced at Xufei, and then said weakly, "From a selfish point of view, I should naturally believe my sister. But..." "Well said." Emperor Qishuan put down the talisman paper, interrupted her, and looked at Xufei with a soothing look. I also believe Shufei. The queen said anxiously. Your Majesty. Emperor Qishuan raised his hand to let her calm down, and then shouted to the outside, bring her in. 2 eunuchs came in with a palace maid, and that palace maid was Shuer beside Li Guipin. Emperor Qishuan narrowed his eyes, and glanced at Li Guipin with an ambiguous look, his tone full of murderous intent. I guess you also know that I asked someone to save your life. Tell me everything you know, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will be punished for deceiving the emperor, and your entire family will be executed. Yao's eyes lit up. Oh, the tyrant's IQ is online. But how did he find out? Shufei looked at her confused daughter. Could it be that the emperor could also hear Yao's voice? Realizing this, she hugged the little guy in her arms slightly. How would the emperor treat Yao? Seeing Shufei's alert look, how could Emperor Qishuan not understand? In addition to being angry, he was more aggrieved. Wanji didn't believe him. Yao was also his daughter. What could he do? Emperor Qishuan stood with his hands behind his back. In fact, he had been here for a while. After leaving the court, he went to the East Palace. He learned that the queen had brought people to Qinghua Palace with a bad face. He was afraid of something happening, so he hurried over. He had just heard Yao's voice, so he asked someone to bring Sur over. Shuer knelt on the ground in panic. It was Concubine Gui. Concubine Gui bribed Madame Zhao and added pollen to the clothes and food of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. After silencing Madame Zhao, she bribed Xia to frame Concubine Shu. Shut up. Concubine Li Gui was no longer weak and timid. How dare you? A lowly maid. Slander the master? You really deserve to die. Then she bit her lip and cried. Your Majesty. No, I didn't. Shuer took out another stack of paper. Your Majesty, please take a look. This is the handwriting that Concubine Li Gui practiced to imitate Concubine Shu's handwriting. Emperor Qishuan slammed the paper on the table. What do you want to say? A cold look swept over Xia. Xia was so scared that she had to admit. It was Concubine Li who threatened my fiancé's life, so I had to do it. Moreover, it was Concubine Li who designed the little princess to fall into the water. Pa! Concubine Shu walked over and slapped Concubine Li. I treat you as my sister, but you actually hurt my daughter. Concubine Li covered her face and threw herself to Emperor Qishuan, tears flashing in her eyes, looking pitiful. Your Majesty, I am really wronged. The emperor liked her attitude the most. Every time she made this attitude, the emperor would agree to her request. This time, the emperor would definitely be soft-hearted. Yao pouted and leaned her head against her mother's neck. What is this for? To be honest, she is dressed like her dear mother, and she makes such a pretentious attitude. It's disgusting. This can't be the bad taste of her cheap father. Let me take a look. Ah! I found it. My cheap father once said, when he quarreled with my mother, that he hoped my mother could be more docile and rely more on Nin. I didn't expect that this was heard by Li Shupin at that time. Oh my god. It really is my scumbag father's fault. Hearing this, Concubine Shu looked at Emperor Qishuan suspiciously. Is this the case? Emperor Qishuan, who also heard it, naturally noticed Concubine Shu's gaze and felt ashamed and angry. He immediately pushed Concubine Li away and looked away with disgust. Now looking at her like this, he just felt extremely disgusted. I was really confused before. How could anyone imitate someone like Wanji? Noble Concubine Li, who murdered the crown prince and princess, framed the concubines, and killed innocent people, will be demoted to a commoner from today onwards and detained in the cold palace. When the crown prince recovers from his illness, she will be handed over to the Dali temple for interrogation. Your Majesty, I didn't mean it. Your Majesty. Emperor Qishuan waved his hand impatiently, and the personal eunuch blocked the mouth of noble Concubine Li. Oh no! Now she is a commoner, and took her away. TSK. You were still in love with me yesterday, but today I will banish you to the cold palace. Man, your name is fickle. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan took Yao away from Concubine Shu's arms, raised his hand, and pinched Yao's face. Little conscienceless. Who is he supporting? Woo. It hurts. Yao covered her face that was pinched, and her big eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist. The aggrieved little look made Concubine Shu's heart clenched. Your Majesty, Yao is still young and has delicate skin. Concubine Shu helped rub it, looking at the culprit with a face full of reproach. Seeing a red patch on the white and tender little face, Emperor Qishuan touched his nose. He didn't use much force. Father! Take a look. Humph. Yao Yao gave up her scumbag father, and threw herself into the arms of her mother, buried her head in her mother's neck, and refused to come out no matter what. System detected that the host changed its own destiny. Counterattack progress +1. Reward points x5. Detected that the host changed concubine Shu's destiny. Counterattack progress +2. Reward points x10. Current points 15. Do you want to draw a lottery? What? As your distinguished host, I changed my destiny, but I only got 5 points. Did you calculate it wrong? Yao Yao was very dissatisfied. System, the progress was comprehensively evaluated. There is nothing wrong. So host, do you want to draw a lottery? What can points be used for? System, draw and upgrade the system. What are the benefits of upgrading? System, after the system is upgraded, more functions can be unlocked to better assist the host. Will there be more goodies in the prize pool? System, yes. The rewards will be more generous. I see. Then I want to draw a lottery. Let's do a 10 draw first. System, you're asking so many questions without upgrading. Chapter 3 is the tyrant emotionally unstable? As they were talking, Li Shuren and Shuer were taken away together. As for the others, Emperor Qishuan looked at Xia Xi, who was kneeling on the ground, indifferently, and said to concubine Shu, since they are my beloved concubine's people, I will deal with them by myself. My queen, I know I was wrong. I beg you to spare my life for the many years I have served you. Xia Xi begged for mercy. Concubine Shu was unmoved and looked down at her. You have been with me for more than 10 years, and I have never treated you badly. But you have framed me with outsiders and dared to attack Yaoer. This is what she can't forgive the most. Xia Xi threw herself at her feet, pulled her skirt and cried, No, my queen, I have never hurt the little princess. Concubine Shu tore off the corner of her clothes and asked sternly, Then do you dare to say that you never knew about it? Chu Yao Yao looked at the side with sparkling eyes. That's right. The mother concubine is mighty. This aura is simply amazing. She remembered that the original owner was brought to the lake by Xia Xi, which gave the bad guys an opportunity to take advantage of her. Xia Xi. Right. Let me see. Her fiancé. Isn't he just a scumbag who eats, drinks, gambles, and has everything? He said that he would marry her when she was old enough and released from the palace. In fact, he just wanted to cheat her of her money. In fact, he already had 2 children. TSK. He was also a domestic violence man. Like his cheap father, he was emotionally unstable. His original wife was beaten away, so he was waiting to cheat Xia Xi of her body and money, and finally let her take over the mess. Emperor Qishuan rubbed his forehead with a headache. Was he emotionally unstable? He tightened his hands, and really wanted to spank this bad girl. It was really outrageous. How could such a person be compared with him? If you ask me, she should be released from the palace to marry a scumbag as she wished, and let her suffer the consequences. Xu Fei thought. This is a solution. Now Yao Yao is favored by the immortal. What if she punishes Xia Xi and offends the immortal? It is better to let her out of the palace. What happens in the future depends on her own luck. However, a person who betrays the master cannot be easily forgiven. I can let you out of the palace, but you can't say that you left from my Qianhua palace or the general's mansion in the future. You can't take away any of the rewards I gave you. Do you understand? Xia Xi nodded. I know. Chu Yao Yao didn't pay attention to what happened afterwards. At this moment, her attention was on the system panel. Ding-ling-ling. The big turntable turned quickly. System, congratulations to the host for winning 100 grams of White Rabbit Milk Candy X1. Thank you for your patronage X5. Emergency Medicine Box, Home Edition, X1. Little Angel Sanitary Napkin X2. Flashlight X1. You have drawn 5 out of 10 times. System, you have no heart. Are you operating in secret? System, host. I have no entity. The lottery result is related to the host's own luck. The implication is, who can you blame for your own bad luck? Chu Yao Yao. Well, in another world, she is still not the emperor of luck. She spent most of the points she just got before they even warmed up, and they were all useless. Fortunately, she drew a medicine box, which at least has common medicines. After all, this is the ancient times where fever and cold can be fatal. Medicine box? Did someone give Yaoer something? Concubine Shu picked her up and looked around vigilantly. Emperor Qishuan was thinking, what medicine? Could it be the elixir given by the immortal? Yes. In his opinion, how could Yao Yao know so many things? It must have been taught by the immortal. It must be God's will that he and concubine Shu could hear Yao Yao's voice. If the immortal system knew his thoughts, he would definitely tell him, "You think too much." Yao Yao reached into her small purse, pretended to take it out for a while, and took out the milk candy. The size was almost the same as the original one, but it was wrapped in oil paper. She opened one and handed it to her mother's mouth. "Mother, eat candy." After feeding her mother, Yao Yao opened the candy wrapper herself and ate it happily. Now only sweet milk candy can soothe my injured heart. Suddenly, a big hand with distinct joints appeared in front of her. Yao Yao looked over and her cheap father looked at her with a smile. "Where is the father's?" Yao Yao turned her little head and held the purse tightly. What a bad guy. Even trying to snatch the candy from a child. Seeing her like that, the system said it couldn't bear to watch. The items drawn were stored in the system's own space. Why was she covering her purse? Could it be that after the host became a child, his mind also became like that of a child? Maowen. The eunuch chief steward Su Maowen stepped forward and replied respectfully, "The servant is here. Let the imperial kitchen serve shad and cherry cheese for lunch today." As he said that, he glanced at Yao Yao. General Steward Su understood and continued along with his meaning. The servant has taken note. The emperor said that this month is the time to eat shad. It doesn't need to be complicated. Put ham and fresh mushrooms and steam them together. It's so fresh. Yao Yao's little ears moved, smacked his lips, turned his head, and stretched out his hand to hug. "Father." Hug. Then he took out a piece of milk candy and handed it over with a flattering face. System, host. You are bought off by a fish and a cherry? You are too cheap. How can you think of me like that? I give delicious food to my father. That's filial piety. After arguing with the system, Yao Yao saw the embarrassed queen in the corner, struggled to get down, ran over and handed her a candy. "For me?" The queen was stunned. Just now, she was in a hurry and wanted to arrest them without knowing the truth. This little guy didn't blame her and gave her candy. Yao Yao nodded her head. Yes. Turning around, she saw Su Zongguan again. Yao Yao puffed up her face in some entanglement. There were only 16 or 17 candies in 100 grams of candy, and she might not be able to draw the next time. Here you go. I'll give you one. I remember that in the plot. Su Zongguan was a loyal man. After his chief father was killed, he pretended to surrender to the new emperor, but actually waited for an opportunity to take revenge, but failed and died under a hail of arrows. Su Maowen was at a loss. This, although he had never eaten it, he smelled the milky fragrance. This candy was not ordinary. How could he, a servant, eat the same thing as his master? Yao Yao. Concubine Shu wanted to stop it. It was not that she looked down on Su Zongguan, but Yao Yao had just been given to the emperor and the empress. And then the eunuch was given. It was hard to guarantee that the empress would not think too much. Emperor Qishuan knew her worries, hid the dark color in his eyes, and waved his hand. Since the princess has rewarded you, you should accept it. She is a baby. How can she understand those twists and turns? Emperor Qishuan looked at Yao Yao in a daze. Will he be killed? Or killed by the new emperor? Thinking of the prince. As soon as the idea came up, he immediately denied it. The prince could not kill the king. But if the prince had not ascended the throne, could it be the prince did not survive this time? Or the prince was also killed? Suddenly, a palace maid rushed in from outside. Your Majesty, the queen is not good. His Royal Highness the Prince. His Royal Highness the Prince seems to be not okay. Chapter 4 Save the Prince. Your Majesty. Junior. The queen fell to the ground instantly after hearing the news. How dare you? My prince is fine. Who dares to say that? I will chop off his head. Emperor Qishuan strode out of the door, but soon returned. He held Yao Yao and turned to Shufei and said, You guys follow me. Shufei tightly grasped the handkerchief. What does the emperor mean by this? It is the job of the imperial physician to treat illnesses. It is reasonable to let her follow. But why should she bring Yao Yao? Suddenly, she thought that the emperor could also hear Yao Yao's voice. Does the emperor think Yao Yao can save the prince? But Yao Yao is just a 2-year-old child. Even if God blesses her, and she has some adventures, how can she have such a great ability? No. Isn't this putting Yao Yao on the fire? She will never allow this to happen. Thinking of this, Shufei's steps became faster and faster. Eastern Palace. Before entering the prince's bedroom, she smelled a strong smell of medicine. The expressions of the imperial doctors were serious, and the eunuchs and palace maids around them were like bereaved parents. If anything happened to the prince, they would all be buried with him. Junior. The queen pushed away the imperial doctors and rushed over. Now Chu Yaoyao also saw the prince's condition clearly. He was sweating profusely and had difficulty breathing. He had to take big gulps to breathe. System. Why does he look like he has asthma? System, yes. Seeing the prince's condition, Emperor Qishuan shouted angrily, "What's going on? What do you do in the imperial hospital?" A white-bearded imperial doctor reported tremblingly. "Your Majesty, a simple high fever is easy to treat, but pollen and high fever cause the prince's asthma." Emperor Qishuan raised his hand to interrupt the imperial doctor and stared at him fiercely. "I don't want to hear this. Just tell me whether it can be cured." The imperial doctors knelt down and apologized. "We dare not use medicine easily. We are incompetent. Please forgive me." "Your Majesty." The queen's body suddenly went limp, and she collapsed beside the bed, trembling all over. She seemed to have no strength to say a word, and could only cry silently. Emperor Qishuan staggered back, holding the coffee table to barely stand, and swept the teacup to the ground. Waste. When concubine Shu came in, she saw this scene and quickly picked up Yaoyao. "Yao, are you okay?" Chu Yaoyao looked at her and shook her head, asking in her heart, "System, do you have any solution? System, didn't you draw the medicine box?" After saying that, the system went offline. There was no way. The energy was insufficient, and the host didn't upgrade it. It was better to save as much as possible. "Yes. The medicine box. Found it. This is it. Budesonide inhalation powder spray. By the way, System, did you do it on purpose?" "System, it is recommended that the host give the prince medicine as soon as possible. He is really not going to work. But can they believe it? I can't tell anyone about you." "System, the host must not disclose the existence of this system. Otherwise, the mission will be automatically judged as failed and eliminated." I know. Watch me." Chu Yaoyao suddenly raised her head and smiled in a certain direction. One hand covered the small purse, and the other hand clenched a small fist. "I don't know." Emperor Qishuan and concubine Shu looked in that direction in confusion, but saw nothing. Chu Yaoyao took out the spray from the small purse. "Grandpa by Huji. Save my brother." "System, this wave of making something out of nothing is really cool." Concubine Shu was stunned. Who could tell her how this bottle, which was twice as big as the purse, was taken out of the purse? Hearing her words, Emperor Qishuan seemed to have grasped hope, and picked up Yaoyao and walked to the side of the prince. How to do it? He didn't care who gave it to him, as long as he could save the prince. Looking at the empress whose eyes were red and swollen from crying, Emperor Qishuan comforted her softly. "The prince is saved." The queen looked at the medicine bottle in Yaoyao's hand. For some reason, she subconsciously believed that this medicine would definitely save her child. She rushed over and grabbed Yaoyao's little arm, holding on to the last hope. "Yaoyao, I was wrong before. I misunderstood concubine Shu. But the prince is innocent. You save him." "Save him?" Yaoyao was in trouble holding the spray. "I have to inhale it myself." "But the prince's brother has fainted." Emperor Qishuan turned around and hurriedly shouted, "Imperial physician, is there any way to wake the prince up?" A middle-aged imperial physician stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I can use silver needles to acupuncture the prince to wake him up for a short time." Emperor Qishuan looked at him and said, "Really?" This man looked unfamiliar, and he had never treated him before. How could his medical skills be so powerful? At this time, Zhang Jing, the head of the imperial hospital, explained, "Your Majesty, Su Shu is very good at acupuncture and moxibustion. Maybe you can give it a try." Emperor Qishuan raised his hand slightly and said, "Then give him the needle." It's true that imperial physician Su is really good at it. After one needle, the prince's eyelids moved and there was a sign of waking up. Emperor Qishuan nodded when he saw this. But Yaoyao looked at the place where Su Shu was about to insert the needle and frowned. The third rib of the midline of the sternum, on the ventral side. Isn't that the Yamen and Zhongmen? Those are dangerous acupuncture points. What on earth is this man going to do? Emperor Qishuan, who was always paying attention, quickly slapped the hand of the acupuncturist and kicked Su Shu away. "Catch him." "Found it. My guess was right. This man is a remnant of the previous dynasty, and he wants to harm the prince." Remnant of the previous dynasty. Emperor Qishuan was about to get angry, and suddenly a slight cough came. Cough, cough. The prince woke up. It seems that the man just now was in order to dispel suspicion. The first few needles were indeed useful. I only regret that I was too slow to act and you found out. But it's too late. Ha ha ha. Chu thief. Today I will let you taste the pain of losing your loved ones. Su Shu, who was caught by the guards, laughed crazily. Emperor Qishuan's aura surged. His cold eyes stared at her, and ordered the guards. Suppress him. Torture him strictly. Remember? Don't let him die. Looking at the complacent Su Shu, Chu Yaoyao pouted. It doesn't matter. I will do it. With the spray, the prince will be fine. She took out the spray and asked the queen to give the prince medicine according to the simple picture. As the medicine was inhaled, the prince's symptoms were visibly relieved. The prince's face showed the joy of surviving a disaster. The imperial physicians hurried over. The queen was also crying, but she didn't dare to move, for fear of disturbing the imperial physician's diagnosis. Your Majesty, the prince's asthma has been suppressed. Take a few more doses of medicine, and the high fever will subside. Chu Yaoyao took out another plate of ibuprofen from her small purse. Antipyrogenic medicine. Help others to the end. This one will reduce fever faster. After seeing the magic of the spray, how could the queen doubt the efficacy of the medicine? Immediately deducted a pill and fed it to the prince. System detected that the fate of the Prince Chu Jun's death has changed. Reward counterattack progress plus 10. Current progress 13. Points plus 50. Balance 55. Seeing the result, Chu Yaoyao was directly laughed. It's okay to lose to the mother, but you actually lost to the prince? System. Are you kidding? So in your eyes, I am the least valuable. System. The counterattack progress is scientifically calculated. Chu Jun's fate is closely related to the fate of the Great Qi, and there is no problem with the judgment. But then again, if the prince brother is safe, there will be no love-brain male partner. In this way, the Great Qi will not be destroyed in 6 years. Right? After learning that the prince is safe, Emperor Qixuan, who came to find the little hero, said, What? I am such a great Qi, and it will be destroyed in 6 years? The prince, who had just regained some energy after taking the medicine, said, Who understands? I just escaped death, and then I heard the bad news. Chapter 5 The Legendary Depressed Second Brother. Lovehead? Male supporting role? What is Lovehead? Who is the male supporting role? Why did Daki die? What happened? And when did I die and who killed me? Emperor Qishuan subconsciously wanted to ask. But just like before, he couldn't open his mouth at all. Forget it. He will always keep Yaoyao with him in the future. And he will always know the reason. Suddenly, Chu Yaoyao's eyes flashed, and she was hugged the next second. Thank you. Thank you, Yaoyao. Thank you for saving the prince and me. The queen's tone was full of gratitude. Junior is her life. If Junior happens to her, she doesn't want to live. After all, it's the soul of an adult. It's okay to act coquettishly in the arms of her mother. But being hugged by other beautiful aunts? Yao still blushed, and her toes were so embarrassed that she almost dug out a Qionghua palace. Zhang Yuanshou has finished the pulse. Your Majesty, the prince's pulse is stable, and his life is safe. I think with this miraculous medicine, his asthma will not recur in the future. After saying that, Zhang Yuanshou stared at the white medicine bottle on the table. Such a good thing. I really want to study it. Good. 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 Emperor Qishuan nodded and said several good words, showing his excitement and happiness. After hearing this good news, Chu Yaoyao once again passively felt the suffocating gratitude of the queen. Oh, so shy. The queen looked at concubine Shu and nodded approvingly. You taught Yaoyao very well. Concubine Shu, is she praised by the queen? After being happy, concubine Shu looked worried. Yaoyao took out the medicine out of thin air. There are so many people here. I believe many people have seen it. If someone wants to make a fuss about this. Emperor Qishuan naturally thought of this, and immediately looked around at everyone with a sharp look, showing the power of the emperor. Did you see anything just now? The palace people left, and only the emperor, empress, concubine Shu and Yaoyao, as well as a few imperial doctors, and steward Su were left in the bedroom. After the imperial doctors looked at each other, they replied tremblingly, We didn't see anything. Emperor Qishuan narrowed his eyes, and snorted with an ambiguous meaning. Su Maoan stepped forward respectfully. Your Majesty, I saw the little princess take out the divine medicine, and save His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The little princess is blessed by the gods, which is a blessing for our great Qi and the people. The imperial doctors looked at him unhappily. You are the only one who knows how to flatter. Really? Although it was a questioning tone. The aura around Emperor Qishuan was much more pleasant. Having said that, who among the people present was deaf or stupid? They all responded. We have seen with our own eyes that the little princess is blessed by the gods. It is the heavens' affirmation of your majesty's diligence in governing the country. This is the blessing of our great Qi. Who doesn't know how to flatter? Ha ha ha. Emperor Qishuan was satisfied now. His vanity was greatly satisfied. He waved and asked everyone to leave. Remember not to talk nonsense when you go out. Reaching out and pulling Yao Yao out of the queen's arms. Looking at the white and tender baby face. Emperor Qishuan liked her more and more. Isn't it just the destruction of the country? Isn't it just being poisoned? Aren't there still 6 years? Now that the prince is safe, the country has a successor. And there is a little baby like Yao Yao who is favored by the gods and can predict the future. Why should Great Qi not worry about prosperity? Father. The man who walked in was a 13 or 14-year-old boy. Dressed in green brocade. Handsome. With long eyebrows. But the peach blossom eyes that should have made the little girl's heart flutter were full of melancholy. Seeing him walk unnaturally, Chu Yao Yao remembered. Is this my second brother who tried hard to go to the wrong place? Where did the voice come from? Chu Yu, who was about to pay his respects, paused slightly, but soon returned to normal, looking at his second son, who came over to pay his respects. Emperor Qishuan looked indifferent, looking at the careless look of the cheap father. Anyone would think that he doesn't like the second brother. But in fact, it's not the case. The cheap father still cares about the second brother very much. But every time the second brother saw the father when he was a child, he looked timid and afraid. Over time, the cheap father's fatherly love also cooled down. Chu Yu suddenly raised his head and looked at Emperor Qishuan not far away with red eyes. Is this really the case? He always thought that the father disliked him because he was disabled. So he hated him. That's why he didn't promote his mother? Seeing him look like this, Emperor Qishuan let out a sigh of relief. Walked over and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. The prince is fine. This is also his own child. How can he not be happy? The prince is his third child, and the only one he has raised. But he suffers from asthma. He had great expectations for Chu Yu, hoping that he would be a healthy and strong prince. But he didn't expect. God didn't fulfill his wishes. He named him Yu in the hope that God would bless him. But for some reason, this child has not been close to him since he was a child. For this reason, he took his anger out on concubine Ming. Even though she gave birth to a prince, he didn't promote her position for many years. Alas, I originally thought that the plot of not having a mouth would only appear in a bloody love story. But I didn't expect it to happen to father and son? One obviously cares but doesn't say it. And the other listens to outsiders and alienates his father. But secretly works hard in his heart to get his father's attention. Awkward. Really awkward. I want to prove that I am not wrong. But I work hard in the wrong place. Chu Yu lowered his head in shame after his secret was exposed. When Emperor Qishuan heard the words instigated by outsiders, he suppressed his anger. Good. Very good. I remember that the plot said that my cheap father was both civil and military, and was even better at riding and shooting. Emperor Qishuan raised his chin slightly. Yes. I am so excellent. Go on. Praise more if you can. Seeing him like this, concubine Shu couldn't help laughing. So my second brother worked hard to practice martial arts, just to be praised by the father. But his left leg was defective. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. So every time the father praised the prince and the third prince, he would always hide and cry secretly. Hearing the embarrassing things being said, Chu Yu lowered his head a little more. This child who longs for praise. Concubine Shu looked at Chu Yu with pity. Brother, what do you think of Senma? Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Yu raised his head and met the big eyes like sparkling grapes. So that voice was from Yao Yao's younger sister? But when Chu Yu saw what Yao Yao had in her hand, he panicked. Oh no! I forgot to put it away. Father hates them the most when they indulge in playing with things. This is a lube unlock. Chu Yao Yao fiddled with it for a few times, but couldn't figure it out. Teach me. Chu Yu looked at his father guiltily at first, then took it and absent-mindedly untied it. Wow! Brother is so awesome. So great. Isn't it just a compliment? I know how to do this. Meeting her sparkling eyes, Chu Yu smiled shyly. Actually, my second brother is very smart. He often makes some small gadgets like mechanisms. If he focuses on inventions and creations, He might become the #1 inventor in Daki. But how can I make my second brother stop being so stubborn? Chu Yaoyao silently put a candy in his mouth and scratched his hair. It's so itchy. I can't do it anymore. If I keep thinking about it, my brain will grow out. Chapter 6 My third brother, who only has love in his brain. Seeing her like this, Chu Yu was touched and couldn't bear to let her worry. He was about to speak, but someone was faster than him. It's rare that you are interested. So I agree. Go to the Ministry of Works these days. Father is wise. I give you a thumbs up. Hearing Yao Yao's praise, Emperor Qishuan felt very comfortable. Your son obeys your order. Seeing that his cheap father just said him faintly, Yao Yao scratched her hair anxiously. Is all? You should encourage more. I can't lead you. I really can't lead you. You are very smart. Study hard. I am waiting for you to make good things. Chu Yu's eyes were red with excitement. This was the first time that his father only praised him, and only him. Although it might be because of Yao Yao's voice. He knew that his father had him as his son in his heart. Father just? Well, he didn't have a mouth. I know. He will definitely not disappoint his father and sister Yao Yao. Looking at the scene of loving father and filial son, Yao Yao nodded with satisfaction. But something seems wrong. System. Have you forgotten something? Where are the rewards? Where are my points? System. Nothing. Why? My second brother has changed his track. But his fate has not changed. System. This change is not enough to be included in the total progress. Chu Yao Yao. Then you can go offline. System. The current points are sufficient. Do you want to upgrade the system? How many points are needed for the upgrade? System. Not much. Only 30 points are needed. Since the last draw was empty 5 times. Then this time. The system is excited now. Could it be? Between upgrading the prize pool and 5-10 consecutive draws. Chu Yao Yao decisively chose. Of course. Continue to draw. Who can be black every day? System. Host. Do you want to think about it again? The prize pool after the upgrade is very rich. And there are new features unlocked. Chu Yao Yao turned her head away. Unmoved. System. Okay. Shall we start the lottery? Chu Yao Yao was about to click to confirm. But she suddenly saw a hand holding a Lubon lock in her sight. She looked over and met eyes full of smiles. Sister Yao Yao. This is for you. Seeing that she didn't respond, Chu Yu smiled embarrassedly. I don't have anything good. This Lubon lock is made by myself. It's still an interesting thing. As he spoke, his voice became softer. Otherwise, forget it. Before he finished speaking, his hand felt light. The Lubon lock was taken away, and a candy was replaced in his palm. Chu Yao Yao grinned. Thank you, Ergua. For me? Chu Yu asked stupidly. My second brother is so pitiful. This palace is full of people who flatter the powerful and trample on the weak. As a dignified prince, his food, clothing and daily expenses are actually withheld. Emperor Qishuan had already clenched his fists when he heard Chu Yu say that he was no good. Now Yao Yao's voice added fuel to the fire. He glanced at Su Maowen with a cold look. General Manager Su raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Which servant who bullied his master did this? Even if the second prince was not favored, he was still a prince and a master. They should not involve him if they were looking for death. What's more, it seems that the emperor still values the second prince. Su Maowen, arrange someone to send the second prince back. Su Zongwan bowed and said, yes. The emperor wanted to establish his authority for the second prince, so he had to choose 2 smart ones. Greetings, father. The voice came before the person arrived. The next moment, a young man in an indigo cloud-patterned robe ran in. The person was Chu Yao, who had just returned from the Imperial College. Look at this stupid look. This is the future heroine's licking dog. Chu Yao? Who is talking? Emperor Qishuan took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Okay. The country is lost. But a prince will not even be a human being in the future? Listening to the sound of milk, Chu Yao put his eyes on Yao Yao. There is only a little baby. Yao Yao's sister. But she didn't speak. So, did he hear Yao Yao's voice? He looked around carefully again. And the queen closest to him didn't react. Wow! Is he the only one who can hear his sister's voice? Realizing this, he thought happily. It seems that Chu Yao, am the person who is born with great fortune as described in the storybook and the fortune teller. And I am the one chosen by God. At this moment, in his heart, a sense of mission to lead the great Qi dynasty to prosperity and strength arose spontaneously. I suddenly felt a heavy weight on my shoulders. Since God has chosen me, then I will. Third brother. Are you being kept in class again? Emperor Qi Xian put his hand on Chu Yao's shoulder and continued to increase his strength. When Chu Yao mentioned this, he felt guilty, his eyes wandering. No. I had something to ask the master, so I came back late. Chu Yao continued to complain. I just couldn't answer the question, so I was punished to copy books. A teenager was still detained. Shame on me. No wonder. He only knows how to tease cats and dogs all day long. Loves to read stories and listen to operas. Has no IQ but only loves love. So he was deceived so badly. Hearing this, Chu Yao's body trembled. Deceived? And miserable? Not only did he help the male protagonist raise the child, but the female protagonist gave the male protagonist money, talents, resources and reputation with just one word. But in the end, he was kicked away by the female protagonist because he was no longer useful. It's really miserable. Emperor Qishuan, I misunderstood. It turns out that this dog licker is not the kind of dog he thought. He is also superstitious, believing in the immortality pills made by some Taoist priest. That Taoist priest was bribed, added drugs that affect the mind to the elixir. And finally the third brother was controlled and became a puppet. The Taoist later had evil thoughts about the third brother and gave him. Beep. Chu Yao wanted to interrupt her, but he couldn't speak. Chu Yao glanced at him. What's that saying? If you are stupid, you should read more. Oh. He also reads books, but only reads storybooks. He is stupid and doesn't learn. He only grows older but not smarter. That's not right. He has a love brain. Looking at the person with a red face, Chu Yao was very surprised. What's wrong? His face is so ugly. Has he started taking drugs at this time? No. Chu Yao found that whenever he wanted to mention something in front of Yao, he couldn't speak. He didn't want to visit the prince at this moment. With tears in his eyes. Father, I remember that I still have homework to finish, so I will go back to study. The moment he turned around, Chu Yao couldn't hold back anymore. The teenager cried, like a 2-year-old child. Who is the male protagonist? Why is he raising a child for the male protagonist? Is he cheating on him? Who is the female protagonist? Why can she play him around? Also, he is a prince. But he was, wow, too miserable. How can he be so stupid? How could he be so miserable? I will burn all those boxes of storybooks I have treasured when I go back. From now on, he will read serious books. He will study hard. He will read Sun Tzu's Art of War. He will read the 36 stratagems. He will grow a brain. He doesn't want to be in love. I will never be a bootlicker. Chu Yao, why is it 2 years old? Yao, disgusted face because I am 2.5 years old. I can't cry like that. Chapter 7 Tyrant Dad. The war is about to begin. Huh? Why did you leave? I remember that my third brother met the heroine at a banquet. And the identity of the heroine is even more interesting. Who is it? Emperor Qishuan and concubine Shu held their breath, fearing that they would miss important information. Yao. After a short break, the prince came out. Emperor Qishuan glared at him unhappily, saying that he had to wait until the critical moment to come out instead of coming earlier or later. The prince didn't understand why, but he still squatted beside Yao, his face full of joy of surviving the disaster and gratitude to Yao. I am your elder brother. Thank you for saving me. Chu Yao took out a candy. You're welcome. Of course, the prince's brother can't get into trouble. Otherwise there will be no successor to Daki. Although he had known it before, he was still panicked for a moment when he heard the voice again. Looking at the open little hands, the prince lowered his eyes to hide his deep thoughts. When he was unconscious before, he heard someone talking, and the voice was so childish that he thought he was delirious and had hallucinations. Just now, his father mentioned Yao's magical powers to him in the inner room. So many imperial doctors were helpless, but Yao could cure him with the medicine she casually took out. And there was also a mysterious person that only Yao could see. Chu Jun put aside his complicated thoughts, raised his lips slightly, and took the candy. Thank you, Yao. No matter what, Yao is his sister and his savior, and he will definitely protect her. Emperor Qishuan was anxious to know who the heroine was, and interrupted the brother and sister's eye contact. Yao, your third brother is old enough. You can help choose at the banquet in a few days, and I will grant them marriages. Chu Yao showed the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Emperor father, are you kidding? The marriage of the prince is a big deal. You ask a 2.5-year-old baby? The queen was also puzzled. She looked at the emperor and the concubine, and even the prince, and always felt that they were hiding something from her. What marriage? Wait until the third brother meets the heroine. Emperor Qixuan looked expectant, and continued, Who is it? Humph. Once I know who the heroine and the hero are. Emperor Qixuan's eyes kept showing murderous intent. Oh, I haven't eaten breakfast or lunch yet. I'm so hungry. Hey, Malwan, serve the meal. Chu Yaoyao looked up in confusion. What's going on? Is my cheap father a worm in my stomach? Why did he serve the meal just when I was hungry? Emperor Qixuan, can't it be that father and daughter are connected by heart? And the punishment that my mother gave to Xia Xi before was exactly what I thought. The more Chu Yaoyao thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. The few people who heard the inner voice became nervous. The alarm in the system program also beeped. No. No. I want to pee. I'm going to pee my pants. Xu Fei subconsciously wanted to pick her up. But Emperor Qixuan reacted quickly, and pulled her back in time to interrupt her. One of my beloved concubine's personal maids is missing. I asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to select a few honest ones, and send them to Qinghua Palace in the past 2 days. The fire is coming out. Put it out. Look. There's an assassin in the sky. Wow. Look. There's a hole in Su Zongwan's pants. Hee hee. I'm going to use my ultimate move. I want this sky to no longer cover my eyes, and this earth to no longer bury my heart. Ignoring the chattering in her ears, Xu Fei suppressed her smile and looked at Yaoyao helplessly. She was almost fooled by this little guy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Yaoyao scratched her hair. No one paid attention to me. Did I guess wrong? Gurgle gurgle. Okay. I thought too much. It turned out that I heard my stomach growling. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged glances tacitly. It seems that they have to be more careful in the future. Emperor Qixuan picked up Yaoyao. Su Maoan, go and see how the preparations are? Didn't you hear that your little princess is hungry? Chu Yaoyao cheered in her heart. Woohoo! This is the imperial meal. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tail, roasted duck. Slurp slurp. I want to eat it so much. The result did not disappoint her. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes, Chu Yaoyao's excited tears flowed from the corners of her mouth. However, there was only a small bowl of mincemeat porridge in front of her. Chu Yaoyao looked at the culprit with big eyes accusingly. Cheap father. You are heartless. You eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks yourself. But you give me a bowl of porridge? Emperor Qixuan raised his eyes and glanced at her. Her teeth haven't grown yet? Still want to gnaw on bones? Maoan, I think this porridge is too meaty. The little princess may not be able to digest it. Let's change it to rice soup. After hearing this, concubine Xu nodded in agreement. Yaoer had just recovered from a serious illness, so it was time to eat something light. What? Chu Yaoyao grabbed the spoon and stuffed it into her mouth, fearing that the meat would fly away if she was late. Seeing her dancing the spoon quickly, as if she was afraid that she would not be able to eat it, the queen said, I have asked the imperial physician before. Yaoyao can eat some meat appropriately. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao was a little moved. Queen, you are so kind. I will repay you in the future. I will definitely help you protect the prince brother. Emperor Qixuan, letting you eat meat is good. But I am not good? Have you forgotten who prepared the meat porridge for you? Thinking of this, Emperor Qixuan picked up a piece of ribs, waved it in front of Yaoyao, and then slowly put it into his mouth. Noticing the others trying to hold back their laughter, Emperor Qixuan regretted it. How could I do such a childish thing? Hey, Prince, give this stir-fried magnolia slices to the queen. Your mother likes to eat vegetarian food. That's not true. The queen doesn't chant Buddhist scriptures. So how could she not like meat? The imperial physician said that the prince suffers from asthma and it's best not to eat meat. So the queen also accompanies him to eat vegetarian food. The prince paused in picking up the food, and looked at his mother, who was eating magnolia slices with a faint smile. And his eyes gradually turned red. So that's what happened? His mother actually eats vegetarian food every day because of him? In a trance, he remembered that when he was young, he would clamor for meat dishes on the table. Once, when the wet nurse wasn't paying attention, he grabbed a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. At that time, his mother was terrified. Since then, he has never seen meat in his mother's meals. After growing up, he rarely ate with his mother. Why did his mother still? Thinking back, the prince moved his hand, removed the magnolia slices, and replaced them with a dish of cold shredded chicken. The queen looked at him puzzled. My child thinks this shredded chicken is good. Mother, can you help me taste it? Yes. And this meatball soup is very delicious. Shufei also began to persuade. When I was young, I always coveted my father's wine. Once I secretly drank a sip and fell asleep for a whole day, which scared my father and others. Speaking of childhood fun, Shufei looked nostalgic. After that, my father never dared to drink in front of me again. And gradually he quit. When I grew up, I understood that my father didn't like drinking that much. When it was cold, his old wounds would hurt, and drinking some wine would make him feel better. Speaking of it, I was ignorant when I was young. In fact, for children, the most important thing is that their parents are well. Concubine Shu looked at the queen, who was thinking, and comforted her. Grandfather? Yao Yao, who had been eating hard, raised her head. How could I forget such an important thing? It won't be long before Xia will attack the border. Daki was defeated and lost 3 cities in a row. Chu Yaoyao recalled too seriously that she didn't notice that the 3 people who heard her voice put down their bowls and chopsticks without a sound. Originally, my grandfather was in charge of the strategy, and Xia had no chance of winning. But the deputy general under my uncle was bribed by Xia, and told the enemy about the defense situation before the battle. Most importantly, the amount and location of the food and grass were also leaked. Xia set people to burn the food and grass, and the Daki army was out of supplies. Xia trapped my grandfather and his men for more than 10 days, and won without any effort. Without food, the army could not muster the strength to fight, and could only be slaughtered. In the end, my grandfather was captured. His head was chopped off and hung on the wall of the border of Xia. All 100,000 Daki troops were killed by the enemy. The blood flowed like a river within a radius of 10 miles. And the smell of blood could be smelled 100 miles away. And it lasted for a long time. The 2 uncles fought desperately to break out of the heavy encirclement and wanted to return to Beijing to request support. Unexpectedly, they waited for the imperial edict on the way that the Li family was treasonous and beheaded on the spot. Chapter 8 Tyrant Dad. Your imperial mausoleum has been robbed. Bang! After hearing the news of her father and brother's tragic death, Concubine Shu could no longer calm down and knocked over the dishes in panic. Chu Yaoyao looked over worriedly. Mother, we are going to be sent to the Cold Palace again. Going to the Cold Palace is considered good. If we are accused of treason, we may not be able to save our lives this time. Concubine Shu opened her lips slightly, wanting to say something. My beloved concubine's clothes are dirty. Go back and change first. Concubine Shu certainly didn't want to leave at this time. But Emperor Qishuan tried to use a gentle tone to say, go back. I will come to you later. Is Emperor Qishuan really that calm? Of course not. He was also suppressing his anger. That was the army of Daki, his people. But something was wrong. He knew the loyalty of the Li family best, and there was no reason to order the execution without any investigation. There must be other reasons. Yao Yao continued to recall. In the plot, my mother was framed for the murder of the crown prince and was banished to the Cold Palace. After the news of the Li family's treason came, my mother knelt at the gate of the Cold Palace for 3 days and 3 nights, hoping to ask my scumbag father to reinvestigate the case. Chu Yaoyao looked at her cheap father with a resentful look. My scumbag father was with Concubine Li at the time, and he was very comfortable with her. How could he remember that there was such a person as my mother? Hundreds of people in my grandfather's family were all beheaded, and my mother was too sad and her hair turned white overnight. I wanted to go with my family, but I struggled to support Yao Yao, and later Yao Yao was killed, and my mother completely lost hope of living. The news was too shocking, so the father and son did not notice the contradiction in her words. Yao Yao, not I. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao felt extremely heavy. According to the original plot, the news of the Li family's treason was reported back to Beijing on the 5th day after my mother was banished to the Cold Palace. Poor Li family. They are all loyal to the emperor and love the country. And my grandfather fought for the country all his life. But in the end, he ended up like this. Humph. Tyrant. Incompetent emperor. Emperor Qishuan didn't care about Yao Yao's address to him. He just felt something was wrong. And it was getting more and more wrong. How could he let Wanji kneel for so long? After Yao Yao left, my mother also hanged herself. Without the title and position of concubine, my mother couldn't be buried in the cemetery next to the emperor's mausoleum. But it didn't matter. After all, the back of the tyrant father's imperial mausoleum was robbed. The gold and silver treasures buried with him were looted. The coffin of the scum father was lifted, and the bones were pulled out and thrown everywhere, here and there. And finally the wind blew, and the scum scattered. Bang! How outrageous! Su Zongwan, who was serving on the side, knelt down tremblingly. Your Majesty, calm down. Emperor Qishuan couldn't stand it anymore. The imperial mausoleum was robbed? The bones were gone? It is simply a great shame and humiliation. What is the imperial kitchen for? There are bones in this fish. What if it gets stuck in my throat? General Manager Su lowered his head. I deserve to die. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. Alas, my tyrant father is sick again. How can this carp be boneless? If you are afraid of bones, don't eat it. Give it to me. I am not afraid. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan was like a deflated balloon. I have no appetite. The prince will accompany me to the imperial study to discuss matters. As he said this, Emperor Qishuan picked up Yao Yao and strode away. Chu Yao Yao was heartbroken as she watched the food getting farther and farther away from her. She thought she could have a big meal now that her scumbag father and mother were gone. You are discussing state affairs. Why did you bring me along? I haven't eaten enough yet. This is my first time eating imperial food? Maybe it's the last time. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan was so angry that he put her down. You eat too much. I can't hold you. Walk by yourself. Chu Yao Yao looked at her little arms and legs, with a look of disbelief on her face. Is the scumbag father weak? Emperor Qishuan, who had just walked a few steps, said, I want to hit someone. He turned around and picked her up again. He walked angrily to the imperial study. When Emperor Qishuan and the prince left the door, General Manager Su got up, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and ran after them. While running, he thought, alas, the emperor is becoming more and more moody, and it's so difficult to deal with him. Imperial study. Emperor Qishuan looked at the border on the map with a gloomy face. Considering that Yao Yao was still there, the prince tactfully mentioned the matter of increasing the border grain supply. Emperor Qishuan gave him an appreciative look. I have the same idea. Xie has a wolfish ambition. We must guard against it. And the border grain is a big deal. Yao Yao, who was scribbling on the paper with a pen, moved his little ears. Send grain? Is there such a plot? In your opinion, who should be sent? Emperor Qishuan's words seemed to be asking the prince. But in fact, his attention was all on Yao Yao. Candidate? That must be Zhao Hujuan. Let's not talk about Zhao Jingwu's integrity and loyalty. Just talk about his friendship with his grandfather's family. His uncle once saved him on the battlefield. And he would definitely not harm the Li family. So that's it. It seems that this person can be used. Emperor Qishuan and his son exchanged glances, looking at Yao Yao with an expectant look on his face. The prince lowered his head and chuckled. I think that the allocation of military supplies is the responsibility of the Ministry of War. It is better to let Li Yin, the head of the Treasury Department, go. No. Chu Yao Yao was anxious. He must not go. Li Yin is a corrupt official. He dared to embezzle the military supplies issued by the court. The soldiers defended their country, but he drank the blood of the soldiers. He knew that his grandfather had noticed something. He wished that his grandfather would die on the battlefield. What? The father and son looked at each other and saw the murderous intent in each other's eyes. Such a person really deserves to die. Speaking of Li Yin, humph. Someone reported yesterday that he was corrupt and accepted bribes. I have already asked people to investigate. As he said, Emperor Qishuan handed the memorial to the prince. The prince took it and looked at it. He was helpless. Father, isn't this just an ordinary memorial from an official? Huh? There is such a thing? But hasn't Li Yin been arrogant for a long time? Let me see. Chu Yao Yao tried to stand on tiptoe and stretched her neck to look up. But she forgot that she was illiterate here. Okay. I don't know. What are you reading if you can't read? Emperor Qishuan loosened his clenched fist. The prince, who had been avoiding Yao Yao's sight intentionally or unintentionally, also relaxed and said righteously, Is this true? You can only know a person's face, but not his heart. I have another candidate. Zhao Jingwu, the Zhao Guard General. Yes. 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 It must be him. Speaking of which, the general leading the Xia army is also a simple-minded one. Perhaps he thought his plan was comprehensive. Or he wanted to win the game. So he used 70% of the troops to besiege my grandfather and his men. And the rest were some old, weak, sick and disabled people with little combat effectiveness. If we send troops to attack the Xia military camp while they are besieging my grandfather, we will definitely catch them off guard. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao clenched her fist with high morale. But she soon lost her temper. But how should I tell my cheap father about these things? Emperor Qishuan, no need to say. I know. Chapter 9 fainted. Emperor Qishuan frowned and pretended to think. Then he spoke nonsense seriously. In this case, then send Xiao Jingwu. It happened that a few days ago, news came that Shuzhou was seriously plagued by bandits. Burning, killing, looting, bullying men and women. And the local people were suffering. This time, let Xiao Jingwu bring more people to suppress the bandits. The prince looked confused. How could he not remember? Is there such a thing? But after looking at Yao Yao, he quickly realized that Shuzhou and the border were on the same road. Father is wise. The matter of food and grass is of great importance, and it must not be known to others. Your son understands. Chu Yaoyao calculated in his heart. If Xiao Hujuan leads the troops, even if he cannot stop the conspiracy of the spy in time, at least, the soldiers can sacrifice less. But, when she thought that she knew the outcome and now had the ability to change it, no matter. Chu Yaoyao ran over and pulled the sleeve of her cheap father. There is a spy in the barracks. Before she finished speaking, she lost consciousness. System, warning. Warning. The host is trying to break the rules. External force repulsion is detected. In order to ensure the successful completion of the task, the system will take compulsory measures. Yao Yao. Looking at the little body that fell, Emperor Qishuan quickly picked it up, holding Yao Yao in one hand, and stretched out his index finger with the other hand, trembling and close to Yao Yao's nose. He felt that the breath was normal. And then he breathed a sigh of relief and said to the prince, "Call the doctor." The prince hurried out, shouting as he ran, "Come quickly! Call the doctor!" Looking at the little man with his eyes closed, Emperor Qishuan walked back and forth anxiously. I was used to hearing Yao Yao's chirping voice this day, but it was a little strange to hear it so quiet at this time. Thinking of what Yao Yao said before she fainted. Was she trying to remind them that there was a spy in the military camp? Could Yao Yao not reveal the future? But they have been listening to this voice for a long time. Why did she faint at this time? Or can't say it? The prince who went out to look for someone also came back, looking at Yao Yao worriedly. Father, Yao Yao, will she be fine? Yao Yao is blessed by the immortals. She will be fine. Emperor Qishuan comforted the prince and himself. Oh my Dean Zhang, please hurry up. After waiting for a long time, the voice of Su Zongwan came in. Dr. Zhang was almost dragged away by Su Maowen. After guarding the prince for most of the day in the East Palace, the prince was finally fine, and they also saved their lives. Just as he was about to go back to the mansion after his duty, he was dragged by Su Zongwan. Looking at this direction. Imperial study? Dr. Zhang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something happened to the emperor? Until he saw the bright yellow figure at the door. He breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, hurry up and see the little princess. Little princess? Dr. Zhang walked in and saw that the person lying on the bed was the little princess who took out the magic medicine today. Can people who are blessed by immortals also get sick? Although she thought so in her heart. Her hands were not vague at all, and she immediately began to feel the pulse. The imperial study made a big fuss about the imperial physician, and it spread throughout the harem in a short time. The queen and concubine Shu arrived almost at the same time. When she heard Su Maowen say that something happened to the little princess, concubine Shu did not even bother to salute the queen and hurried inside. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Dr. Zhang shaking his head with a complicated expression. And concubine Shu's hands and feet suddenly became weak and she fell backwards. Concubine Shu, the queen, who was one step behind, supported her. Concubine Shu staggered to the bed with the help of the palace maid. How is it? Dr. Zhang pondered for a moment and replied thoughtfully, Your Majesty, the little princess's pulse is stable and there is nothing abnormal, but she is unconscious. Dr. Zhang knelt down to apologize. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Perhaps my medical skills are not good, and I really can't see the reason. Concubine Shu felt a blackness in front of her eyes, as if all her strength was taken away. She slumped beside the bed and murmured absent-mindedly, How could this be? Emperor Qishuan felt a pain in his heart, and waved at Su Maowen. Go again. Let everyone in the imperial hospital come over. After hearing his voice, concubine Shu stood up from the ground, her tearful eyes full of doubts. May I ask your Majesty, what happened? Why did Yao Yao suddenly faint? I don't know. But inexplicably, facing her accusing eyes, Emperor Qishuan couldn't say a word of defense. Concubine Shu wiped her tears, picked up Yao Yao, and was about to leave. Emperor Qishuan grabbed her elbow. What are you doing? I want to take Yao Yao back to Qionghua Palace. The imperial physician will be here soon. And what if we move now? What if it worsens the condition? Concubine Shu struggled to get away. Didn't imperial physician Zhang say that Yao Yao's pulse is stable? I will be careful. Even if I die, I will not let Yao Yao have any problems. After that, Concubine Shu carried Yao Yao out of the door. What do you mean? Will I harm Yao Yao? The queen also advised, I think this is the imperial study after all. If so many imperial physicians are allowed to come, it may have a bad impact on the previous dynasty. It is better to let the imperial physicians go to Qionghua Palace to guard Yao Yao. The queen's words made Emperor Qishuan regain his sanity. Indeed, if the news of this incident spread to the previous dynasty, I don't know what the court officials think. If a group of imperial doctors were guarding the imperial study, I'm afraid the whole world would think that Emperor Daki would not live long. But Wanji and Yao Yao, seeing his worry, the queen said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will go to Qionghua Palace to guard it now. The study became quiet again. After Emperor Qishuan calmed down, he walked to the table and wrote a secret order to the prince. Be sure to hand it to Zhao Jingwu in person, and let him open it after he leaves the capital for 50 miles. Your son has made a note of it. Qionghua Palace. Xu Fei stared at the little man, who was still awake with a dull look. Is it because too many secrets were leaked that God punished Yao Yao? Taking out the letter written to her father from her sleeve pocket, Xu Fei cried out in pain. What should she do? Both sides are her relatives. What should she do? Xu Fei. The queen came over. When the prince got into trouble, I felt like the sky was falling. Just like you. But the prince survived. Yao is a lucky child. And she will be fine. Lucky? Maybe. The queen didn't hear clearly. What did my sister say? Nothing. I'm tired. So I won't see you off. The queen sighed. Okay. Chunshur came in and reported. Your Majesty, the emperor is here. Outside, in the courtyard, Emperor Qishuan stood alone under the moon. And from the back, he looked quite lonely. He turned around when he noticed the footsteps. Wanji, I have thought of a way to deal with the border issue. I don't understand government affairs. I just hope that the emperor won't let down the loyal ministers. After that, Concubine Shu ignored him and closed the door directly. Looking at the closed door, Emperor Qishuan understood that Wanji was blaming him. Then he laughed at himself. Yes, she just knew that the Li family would be wrongly accused. The whole family would be executed. Her father and brother died tragically, and Yao Yao fainted beside him for no reason. He should be blamed. Let's go back to the imperial study. There is still work to do. He had thought a lot just now. Just relying on a small deputy general. It was not enough to calculate the Li family to this point. There must be other court officials involved in this matter. Thinking of this, Emperor Qishuan clenched his fists, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost overflowed. 100,000 troops were gone just like that. No wonder the country was destroyed in just a few years. Yao has paid such a heavy price. And he must not let those villains succeed again. But who was involved in it? Back in the imperial study, Emperor Qishuan dismissed everyone. Come out. A man in black appeared in front of him silently. Go check Li Yin. I want to see his evidence of guilt at the court tomorrow morning. Since there is no clue, let's start with Li Yin. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the black shadow jumped and disappeared into the night. Chapter 10, Dealing with Corrupt Officials. Outside the palace, Zhao Mansion. Zhao Jingwu looked at the distinguished guest in front of him with a respectful face, then knelt on his knees to receive the bright yellow imperial edict. Your humble servant obeys your order. The prince helped him up. General Zhao, please get up quickly. This is a serious matter. Please bring more elite soldiers with you. Zhao Jingwu looked puzzled. Isn't it just to suppress bandits? How many people can a group of rabble need? The prince didn't say anything else. Just handed him the secret edict. Zhao Jingwu suddenly realized. Your humble servant understands. Late at night, the lights in Qionghua Palace were brightly lit, and Concubine Shu's red and swollen eyes stared at the baby on the bed, afraid of missing the moment when Yao Yao woke up, and even more afraid that she would never wake up again. In the consciousness space, Chu Yao Yao was anxious. System, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly drag me in? My mother must be very worried. System, isn't it because you, the host, revealed the plot? System, the host's soul is not from this world. To the world consciousness. You are abnormal data. And they will pay more attention to you. Once you violate the rules of the world, you will be rejected at the least and eliminated at the worst. It took a lot of effort to avoid the strict defense of the world consciousness and distribute the novice rewards to those people. Then what counterattack mission do you want me to do? So this is still a high-risk job? Chu Yaoyao squatted on the ground, holding his chin with both hands, and sighed for a long time. Alas. System, host. Don't be discouraged. As long as the counterattack progress reaches half, we can get the recognition of the world consciousness. And we don't have to be cautious anymore. Looking at the progress bar that is almost zero, Chu Yaoyao chuckled twice. Thank you. He was not comforted. How long will I have to stay here? System, I need to stay in this small dark room for 12 hours. Hearing this, Yaoyao laid down directly. Stay in this broken place for half a day? Destroy it. The palace was quiet in the middle of the night, but many people stayed awake all night. Taihe Hall. The morning court began. As soon as Emperor Qishuan sat down, Xiao Wentao, the Minister of War, stood up. Your Majesty, Zhao Jingwu was late for such an important event. He simply did not take your Majesty seriously, and was really unfaithful to the Emperor. Please punish him severely. The prince silently stepped back half a step and came. Bang! Emperor Qishuan slammed the table heavily. Minister Xiao is well informed. Why didn't anyone report that Shuzhou was seriously plagued by bandits and many fertile fields were burned? The ministers looked at each other. They really didn't know. But they didn't dare to say it. So they all knelt down to plead guilty. We are incompetent. Please forgive us. Your Majesty, I have sent Zhao Jingwu to suppress the bandits. Does Minister Xiao have any objection? Xiao Wentao's forehead was sweating. I dare not. If there is nothing else, please leave. Censor Zhou stood up. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Emperor Qishuan turned his ring and finally came. Approved. I want to impeach Li Yin, the head of the Ministry of War, for embezzling food and military pay. When the prince heard this, he was immediately alert. It turned out that his father wanted to use Censor Zhou's hand to expose Li Yin's corruption. Emperor Qishuan looked over and pretended to be puzzled. Is this true? Where is Li Yin? Li Yin walked out of the team trembling. He wanted to use Minister Zhao's hand to flatter Zhao Jingwu in front of the emperor. Yes, it was he who reminded Minister Xiao that Zhao Jingwu was late. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jingwu was fine. But he was impeached. Your Majesty, I am innocent. As he said that, he shook his old official uniform, raised his hand to wipe his tears, revealing his patched shirt inside the sleeves. Emperor Qishuan's eyes flashed with impatience, pretending to be noisy. If he hadn't seen the account book with his own eyes, he would have been deceived by this man. Xiao Wentao also stood up to speak for him. Your Majesty, please allow me to report that Lord Li is an upright person and lives a simple life. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as a poor family. It is not good for Censor Zhou to say anything without evidence. Speaking of which, I heard that Censor Zhou's grandson had an argument with Lord Li on the street a few days ago. I am afraid it is not. Hearing this, Censor Zhou took out the memorial and the account book. Here is the evidence. Please take a look. Your Majesty. Emperor Qishuan took the two things presented by Su Maowen. Although he had read the account book once, the numbers on it were shocking every time he read them. Bang! He threw the memorial directly on Li Yin's head. What a courage! Come! Take Li Yin down and keep him under strict supervision. This case will be jointly tried by the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice. When the embezzled silver is found, he will be beheaded in public. If accomplices are found, they will all be executed. Xiao Wentao returned to his position in disgrace as soon as Censor Zhou took out the account book. However, Censor Zhou did not intend to let him go. Censor Zhou knelt on the ground with a plop, his face sad. Your Majesty, I have served 2 generations of monarchs and worked in the censorate for decades. I have long sworn that I will never let down the trust of the late emperor and your Majesty even if I die. I have never abused my power for personal gain or abused my power. Now Xiao Wentao has slandered me for using public tools for personal gain and not distinguishing between public and private. Censor Zhou hugged the pillars in the hall. I have been honest and dedicated to my work all my life, and I will never accept such slander. I am willing to die to show my determination. Today, I will stain this Tian Hall with blood. My late emperor, I am here to accompany you. After that, he was about to hit the pillar. The incident happened suddenly, and the ministers were all scared. Censor Zhou. No way. Minister Xiao is really too much. That's right. You should apologize to Lord Zhou. Looking at Zhou Qingyuan, who was leaning his head against the pillar, and Xiao Wentao, who was pointed at by thousands of people and had a livid face, Emperor Qishuan felt a lot more comfortable. This Censor Zhou was indeed loyal to the emperor and patriotic, but too rigid. He would bring the trivial matters in the palace to the court. As an emperor, he would control who he favored and how many women he had. He would threaten to hit the pillar at every turn. But there was nothing he could do about him. He had the imperial sword bestowed by the previous emperor, so he could not be beaten or scolded. Now it is not me who is forced to step down. Emperor Qishuan felt like drinking a pot of cool tea in the dog days of summer. So cool. Ah! The show has been watched, and it is time for him to appear. Come here. Help Lord Zhou up. Censor Zhou's loyalty to the emperor is clear to the world, and I know it. But Minister Xiao. Emperor Qishuan glanced at Xiao Wentao. You don't know right from wrong and defend the treacherous minister. Considering that you may not know the truth, I order you to apologize to Censor Zhou in public and fine you half a year's salary. Xiao Wentao pleaded for Li Yin. Was it out of friendship with colleagues, or could it be that these two people have some interest collusion? We still need to investigate him. Then, Emperor Qishuan looked at the man who was clinging to the pillar. What do you think? Censor Zhou? Xiao Wentao walked over, bowed, and gritted his teeth and said, I trusted the villain by mistake, and was deceived by him, so that I couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Please forgive me. Lord Zhou. Censor Zhou looked at him and snorted. Do you think you can clear yourself and be done? It's useless to apologize. You actually spoke for corrupt officials. There is definitely something wrong with you. I will keep a close eye on you in the future. The goal was achieved. Emperor Qishuan didn't want to continue watching the intrigues of the courtiers, and gave Su Maowen a look. Su Maowen understood and said loudly, Resign. Emperor Qishuan stood up and walked down the steps quickly. Go quickly. I still have to go see Yao Yao. After the court was dismissed, Censor Zhou was surrounded by several ministers and walked out. Sir Zhou is really amazing. We were all fooled by Li Yin. Sir Zhou is very perceptive and is a role model for us. Censor Zhou stroked his gray beard. No. No. I am just loyal to your majesty. An official asked curiously. I wonder how Sir Zhou saw through Li Yan's disguise and found the evidence. Censor Zhou paused. He didn't know. If I say that the things were placed on my desk when I woke up, would you believe it? On the other side, Emperor Qishuan and the prince just walked to the gate of Qinghua Palace and heard the cheers of the palace people. The little princess is awake. Chapter 11 Days of Not Being Talked. The first person to discover Yao Yao had woken up was concubine Shu. She had been watching over her all night and was drowsy. But she woke up instantly when she heard the familiar voice of a baby. I'm so thirsty. Concubine Shu hurriedly brought a cup of warm water and carefully helped Yao Yao up. Drink slowly. After saving her dry throat, Yao Yao wanted to say thank you, but she opened her mouth and couldn't make a sound. Concubine Shu also realized this. She grabbed Yao Yao's little shoulders and looked at her nervously. Yao, why don't you speak? Call mother. Yao Yao opened her mouth and tried several times, but it didn't work. Imperial physician. Imperial physician. Concubine Shu hurried out to find the imperial physician. System. What's going on? I'm not going to be dumb. System, this is a punishment for the host's attempt to break the rules. Haven't you locked me up in the small dark room? System, that's just one of the items. The host can't speak within 48 hours after waking up. What? System, considering that this is the first time the host has violated the rules, this is already the lightest punishment. Yao Yao, I was not very fluent in speaking, but it seems that it has no effect. Next time. System, the host's idea is very dangerous. This time the protection program reacted quickly. You may not be so lucky next time. If the soul is crushed, the host will be completely gone. Oh, I see. I suddenly fainted yesterday. I don't know what my chief father arranged in the end. Hu Junxiao should be able to arrive with food and grass. Hu Junxiao. Where to? At this time, concubine Shu also came in with the imperial physician. Although she was puzzled, her daughter's health was the most important thing at this time. Dr. Zhang. Yao suddenly couldn't speak. Can you see what's going on? Dr. Zhang carefully felt the pulse and checked Yao Yao's throat. From the pulse, the little princess is fine. It couldn't be better. The throat is not damaged either. This shouldn't happen. Dr. Zhang was puzzled. It's a punishment from the system. Mother looked so haggard. She must have been guarding me all night. Go and rest. I'm really fine. Chu Yaoyao patted her beautiful mother's hand and shook her head to show that she was fine. To increase her credibility, she stood up from the bed, raised her arms and legs, and performed a set of radio gymnastics on the spot. She was still beating the rhythm in her heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, woo 6, 7. It's really fine. It's just a punishment from the system. It will be fine in 2 days. Xu Fei was stunned by Yao Yao's strange movements. Xiao. Beryl? Is it the name of an immortal? What a strange name. Is this movement also taught by an immortal? Is it too strange? After playing for a while, Chu Yaoyao couldn't play anymore. I'm so hungry. I didn't eat enough yesterday. I'm hungry all night. I want to eat braised pork, braised duck, bacon and sausage, slurp. I'm so hungry. Good. Looking at Yao Yao's movements, Dr. Zhang stroked his beard and praised. When Emperor Qishuan and the Crown Prince heard the news that Yao Yao had lost her voice, they were worried. But when they heard the baby voice announcing the dishes as soon as they entered the room, they were relieved. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. The Tyrant Dad and the Crown Prince are here. Dr. Zhang looked at Emperor Qishuan and said excitedly, Your Majesty, I think the set of exercises that the little princess just used is very wonderful. It seems simple, but in fact, it can stretch the meridians of the whole body. If you stick to it, you will benefit a lot. Then he looked at Yao Yao with a smile. I wonder if the little princess is willing to teach the exercises to others. Chu Yao Yao smiled silently. Oh! Hearing him say this, Emperor Qishuan also became interested. Dr. Zhang nodded. In my opinion, it is especially suitable for people like Your Majesty, who work hard at their desks for a long time. Now, Emperor Qishuan is more interested. God knows how uncomfortable he is after reviewing memorials every day. His shoulders and neck are almost stiff. If it can be relieved, it would be great. If the ministers also practice this exercise, they will be in good health and will be more efficient in doing things. The more Emperor Qishuan thought about it, the more he felt it was feasible. Yao Yao, since Imperial Physician Zhang has said so, let the painter draw the movements someday, print them into a book, and let each court official have a copy as soon as possible. If it works, promote it. When he thought of the whole court doing a set of radio gymnastics before going to court, Chu Yao Yao was so embarrassed that his toes dug the ground. If he had known earlier, he would not have done any radio gymnastics. System detected that blood relatives punish corrupt officials. Counterattack progress +2. Current progress 15. Reward points exchange 10. Points balance 65. Who is it? Yao Yao suddenly remembered what happened yesterday, and his eyes suddenly sparkled. Did my cheap father catch Li Yin? Sure. My father. This will explode a lot of gold coins. Holding gold coins? The father and son of Emperor Qishuan were puzzled. Why gold coins? Aren't gold ingots good? Chu Yao Yao scratched the panel. Li Yin has only been an official for 7 or 8 years, and he has embezzled and accepted bribes. And there are actually 300,000 taels of silver. Emperor Qishuan, I have seen the account book. Isn't it 200,000 taels? Looking down, Yao Yao looked disgusted. TSK. He is still a scumbag. He kept a mistress behind his wife's back. He always responded to her requests. He not only bought houses and shops for her, but also gave her the 100,000 taels of silver he received in bribes for safekeeping. The key is that Madame Li didn't know about the money at all. Poor Madame Li not only pawned all her dowry to support the family, but also helped people repair clothes day and night for money. She didn't even dare to make new clothes on weekdays, let alone buy rouge and powder. Such a good woman was despised by Li Yin for being old and ugly. What a scumbag. Yes, scumbag. Emperor Qishuan and the prince also nodded in agreement. But what Li Yin didn't expect was that the mistress was not a good person. She had a true love. By Yue Wang. And she also cuckolded him. Ha ha ha. It's really a good turn of events. Evildoers will be punished by evildoers. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan and his son felt much better. Emperor Qishuan secretly gave the prince a look, signaling him to ask quickly. The prince casually said, We have sent people to search Li Yin's house, but nothing was found. Where did Li Yin hide the silver? I know this question. I have the standard answer. Let me see. My God. He actually? Where? Emperor Qishuan's eyes lit up slightly. Li Yin actually hid the silver under the toilet. Yao wrinkled her nose. Too much. What kind of quirk is this? There is so much money under the toilet. How could he bear to? Father and son looked at each other. This place was really unexpected. Hey. I hope my cheap father can find it quickly. 1 second late is disrespectful to the 200,000 taels of silver. It's a pity that I can't speak now. So I can't remind my father? Emperor Qishuan was deeply moved. Yao Yao had been punished for reminding him that there was a spy in the military camp. But she was still thinking about helping him. But this feeling of being moved did not last long. Because Chu Yao Yao thought of a good idea. How about I snatch my cheap father's money bag and throw it into the toilet? Emperor Qishuan quickly took a step back. No need. Chapter 12. In order to protect his purse. No. In order to get the 200,000 taels of silver as soon as possible. Emperor Qishuan found an excuse to leave. When he reached the door, concubine Shu walked in with a small soup bowl. Emperor Qishuan walked over and whispered in her ear, Wanji. Don't worry. I have sent Zhao Jingwu to the border. Hearing this, concubine Shu's hand holding the tray trembled. Looking at Li Wanji, who was haggard and had red and swollen eyes. Emperor Qishuan patted her hand comfortingly and promised before leaving, it will be fine. I hope so. Concubine Shu walked in worriedly. After the purse left, Chu Yao Yao turned her eyes to the prince. Throwing the jade pendant is also okay. Thinking of this, she stretched out her tentative hand. The prince sighed softly. Forget it. Let her do it. Thinking of this, he took off the jade pendant from his waist. Does Yao like this? Chu Yao Yao grabbed the jade pendant with both hands. Turned around and hid it under the pillow. Since it's mine. Forget it. Prince, didn't you say you would remind us? Just after hiding the jade pendant, Chu Yao Yao suddenly smelled a fragrance. Staring at the soup bowl with burning eyes. What a nice smell. It smells like chicken soup. Xu Fei opened the soup bowl. And it turned out to be chicken soup noodles. Although it was just simple ingredients, the craftsmanship of the imperial kitchen was not to be underestimated. The old hen was boiled with wolfberry and red dates for 3 hours. The chicken was tender, and the noodles cooked in chicken soup were very tasty. The beautiful mother fed her personally, and the prince brother was beside her to wipe her mouth. Yao Yao ate happily. The prince brother is so gentle. I wonder which noble lady he will be in the future. Hearing this, the prince curled his lips and smiled lightly. This little kid thinks a lot. What daughter? He has someone in his heart. When he thought of his sweetheart, his smile faded a lot. He didn't know the girl's name or where she was. It would be great if she was the sister of the Zhao family. After all, the sister of the Zhao family really likes the prince. The Zhao family? Could it be the daughter of Zhao Jingwu? The prince's mind appeared Zhao Jingwu, who was burly, dark-skinned, and had a voice as loud as a bell. If the young lady of the Zhao family took after her father's appearance. The prince shuddered instantly. Not daring to think. Not daring to think. Sister. Sister Yao Yao. Chu Yu and Chu Yao walked in one after another. Chu Yu had untied his knot. And now, he was full of vigor and vitality. On the other hand, Chu Yao, listlessly huddled in a corner, holding a book in his arms. What is that? System, 36 stratagems. There is a melon of the third prince. Do you want to eat it? Chu Yao Yao's eyes lit up slightly. Must eat it. System, after the third prince returned to Chendong yesterday. He had 2 large boxes of scripts dragged out and burned in the yard. System, he also sent away all the maids in the bedroom, leaving only a few eunuchs, and announced that all women must stay 10 feet away from him in the future. Why is that? Is it because I heard your inner voice and was scared? But this system won't tell you. Could it be he was hurt by love? Or has phobia of women? Why is it so ridiculous? But at this point, he hasn't met the heroine yet. Thinking of the age of the third prince, Chu Yao Yao's face was complicated. People in ancient times were really precocious. Chu Yao wanted to go forward and talk to his sister. But Yao Yao was accompanied by concubine Shu. And his elder and second brothers were also there. He did not dare to go over, but just hugged the 36 stratagems in his arms tightly. Seeing Yao Yao in a daze, several people knew that she was communicating with the immortal again, and they consciously stopped disturbing her. Third brother, why are you standing so far away? The prince felt that something was wrong with Chu Yao. It's okay. I just feel it's cool here. Noticing the things in his arms, the prince continued to ask, what is that? Chu Yao showed the title of the book. The prince nodded with relief. Third brother has grown up and knows how to work hard. Keep it up. Big brother is optimistic about you. As he said, he was ready to go forward and exchange some experiences with him. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took a step forward, Chu Yao took a step back. He took another step forward. Chu Yao screamed, turned around and ran. I still have to go back to study. And I will come to visit my sister another day. The prince looked at Chu Yu in confusion. And Chu Yu shook his head to indicate that he didn't know either. Only concubine Chu looked at Chu Yao's back thoughtfully. Why did he run away again? Forget it. Forget about him. Let's draw the lottery. Let's draw 10 times in a row first. System. Congratulations to the host for winning. Glass production process and Formula X1. Braised beef noodle 5-pack X3. Thank you for your patronage X3. 10 kilograms of potatoes X1. 10 kilograms of sweet potatoes X1. System. Congratulations to the host for winning the special item, favorability display, which can show the favorability of each person to the host above their head. Favorability? The system did not answer. Probably offline again. Chu Yao looked at them one by one. And there was a red heart on the head of the beautiful mother, showing 100 points. Hee hee. Beautiful mother. Yao loves you too. Love you moi. Hearing this sudden love, concubine Shu was stunned for a while. And then her face turned slightly red. What did the immortal say to Yao again? How can a girl always say that word? It's really so embarrassing. Chu Yao turned her eyes to the prince brother. Well, it's 1/3 of a red heart. 85 points. Second brother has 1/4 of a red heart on his head, which is lower than the prince brother. Sister Chunshur also scored 100 points. She has such a high favorability towards her, which shows how loyal she is to her mother. After using the people in the room to try out the new golden finger, Chu Yao continued to read. Glass? Second brother went to the Ministry of Industry. And this formula is just right for him to study. Looking at another familiar red package. Yao's saliva can't stop flowing. Slurp. Instant noodles. Rubbing her little belly that had just been full. Yao sighed and knew not to eat so much. Glass? Instant noodles? The three people who heard Yao's voice were very curious. But before they could think about it, they heard. Potatoes? Do you want to help me add a dish? There are also roasted sweet potatoes, which are my favorite. System. Still eating. Did this guy forget that he came here just for a piece of roasted sweet potato? System. Just a reminder. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are both high-quality varieties. The yield of potatoes per moo can reach 3,000 kilograms. And the yield of sweet potatoes per moo can reach 4,000 kilograms. After that, the system went offline again. 3 to 4,000 kilograms per moo? What? The pupils of the three people who heard the inner voice suddenly dilated. The main food of Daki is rice, millet, sorghum, and wheat. The highest yield per moo is only 400 kilograms. And this is when the weather is good and the harvest is good. 3,000 caddies. What kind of potato can produce so much? If there is such a good variety, the people of Daki will never go hungry again. Several people hesitated to speak, thinking of Yaya's coma. They couldn't ask directly. Your Majesty, be careful. General Manager Su supported Emperor Qishuan with a nervous look on his face, looking at the threshold under his feet in confusion. This is not high? Emperor Qishuan had forgotten how he walked in, and only muttered a sentence in his heart. 3,000 caddies. 3,000 caddies per moo. He picked up Yao, and his voice trembled slightly because of excitement. I am going to visit the farm in the suburbs recently. Yao, do you want to go out of the palace to play? Go out of the palace? Emperor Qishuan sighed and continued to talk to himself. Last year, the floods were serious, and the grain production was reduced by 30%. I don't know what the situation will be this year. Chu Yao nodded. It's good to go out of the palace to take a look. But Emperor Qishuan was a little nervous. Did he find something? Why is my cheap father's voice trembling? It's a little weak. Emperor Qishuan. I am so excited. So excited. Chapter 13. In fact, Chu Yao felt a little heavy when she heard that the grain production was reduced due to natural disasters. Daki was destroyed in just a few years. Natural disasters, man-made disasters, poverty, and weak military were all fatal injuries. But if you want to grow high-yield crops on a large scale, this is not enough. Other systems have their own malls. Why don't you have one? System. You don't even want to upgrade. What do you want? System. The secondary system can open the trading section. There are 2 cross-plane trading opportunities in the middle and end of each month. but the planes are randomly refreshed. It is recommended that the host upgrade as soon as possible. Cross-plane trading? 30 points are used for upgrading. And there are still 25 points left. It seems okay? Then upgrade. The system crashed for a moment. System, host. Are you serious? You are so easy to talk to this time? If you don't want to, forget it. System, 30 points have been deducted. The upgrade will start now. The system will be temporarily offline. The upgrade is expected to take 8 hours. Host, see you in 8 hours. Chu Yaoyao thought about it and said, I'd better take it out? Emperor Qishuan's heartbeat quickened. Give it to me. Give it to me quickly. The prince looked expectant. Even if it's too late this year, we can always plan it next year. Right? Chu Yaoyao climbed onto the bed and fumbled under the pillow for a while. Then he took out a booklet. Dang dang dang. The process of making glass. Emperor Qishuan was a little disappointed. Food can't be grown in a short time, but a workshop can be opened. Wouldn't the people have an extra income? Chu took the booklet and couldn't wait to flip through it. It turned out that the glass my sister was talking about was colored glaze. It turned out that the materials for making colored glaze can be found everywhere. And they are so cheap. Father? Emperor Qishuan also leaned over to take a look. When he saw the raw materials, his breathing became heavier. Angry. Those Nanyang merchants were too much. Such cheap materials were sold so expensively. He still remembered that he had bought a colored glaze vase and spent 10,000 taels of silver at that time. After the rage, he changed his mind. Business opportunities. Huge business opportunities. At this time, this booklet was a pile of silver. No, a pile of gold in the eyes of the father and his 2 sons. After that, the father and his 2 sons went to the imperial study and discussed the future glass industry of the Great Qi Kingdom. In the middle of the night, a sneaky little figure with a cloth bag in his hand appeared in Cheonghua. Chu Yaoyao just opened the door a crack and heard Chuancher's voice. Little princess, where are you going? In the faint light of the fire, Chu Yaoyao covered her stomach and looked at her eagerly. But are you hungry? I will report to the queen. How can I do that? Chu Yaoyao grabbed her and shook her head. Mother is so hard. She took care of me for a day and a night. I finally fell asleep. I must not disturb her. Chuancher squatted down and discussed with her. I will take you to the small kitchen and cook porridge for you. Okay. As she said, she was ready to find a lantern. That's so troublesome. Look at me. Chu Yaoyao took out a flashlight. And with a click, the road ahead was instantly illuminated. This? Chuancher was shocked. She took it and looked at it carefully, clicking the switch continuously. Oops. It hit my eyes. Seeing the little princess covering her eyes, Chuancher smiled and shone elsewhere. The big and the small walked on the road. Chuancher was in a playful mood, shining here and there, and the shadows of the two kept getting bigger and smaller, appearing and disappearing. Monster! Monster! Who called me? Monster! Help! Chu Yaoyao turned around and only vaguely saw a figure running fast. Who? Looking back, she was startled by Chuancher and instantly understood the person who screamed. Oh my god! So scary. I don't let you shine on others, but you shine on yourself. Right? Chuancher moved the flashlight away from her chin and continued to lead the way. Little princess, we're here. Entering the small kitchen, Chu Yaoyao's eyes fell on a stove for boiling medicine. Signed Chuancher to light the stove. Wait for the fire to burn. And put potatoes and sweet potatoes in. On the other side. Help. Chu Yao was scared and just rushed forward with his head down. What's going on? You're not sleeping at night. And you're yelling like that? Emperor Qishuan grabbed his collar. Chu Yao was hiding behind Su Maoan at this moment. And he poked his head out, trembling, and said, Father, there is a monster. Nonsense. This is the palace. Where does the monster come from? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. It's in the Cheonghua Palace. Cheonghua Palace? Emperor Qishuan's eyebrows were full of worry. Send the third prince back. Chu Yao grabbed Su Maoan's sleeve. Father, can you let General Manager Su send me back? He didn't want the maid to send him back. Emperor Qishuan didn't think much about it. Just thought he was scared. And nodded in agreement. In the small kitchen of Cheonghua Palace, Chuancher used a long stick to poke potatoes and sweet potatoes, and added a piece of charcoal to the stove from time to time. Chu Yaoyao stared at the roasted sweet potatoes that gradually changed color and swallowed his saliva. Chuancher poked the sweet potato. Little princess, this one seems to be cooked. I'll take it out for you. It's very hot. Let it air dry first. After peeling off the burnt crust on the outside, a rich sweet fragrance went straight into my nose. This is the taste. I miss it so much. Chu Yaoyao picked up a piece and nibbled it. Ahem. Chunshur was the first to react. Seeing the person coming, she knelt on the ground nervously. Your servant sees the emperor. What is the tyrant father doing here at night without sleeping? Chu Yaoyao turned around, and her dark little face was exposed. Emperor Qishuan couldn't help laughing and reached out to wipe Yaoyao's mouth. Why don't you eat dinner properly? You have to come to eat secretly in the middle of the night. Chu Yaoyao grinned and lowered her head to take another bite. Well, it was wiped in vain. Emperor Qishuan thought helplessly. What to eat? Emperor Qishuan sniffed. Sweet? It's also strangely fragrant. Your Majesty, do you want to try it? The food was black, and Emperor Qishuan didn't want to eat it. But Yaoyao ate it very happily. So why not? Try it. Bring it up. Emperor Qishuan didn't eat as boldly as Yaoyao, but took a spoon to eat it. It seems not bad. Chu Yaoyao looked at him proudly. It tastes good. Right. This is my favorite. I won't give it to others. Favorite? Emperor Qishuan shook his head helplessly. Although the taste was amazing, how could it compare to the dishes made by the imperial chef? After all, he was too young and had little good food, although he thought so in his heart. Emperor Qishuan kept moving his hands, taking one bite after another. Alas, potatoes are better fried, but conditions are limited, so let's just eat them raw. Pa! The spoon in Emperor Qishuan's hand fell to the ground. What? Potatoes? Emperor Qishuan looked at the little kid eating with relish and covered his chest. That's a good variety that yields 3,000 kilograms per moo. Just roast and eat it like this? What's wrong? Is the tyrant father so weak? He can't even hold the spoon steadily? The freshly roasted sweet potato was a little hot. Chu Yaoyao pouted and blew. The fragrance drifted into Emperor Qishuan's nose. Forget it. It's already roasted. And it's a new variety after all. As an emperor, I have to taste it first to test the poison. This is also responsible for the people of Daki. Thinking of this, Emperor Qishuan took another piece. It smells so good. Daki border. At night, Li Chungjing, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and drew his sword. All in one go, pointing the sword at the person who came. Who are you? The person took off the black cloth covering his face, revealing a familiar face. Li Wanjing retracted his sword, puzzled. Brother Zhao? Chapter 14. Chu Yaoyao was sleep-deprived due to eating late at night. She was still groggy when the sun rose. System. The fate of the Li family has been changed. The progress of the counterattack is +10. The current progress is 25. The bonus points are 50. And the current balance of points is 75. Hearing the prompt sound, Chu Yaoyao sat up with a quilt in her arms. Task completed? When? System. Yes. Zhao Jingwu arrived at the border last night. The host's uncle found that the deputy general was sneaky, so he moved the food and grass overnight. The deputy general was discovered when he leaked the news and was arrested. System. When the Xia army was besieging the main force, Zhao Jingwu led his troops to attack the enemy camp. The two sides surrounded the Xia army. According to this method, it is not a problem to annihilate the enemy and capture the Xia commander alive. It is not a problem to capture 1 or 2 cities. Chu Yaoyao scratched his face. This is different from the plot. The uncle actually found that the deputy general was colluding with the enemy. I was still thinking that it would be great if General Zhao could deliver the food and grass in time to support my grandfather. I didn't expect that my uncle was so smart. My grandfather's family escaped a disaster, and my mother no longer had to be sad. The 100,000-man army was saved, and Daki no longer had to worry about the country being destroyed in 6 years. Looking at the progress of the task, Chu Yao rolled back and forth happily holding the quilt. What could make people happier than winning by lying down? If there is, it is that her relatives are strong. She can lie down more comfortably. So happy? Concubine Shu tapped Yaoyao's little nose. This little girl dared to run around alone in the middle of the night. If she hadn't ordered Chunshur to guard outside. If Yao had something else happened. How could she live? Yaoyao fell into the water in Qianhua Palace before, and she is still scared. Thinking of this, she decided to teach this little girl a lesson. She held her on her lap and made her lie down. As soon as she raised her hand, Chu Yaoyao was not afraid of her mother's stern face, but came closer with a smile. There is good news. Mother. Grandfather and uncles have won the battle. Xu Fei's eyes were red in an instant. She hugged Yao Yao in her arms and sobbed softly, feeling a little wet on the back of her neck. Chu Yao Yao opened her arms and raised her fleshy hands to wipe her mother's tears. Why is mother crying? Who bullied mother? I will avenge you. Seeing that she was ready to find someone to fight at any time, Xu Fei burst into laughter. Mother, you miss your grandfather. So that's it. Don't worry. Mother, the rented father will be back soon. The emperor is here. Xu Fei quickly wiped her tears, cleaned her face with a wet towel, asked Chunshur to help Yao Yao change clothes, and then she went out to welcome him. While changing clothes, Chu Yao Yao looked at the balance of points and laughed in her heart. So many points. System. How should I spend this huge amount of money? System. How about upgrading first? Chu Yao Yao waved her hand. How much do you need? System. Not much. 50 points. Looking at the 50 points that were just received and still warm, Chu Yao Yao was silent for a moment. Outside, concubine Xu told Emperor Qixuan the news of the victory. Just after she finished speaking, Chu Yao Yao came out. When she saw the emperor, she turned her head away angrily. Humph. Tyrant father is too much. It's fine to grab all the roasted ones, but he doesn't even leave me any raw ones. Xu Fei looked over jokingly. She didn't expect the emperor to be such a person. He actually snatched food from a child. Qixuan Emperor touched his nose. In fact, this was the first time he did such a thing. I came here today to tell my beloved concubine a good news. What good news? Chu Yao Yao moved her feet and moved a little closer. The silver that Li Yan embezzled was found. It was hidden in his toilet. Chu Yao Yao's eyes widened. It was found so quickly. Who found it? You can think of this place. You are so talented. Xu Fei and Qixuan Emperor looked at her. Isn't it you? I said before that I would send a few more maids to Qinghua Palace. Xiaoluzi. Bring them in. Xiaoluzi walked in respectfully with 6 maids and asked them to stand in order. Wow. The one on the far right has been sneaking glances at my cheap father. Emperor Qixuan's eyes suddenly became much sharper, and he gave Su Maowen a look. Su Maowen glared at Xiaoluzi, called 2 eunuchs, blocked the maid's mouth and dragged her out. Xiaoluzi knelt on the ground with a pale face, raised her hand, and wiped the cold sweat. Concubine Xu lowered her eyes to hide the coldness in her eyes. There were countless beauties in the harem, and she never expected the emperor to like only her. But she would never allow anyone to play the tricks of a foxy woman in Qinghua Palace. Huh? She was dragged away. That's good. So as not to make things difficult for my mother. Chu Yao Yao continued to look over. The one with a mole on the corner of her mouth standing in the middle. She also has problems. In fact, Chu Yao Yao noticed her first, because among the red or pink hearts, the black spot on her head was very eye-catching. She didn't have any good feelings at all. And there was also malice. It was obvious that she had bad intentions. It was definitely not a good thing for my mother to come here. Found it. When she was in the cold palace, she sent a plate of poisoned snacks to her mother, and Yao Yao died after eating it. The expressions of Emperor Qixuan and concubine Xu suddenly changed. Poison? Killed Yao Yao? The two wanted to execute the person immediately, but that would alert the enemy. It was concubine Zhang. She was jealous of her mother's favor, so she poisoned her mother. Concubine Zhang? Concubine Xu vaguely remembered that she was a quiet, even a little dull person. Such a person actually had such great hostility towards her? It's a pity that there is no evidence now. Even if she is arrested, she will not admit it. Concubine Xu looked at the maid and asked, "What's your name?" "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, I am Chuer." "Stay. Since there is no evidence, just wait for her to show her feet." "What?" Chu Yao Yao was anxious. Concubine Xu rubbed her head soothingly, and then randomly selected 2 maids. "Chunshur, take them down first." Chu Yao Yao was so anxious that she kept pulling at her mother's sleeve. "That person is suspicious." "Mother, she can't stay in the palace. Otherwise we might be poisoned to death one day." "Your Majesty, I think Chuer is suspicious." Emperor Qixuan pretended to be surprised and said, "My beloved concubine has also noticed it. What's going on? Mother already knows that she is suspicious, so she deliberately keeps her by her side? My mother is awesome. Fishing for law enforcement. So dark. But I like it. I will send someone to keep an eye on her. But outside the Qinghua Palace. And I? As long as I am here, no matter how big or small the melons are, they will not be able to escape from my palm." Emperor Qixuan held concubine Xu's hand. Of course I can help. But the reward? Concubine Shu's face suddenly turned red. Oh! There is a baby here. Can't you be more careful? Hearing the voice, Concubine Shu pulled her hand back. The ambiguous atmosphere was suddenly interrupted. Emperor Qishuan looked at the little person, who covered his eyes speechlessly. You should close the big eyes between your fingers. Well, there is one more thing. The Queen Mother has been worshipping Buddha for several months, and will return to the palace tomorrow. Emperor Qishuan looked at Concubine Shu and said, I plan to hold a palace banquet tomorrow, which will be organized by the Queen. Time is tight. And if you are not busy, please help. The Queen Mother returns to the palace? Banquet? Doesn't that mean the heroine is coming too? I remember that the heroine came here before the banquet. That's today. Chapter 15. Crossing through? What does this mean? Emperor Qishuan and Concubine Shu exchanged glances. Chu Yaoyao could remember the specific date because this paragraph was written in detail. Shi's father was an 8th rank official and could not attend the palace banquet. He was quite disappointed on the night of the banquet. Later, the heroine comforted Shi's father. Her original words at that time were, Father, why should you belittle yourself? Your daughter believes that in time, your father will definitely be present at every palace banquet. Because of this sentence, Shi's father paid attention to his daughter, who had been ignored for many years. Most of the subsequent plot was used to verify the heroine's words. Chu Yaoyao continued to recall. Today, the wife of the Marquis Zhongyi held a banquet. The original body of the heroine, Shi Jingjing, the daughter of the Dianbua of the Hanlin Academy, attended with her mother. She was pushed into the water and choked on water and fell into a coma. When she woke up again, her soul became the modern social animal Shi Jingjing. From then on, the heroine, who had modern knowledge and thinking, attracted the attention and love of many outstanding men in the capital. In order to win the beauty, they fought openly and secretly, and even fought for her. After that, the heroine reached the peak of her life with their help and protection. In fact, as a reader, it was quite cool. But now she has become a cannon fodder for the heroine. And she can only say haha. Our third prince is one of the many unranked licking dogs. In the end, he directly packed up Daki and gave it to the heroine as a dowry. Emperor Qishuan clenched his fists. This rebellious son, the foundation that the ancestors had worked so hard to build, was just taken away by him to please a woman. Bastard. Hey, where are you going? Third prince? Run slowly. Don't fall. Su Maowen's voice came from outside the door. But the three of them didn't care. The first step. I have to make soap quickly. Cut off the heroine's wealth first. And grab her first pot of gold. What is soap? Emperor Qishuan didn't have time to think about it, because Chu Yaoyao was mumbling again. Otherwise, struggle? Let the emperor go and notify the Yongyi Marquis mansion not to let the mother and daughter of the Shi family attend the banquet, so that Shi Jingjing will not fall into the water. Will the heroine still have a chance to travel through this way? This is also a way, Emperor Qishuan thought. I haven't finished reviewing the memorials yet, so I'm going back first. After leaving the door, Emperor Qishuan's expression suddenly changed, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. His body seemed to be covered with a layer of ice, emitting a chilling chill, which made people afraid. Su Maowen raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat. What happened again? He didn't hear the quarrel inside just now. Why is the emperor angry again? Is it because Xiao Luzi's choice of maids is not good, and the concubine Shu and the emperor are angry? This Xiao Luzi is usually very smart, but he made such a big mistake at the critical moment. But after all, calling him a master. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with Xiao Luzi? Originally, Emperor Qishuan had no time to care about this matter. After he reminded him, he immediately remembered the maid who would poison Wanji and Yao Yao. Let him take 50 lashes. If the punishment is too severe, it may affect Wanji's plan. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Maowen wiped the cold sweat with lingering fear. Although 50 lashes can cost half of his life, at least his life is saved. Back in the imperial study, Emperor Qishuan wrote down the key information on paper. Through what he heard from Yao Yao's heart in the past 2 days, he has guessed about 70% of it. At the banquet of Yongyi Marquis' mansion today, the girl of the Shi family will be pushed into the water, and then a soul from another world will occupy the body of the girl of the Shi family. That woman is also unruly, hooking up with men everywhere, and the third brother will fall into her beauty trap, and his brain, which is not much, will become that. Love brain. Be deceived by her. Be driven by her. and finally hand over Daki to others. Emperor Qi Xian didn't care why the woman had such great charm that made everyone obsessed with her. But this woman would threaten the country of Daki. So she couldn't stay. But he thought about it. If the real Shi Jingjing died, wouldn't the soul from another world still occupy the body? So not only can't she be killed, but she must also be monitored and protected at all times. In this way, the leader of the Dark Guards received a strange order. Find a few people to monitor the daughter of the Imperial Academy Dianbua. If she encounters any danger, protect her. Hearing this, the leader of the secret guards was obviously stunned for a while. Did he hear it right? The emperor asked them to protect the daughter of an 8th rank official? But the obedience to Emperor Qishuan that was engraved in his bones made him react quickly. Yes. Afterwards, Emperor Qishuan asked Su Maoan to go to the Yongyi Marquis's mansion to convey the order. You go and tell Yongyi Marquis in person to drain all the water in the mansion. And fill up the places that cannot be drained. Also, do not let the mother and daughter of the Shi family enter the mansion. Yao's method is not safe. Even if she is not allowed to enter this time, she can find a chance to sneak in next time. Come if you fall into the water. Right? I will make sure you can't find water. Not just lakes, but also wells, fish tanks, and all places with water. Fill them all up for me. After hearing the oral order, Yongyi Marquis looked at Shi Maoan in confusion. General Manager Su. It's easy to not let people into the mansion. But filling the lake is a big project. And today's banquet is for viewing lotuses. Su Maoan looked at him with a smile. My lord, the emperor must have his own intentions in making such arrangements. We just need to obey his orders. Do you think this makes sense? Marquis Yongyi shook his head repeatedly, wondering what the emperor meant. But the imperial edict has been issued. Forget it. Just order people to fill it. Marquis Yongyi's wife came to ask, My lord, why do you want to fill the lake? What about the banquet? Marquis Yongyi blew his beard and glared. What else can I do? The lotus flowers are gone, so I won't hold it. On the other side, Shi's mother was angry in Shi Jingjing's room. She had finally used her connections and spent a lot of money to get an invitation. I wanted to take this girl to the Marquis's mansion to look for a young man with a good family background. Unexpectedly, the banquet was cancelled and the money was wasted. Looking at Shi Jingjing's face full of relief, Shi's mother poked her forehead with a look of regret. You have a pretty face for nothing. Can't you fight for it? How can you help your brother in the future like this? Shi Jingjing felt very wronged. If she didn't want to go, she wouldn't go anyway. Mrs. Shi was still scolding her. Suddenly, Shi Jingjing walked straight into the yard. If you look closely, her eyes are dull, and her expression is dull. Where are you going? I haven't finished talking yet. Mrs. Shi chased out the door, and saw Shi Jingjing burying her head in the water tank. Ah! You dead girl. Are you looking for death? Mrs. Shi grabbed her, and threw her to the ground. The secret guard hiding in the tree shrank back. And it seemed that he didn't need to take action. It's really amazing. You want to die after a few words. As a mother, I can't even say a few words to you. Shi Jingjing seemed to be awake at this moment, crying and rushing over. Whoa! Mom! I seem to be possessed by evil spirits. Chapter 16. The heroine is about to cross over, which makes Chu Yaoyao feel a sense of urgency. She is holding a pen and drawing something on the paper. Her chubby little face looks even more cute when she frowns. System, what is the host doing? I can't write, so I can only draw the method of making soap. System, are you sure others can understand it? Then why don't you end the punishment early and let me talk? The system is offline instantly. After a long time, Chu Yaoyao put down the pen panting and rubbed her wrist. Children are weak, and their hands are sore after just a while. When Shufei came in, she saw a dirty little cat. What did Yao write? Let mother see. She is drawing the raw materials and process of making soap. Shufei picked up the ghost painting. Well, I can't understand any of it, but she still tried to identify it. Mother, take a look. This is S-H-L. It looks like a S-H-L? Chu Yaoyao nodded happily. Yes, yes, yes. Burn the S-H-L-S. Crush them. Boil the ash. Add the S-H-L powder and stir. Put it on the lard. Add coarse salt. Stir. Put it in a bamboo tube. It will take shape in 3 days. Then demold. So that's how it is. Concubine Shu seemed to say casually. Mother seems to have seen this method in an old book. It is used to make soap? Now it was Chu Yaoyao's turn to be confused. What's going on? Could it be that there were other travelers in this world? System. Something big happened. This world seems to have been traversed like a sieve. System, what happened? Didn't you say that in this world only the heroine traveled through time except me? Did you have a bug? How did Mother know the soap formula? And where did the book she mentioned come from? The system said it didn't know. System, host. Don't worry. I'll check it out again. Concubine Shu didn't know how difficult it was for the system to deal with a reason she made up casually. She was sitting at the desk, rewriting the production method she heard from her heart on paper. The matter of the ancient book was the result of her discussion with the Emperor. In order to prevent Yao Yao from finding out the clues, they made up an ancient book that did not exist. In this way, if there is something that cannot be explained in the future, or if one accidentally lets it slip, they can say that it is written in the book. If Yao asks where the book is, they will say that it has been burned. Sure mansion. Chu Yao leaned on the wall and peeked, and from time to time gave instructions to the people around him. Xiaoxuzi, when that woman comes back, you can take me in and sneak in. Then be smart and find a chance to knock her out. Xiaoxuzi advised bitterly, Your Highness, you are a prince. Why do you have to be so hard on a little girl? Besides, if you want to deal with her, you don't have to do it yourself. Chu Yao slapped Xiaoxuzi on the back of his head. What do you know? My Highness and she are irreconcilable. Thinking of the news he heard in Qianghua Palace, Chu Yao gritted his teeth and stared at the courtyard below. He finally knew who the female protagonist was. Cheat him? Use him? Treat him like a fool? When he thought of these things, he couldn't sleep or eat. Chu Yao thought viciously. I'll scratch her face today and see how she can use the beauty trap in the future. There was a sudden commotion below, and Chu Yao hid himself in a hurry. Hurry. Carry the young lady in, and go find a doctor. The footsteps gradually disappeared, and the yard became quiet again. Chu Yao stuck his head out to observe for a while, and gave Xiaoxuzi a look. Let's go! The master and servant flipped down from the wall and slipped into Shi Jingjing's room. Looking at the unconscious Shi Jingjing, Chu Yao took out a dagger from his arms and threw it to Xiaoxuzi. Go! The hidden guards were in trouble when they saw this. The emperor asked them to protect the girl of the Shi family, but the third prince wanted to harm her. What to do now? Just when the dark guards decided to knock the two people unconscious, something strange happened. The window that was originally tightly closed suddenly opened, and a bird flew in, circling over Xiaoxuzi's head. Ah! Your Highness, bird shit got into my eyes, and I can't see. Xiaoxuzi covered his eyes and cried in pain. Waste. Chu Yao grabbed the dagger and prepared to go into battle himself. Two more birds flew in from the window, pecking at his face together with the previous one. Chu Yao dodged while waving his dagger. The two secret guards in the room looked at all this in disbelief. Could this bird be a spirit? There were footsteps outside, and the secret guards had to show up and knock the two out and take them away. Imperial study. It was late at night after reviewing the memorials. Su Maowen presented an envelope. Your Majesty, this is said by Concubine Shu. Oh! Emperor Qishuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Wanji was really something. What can't be said in person? This reminded him of the days when he was still a prince and exchanged letters with Wanji. At that time, Wanji always wrote in the letters. Seeing Emperor Qishuan's nostalgic look, Su Maowen lowered his head and smiled. It seems that Concubine Shu is still very clever. A letter evoked the Emperor's memories. She simply controlled the Emperor. Looking at the Emperor, it seems that he is quite willing. What is the word? Yes, he is happy. Emperor Qishuan opened the envelope, and there was not a single word of the imagined confession. The whole thing turned out to be just a recipe. He read it quickly and found that it was the soap recipe that Yao Yao had mentioned. Oh! Wanji mentioned at the end that 20% of the profit of the soap should be given to Yao Yao. Outside the imperial study, Su Maowen heard a deliberately low voice. Master! He looked over suddenly. Why are you here? You just got punished. Why don't you take a good rest? I'm telling you, don't show up in front of the Emperor recently. Otherwise you will be in danger of your life. Xiaoluzi limped to his side and handed him a food box in a flattering manner. I was afraid you were hungry, so I brought you some food. It's still hot. Su Maowen was a little touched. Xiaoluzi glanced at the door casually. Master, the Emperor seems to be very busy these days. He hasn't been to the harem for a long time. Su Maowen reached out and slapped him. Where did you learn the rules? You can say that? Xiao Luzi touched the place where he was hit and laughed. When the emperor is busy, you will be busy too. I'm just worried that you can't bear it. Inside, the secret guard sent to monitor Shi Jingjing came out to report the situation. Has the third brother been there? How was his condition? The secret guard replied. The imperial physician said it was a superficial injury. Emperor Qixuan snorted. He should be taught a lesson. What happened next? Miss Shi woke up again. And she seemed like a different person. Always saying strange things. What did she say? Father is cowardly. Mother is snobbish. And wants the original owner to be a blessed land and a steamed bun? Later, she smiled smugly and said, since ancient times, time travel must be the protagonist. And I am the destined daughter of this world. After letting the secret guards retreat, Emperor Qixuan raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. It seems that the soul from another world has come again. He had stopped her from going to a place with water. But in the end, she was choked by a mouthful of soup and fainted. Is this the destiny that cannot be violated? Chapter 17. Someone is having a secret meeting? Eat melons. In Qianghua Palace, Chu Yaoyao was thinking about other travelers and couldn't sleep. System, I have checked. There are only 2 travelers in this world. You and the heroine. What about the ancient book that the mother said? System, maybe someone traveled to Daki many years ago and left it behind? Since there is a formula, why hasn't anyone made it? System, maybe it was written for many years and no one found it. And it happened to be seen by Shufei? Okay. Chu Yaoyao didn't want to dwell on this matter anymore. The system breathed a sigh of relief. It couldn't make up any more stories. Why? They dug a hole and asked it to fill it. I want to draw a lottery. The arrival of the heroine made Chu Yaoyao feel a sense of crisis. The road to counterattack needs to speed up. And there are too many things needed. The colorful turntable spun quickly. Chu Yaoyao stared closely. Drawings? Drawings? System. What's wrong with you? You are worse than before after the upgrade. Not to mention that you have emptied 6 times. The remaining items are either tissues or snacks. Is this human work? System. Aren't there 3 detoxification pills? It's not over yet. System. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, Poison Alarm, which can be selected from the following forms. A ring. B. Jade pendant. C. Bracelet. Choose A. Turn into a ring. With a thought, a gold and ruby ring fell into Chu Yaoyao's hand. As soon as he put it on, the ring, which was originally several circles larger, automatically shrank to the right size. Just as he was about to continue the lottery, Chu Yaoyao saw the remaining points and widened his eyes. Why are the points so much less? System. Forgot to inform the host that after the upgrade, the big turntable costs 2 points each time. Why didn't you say it earlier? System. So are you still going to draw? Chu Yaoyao covered himself with a quilt and lay down. What are you going to draw? Go to sleep. In the middle of the night, Chu Yaoyao, who was originally sleeping soundly, was awakened by the system. You'd better have something important. System, there is a big news. About Chuer. Chu Yaoyao jumped up. What do you say? System, it's dark and windy at this time. And there is no one on the small road. Get to the point. System, Chuer is meeting someone secretly. And the other party is a eunuch. In the darkness, Chu Yaoyao's big eyes became shiny. Is it the kind of secret meeting I thought? System, hands are held. And she calls that person brother. So exciting. Chu Yaoyao quickly jumped out of bed, put on clothes, and tiptoed out. System, host. What are you going to do? Chu Yaoyao pretended to be serious. Chuer is a key monitoring target. She didn't sleep in the middle of the night and ran out to steal. Well, running out to meet someone. There must be a conspiracy. I must go to the scene to investigate. System, oh. Where? System, next to the big tree in the southwest corner. Chu Yaoyao quietly slid to the door. And just as she opened a crack, Chuncher appeared again. Little princess, are you hungry again? Chu Yaoyao quickly gave her a gesture to silence her, and waved her hand to signal her to follow. Chu Yaoyao walked for a while with her back bent, then turned around and signaled Chuncher to bend down as well. Chuncher had no choice but to do as she was told, and she felt helpless looking at the little guy in front of her. There were corridors all around, and there were half-human-high bushes. Was there a possibility? Even if the little princess stood up and jumped a few times, no one would notice. The two came to the southwest corner of Qianghua Palace, but no one noticed that there was someone behind them. In the dark, 2 figures were vaguely seen by the moonlight. Brother Xia Luzi, thank you. It's all thanks to you that I could enter this Chunhua palace. Chunshur widened her eyes when she heard the voice. Isn't this Chuer who just came? Meeting with eunuchs in the middle of the night is really shameless. It's okay for her to be undisciplined. But it's not okay to bring shame to Chunhua palace and the queen. Thinking of this, Chunshur rolled up her arms and sleeves and rushed out. Chu Yaoyao grabbed her and looked at her and shook her head frantically. The melon hasn't been eaten yet. Why go out? Over there. Xiao Luzi also spoke. I discovered that the maid was not honest early on. So I brought her here specially. Chuer said with regret, it's a pity that the sister was implicated. You are kind-hearted. Xiao Luzi snorted coldly and said disdainfully. A dishonest person like her wants to climb up the tree and become a phoenix? It's ridiculous. She will die sooner or later anyway. So it's better to use her to pave the way for you. Chuer was moved and said, Eunuch Lu. You are still good to me. Xiao Luzi held her hand. For you? Even if I have to beat me with 50 sticks. It's worth it. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao suddenly realized. I said, how could someone who can serve beside his cheap father be so careless as to select 2 problematic maids in a row? It turns out that he did it on purpose. But, didn't you want to go to Luhua Palace before? Why did you change your mind? Chuer's voice was a little unnatural. I wanted to work for Li Guipin before. But I didn't expect. Hearing this, Xia Luzi sighed. This palace? Nothing is certain. But Chunhua Palace is very good. And the concubine is favored. And she treats the servants well. Yes. Xia Luzi seemed to want to get closer. But was pushed away by Chuer. It's getting late. You should go back quickly. Don't be discovered. Xia Luzi left reluctantly. I didn't expect Chuer to be so loyal to Zhang Guiran. And even seduce eunuchs for her. TSK. It seems that no matter what kind of man, it's hard to resist the beauty. I thought this melon was over here. Chu Yaoyao was still a little unsatisfied. This melon with a tiger's head and a snake's tail is really not delicious. Unexpectedly, Chuer did not leave, but continued to wait there. Suddenly, a figure in a cloak appeared. Why did you come in person? Chu Yaoyao poked her head out slightly. Who is it? How is it? From the voice. It's a woman. Could it be Concubine Zhang? Chunshur has been staring at me, and I didn't have a chance to get to Concubine Shu. I heard everything that happened just now. Thank you for your hard work. I'm not tired. If you hadn't given me the medicine, I might have been beaten to death by Concubine Zhang. Chu Yaoyao's eyes widened slightly. It's not Concubine Zhang. Chuer knelt down. As long as you say the word, Chuer will die. The mysterious woman helped her up. What did Concubine Zhang ask you to do? Concubine Zhang asked me to wait for an opportunity to poison Concubine Shu and her daughter. The man nodded. Just do it. It's best to choose a time when the emperor is here. After hearing this, Chunshur gritted her teeth and looked at Chuer, her eyes almost spitting fire. This black-hearted slave actually had the intention of harming people. She must report it to the queen. Just when she was about to look for someone tapped her on the shoulder, and she was forced to squat down again. Chu Yaoyao squatted there and couldn't stop sighing. I can't believe that Chuer, a little palace maid, is actually a double agent. Is this a palace version of Mission Impossible? Chapter 18. The Imperial Grandmother gets a favorable impression. Who is it? System. Do you know? System, a certain concubine. She can come and go freely in the harem. Of course I know she is a certain concubine. I asked her name? System, it is written in the book as a certain concubine. Chu Yaoyao. Okay. She is so bold that she actually wants to kill the king? Isn't she afraid of implicating her family? Have you finished reading? Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Yaoyao froze in fear. It's over. Why is my mother here? When did you come? Xu Fei, I came with you. Chu Yaoyao was quick-witted. She stood up slowly, as if she didn't see her, half closed her eyes, and walked forward blankly. I am sleepwalking. I am sleepwalking. Seeing this, Concubine Shu spoke quietly. Chunshur, I remember that people who sleepwalk always stretch their hands straight and walk in a hopping manner. Just as the voice fell, Chu Yao really raised her 2 arms and jumped forward like a little zombie. System. Where is the IQ of its host? Huh? Where is it? Concubine Shu slightly moved her wrist, stepped forward and picked up the little person who was trying to jump forward. Running to such a dangerous place in the middle of the night. What if you are discovered? What if people kill you to silence you? This child is not okay without a beating. Eating melon all night. Chu Yaoyao was picked up by concubine Shu in the morning before she woke up. Because the queen mother returned to the palace, all the concubines and princes and princesses had to go to Xi'an Palace to pay respects to the queen mother. Chunshur, don't follow. Concubine Shu gave Chunshur a look. Chunshur bowed her head and responded. Then looked at Chuer, who was sweeping outside. She would help the queen mother keep an eye on Chuer. On the way, concubine Shu warned, when we get to Xi'an Palace, don't run around. And try not to get close to your grandmother. Understand? Chu Yaoyao's big eyes showed some doubts. Why is that? Concubine Shu sighed, looking a little disappointed. Your grandmother? Forget it. Why are you talking to a baby like you? Could it be that grandmother doesn't like mother? Nor me. Concubine Shu didn't say anything else. Just touched her head. When they arrived at Xi'an Palace, everyone knew that the queen mother had been traveling for several days and caught a cold. Her old illness came back, and her knees hurt badly. Wow. The queen mother looks elegant and majestic. And she doesn't look old at all. She looks really young. If she dresses up a little, people will believe that she is mother's sister. What's that voice? It sounds pretty nice. The queen mother looked around calmly. I remember that my grandmother was born in a family of military commanders. When she was young, she fought with my grandfather many times. She saved my grandfather from danger several times. The most serious time was when she blocked an arrow for my grandfather and almost lost his life. Chu Yaoyao was getting more and more excited as she recalled. One winter, my grandmother and my grandfather were trapped in the mountains together. There was no reinforcement, and there were a group of wild beasts around. My grandmother took care of my injured grandfather and gave all her warm clothes to my grandfather. When the reinforcements arrived, my grandmother was already frozen stiff. I think that was when she got the leg problem. Chu Yaoyao looked at the queen mother on the couch with burning eyes. I can't finish talking about the heroic deeds of the royal grandmother even if I talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Ah, the royal grandmother is so amazing. You are my role model. I want to support you. It's a pity that I can't speak now. Otherwise I will definitely flatter you. Listening to this childish voice, the queen mother's eyes fell on Chu Yaoyao. Could it be this little girl? Thinking of this, the queen mother waved her hand. Little Yaoer, come to the royal grandmother. And concubine Shu should come too. Chu Yaoyao grinned and ran over. The royal grandmother asked me to come over. I'm so happy. The royal grandmother is so kind. Really? That voice turned out to be Yaoyao's inner voice? Could Yaoyao have had some adventure? She glanced at concubine Shu without leaving a trace. And concubine Shu didn't seem to react. Could it be that only I can hear it? Realizing this, the queen mother looked at Yaoyao with a more kind look. She also picked up a piece of dessert and fed Yaoyao herself. Concubine Shu was a little reserved on the side. The queen mother had always been indifferent to her. She thought that the queen mother disliked her. So she rarely appeared in front of the queen mother except for the necessary greetings. Looking at the favorability, Chu Yaoyao bravely climbed onto the soft couch and nestled beside the imperial grandmother. My mother was wrong. It's not that the imperial grandmother doesn't like me. It's because the emperor likes me too much. After ascending the throne, he once wanted to make me the empress. Because the imperial grandmother is the daughter of a military general. If the empress of the next emperor is also from a military general's family, the civil officials will probably overturn the Tian Hall. For the stability of the court, the imperial grandmother and the emperor have quarreled many times. Moreover, if the mother is loved by the 2 most powerful people in the palace, there will definitely be no shortage of open and secret attacks. Is that the case? Looking at the indifferent expression of the queen mother, concubine Shu was deeply moved. After pretending for so many years, her thoughts were exposed by a little kid one day. The queen mother thought it was quite novel. She took Yaoyao's little hand and asked with concern, "What's wrong with your throat?" Then she looked at concubine Shu. What did the imperial physician say? Of course, concubine Shu would not tell the truth, and only replied, "The imperial physician said that she caught a cold and will be fine in a few days." The queen mother nodded, then touched Yaoyao's little face. Poor little thing. Then she turned her eyes to concubine Shu, and her tone was also rare and gentle. You have raised Yaoyao very well. Suddenly hearing the queen mother's praise, concubine Shu was stunned. Thank you for the compliment, queen mother. This is what I should do. Seeing this scene, many concubines present were about to bite their teeth. Since concubine Shu entered the palace, most of them have not seen the emperor for several months. How many people present did not blame her? However, What if the emperor favored her alone? Didn't the queen mother still not give her a good face? This made them feel a lot more balanced. But now, concubine Shu has become more noble in front of the queen mother because of the little princess. The emperor is partial to concubine Shu. If the empress dowager also favors concubine Shu for the sake of the little princess. In this harem, isn't concubine Shu the only one in power? Seeing this, concubine Xian smiled and said, Sister concubine Shu can get the praise from the empress dowager. I am really envious of her. She has no good intentions. Isn't this making mother hate her? Seeing Yao Yao's angry look, the empress dowager touched her head and silently comforted her. Concubine Shu smiled and replied, Sister concubine Xian has accompanied the empress dowager to worship Buddha for several months. She can always be by her side and listen to her teachings. This is a blessing that we can't cultivate. Chu Yao Yao watched the fun on the side. What mother said hurts my heart. I remember that concubine Xian loves meat. It must be very uncomfortable to stay in the temple for so long. Chapter 19 Concubine Xian was punished for finding fault. After hearing this, concubine Xian secretly tightened her handkerchief. I haven't seen you for several months. Sister Shufei is still so talkative. Still as annoying as ever. Concubine Xian's eyebrows turned. And she turned her eyes to Chu Yao Yao, who was eating snacks on the soft couch. The little princess is so well behaved and cute. She looks blessed. Not to mention the queen mother. Even I like her very much. Chu Yao Yao was so angry that she couldn't eat the snacks. Don't draw hatred to me. The kind of blessing that is targeted by everyone. This blessing is given to you. Do you want it? Shufei rubbed her face soothingly. And a trace of coldness flashed across her eyes. Since you involved Yao Yao, don't blame me. Speaking of which, the third prince has been studying very hard recently. Sister Xinfei must be very pleased. As soon as Shufei said this, the concubines present bowed their heads and suppressed their laughter. Who doesn't know that the third prince is playing with cats and dogs all day long and not doing his job properly? After saying this, isn't concubine Shu afraid that concubine Xian will tear her apart regardless of the occasion? Just when all the concubines were looking forward to the follow-up, they didn't expect concubine Xian to stop. Looking at concubine Xian's appearance, Chu Yao Yao scratched her head. I really don't understand why some people want to spoil their children. Bang! The teacup in the queen mother's hand fell to the ground. What does this mean? Chu Yao Yao looked over worriedly. The royal grandmother's face is so ugly. It must be very painful. So painful that she can't even hold the tea steadily. Chu Yao Yao blew on the hot part of the queen mother. Oh! The royal grandmother's hand is burned red. Yao Yao will help you blow it. Seeing her worried look, the queen mother felt warm in her heart. Took a deep breath. Suppressed her anger. And touched her face. The tea is too hot. Did it scare our Yao Yao? Chu Yao Yao shook her head. The queen mother took the new tea from the palace maid, seemingly drinking it slowly. But in fact, she was concentrating on listening to Yao Yao's voice. The concubine Xian and the Xiao family must have long been eyeing the throne. They first made the third brother useless. Then supported him as a puppet emperor. And slowly poisoned him to control him. Then they helped him die. And finally changed the dynasty of Daki. Hearing this, the queen mother quickly twisted the Buddhist beads in her hands and lowered her eyes to hide the murderous intent in her eyes. Concubine Shu was also shocked. She quickly lowered her head, fearing that someone would notice something. The concubine Xian is really a werewolf. She can kill her own son. But they didn't expect the heroine to appear halfway. And they didn't expect the third brother to be a love-brained person. After realizing that he was being controlled and aware of the Xiao family's ambitions, the third brother took advantage of his soberness to pass the throne to the heroine's son. In his opinion, at least the throne of Daki did not fall into the hands of outsiders. But he didn't expect TSK. Concubine Shu shook her head secretly after hearing this. It was rare for her to be smart once. But it was a pity that the child was not the third prince's biological child. The queen mother, who had not heard the previous situation, was confused. What did you not expect? It can be said that this is the smartest time in his life. But unfortunately, not much. Thinking of this, Chu Yao Yao couldn't help curling her lips. I don't know what he is thinking. He would rather hand over the throne to a newborn child than entrust the country to his second brother. He doesn't take his second brother seriously. But the heroine doesn't think so. The first thing she did after she took power was to poison her second brother to eliminate future troubles. In her heart, the second brother, the only one of the blood of the royal family of Daki, is much more threatening than the Xiao family. The queen mother paused for a moment while twisting the Buddhist beads. The heroine? Who is that? Chu Yaoyao shook her head while recalling. Fortunately, this time the prince brother is still here. Daki at least has a successor. As long as the love-brain third brother does not become the next emperor, Daki still has hope. After sighing, Chu Yaoyao looked around and found that no one spoke. How weird. Why don't people speak? The queen mother was furious at this time. Great. What a virtuous concubine. What a Shao family. Speaking of the third prince. Virtuous concubine. The queen mother rarely got angry, and threw the teacup at the feet of the virtuous concubine. The queen mother looked at concubine Xian and angrily scolded. How old is Chu Yao? He is not making progress, and not doing his job all day long. Although he is not needed to inherit the throne. The face of the royal family should be taken into consideration. He is so playful and indulgent. Which shows that you have not taught him well in daily life. Then he stopped looking at her. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Yes. Concubine Xian reluctantly got up and left, looking at concubine Shu with resentment. Since the emperor ascended the throne, the queen mother rarely talked about political affairs. This was the first time that the queen mother said in public that the throne had nothing to do with Chu Yao. It's all her fault for talking too much. After concubine Xian left, the concubines present looked at each other. The queen mother punished concubine Xian to reflect on her mistakes just because she said a little princess? How much doting does it take to achieve this? Chu Yaoyao didn't know that this little episode made many concubines treat her as someone who should not be provoked. System. What disease does the royal grandmother have? System, He Shifeng. Which is your modern rheumatism. Chu Yaoyao touched the covered legs of the queen mother. Don't worry, grandmother. I will find a way to buy medicine for rheumatism when the plain mall opens. Suddenly, Chu Yaoyao remembered something. Ibuprofen can also relieve pain. Otherwise, let grandmother take a pill. Hearing this, concubine Shu couldn't help but get nervous, fearing that she would take out something out of thin air in public. Although she didn't understand what Yaoyao was talking about. The queen mother was very happy with this thought. She took off the ring on her hand and told her, Yao, keep it well. Queen mother, this is not good. Concubine Shu advised. It's the Dongyu. And only the queen mother and the emperor can use it in the whole palace. What's wrong with my giving my granddaughter a pearl? Who dares to say anything? As she said, she swept her sharp eyes over everyone. She suppressed her temperament and was cautious for most of her life, fearing that she would make a mistake. Now that she is old, she finally met a granddaughter who understands her, is considerate and filial. Can't she spoil her? Moreover, Yaoyao is special. The concubines present bowed their heads one after another. I dare not. The queen mother was first kind to concubine Shu because of the little princess, and then punished concubine Xian for the little princess. And now she has rewarded the Dongyu, which symbolizes nobility. They are all favored to this extent. First, they are not as favored as concubine Shu, who is protected by the emperor. Second, unlike concubine Xian, who has the prince by her side and the support of her family. Dare not dare. Of course, not everyone thinks so. There will always be one or two who don't fit in. What's wrong with mother? Did someone make you angry? Emperor Qishuan strode in. Your Highness. Emperor Qishuan said him. Asked them to stand up. And looked at the queen mother and asked with concern, how do you feel? Mother? The queen mother nodded gently. Her eyes touched Yaoyao beside her. And thinking of what she had just heard, she said to Emperor Qishuan, I have something to say. The emperor and the queen mother had something to discuss. So the concubines withdrew. Concubine Shu was about to sit in the sedan chair with Yaoyao in her arms, but was suddenly stopped by someone. Sister concubine Shu, please stay. Chapter 20, Meng Jieyu's mouth. Hearing the voice, the mother and daughter turned around, and Chu Yaoyao's eyes widened immediately. This person definitely has bad intentions. Her heart was so dark that it was almost dripping with ink. Concubine Shu first moved sideways to block Yaoyao, and then looked at the person who came and asked calmly, what's the matter with concubine Zhang? Mother, don't block me. I still want to see what the legendary concubine Zhang looks like. Chu Yaoyao quietly poked her head out. Concubine Zhang slowly approached, and Chu Yaoyao also saw her appearance clearly. Her eyebrows and eyes were beautiful. Her skin was like cream, and she had a weak temperament. It turned out that she was concubine Zhang. She looked very beautiful. But soon, Chu Yaoyao shrank her little head back. Who would have thought that under such a beautiful skin, there was a vicious heart? Zhang Guiran walked forward with a timid look and said softly, I haven't seen Sister Shufei for a long time. I miss you very much. I remember that you once said that you liked my sachets. I made 2 of them these days, and wanted to give them to you. After that, she started to search in her sleeve pocket. After searching for a long time, sweat broke out on her forehead. Why can't I find it? Maybe I forgot to bring it when I went out in a hurry. I can only give it to you next time, she said with annoyance. Shufei turned her eyes away. If she hadn't known from Yao's voice that Zhang Guiran was not as harmless as she appeared, she would have been fooled by her. Are you talking about this? It was Ming Jieyu who came. She raised the lavender sachet in her hand. Concubine Zhang looked surprised. Yes, that's it. Why is it here? Sister Ming? Jieyu Ming casually threw the sachet to her, then clapped her hands and snorted. What did you make? It smells terrible. As she said that, she covered her nose in disgust and walked a few steps to the side. Concubine Zhang saw this, and her face turned red, not knowing whether she felt embarrassed or angry. Since I entered the palace, Sister Shufei has taken good care of me. Although it's not a good thing, it's also my heart. Shufei ignored her and just smiled lightly. After hearing what the system said, Chu Yao's face was puffed up. You should keep this good thing for yourself. Mother, stay away from her. There is mandrake powder in the sachet. Hearing this, Concubine Shu quietly pulled Yao back 2 steps. She deliberately threw the sachet next to Jieyu Ming, just to reduce her suspicion after the incident and let Jieyu Ming take the blame. After hearing what Concubine Zhang said, Concubine Ming sneered. You are self-aware. It is indeed not good enough to show it. It is better not to show it to others. If it were not for the wrong occasion, Chu Yao would have wanted to applaud her. Oh my god. Concubine Ming is simply my mouthpiece. Keep going. Don't stop. Confront her. Concubine Zhang lowered her head and gritted her teeth secretly. Why is she everywhere? Soon, she looked at the 2 of them with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. But this is the best thing I can show you. Sister Shufei, do you dislike it? The voice here was not small, which attracted the attention of many concubines. What? If you don't accept it, you will start moral kidnapping? Concubine Ming looked at her with disgust and said loudly, Don't act like I am bullying you. It's unlucky to cry at every turn. Concubine Zhang shrank back and explained weakly. I didn't. I just wanted to give the sachet to Sister Shufei. Hearing this, Concubine Ming covered her face and chuckled. If you want to give it, do people have to accept it? How funny! As if she felt bored, Concubine Ming left without saying a few words. Before leaving, she turned her head and smiled politely. My brother sent some new tea and some interesting gadgets a few days ago. Sister Shufei is free. Bring the little princess to my place? Concubine Shu couldn't figure out her intention for a while. After entering the palace, except for Li Sarong who was banished to the coal palace, she and the concubines have always kept their distance. She has no contact with Concubine Ming. But judging from the posture just now, Concubine Ming has been speaking for her. Thinking of this, Concubine Shu smiled and nodded. Okay. The strongest mouth has left. Mother, you have to work hard. Tear off her mask and let her show her true face. Concubine Shu rubbed her little head helplessly. What a bad little girl. Your mother is about to be plotted against. But you are so excited. Sister Shufei. Shufei looked at the sachet in her hand with a half smile, and said something ambiguous. I remember that Concubine Zhang loves medical books, so she must know a lot about pharmacology. Right? Hearing this, Concubine Zhang's expression began to become unnatural, and she laughed at herself. Sister, you are joking. Medical books are obscure and difficult to understand. I am stupid. I have read them countless times, but still don't understand them. I am just killing time. Unlike sister. With the Emperor's favor. Naturally. Then she looked terrified, lowered her head and apologized. Sister Shufei, please forgive me. I made a mistake. I can't bear the name sister. I remember that Concubine Zhang is 1 year older than me. That's what I want. Mother continued, and confronted her. Noble Lady Zhang bowed her head and admitted her fault. It is I who do not know what is good for me. And I even dreamed of being treated as a sister by the Empress Shufei. Enough. The Empress Shu interrupted her impatiently. You can keep this sachet yourself. The Emperor never likes the smell of perfumed powder. Noble Lady Zhang bowed her head to hide the gloom in her eyes. She knew that the Emperor did not like it. But you still let me keep it. Are you mocking me for not being able to see the Emperor? Mother. 666. Killing people and destroying their hearts. I don't want it. The emperor does not like these. What? You don't know? Oh, that's right. The emperor does not go to you. So it is normal that you don't know. Ha ha ha. Look, she can't hold it anymore. Since the mother is so awesome, I will add fuel to the fire. Let the poisoner come faster. Chu Yaoyao took out the ring given by the imperial grandmother and played with it. First, she put it on her own finger, and then put it on all 10 fingers. Then she grabbed the mother's hand and wanted to help her put it on. It can be said that she showed off quite well. I don't believe you can still hold back. Xu Fei knew that she wanted to force Zhang Guiren to act as soon as possible, so she let her do it. Xu Fei scolded, Yao, this is a reward from your grandmother. You can't put it anywhere. Mother will help you keep it first. Then Xu Fei carried Yao Yao and sat on the sedan chair and left. She had already promised the emperor that she would go to Fengyi Palace to help the queen prepare a palace banquet. Only Zhang Guiren was left there. Trembling with anger, she threw the sachet to the ground, stepped on it heavily, and stared at the backs of the two people fiercely. It's okay that Li Wanji, that BXXXH, is favored by the emperor. The little bastard born by a BXXXH can actually get the queen mother's special look. Afterwards, she seemed to think of something, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. I'm afraid that if she has that blessing, she will not live to enjoy it. And Ming Fei, didn't she rely on her brother to block a knife for the emperor? They are both unfavored. Why do they show off in front of her all day long? You all just wait for me. Chapter 21 The Queen Who Focuses on Her Career. In Fengyi Palace, after seeing concubine Shu carrying Yao Yao in, the queen stepped forward and took Yao Yao over. Yao Yao, have you had your meal yet? This is a freshly baked milk cake. Do you want to try it? As she spoke, the queen picked up a piece and fed it to her. Chu Yao Yao subconsciously opened her mouth, and a strong milky fragrance burst out in her mouth. After tasting it carefully, there was also a floral fragrance. Her big grape-like eyes narrowed in enjoyment, and her little feet swayed, eating happily. Seeing her eating happily, the queen was also very happy. Yao Yao saved the prince, which meant she saved her and the entire Zhou family. Now in her heart, Yao Yao is the reincarnation of a fairy under the bodhisattva seat, being pampered and worshipped. Mother is really partial. The child has been sitting here for so long, and you haven't asked me if I have had my meal. The prince on the side pretended to be aggrieved. The queen reached out and pointed in his direction, laughing, You are so old, but you are still jealous of Yao Yao. System, it is recommended that the host go to the cold palace as soon as possible. There is a big news. This sudden sound scared Chu Yao Yao so much that she almost choked. Cough cough cough. Xu Fei fed her a sip of milk tea, and then she felt better. Whose? System, Zhang Guiren and Chuyer met. Don't you want evidence? Go. 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 Catch her red-handed. It must be that my mother and I made her so angry that she couldn't help but attack us. Xu Fei's hands clenched slightly. Is Zhang Guiren going to do it? But how should I tell my mother that Zhang Guiren and Chuyer met in the cold palace? Chu Yao Yao was so anxious that she scratched her head. After hearing this, concubine Shu looked at the queen. I have something to ask for help from the queen. The queen patted her hand and said angrily, We are sisters. How can we ask for help? My sister wants to go to the cold palace to see Li Rongyan. Hearing this name, the queen's face instantly darkened. Chu Yao Yao jumped off the queen's legs and grabbed her mother's hand, indicating that she wanted to go too. The prince naturally heard Yao Yao's voice and said, My son wants to go too. Ask her why she wants to harm me. After thinking about it, the queen nodded. I will go with you. Just like that, a group of people walked towards the cold palace. As soon as they left, Emperor Qishuan arrived at Fengyi Palace. It's called the Cold Palace, but the name is pretty nice. Yunwan Palace? Because no one has cleaned it for a long time. There are fallen leaves and spider webs everywhere. Getting the system's prompt, Chu Yao Yao looked at the dilapidated room not far away. The room on the left. The prince stopped the queen and pointed to a dilapidated house. Mother, there seems to be some noise over there. The queen thought for a moment, raised her chin slightly in the direction the prince pointed, and prepared to go and see. A few people walked around to the window of the dilapidated house, and the voice inside came. Li Wanji, that BXXXH, and the bastard she gave birth to. I can't stand it for a day. Hearing this voice, the queen was very surprised. I didn't expect that the usually submissive Zhang Guiren had such a vicious side. In the dilapidated house, Chuyer knelt on the ground. Please forgive me, my noble lady. I have no chance to get close to Shufei. Zhang Guiran raised her hand and slapped Chui's waist. Then he threw her a small medicine bottle. It must be done tonight. Tomorrow I must hear the news that the BXXXH died of poisoning. Bang! The door, which was already shaky, fell down completely. Then you won't be able to wait any longer. It was the Emperor Qixuan, who came after finding nothing in Fengyi Palace. At this time, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were full of coldness, which looked a little scary. When concubine Zhang saw the furious Emperor Qixuan, she was dumbfounded. She immediately knelt down, with fine cold sweat on her forehead, and she didn't dare to raise her head. Greeting, seeing the Emperor. You vicious woman. If I hadn't seen through your true face today, wouldn't my concubine and princess have been killed by you? Under the fury of Emperor Qixuan, concubine Zhang and Cui trembled. No, I didn't. It was Cui. Concubine Zhang pointed at Cui. It was her. It was this slut who instigated it. While speaking, she tried to pull the corner of Emperor Qixuan's clothes. Emperor Qixuan took a step back in disgust. At this time, the queen also came in with a few people. It's really hateful. You've already caught the perpetrator red-handed. And you're still quibbling. Chu Yaoyao's tender little face swelled with anger. Cui kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Your Majesty, spare me. It was the order of concubine Zhang. I dare not disobey. Your Majesty, spare me. Emperor Qixuan nodded slightly to the queen, then looked at concubine Shu and asked with concern, I heard that you and Yao Yao met this vicious woman outside Xi'an Palace. Are you okay? Of course you are okay. My mother and I are almost mad at her to death. Chu Yaoyao raised her little head high, and her proud little look made Emperor Qixuan chuckle. Let father see that our little princess is so happy. Emperor Qixuan picked up Yaoyao and gently pinched her little nose. Chu Yaoyao frowned in dissatisfaction and turned her head away. What if the scumfather is bad and flattens it? Seeing her little look, everyone laughed out loud. This scene deeply hurt concubine Zhang's eyes, and she looked at concubine Shu with resentment. It's all her fault. Concubine Zhang pulled out the golden hairpin from her hair and stabbed concubine Shu fiercely. Mother! Be careful. Chu Yaoyao was the first to notice concubine Zhang's action. Mother! The prince kicked concubine Zhang away. Concubine Shu looked at Yaoyao in surprise. Yar can speak? Chu Yaoyao nodded, grinning. Yeah. Emperor Qixuan was also very surprised. But his eyes turned to concubine Zhang, who was lying not far away, and there was only coldness in his eyes. What a big courage! Seeing the disgust in his eyes, concubine Zhang laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha. She started to break the jar. That's right. I want to kill her. And all those who compete with me for the emperor should die. Seeing her like this, Chu Yaoyao sighed. Why do women make things difficult for women? Noble Lady Zhang looked at Emperor Qixuan and pointed at concubine Shu. Why can the emperor only see her? Li Wenji is fine. But how can that BXXXH Li Rongyan compare to me? They all deserve to die. Hearing this, Emperor Qixuan felt something was wrong and asked people to check the place where Li Shiren was imprisoned. Soon, the person who investigated came back. Your Majesty, Li Shiren is dead. It looks like he has been dead for 2 days. Hearing this, the queen walked over and slapped noble Lady Zhang. It's you? Before the interrogation was clear and the real culprit behind Juner was found, Li Shiren died. How could she not be angry when the clue was broken? Yes, it's me. Concubine Zhang stood up with the help of the table. I forgot that there is also the queen. Even if you are the queen, what can you do? Aren't you just like me? Not favored by the emperor? After saying that, she looked at concubine Shu, with a flash of revengeful pleasure in her eyes. The crown prince heard this and looked over worriedly. Mother! A trace of guilt flashed across Emperor Qixuan's eyes. The queen looked at concubine Zhang, without a trace of emotion in her eyes, and her lips slightly opened. This palace, and you have never been the same. Chu Yaoyao nodded her head. That's right. The queen doesn't care about favors. She just wants to be a good queen. She knew from the beginning that marrying a scumbag father was just a marriage alliance. She never liked a scumbag father. Looking at the figure in the phoenix robe, Chu Yaoyao's big eyes sparkled, focusing on careers and so on. Tight pants are hot. Chapter 22 Concubine Zhang is offline. The script that the Queen Mother has taken is definitely a sober heroine script. She is my role model. Role model? When concubine Shu heard this, she raised her eyebrows slightly. She seemed to have heard this sentence before. In Xi'an Palace? Yaor also said this sentence when she met the Queen Mother. Concubine Shu shook her head and chuckled. She was really a child. Very fickle. Sometimes it was the Queen Mother. Sometimes it was the Queen. She recognized a role model when she met each one. As she laughed, she couldn't laugh anymore. Yaor seemed to have never said that she would help her be a role model. At this moment, Concubine Shu felt a sense of crisis in her heart. She must let Yaor see her advantages. As a mother, her position in Yaor's heart cannot be shaken. Chu Yaoyao didn't know that in the days to come, her mother would try her best to show herself. At this moment, she was recalling the plot about the queen. Queen Zhou Jinghui was born in the Zhou family, the top civil official of Daqi. Old Master Zhou had many students all over the world. Let's not talk about the distant past. Even in the capital, most of the civil officials in the court were once students of Grand Tutor Zhou. Grand Tutor Zhou was loyal to the emperor and patriotic, and he strictly followed the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues. In fact, he was still a little inflexible. The queen, who grew up with Grand Tutor Zhou, was naturally influenced by the idea of loyalty to the emperor. What love! The queen doesn't care at all. In her heart, she only has a heart of loyalty to the emperor. After hearing this, Emperor Qishuan's original guilt was gradually replaced by embarrassment. Okay, I was just being sentimental. Concubine Shu smiled softly. She always felt that the queen's feelings for the emperor were a little strange. Is that the case? Put yourself in the position of a minister? In the original text, after the death of the prince, the queen was too sad and her health deteriorated. But in order to stabilize the court, she still tried every means to get pregnant with the child again. He was still a prince. I thought he could give birth to another legitimate son. Unexpectedly, he was harmed during childbirth. He had a difficult labor and heavy bleeding. Not only did the queen die, but even the child she gave birth to at the risk of her life did not live for more than 3 days. Hearing this, the prince held the queen's hand with a distressed look. Mother! The queen was stunned for a long time. Junior had been so strange in the past few days. He had become a lot more sentimental. Concubine Zhang was captured by several palace servants and kept struggling. Let me go! Looking at her like a madman, Emperor Qishuan looked away with disdain. Su Maowen, put Zhang in the cold palace first and give her poisoned wine. As for this servant, interrogate her and find out who wants to harm my cheap father. Emperor Qishuan held back the words that were on the tip of his tongue and almost bit his tongue. Someone wants to harm me. Concubine Shu stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I saw Chuyer meeting someone last night. That person told Chuyer to poison the Majesty. Did Mother go too late and didn't see it? Meeting Chuyer. Yaor. Concubine Shu squatted down and looked at her. Come. Mother will hold you. After interrupting Yaoyao's thoughts, Concubine Shu glanced at Su Zongwan inconspicuously. Xiao Luzi was Su Maowen's apprentice. If she said in front of the emperor that Chuyer and Xiao Luzi had an affair, Su Maowen would probably be punished. Anyway, Xia Luzi didn't make a big mistake. At most, I can remind Su Maowen to be careful of Xia Luzi afterwards, and treat it as a favor. Come on. Take her away, and make sure to find out who is behind it. Chuyer struggled hard, and shouted, Mrs. Zhang, I know that you hate the emperor from love, but it's a pity that I can't complete the task you asked me to do. Mrs. Zhang shook her head desperately. Whoa. No. How could she harm the emperor? After Chuyer finished speaking, she took out the poison given by Ms. Zhang and drank it with her head tilted back. After a while, she rolled on the ground in pain, and then blood flowed from all 7 orifices. Concubine Shu reached out and covered Yaoyao's eyes. Chuyer is really loyal. At this point, in order to protect the real master, she would also trick Concubine Zhang before she died. Su Maowen, let someone clean it up. After that, Emperor Qishuan left first. Concubine Shu held Yaoyao and walked slowly behind a few people. Not long after, she waited for Su Maowen, who had been dealt with. Hello, Madame Shufei. Madame Shufei nodded slightly. General Manager Su. Actually, I saw another person yesterday. Xia Luzi. Su Maowen raised his head suddenly. This, Madame Shufei. Xia Luzi is a little bit more thoughtful, but he would never dare to hurt the master. Madame Shufei thought for a moment and asked, Really? Yes. I can guarantee it. Madame Shufei nodded. General Manager Su has been with the Emperor for many years. I didn't tell the Emperor about this because I trust General Manager Su. Su Maowen raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat. Thank you, Madame Shufei. After all, we should be on guard against others. For those who serve the emperor, Su Zongwan should give more advice. I'll remember that. After Su Maowen left, Xu Fei looked into Yao Yao's eyes and said, Yao, sometimes, there are things that only we know about, and we don't have to tell them all. Even if you want to tell them, you have to choose a time that is favorable to you. I know. If mother tells father directly, father will be furious and will definitely punish Zongwan Su. Zongwan Su has served father for many years. As long as he has not made an unforgivable mistake, father will not punish him severely. But he will lose face. He may still hate mother afterwards, which is very disadvantageous to mother. But mother told him about this privately, and he still owes her a favor. Chu Yao Yao grinned. I'll remember that. Mother is so smart. Awesome. After hearing the praise from her precious daughter as she wished, concubine Xu was in a good mood. On the other side, Su Maowen went straight to Xiao Luzi's residence. Xiao Luzi, who was lying on the ground recovering from his injuries, saw him and said in surprise, Master, why are you here? Su Maowen asked directly, what's going on between you and Chuer? Xiao Luzi lowered his head shyly. Master, do you know everything? Su Maowen was so angry that he poked his forehead hard. You are confused. Do you know that concubine Zhang sent Chuer to Qinghua Palace in order to wait for an opportunity to poison concubine Xu and the little princess? Xiao Luzi was stunned. What? Su Maowen looked at him and said with regret, concubine Zhang and Chuer met in the cold palace and were caught. You were deceived by her. I warn you. If you are not careful in the future, don't blame me for ignoring the relationship between master and apprentice. After saying that, Su Maowen turned and left. Xiao Luzi struggled to get up. Master, Chuer. Su Maowen didn't even turn his head. She's dead. Cold palace? Chuer's body had been carried away long ago. And Xiao Luzi only picked up Chuer's earrings on the ground. He sat on the ground with the earrings in his hand. For a long time, he covered his face and cried. Why did you lie to me? Why are you so confused? Gradually, the pain in Xiao Luzi's eyes was replaced by hatred. Suddenly, a person dressed as a palace maid walked in. Do you want to help Chuer get revenge? Chapter 23 Banquet Assassin. As night fell, the banquet was bustling with activity. Chu Yao Yao stared at the food in front of her and drooled. Wow! What a big roast duck! Slurp! Isn't it too delicious? I want to eat it so much. Chu Yao Yao touched her rumbling stomach and took out a candy from her small purse and stuffed it into her mouth. Alas! If my father doesn't come, we can't have a banquet. Emperor Qishuan heard this as soon as he entered the venue. His teeth haven't grown yet. Have a banquet? Wishful thinking. He picked up Yao Yao and said, let's go and sit with my father. Mother. No. No. I want to be with my mother. Chu Yao Yao kicked her calves hard. But she was small and weak, so she was suppressed by Emperor Qishuan in a few moves. The ministers saw this and immediately talked about it. That must be Princess Yao Yao. She looks quite favored by the emperor. The emperor only has this one princess. Of course she is favored. Speaking of which, the emperor still has a few offspring. Today's banquet is to welcome the queen mother back to the palace. Please do as you please. After Emperor Qishuan finished speaking, the banquet officially began. The music sounded, and a group of dancers entered the venue and danced gracefully. Looking at the roast chicken, Chu Yao Yao swallowed her saliva. Her big eyes turned, and she found that her cheap father didn't notice her. So she quietly stretched out her little hand. She quickly pulled off a chicken leg and was about to put it in her mouth. But it was snatched away by a big hand. Chu Yao Yao looked over angrily, her big eyes full of accusations. Bad guy. Tyrant father. Big bad guy. Scold me? Emperor Qishuan put the chicken leg in front of Yao Yao's nose, shook it a few times, and then put it to his mouth and took a bite. Well, this roast chicken is good today. So angry. Chu Yao Yao jumped off the chair angrily and ran to the queen mother. Grandmother, my father is bad. He won't give me 7. In fact, she regretted it after she complained. She was really angry and confused. She was an adult, but she actually did something like asking her parents for help when she couldn't win. It was so embarrassing. Thinking of this, Chu Yao Yao buried her head in the queen mother's arms. The queen mother looked at her red face, touched her little head with heartache, and waved her hand. Don't worry. If he doesn't give it, grandmother will give it, Emperor Qishuan said disapprovingly. Mother, Yao Yao is still young and can't eat these. Turning around, he shouted, Su Maowen, why don't you take out the food for your little princess? Su Maoan leaned over to answer, and took out a small food box. Chu Yaoyao stretched her neck to look over. There were 2 layers. The top one was a bowl of soft mincemeat porridge. Humph! You want to send me away with porridge again? The bottom layer was opened. And Emperor Qishuan raised his eyebrows, and took out a small plate from it. Oh! It seems that only I can enjoy this roasted sweet potato. Chu Yaoyao immediately jumped down from the Queen Mother's arms. Roasted sweet potato. She ran over. Put down the roasted sweet potato. Let me do it. Chu Yaoyao was about to grab it and eat it. But Emperor Qishuan raised his hand to avoid it. What do you mean? Seeing her expression of "Are you trying to snatch it from me?" Emperor Qishuan said helplessly, "Let Su Maoan feed you." Thinking of Yaoyao's bold eating last time, Emperor Qishuan shook his head in his heart. In public, as a princess, it is better to pay attention to her image. Su Maoan scooped up a piece with a spoon. And Chu Yaoyao grinned at him. Thank you, Su Zongwen. Oh, little princess. Don't say that. This is what a slave should do. Hearing that thank you, Emperor Qishuan felt unbalanced. The food was clearly prepared by me. Chu Yaoyao ate one bite at a time with satisfaction. And suddenly, her index finger felt slightly hot, and a few lines of small words appeared in front of her. Oh no! The wine of the Scumfather is poisonous. Emperor Qishuan was about to drink. And when he heard this, he put down the wine glass heavily. How do these slaves do things? This wine is served without warming it. Chu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Scumfather has the habit of drinking warm wine. Otherwise he would be poisoned. It's really strange. In the middle of summer, he still has to drink warm wine. Hey, it seems that he is really weak. Emperor Qishuan, this word can't be passed. Right. The slave deserves death. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. A group of palace people knelt down to plead guilty. It turned out to be Xiao Luzi. Could it be that he hated his scumbag father because of Chuer's death? Xiao Luzi. Emperor Qishuan narrowed his eyes, and turned to Xiao Luzi with a cold look. Su Maoan, who was kneeling on the ground, felt strange. Except in winter. The emperor had no habit of warming wine? Could it be that the wine? Su Maoan's eyelids jumped. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Luzi with a panicked look. This damn thing is really going to kill him. Go down and warm up the pot again. Emperor Qishuan glanced at Su Maoan calmly, and said meaningfully, You go, and do it yourself. Su Maoan broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Is the emperor suspicious of him? Su Maoan knew that the emperor was asking him to search for evidence in person, and arrest Xiao Luzi in person to prove his innocence. He also knew that this was his only chance to clear his suspicion. Your servant obeys your order. As he said, Su Maoan took Xiao Luzi and several palace servants down. Emperor? There was a lot of noise here. And the Queen Mother looked over with concern. Emperor Qishuan shook his head slightly. If the Queen Mother is tired, you might as well go back to Xi'an Palace first. Who knows if the other food was poisoned? It's better to end this banquet as soon as possible. On the other side, after the banquet, Su Maoan asked a few eunuchs to catch Xiao Luzi. Master, what are you doing? Don't call me master. We don't have a rebellious apprentice like you. After that, he asked someone to search Xiao Luzi. But nothing was found. Lock him up first. At the banquet, the singing and dancing had ended, and a group of dancers came forward to salute. System, host. Something is wrong. The dancer on the far right seems. At this moment, something unexpected happened. A dancer drew a soft sword from her waist, and rushed straight to Emperor Qishuan. Ah! Your Majesty. Be careful. Someone come. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. Screams and shouts were heard everywhere at the scene. Emperor Qishuan looked at the sword coming at him, picked up Yaoyao beside him, dodged to the side, and kicked the assassin away. The assassin knocked over several tables and fell to the ground, surrounded by the Imperial Guards. The female assassin stared at Emperor Qishuan fiercely, and her mouth moved. Oh no! She wants to take poison. But the assassin did not succeed, and her jaw was cut off by the Imperial Guards beside her. The right commander of the Imperial Guards stepped forward and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please forgive us for being late in coming to your rescue. Emperor Qishuan asked him to stand up. I remember that you are the son of Zhao Jingwu. Zhao Qinwen did not expect that the emperor would remember him, and immediately knelt down again excitedly. Zhao Qinwen pays respect to the emperor. Emperor Qishuan nodded. Stand up. Zhao Qinwen. Isn't that the vanguard who killed countless enemies on the battlefield and annihilated several enemy armies on his own? Emperor Qixuan looked at Zhao Qinwen with interest when he heard this. He didn't expect that he looked so gentle, but he was actually a talented general. It was a waste of talent to stay in the Imperial Guards. It's a pity that such a heroic figure died in the persecution of treacherous officials. Emperor Qixuan was furious. If all the useful people were killed, how could Daki not perish? The next moment, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and lost consciousness. Father! Chapter 24 The Mastermind has been found. Your Majesty. The Imperial Guards quickly surrounded Emperor Qixuan and formed a protective circle. The prince rushed over, and after a careful inspection, he said seriously, Father is injured. What? I saw that Emperor Qixuan's right arm was scratched and black blood was flowing out. Oh no! The sword is poisoned. The prince acted decisively. His face was no longer as gentle as usual. And he said sternly, Call the doctor. Then he looked at Zhao Qinwen and ordered, Immediately block the palace gates. And no one is allowed to enter or leave without permission. Chu Yaoyao was held in the arms of concubine Shu. Thinking of the scene of being protected by Emperor Qixuan, her heart was blocked. In her previous life, she was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage and never felt the love of her parents and relatives. After coming here, although she called father, mother, brother, she actually always regarded them as paper people in the book. Except for concubine Shu, who has been with her day and night these days. She really has no feelings for the others. I didn't expect that Emperor Qixuan would get hurt to save her. Shu Fei saw that she was not in a good state, touched her head, and comforted her. Don't be afraid. Yaor. It's okay. It's okay. System. What poison? System, don't worry. The most powerful poison was put into the wine by Xiaoluzi. And the one on the sword is not a poison that kills instantly. The person behind the scenes is really good at calculating. And he actually made 2 preparations. Chu Yaoyao felt a little guilty. If only I could find out earlier. System, host. Don't be like this. This is not your fault. And you? Didn't you say you knew all the plot? The part about the assassin at the banquet is not written in the book. System, really not. The plot has changed. System, in the original text, Emperor Qixuan was indeed poisoned in Li Guibin's palace at this time. Wait for me to sort it out. Chuer wanted to go to Li Guibin's palace before to poison her father. And she succeeded in the original text. System, I'm sorry. Host. I thought Li Guibin was dead, and this plot would not happen again. It was my negligence. Chu Yaoyao seemed to have not heard it, and analyzed it by herself. So when the news of the Li family's collusion with the enemy came back, the mother begged for a long time, but did not wait for the father. It was not because he didn't want to see the mother, but because he was poisoned at that time. System, huh? Oh. Yeah. So, did the host hear its apology? The emperor's bedroom is far away, so he could only find a palace nearby. While everyone was busy, Chu Yaoyao secretly took out a detoxification pill. Cheap father. Don't worry. Yaoyao won't let you get into trouble. After taking the detoxification pill, Emperor Qixuan's face looked much better. At this time, Dr. Zhang was also carried in by 2 imperial guards. After taking the pulse, Dr. Zhang carefully observed the wound and shook his head. It's really strange. The queen stepped forward and asked in confusion. What does Dr. Zhang mean by this? Your Majesty, judging from the blood around the wound, he was indeed poisoned by the 3-day heartbreaking poison. Dr. Zhang frowned. But judging from the pulse, the emperor is not poisoned. First it was the little princess, and now it's the emperor. He couldn't find out the reason for the 2 inexplicable comas. At this moment, Dr. Zhang began to doubt his medical skills. It seemed that he had read the medical books in vain. Chu Yaoyao slowly retreated behind concubine Shu, trying to hide herself. Fortunately, I moved quickly. Otherwise, I would have been discovered. There are 3 detoxification pills in total. I just used 1. And there are only 2 left. I must not let Dr. Zhang take them away. The prince noticed her movements, and his tense body gradually relaxed. Thinking of the white pills before, Dr. Zhang, who was over 60 years old, cried in front of his father in order to take away some research, without paying attention to his image at all. Thinking of that scene, the prince wanted to laugh for no reason. Dr. Zhang means that the emperor is fine? The queen first glanced at the unconscious Emperor Qixuan, then looked at Dr. Zhang and asked, replying to the queen, It is true. The prince thought for a moment and walked over. In this case, Dr. Zhang will prescribe the medicine as usual. This? Dr. Zhang looked at him puzzled. The emperor is not sick at all. Why boil medicine? Dr. Zhang. Do you think there is anything wrong? The prince looked at him with a slightly sharp look. Dr. Zhang's back was sweating, and he quickly lowered his head. I understand. Before leaving, he saw Yao Yao hiding behind concubine Shu. He slapped his head immediately. He was really confused. With the little princess here, what poison can't be cured? It turned out that the prince asked him to come. Not to let him treat the emperor, but to let him help the little princess cover up. Ahem. The detoxification pill produced by the system is still very effective. And Emperor Qishuan woke up quickly. Father? The first to discover it was the prince. Emperor Qishuan was supported by the prince to sit up. How is Yao Yao? Is she not hurt? Concubine Shu picked up Yao Yao so that he could see more clearly. Yao is fine. Why doesn't Yao Yao speak? Are you scared? As soon as Emperor Qishuan said this, Concubine Shu's heart was lifted. Yes. After the accident, Yao has not spoken. Father, I'm fine. Then Emperor Qishuan nodded. It's good that he's fine. He heard everything just now. It was the pills that Yao Yao took out that cured him of the poison. He looked at the little person in Concubine Shu's arms with worry. And he didn't know what price Yao Yao would pay this time. At this time, Zhao Qinwen walked in. Your Majesty, the identity of the assassin has been found out. Emperor Qishuan's eyes gradually turned cold. Oh! It's Tingxue in Concubine Qian's palace. Concubine Qian? The queen whispered softly. This Concubine Qian has never fought or competed. And she looks calm and indifferent. How could she do such a crazy thing as assassinating the emperor? When he first heard Concubine Qian, Emperor Qishuan was a little dazed, vaguely remembering that it seemed to be the daughter of Qian Kongzhang, the reader of the Hanlin Academy. Concubine Shu touched Yao Yao's little head and fell into memories. Like Meng Jieyu, Qian Jieyu was not favored. Meng Jieyu was the daughter of a 7th rank official, and she was promoted to the position of Jieyu because of her brother's rescue. Qian Jieyu was all because of her father's influence. There is another thing, Zhao Qinwen continued. Someone has seen Tingxue meet Su Shu, the Imperial Hospital doctor, several times. Him? Su Shu? Emperor Qishuan and the Empress said in unison. Isn't that the remnant of the previous dynasty? Then Qian Jieyu. Zhao Qinwen leaned over and clasped his fists. I have ordered people to surround Changyu Palace. Chu Yao Yao suddenly realized. It turns out that Qian Jieyu is the concubine who wants to kill her scumbag father mentioned in the book. But why? Is she also a remnant of the previous dynasty? Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan shook his head subconsciously. Qian Kongzhang's father died at the hands of the remnants of the previous dynasty, and the Qian family would never collude with him. System, there is some gossip about concubine Qian. Do you want to know? Chapter 25. It turns out that the murderer is a love-brained person. Chu Yao Yao immediately became interested. Tell me about it. System, don't want 299. Don't want 188. Just 1 point. Take Qian Jieyu's big melon home. I refuse. System, really don't want it? This melon is simply earth-shattering. The host will not suffer. The abacus has collapsed in her eyes. And Chu Yao Yao can't stand it anymore. Get lost. Lanyu Palace? When the Imperial Guards rushed in, Qian Jieyu didn't look panicked at all, and drank tea very calmly. Bold Qian Jieyu. How dare you poison the Emperor? The Queen shouted sternly. Qian Jieyu put down the teacup, and a trace of excitement flashed in her eyes. Looking at the Queen's posture. Is the dog Emperor dead? I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Emperor Qishuan walked in and looked at her with a cold voice. Qian Jieyu stared at Emperor Qishuan and gritted her teeth and said, That's such a pity. Entering the palace, Concubine Shu also saw her eyes clearly, and the hatred in her eyes that could hardly be hidden. She hated the Emperor. Why? I am very curious. I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to kill me? No grudges? Qian Jieyu laughed crazily as if she heard a joke. That's right. The Emperor is high above. He doesn't need to do anything he wants to do. He doesn't even need to speak. Someone will do it for him. Emperor Qishuan frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? Qian Jieyu pointed at him, her tone full of hatred. You killed the person I love the most. Of course you deserve to die. Chu Yao Yao looked at Emperor Qishuan in disbelief. This is embarrassing. Is my cheap father being cuckolded? Emperor Qishuan felt his forehead twitching. What is cuckolding? I have never touched her at all. Qian Jieyu's voice was a little bit sad in pain. It's because of you that the Qian family killed him in order to let me enter the palace. So what if he's the Emperor? Can the Emperor break up lovers? listening to Qian Jiayu's accusation. Emperor Qishuan was confused. But Chu Yaoyao looked like she was watching the fun and was making trouble in her heart. What a big melon. I didn't expect that the scumbag father would actually steal my love. Emperor Qishuan looked at concubine Shu in a panic. He really didn't know what this crazy woman was talking about. The queen asked sternly, Qian Jiayu, have you ever thought about your family? You acted like this. Aren't you really afraid of implicating them? Enough. Qian Jiayu retorted loudly. Don't mention them to me. They are just a bunch of villains who cling to power. They are not worthy of being my relatives at all. Rebellious girl. Shut up. It was Qian Kongong, the attendant reader of the Hanlin Academy, and Qian Jiayu's brother, Qian Jitong, who came. As soon as Qian Kongzhong came in, he knelt on the ground and said, I am an old minister who failed to teach my daughter well. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. What happened? Qian Kongzhong looked embarrassed, as if he couldn't speak. Your Majesty. Before I entered the palace, I met a scholar and secretly made a lifelong commitment with him. I also wanted to elope with him. Qian Jitong's voice became lower and lower. The queen and concubine Shu looked at each other. Both of them looked unbelievable. As the saying goes, if you are engaged, you will be a wife. And if you elope, you will be a concubine. I didn't expect that the quiet and gentle concubine Qian would elope, which would damage the reputation of a woman and bring disgrace to the family. Qian Jiayu looked at the Qian family father and son with resentment. If you didn't look down on Shui Lang, how could we have resorted to such a bad plan? Shut up. You know, Shui is not a good person at all. Qian Jitong pointed at her and said with great pains. Qian Jiayu certainly didn't believe it. You are talking nonsense. Shui Lang is talented and has a lot of ideas. He will be able to stand out sooner or later. It's you who looked down on him. Rebellious girl. Qian Kongzong looked at his daughter, who looked like a shrew in disbelief. The daughter he had spent more than 10 years of hard work to teach was now swearing all the time and scolding her father and brother. Qian Kongzong reached out and wiped his face, and continued, fortunately, the servants at home found out in time and didn't let this rebellious girl do anything embarrassing. But, alas, the words after that seemed even more difficult to say. Qian Jitong had no choice but to take over his father's words and continued, the man surnamed Shui found an opportunity to sneak into the mansion and tried to rape my younger sister, wanting to make it a done deal. Chu Yaoyao opened her mouth in shock. Now she was 100% sure that the man surnamed Shui was definitely not a good person. Then she turned her head and looked at the top of Emperor Qishuan's head. Suddenly I felt a little miserable about my scumbag father. Emperor Qishuan. I really didn't touch her. Fortunately, the maid stopped it in time, so it didn't cause a big disaster. Jiayu Qian looked unbelieving. You are talking nonsense. How could Shui Lang do such a thing? You must have slandered him to make me give up. Qian Kongzhong was completely disappointed with his daughter. And at this time, he looked at her as if she were a fool. He took 8 years to pass the exam to become a scholar. He has a wife and a 3-year-old child in the countryside. Do you know this? Unexpectedly, Qian Jiayu nodded. Of course I know. There is no secret between Shui Lang and me. Shui Lang said that he would give that woman a divorce letter and would not let her disturb us. Chu Yaoyao was completely stunned. A noble lady from aristocratic family not only married down, but also found a second married man, and was willing to be a stepmother. Isn't it delicious to have fine clothes and delicious food? Why do you have to go and eat wild vegetables? This level of love brain. I'm afraid Wang Baochuan would have to admit defeat and give up the mountain to her directly. Who is Wang Baochuan? Xu Fei didn't understand, but she understood what love brain meant. She looked at Qian Jiayu and nodded secretly. It was true. Qian Jitong continued. Later, he found me and my father and threatened us that if we didn't give him 1,000 taels of gold, he would tell everyone that the daughter of the Qian family had an affair with him. Qian Jiayu collapsed to the ground, tears in her eyes. You're talking nonsense. Shui Lang is not that kind of person. Father was afraid that he would really tell everyone, so he used money to silence him, asked him to leave the capital, and sent my younger sister to the palace, hoping to stop her from thinking about it. After my younger sister entered the palace, my father and I thought the matter was finally settled. But a year later, the man surnamed Shui came to the door again. Qian Jitong gritted his teeth and said, this time his appetite was even bigger, and he actually asked for 10,000 taels of gold. Father sold his property and finally got enough money. But he didn't expect that the man met robbers on the way out of the capital. Qian Jiayu cried and shook her head. No. Tingxue told me that you were afraid of losing the black gauze hat on your head. So you killed him to silence him. Chu Yaoyao really didn't know what to say. Such a person deserves to be deceived. He didn't believe his own father and brother, but believed the words of outsiders. The prince slowly said, Qian Jieyu doesn't know yet. Your personal maid Tingxue is actually a remnant of the previous dynasty. Hearing this, the Qian family father and son collapsed immediately. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds. The Qian family. It's over. Chapter 26 Emperor, am I cruel? Concubine Qian collapsed on the ground, shaking her head. Has she loved and hated the wrong person all along? The Qian family father and son looked at each other, and saw regret and fear in each other's eyes. After receiving the news, they had planned to cry and beg in front of the emperor, and then sign a letter of severance with Qian Yinji to sever their relationship. Considering that he had taught the emperor, at least the lives of the entire Qian family could be saved. I didn't expect this rebellious girl to be so obsessed that she colluded with the remnants of the previous dynasty. Qian Kongzhong was extremely regretful at this time. If he had known this would happen, he should have married this rebellious girl far away. Looking at Qian Yinji crying on the ground, he wished he had never given birth to this rebellious girl, and immediately cursed. Asshole! If I had known this would happen, I should have given you a white silk when you were dying for that man, so that the whole family would not be implicated by you. After hearing this, Chu Yaoyao pouted. If you hadn't insisted on sending her to the palace, how could she have gotten the chance to implicate you? It sounds nice, sending her to the palace, even if she's not favored. At least it can stop her from thinking about it. You sound so helpless, and you're doing it for her own good. Is it the only way to make her give up? That she can enter the palace? You're so old, and have been an official for decades. Don't you know that sending a daughter who has someone in your heart to the palace is risky? Don't you just want to take a gamble? To put it bluntly, you've actually given up on this daughter in your heart a long time ago. But you're just thinking about making good use of her, now that you've lost the gamble. Who can you blame? Chu Yaoyao turned her head, and didn't want to look at them anymore. Everything has its consequences. As far as this matter is concerned, no one in their family can blame anyone else. And no one is innocent. The few people who heard the voice nodded. Yes, today's situation is indeed not caused by one person. Qian Kongzhong looked at his eldest son beside him, and felt heartbroken. Could it be that Tong'er's bright future was ruined just like that? Your Majesty. Qian Kongzhong crawled to Emperor Qishuan, kowtowed repeatedly, and said sadly, It is the fault of the guilty minister who failed to teach his daughter well, was lucky, and coveted power. Everything is the fault of the minister alone. I am willing to die to apologize for my crime. I only ask your Majesty to spare the lives of other members of my Qin family. Emperor Qishuan looked at him indifferently, and did not speak for a long time. Suddenly, Su Maoan walked in with something in his hand. Your Majesty, it's Commander Zhao. This is the testimony he sent. Tingxue confessed. Oh! Emperor Qishuan raised his eyebrows and took it. I didn't expect Zhao Qinwen to be a good interrogator. He found out so quickly, reading 10 lines at a glance. When he saw a name on it, Emperor Qishuan slammed the table heavily. Bang! What a courage! Emperor Qishuan was furious at this time. A mere commander of the left of the Imperial Guard actually reached into the harem, and dared to interfere in the affairs of the Imperial Hospital. The prince picked up the memorial without knowing why. After reading it, his expression turned cold. How dare a small commander collude with the rebels? There must be someone behind Xiao Hu. Emperor Qishuan threw the testimony that only involved the scholar surnamed Shui at the feet of concubine Qian. Take a good look at it yourself. Emperor Qishuan was furious, and the Qian family was even more trembling at this time. Chu Yaoyao moved her little ears. It's over. Isn't the tyrant father going to kill people? After reading this, concubine Qian seemed to have lost all her strength. She sat on the ground in a daze, mumbling, He is not dead. They are all lying to me. They are all lying to me. Your Majesty. Concubine Qian seemed to have calmed down. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed deeply. The poisoning and assassination were all done by me alone. I listened to the words of the villain and almost made a big mistake. But these have nothing to do with other people in the Qian family. After saying this, concubine Qian's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. After hearing her voice, Chu Yaoyao looked over and naturally did not miss her expression. Oh no! She is not going to commit suicide. Concubine Qian got up from the ground and hit her head against the pillar. Seeing this, concubine Chu hurriedly shouted, Stop her! The palace guards at the door stopped her. Jiu, who was a step late, kept crying and struggling. Let me go! Now that things have come to this, how can I live on? Xu Fei put Yao Yao down, walked over, looked into her eyes, and said, If I were you, I would not die, and I would never let him continue to live freely. After hearing her words, Emperor Qishuan shuddered subconsciously. I didn't expect Wanji to have such a side. Chu Yaoyao covered her mouth excitedly and stomped her feet on the spot. Wow! Mother is so cool! Hearing the praise from her precious daughter, Xu Fei raised her head slightly. What's the point of dying? The scum who deceived and betrayed you should be retaliated against severely. Otherwise, more innocent women will be deceived and hurt in the future. After hearing her words, Qian Jiayu's eyes reappeared a glimmer of light. But can the emperor forgive her? Emperor Qishuan stood up and walked to the Qian family father and son. Jiayu Qian was killed by an assassin. Lord Qian was heartbroken and asked to retire and return home, since Qian Kanzong had taught him for several months. This was the last dignity he left for the Qian family and his last mercy. Now that the truth has been found out, the lives of the Qian family are of no use to him. What's more, judging from his inner voice, his reputation doesn't seem to be very good? Then, he should not increase his reputation for tyranny. After all, Emperor Qishuan slightly straightened his chest. Since I have God's help, I must be a wise ruler. The three people of the Qian family count out as if they were pardoned. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. Emperor Qishuan waved his hand, and the three people of the Qian family were taken away. Chu Yao raised her little head and looked over. I was so angry just now. I thought the tyrant father was going to kill the Qian family to vent his anger. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan looked at her helplessly. Am I a cruel and inhumane emperor in your heart? Turning back, his eyes fell on the memorial again, and Emperor Qishuan's voice was like ice. Send a message to Zhao Chenwen. Let him take people to arrest Xiao Hu. Chu Yaoyao blinked. Xiao Hu? He has the same surname as concubine Xian, and I don't know what the relationship between them is. Concubine Xian? Emperor Qishuan and the prince exchanged a look. This may be a direction. On the other side, the system quietly went online. System, host. Do you want to know? How many points? System, gossip involving the original text. Free of charge. Chu Yao yawned, and her grape-like eyes were instantly covered with mist. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Seeing Yao Yao nodding sleepily, concubine Shu rubbed her little head with her chin and patted her back gently. She whispered to Emperor Qishuan, I will take my leave first. Concubine Shu took Yao Yao away, and the queen also walked to Fengyi Palace accompanied by the crown prince. As soon as she walked out of the palace gate, Yao Yao, who was in a daze, heard a voice. Brother, how is the emperor? Is the crown prince okay? Crown prince? Chu Yao Yao woke up instantly, and a hint of cunning appeared in her big eyes. Looking in the direction of the voice, she seemed to smell the smell of a big melon. Not far away, Zhao Chenwen was talking to a woman. Don't worry, sister. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is fine. Sister? Isn't that Zhao Jingqi? Chu Yaoyao fluttered her little body to go down. Crown Prince, come quickly. Your savior is here. Chapter 27 Yao Yao Light Bulb. Not long after they came out, they were not far from the queen and her group. The prince, who was about to go down the stairs, heard the voice and slipped, almost falling headfirst. What savior? Aren't you my savior? Suddenly, the prince thought of something. Could it be? When he thought of that possibility, he didn't even bother to tell his mother and chased in the direction Yao Yao left. Juner! The queen was worried and followed. On the other side, Zhao Chenwen called 2 imperial guards. Sister, you can leave the palace now. Brother will send someone to take you back home. Zhao Jingqi was about to say something when she was patted twice on the knees. She lowered her head and met a pair of big dark grape-like eyes. Hello, Jia Jia. Chu Yao Yao grinned, revealing a few small teeth. As she smiled, her baby fat cheeks bulged. Just by looking at it, you can tell that this pink and tender, chubby little face must be very easy to knead. Zhao Jingqi was slightly stunned, stroking her fingers. Whose child is this? So cute. I really want to pinch it. I want to steal it. Zhao Chenwen on the side reacted. Isn't this the little princess that the emperor would rather get hurt than protect at the banquet? Looking to the side, as expected, the concubine Shu was there. I have met the little princess and concubine Shu. Hearing this, Zhao Jingqi bowed slightly. See concubine Shu. Then he looked at Yao Yao on the side and smiled gently. I have also met the little princess. No need to be polite. Concubine Shu nodded gently at them, and then helplessly looked at the little ball, who was staring at other girls. Suddenly I felt sour in my heart. Yaoer. Yeah. Chu Yao Yao turned around and saw her mother waving at her. She was reluctant to leave, and returned to her mother's side, with a look back every 3 steps, holding the hand of her mother. She still looked over there. Sister Zhao is so pretty. After hearing this, Concubine Shu pinched the little hair on her head. She was unexpectedly still a little bxxxh. The prince had just arrived when he heard that sentence. He subconsciously looked at the beautiful figure not far away. Under the moonlight, the girl stood tall and graceful. Her hair and clothes were blown slightly by the wind, making her look like a fairy. Her eyebrows were curved. Her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white. The prince was slightly stunned. It seemed. It was true. Greetings, Your Highness the Prince. Zhao Qingwen bowed and saluted. Hearing the voice, the prince came back to his senses, and suppressed the slight throbbing in his heart. You two don't need to be polite. I'm here to convey my father's will. When the Zhao brothers and sisters heard this, they immediately prepared to kneel down to receive the order. Wait! The prince stopped him. It's a secret order, Commander Zhao. Let's talk for a while. The two walked a few steps to the side, and the prince whispered to Zhao Qingwen about the arrest of Xiao Hu. I will obey your order. Zhao Qingwen hesitated. But my little sister. Don't worry, Commander Zhao. I will send someone to send Miss Zhao back home. Thank you, Your Highness. After that, Zhao Qingwen strode away with the royal guards. On the other side, Zhao Jingqi was a little flustered when she suddenly met the prince. The prince actually had a lot of questions to ask her, including whether she remembered saving a boy 8 years ago. I want to ask her if she has looked for him in these years. I want to ask her if she still has the token he gave her. There are too many questions to ask. And for a moment, he doesn't know how to start. The two of them were in strange silence. Chu Yao Yao sighed. How embarrassing. If I keep silent like this, when will Sister Zhao be my sister-in-law? Just when Chu Yao Yao was about to turn into a matchmaker, the prince finally spoke. Hey, Miss Zhao. Have we met before? Puff. Chu Yao Yao quickly covered her mouth, and her big eyes looked back and forth between the two of them. Ha! No. I really can't help it. Brother princes pick up words are too old-fashioned. Hearing this, the prince clenched his fist awkwardly, raised his fist to cover his mouth and coughed lightly. This is called gradual progress. This is his strategy. What do you? A baby? No. Zhao Jingqi couldn't help but chuckled and asked. Your Highness asked. Is it the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival? The pavilion in the center of the lake in the suburbs of the city? How could she forget? She always carried the jade pendant with her. The prince nodded. Yes. It's me. Looking at the state of the two, Chu Yao Yao nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the prince brother also likes Zhao Jia. It turns out that Zhao Jia is not wishful thinking. That's great. Thinking of the original text in the book, Chu Yao Yao's mood became low. In the original text, the prince brother died of asthma caused by allergies and high fever. After the death of the prince brother, Zhao Jia never married until the father and son of the Zhao family were framed by treacherous officials and died one after another. It happened to be a border war, but there were no generals available in the court. Zhao Jia led the troops to fight and finally died on the battlefield. The prince's hand hanging by his side trembled slightly. Prince brother, hurry up. If you don't live up to expectations, I will introduce Zhao Jia to someone else. Prince, why did he suddenly feel that this brat was a bit annoying? However, Yao Yao brand light bulb did not forget her mission. She raised her head and said softly, Mother, it's so cold. Shu Fei picked her up and put the cloak on her. Chu Yao looked over. I have been reminded to this extent. Prince, don't you understand? Hurry up and give the cloak to Sister Zhao. The prince untied the cloak and handed it over a little embarrassedly. Oh my god. I thought you got it. But you should put it on me. Chu Yao Yao was so angry that she shook her head. Not far away, the queen turned around with a smile. My queen? Aren't we going to find His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? The queen shook her head. What are you looking for? No one is allowed to disturb him. Thinking of what she had just seen, the queen lowered her head and chuckled, with anticipation on her face. It seems that there will be a happy event in this palace soon. She has to get ready. Turning around, he ordered, let the people from the Imperial Observatory and the Monks' Clothing Bureau come tomorrow. The horoscopes must match. And a good day must be chosen. And the dress must be prepared early. Outside the palace, Qian knelt on the ground, tears in her eyes, and choked up, "Father, I know that I am not qualified to continue to be your daughter. Today I thank you for your upbringing. You must take care of yourself in the future." After that, she left. "Sister." Qian Tongji wanted to stop her, but was stopped. "Father? Hey, let her go." Qian Yinji looked into the distance. "Mr. Shui, I'm here. You must wait for me." On the other side, Zhao Chenwen just left Lanyu Palace and heard someone calling him from behind. "General Manager Su?" Su Maowen trotted over. "Hey, Commander Zhao. You made it so hard for me to find him. May I ask what's the matter?" "General Manager Su? Your Majesty has issued an order, ordering Zhao Chenwen to lead the Imperial Guards to capture Xiao Hu." Standing up from the ground, Zhao Chenwen looked at General Manager Su's back and scratched his head in confusion. Didn't the prince just pass on the order? Chapter 28. Someone framed my grandfather. Chu Yaoyao didn't know how the prince and the Zhao family girl progressed in the end. Because she, a little light bulb, couldn't hold on any longer and went out. No, she fell asleep. Early morning. In Tian Palace, several old ministers stepped forward. "Your Majesty, there was an assassin sneaking into the palace banquet. Someone must have neglected his duty." "Yes." Emperor Qishuan raised his eyes slightly. "Last night, Zhao Chenwen, the right commander of the Imperial Guard, had arrested the suspect." An old minister worriedly said, "Your Majesty, please take care of your body." The court officials knelt down and echoed, "Your Majesty, please take care of your body." Emperor Qishuan raised his hand slightly. "Everyone get up. It's just a minor injury, and Zhang Yuanshou has already cured it." The moment he raised his hand, the wound on his arm hurt slightly. But for him, who had fought on the battlefield before, this pain could be completely ignored. Speaking of detoxification, Emperor Qishuan was a little absent-minded, and he didn't know what price Yaoyao had paid. After the court session, he should go and see her. Thinking of this, he gave Su Maowen a look, and Su Maowen nodded knowingly, and immediately saying, "If there is something, report it. If there is nothing, leave the court session." "I have a report." Zheng Fang, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I heard that the border military camp was attacked and all the food and grass were burned. Is this General Li's carelessness, or is there another reason? Please investigate it clearly." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the court. Emperor Qishuan sneered in his heart. This statement was just short of directly saying that the Li family was colluding with the enemy and treason. The prince raised his eyebrows slightly, nodded with satisfaction in his heart, and jumped up. "And when you all jump out, I will kill you all." Zheng Fan continued, "In any case, the food and grass were destroyed, and the Li family was indeed derelict in their duty. Please punish them." "Your Majesty." Hearing this, many ministers nodded in agreement. But there were still people who believed in the Li family. "Your Majesty, the matter has not been investigated yet. It is too early to convict." Zheng Fang sneered. "The military camp is an important place, where the food and grass are located. How can the news leak out? I am afraid that it is not that the Li family is not strict in military discipline, but that they have evil intentions." Zheng Fang. Censor Zhou pointed at him angrily. "General Li has been a soldier all his life, and has made great contributions to our great Qi. How can you slander him like this?" After that, Censor Zhou said earnestly, "Your Majesty, this matter still needs to be cautious. Don't listen to the one-sided words of some people, and let the loyal ministers feel disappointed." "Okay." Emperor Qishuan looked up at Zheng Fang and said meaningfully, "Minister Zheng is really well informed." Hearing this, Zheng Fang quickly lowered his head to hide the panic in his eyes. "I also heard." "Oh!" Emperor Qishuan sneered in his heart. "Heard? It must be Xiao Wintao's instruction." When thinking of the Xiao family, Emperor Qishuan's eyes darkened, like a bottomless cold pond. Reflecting on his mistakes behind closed doors, he still wanted to stir up trouble. "Report?" A report came from outside the palace. "Your Majesty, there is a military report from the border." Emperor Qishuan tightened his hand slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Report?" A soldier in armor walked in from outside the palace. The armor was a little torn, stained with a little dust and blood. The soldier looked haggard and his lips were chapped. Seeing this, Zheng Fang's eyes flashed with determination. As expected, what Lord Xiao said was right. Judging from the appearance of this soldier, he must have just escaped from the battlefield. The grain and grass were burned, and the army was defeated. No matter how many mouths you have, you can't explain it clearly. The Li family is dead this time. Other ministers also began to whisper. Could it be that what Zheng Fang said was true? The soldier knelt on the ground and handed the memorial to Su Maowen. Su Maowen presented it to Emperor Qishuan again. After reading it at a glance, Emperor Qishuan finally let go of his high heart. Although he had known the result from Yao Yao a long time ago, he was always uneasy before seeing the victory report. Emperor Qishuan laughed loudly, and his depression was relieved a lot. He praised loudly. Great! General Li had long discovered that there was a spy in the military camp, and he used the enemy's trick to let the enemy burn fake grain and grass. During the battle, he not only captured the commander of Xia, but also captured a city of Xia with Zhao Jingwu. How is this possible? Zheng Fang was incredulous and shouted unconsciously. The insider was a nail that Lord Xiao had planted in the Li family a long time ago. And that person only contacted Lord Xiao. Even he only knew that there was such a person. But he didn't know who he was, or what he looked like. How could he be discovered? And didn't Zhao Jingwu go to Xuzhou to suppress bandits? Lord Xiao also sent people out of the city to inquire. And he did go to Xuzhou. How could he appear at the border? Seeing Zheng Fang's loss of composure, the prince asked sternly, Look at Minister Zheng. Daki one. Don't you believe it? The prince looked at him word by word, with coldness in his eyes. Or, unwilling? I dare not. Zheng Fang's back was instantly covered with cold sweat, and his eyes were erratic. I am just curious. Isn't General Zhao suppressing bandits in Xuzhou now? That's right. Zheng Fang seemed to have grasped hope, and pointed the finger at Zhao Jingwu. Your Majesty, you said Zhao Jingwu to suppress bandits. But he dared to lead troops to the border privately, openly defying the order. And his heart deserves death. Bang! Emperor Qishuan was furious, and slammed the table heavily. When Zhao Jingwu left Beijing, I gave him the right to act at his own convenience. Why? Are you blaming me for not telling you now? Daki is going to perish. This bunch of treacherous officials are only concerned with forming cliques and eliminating dissidents. How can he not be angry? Your Majesty, calm down. Cold sweat dripped down Zheng Fang's forehead. I dare not. Humph. Zheng Fang trembled and wanted to stand back in his original position. But Censor Zhou was not going to let him go. With his old and turbid eyes narrowed slightly, Censor Zhou looked at Zheng Fang thoughtfully and snorted. Your Majesty, I want to impeach Zheng Fang, the Minister of War. Zheng Fang shuddered subconsciously. Censor Zhou continued. Zheng Fang slandered loyal officials, framed colleagues, and disturbed the court. His heart is worthy of death. After speaking, Censor Zhou looked at the flustered Zheng Fang with contempt. There is definitely something wrong with this man. Emperor Qishuan nodded. Let the censorate investigate this matter. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Zhou. I accept your order. Emperor Qishuan nodded. Although Censor Zhou was a bit long-winded on weekdays, he was really there at the critical moment. But Censor Zhou was old after all. Emperor Qishuan secretly decided that after Yao Yao's set of physical fitness exercises was drawn, he would give a copy to Censor Zhou first. There were also small pills for fever and pain relief. For such a loyal minister, no reward would be excessive. Zheng Fang pretended to be calm, but he had already lost his sense of propriety. He consoled himself by saying that there was still Lord Xiao, who would definitely help him. Qianghua Palace. System detected that the host's blood relatives made a cross-era item. Reward counterattack progress plus 10. Reward points 50. Current progress 35. And points balance 105. Xu Yao Yao, who was originally sleeping, sat up in shock when she heard the sound, stretched out her hand to rub her eyes, and looked cute. Second brother, are you here? So fast. In a workshop of the Ministry of Industry, Chu Yu was surprised to see the newly baked colored glaze. He put the soap and glass in wooden boxes respectively. Quick! Go to the Imperial Study. Chu Yu was excited. Father! The son lived up to everyone's expectations, and finally made it. Chapter 29. The prince is too weak. So powerful. Chanshi, who had been guarding, heard the sound and quietly lifted the curtain. Ever since the little princess sneaked out in the middle of the night to see Chui's secret meeting, the queen ordered them to take turns to guard, and never let the little princess run away again. When Chanshi thought of what happened last time, she was scared. What if they were discovered? Although she knew martial arts, she couldn't stand the opponent's large number of people. As soon as she opened the curtain, She saw a pair of big eyes with mist. Chuncha resisted the urge to rub it. Little princess, I will help you change clothes. Chu Yaoyao yawned and nodded. As soon as Xu Fei entered the door, she saw the wilted little ball, and touched her plump little forehead with heartache. Yaoyao has been very hard these days. As soon as she took Yaoyao to eat, someone reported that Su Zongwan had come. After entering the door, Su Maowen came forward with a happy look on his face. Madam Xu Fei, the emperor asked you to take the little princess to the imperial study to accompany the emperor. After saying that, he bowed his head respectfully and waited aside. Originally, Xu Fei was the most beloved by the emperor in the harem. Now with the blessing of the little princess, her favor is far more than other masters. He must fawn on her well. Right? Moreover, he was thinking of the favor of Madame Xu Fei in his heart about Xia Luzi's matter. Thinking of this, Su Maowen's smile was a bit sincere. Accompany the emperor? Xu Fei was surprised at first, and then shook her head helplessly. How could he ask her to go? It was obvious that he wanted Yaoyao to go. The cheap father is looking for the mother again. I know. This is called. Chu Yao blinked her big eyes. Her little hand unconsciously grabbed the little tuft on her head, and her face wrinkled. Recently, my memory is not very good, and I always feel that my brain is not enough. Yes, the red sleeves add fragrance. The cheap father is quite sentimental. Looking at the little man with a bit of cunning in his eyes, Concubine Shu shook her head with amusement. Imperial study. Concubine Shu just walked to the door with Yao Yao in her arms, and heard a hearty laugh from inside. Su Maowen explained on the side, originally, the emperor wanted to go to Qionghua Palace as soon as he finished his court session, but he ran into the second prince on the way. It seems that the second prince has developed some new things. My beloved concubine, come and see. Emperor Qishuan waved his hand after seeing them. Concubine Shu came forward with Yao Yao in her arms. Chu Yao Yao also saw the things on the table clearly. I didn't expect that the second brother could make glass so quickly. It seems that he has some talent. Awesome. Chu Yao Yao clapped his hands to give face and praised. Hearing her praise, Chu Yu slightly straightened his chest and felt happy. His sister praised him again. Emperor Qishuan pondered for a moment and decided, send someone to do it immediately and open the shop as soon as possible. After all, the treasury is empty. Yes. Make money. Chu Yao Yao raised her little fist with high morale. Take advantage of the fact that the heroine has just arrived and is still familiar with the environment, and catch her off guard. Go. 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 Suddenly, the prince coughed a few times. Several people looked over and saw that he was pale and his voice was a little hoarse. Oh, the prince brother is sick. Could it be last night? Yao Yao, do you still have those white pills? The prince interrupted. He didn't want his father to know about Miss Zhao. Chu Yao Yao nodded and took out a tablet of ibuprofen from her purse. But you can't always take medicine. And this is not a panacea for all diseases. The prince took it and put it away. Of course, he didn't want to eat it. He was going to give it to Miss Zhao. If Chu Yao Yao knew what he was thinking, she would definitely shout, I can't carry it. When people give gifts, they give jewelry, clothes, or at least some food. You give medicine? Emperor Qishuan looked at the prince in confusion. What last night? What happened last night? Soon, Emperor Qishuan suddenly realized and looked at the prince with a bit of disapproval in his eyes. Chu Yu also lowered his head in embarrassment. Well, the prince should pay more attention on weekdays and not be too indulgent. After all, your health is important. When Chu Jun first heard this, he thought that his father was concerned about his health. But after careful consideration, it seems that something is wrong. Father, Emperor Qishuan raised his hand to interrupt him, with an expression of no need to explain. I know everything. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I was your age, too. What else did my father say? And the expressions of my mother and second brother are so strange. Chu Yao Yao couldn't think of it, and she stopped worrying about it. She ran to the table and asked Su Maowen to help pour a cup of warm water. Then she trembled and brought it to the prince. Prince, drink some water. The prince took it and was touched. It must be because he gave the cloak to Sister Zhao last night. So he caught a cold. Emperor Qishuan was embarrassed now. Why does this child breathe heavily when he speaks? The prince is the same. Isn't it just that he has a crush on someone? What's there to hide? Chu Yao Yao sighed rather melancholy, looking at her frowning face. The prince thought she was worried about him, and was about to comfort her. It must be that the prince brother is too weak. That's why he gets sick when the wind blows. The prince increased the strength of his hand holding the cup, and the joints became more and more obvious. Weak. I am not weak. But he couldn't explain. So he could only raise his head and drink the glass of water like he was venting his anger. Then he stood up suddenly. Father, I have some small ideas about soap and glass. If he listened any more, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and harm his brothers and sisters. The father and his son had something to discuss. So concubine Shu took Yao Yao to read books outside. Come on. Yao. This is 3. No Chu. Yao Yao fluttered her little body, and every hair on her body was resisting. I'm still a baby. I don't want to suffer the hardship of learning so early. Concubine Shu used her hands and legs to clamp her, and patted her little but with a stern face. Be serious. Learn 3 words today. This is 3. This is a word. Then concubine Shu looked at her seriously. Do you remember? Chu. Yao Yao pursed her lips aggrievedly. The two made a lot of noise. And Emperor Qishuan looked at this scene, shook his head and chuckled. Your Majesty, the virtuous concubine is here. The corners of Emperor Qishuan's mouth, which were originally slightly raised, were instantly flattened. She gestured to the 2 princes. Put these away first. As soon as concubine Xian entered the room, she saw concubine Shu and her daughter, and a trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Then she bowed with a smile. Your Highness, didn't the Queen Mother ask you to reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors? What are you doing out here? Emperor Qishuan said in a cold tone. I heard that the Emperor was injured last night, and I was extremely anxious. So I made a tonic soup on purpose. As she said that, she handed the soup bowl to Su Maowen. Emperor Qishuan looked at her actions coldly, without saying a word. Although he was not present when Xi'an Palace paid respects that day, his mother told him everything afterwards. If he hadn't heard Yao Yao's voice, he wouldn't have known that the Shao family was after the dragon throne under his butt. The road to succession was difficult back then, and he received a lot of help from the Shao family. So over the years, even if he knew that the Shao family had done something secretly, he just turned a blind eye. I didn't expect the Shao family's appetite to grow. Chapter 30. Concubine Xian was punished again. Those rebels are so bold. Concubine Xian gently covered her chest, looking scared. I don't know what Yao did to get injured. If he was there last night, he would not let the assassin succeed. The prince who was there and injured the emperor. So he is saying that I am useless. Useless player number 2 Chu Yu. If you want to praise your son, just praise him. Don't be so mean. Third brother is injured. What's going on? System, host. Do you want to know? Wait until I finish eating this melon. Concubine Xian continued. Originally, Yao wanted to come, but the imperial physician said that his wound should not be exposed to the wind. Pa! Emperor Qishuan threw the soup bowl to the ground. You still have the nerve to mention the 3rd son. Emperor Qishuan was furious. Look at what you have done. What have you taught my prince to be like? Concubine Xian knelt on the soup-covered ground in panic, looking pitifully at the furious Emperor Qishuan. Hey, you really know how to choose a place. Concubine Shu took a look and saw that it was true. The broken soup pot was a few steps away from her, but she had to walk over and kneel there. Not only did she carefully avoid the broken porcelain pieces, but the soup was cold, and she looked like she was scalded. Concubine Xian, you always act pitiful. But it's a pity for that dress. But Concubine Xian's seductive eyes were in vain, and Emperor Qishuan didn't even look at her. Your Majesty, Yao is my own son. Of course I hope he can become a talent. Hearing this, Chu Yao Yao turned her head and snorted. Not only do you hope he can become a talent, you hope he can become an emperor. Emperor? The prince's eyes flashed with understanding. In fact, he should have thought of it earlier. Even if Li Guipin was bold, she would never dare to murder the crown prince. If he couldn't make it, and his second brother was disabled, who would benefit in the end? Really? Emperor Qishuan looked at her and sneered. The virtuous concubine nodded hurriedly. Of course. The soup has been delivered. What else? I heard that the emperor was injured, and I remembered that my father had met a Taoist priest. The elixir made by the Taoist priest has the effect of nourishing the body and prolonging life. Chu Yao Yao moved her little ears and poked her head out of the arms of concubine Shu. Here she comes. She is coming with the Taoist priest who poisoned 2 emperors. It's just... Concubine Xian glanced at Emperor Qishuan and said tentatively, the Taoist priest only wants to meet with my father, and no one else can be invited. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan looked at her with a smile. So you mean to ask me to cancel the punishment on Xiao Wentao? Concubine Xian bit her lips slightly. Your Majesty's words are golden. I dare not think so. But I pity my father's loyalty to the Emperor. Why don't we think of a compromise? Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan's expression eased a little. But if you look closely, the coldness in his eyes can hardly be hidden. What do you mean? Seeing his expression, Concubine Xian thought there was a chance. And continued, I think it's better to let my father go find the Taoist priest first. If the elixir is really effective, it can be considered that my father will atone for his sins? Chu Yaoyao pouted. How can it not work? The elixir with Wuxia San added can show the masculinity even for an older person. Not to mention that my cheap father is in his prime. That thing nourishes the kidneys and strengthens the young. How can you not be energetic after eating it? And the more you eat it, the more you become addicted. Concubine Shu looked at the little girl in her arms in astonishment. These words, were they all taught by the immortal? Concubine Shu couldn't help but hold her forehead. My God, what did the immortal teach Yao Yao? Emperor Qishuan suppressed his anger and walked from behind the desk to Concubine Xian, raised his hand, and pinched her chin with his index finger and thumb. Oh! It seems that Concubine Xian really cares about me. Concubine Xian looked shy and wanted to get up by force. But she was thrown heavily to the ground. Emperor Qishuan looked down at her. It seems that I have been too lenient over the years, allowing you to be arrogant and forget that the harem is not allowed to interfere in politics. The virtuous concubine lay on the ground, looking at Emperor Qishuan in disbelief. No, Your Majesty, I didn't. And I dare not. She crawled to the feet of Emperor Qishuan, tears in her eyes, crying, Your Majesty, you can't think of me like this. I'm really just worried about your health. The virtuous concubine clenched her hands tightly in her wide sleeves, and her carefully maintained nails broke one by one, and the broken nail fragments sank deeply into her palms. It hurts. But compared with the humiliation suffered in public, this pain is nothing? As long as the Emperor believes in the elixir made by Master Qin, they can take the opportunity to poison the Emperor little by little. At that time, she only needs to wait. One day, she will tear those who have seen her humiliated today into pieces. Of course, Emperor Qishuan did not miss the resentment that flashed in her eyes. At this moment, he only felt disgust for the person in front of him. Since Minister Xiao is devoted to me, how can I not appreciate his hard work? He looked at Concubine Xian. His eyes were cold, and he opened his thin lips slightly. Since you said that the elixir can prolong life, then when we find the Taoist priest, we will give the elixir to Master Xiao. In this way, Master Xiao can be loyal to the country for a long time. Concubine Xian's expression was a little flustered. How can this be? Good things should of course be presented to the Emperor. Seeing her hypocritical look, Emperor Qishuan looked away with disdain. Concubine Xian is so worried about my health. I think any tonic soup is not as practical as praying for me in person. Concubine Xian kept shaking her head. She couldn't figure out what went wrong and why it was like this. Emperor Qishuan shouted, Someone come! Take Concubine Xian back to Zhonghua Palace and reward her with 500 Buddhist scriptures. She is not allowed to step out of Zhonghua Palace until she finishes copying them. Send someone outside Zhonghua Palace to keep a close watch. Don't let some blind people disturb Concubine Xian from copying scriptures and praying for blessings. Chu Yaoyao opened her mouth wide. 500 scriptures? Isn't this a disguised way of banishing Concubine Xian to the cold palace? Concubine Xian collapsed instantly and fainted. Emperor Qishuan waved his hand, and the palace people carried her away with a look of intelligence. What is going on? Did the scumbag father notice something? Turning around, Emperor Qishuan looked at the prince with a complicated expression, wanting to say something but not knowing. Don't worry, father. The third brother is the third brother. I understand. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan patted his shoulder with relief. The atmosphere in the imperial study became solemn. The prince and the second prince slowed down their steps and prepared to leave. Concubine Shu. Stay. The prince picked up Yao Yao with a look of intelligence. Chu Yao Yao stretched out her hand and grabbed the direction of Concubine Shu. I want to stay too. Soon. Only Emperor Qishuan and Concubine Shu were left in the imperial study. As soon as Concubine Shu stood up, she was hugged. Your Majesty? Emperor Qishuan's tone was slightly dull. Let me hold you for a while. The former concubine Xian was also a bright, charming, and kind-hearted woman. Now she has become completely different. After leaving the imperial study, Chuyu asked worriedly, Brother Crown Prince. Father. The Crown Prince comforted, Don't worry. Second brother. Hold Yao Yao and play for a while. I still have to arrange for her to leave the palace tomorrow. Hearing this, Chu Yao Yao's eyes lit up. Leave the palace? Chapter 31 Emperor Qishuan. I don't have many concubines in my harem. Chu Yu nodded and assured. Don't worry. My elder brother. I will take good care of my sister. Where are you going? Are you taking me with you? Chu Yao Yao stretched out her hand and tightly grasped the sleeve of the prince, looking at him eagerly, as if she would not leave unless he agreed. She shouted loudly, Go! How can I be missing when going out to play? The prince saw this and did not dare to move at all, fearing that he would accidentally hurt her little hand. So he could only coax her patiently. Okay, I will definitely take you there. After getting the answer she wanted, Chu Yao Yao let go of her hand and turned around to throw herself into her second brother's arms. Prince, Chu Yu only felt a burst of milk fragrance coming towards him, and holding such a soft milk ball in his arms. He even breathed softly unconsciously. In the imperial study, Emperor Qishuan quickly sorted out his mood and walked out. You don't have to accompany me when I leave the palace tomorrow. But, Emperor Qishuan raised his hand to interrupt him, his tone unquestionable. Aren't you sick? Your health is important. Although the prince was reluctant, he had to agree. Yes. Looking at the purse filled with medicine in his hand, he felt a little regretful. It seemed that he couldn't hand it to Miss Zhao in person. Emperor Qishuan turned his eyes to his second son. Chu Yu, you will be in charge of the soap and glass shops in the future. Go and prepare. Hearing this, Chu Yu was stunned at first. His father actually trusted him so much. Then he nodded vigorously and said loudly, Yes. I will never let my father down. After saying that, he strode away with high spirits after the goodbye ceremony. Seeing him in such a state, Emperor Qishuan nodded secretly. This is the attitude that he, the Prince of Daki, should have. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Chu Yao. The third child was obviously smart, well-behaved and sensible when he was a child. But now, he must have been taught badly by the virtuous concubine. At this time, Su Maowen came to report that Commander Zhao had something to report. Could it be that the matter of Xiao who has been investigated? Emperor Qishuan's eyes gradually turned cold. If the two remnants of the previous dynasty were really related to the Xiao family. Xian. As soon as Xiao Chenwen came in, he saw the prince and the concubine holding the little princess. He was slightly surprised. It was normal for the prince to be here. But this was the imperial study. And the concubine and the little princess were also here? And they were not asked to leave yet. Obviously, the emperor did not intend to avoid them in the next matter. Didn't they say that the harem cannot interfere in politics? How favored must she be? Although he was shocked, he did not dare to show it on his face. Greetings to the emperor. Greetings to his royal highness the prince. Greetings. Chu Yao Yao was so happy to hear this. If other ladies were here, it would take half an hour just to pay respects. By the way, can they really remember the names and titles of every concubine? If they call the wrong names, will they be beheaded? Thinking of this, Chu Yao Yao hummed twice. That's the fault of the scumbag father, who told him to have so many women. Okay. Emperor Qishuan interrupted him. And he didn't agree with Yao Yao's idea. This is the imperial study. How could ordinary concubines have the opportunity to come in? And speaking of the harem, compared to the previous emperor, I have very few concubines. Thinking back, looking at Zhao Chenwen kneeling on the ground, Emperor Qishuan asked him to stand up and asked, Have you found anything? Zhao Chenwen shook his head slightly. Xiao Hu insisted that he didn't know Ding Xue and Su Shu. Then he knelt on the ground. I am incompetent. Please punish me. Your Majesty. Emperor Qishuan tapped the table a few times. Have you found out about Xiao Hu's background? It is said that Xiao Hu's parents died in the war a long time ago, and he has no relatives alive. The prince asked in confusion. Then how old is he? He is 30 years old. The prince lowered his eyes and thought. That is, he has no background. So how did he become the left commander of the Imperial Guard at such a young age? Zhao Chenwen slapped his forehead fiercely. Yes. Xiao Hu had no military merits, and no ancestors to protect him. He was repeatedly promoted. There must be a backer behind him. He lowered his head in shame. It was my negligence. Emperor Qishuan glanced at Chu Yao Yao inadvertently. Why is there no sound? Could it be that the immortals don't know Xiao Hu's background? And Chu Yao Yao, who was concerned by him, didn't let him wait any longer. She clicked on the news she had just bought from the system. It turns out that Xiao Hu is the illegitimate son of Xiao Wendao's cousin and a maid. Emperor Qishuan, Is it really related to the Xiao family? Chu Yaoyao's big eyes sparkled. What a secret of a wealthy family. She changed to a comfortable position and nestled in her mother's arms. Then took out a piece of candy and put it in her mouth, smacking her lips while continuing to read. But his biological father regarded them as a shame, and they were kicked out of the house as soon as they were born. His mother was in poor health and had been bedridden for many years. Later, Xiao Wentao found him and promised him that he would take good care of his mother. But in exchange, Xiao Hu must be loyal to him. But Xiao Hu's mother died of illness 2 years ago. Xiao Wentao had been lying to him, saying that his mother's illness had been cured. Chu Yaoyao sighed in her heart. It's true that there must be something pitiful about a hateful person. Emperor Qishuan was anxious when he heard it, and wanted to shout it out loud. Don't sigh for now, but keep talking. Xiao Wentao also promised him that after the matter was accomplished, he would give him a sum of money and let him go back to Lingxi so that they could reunite. It was just to stabilize Xiao Hu. In fact, Xiao Wentao had already prepared to kill him to silence him. Lingxi? Finally, I got to the point. Emperor Qishuan gave Concubine Shu a look. Seeing this, Concubine Shu stood up with Yao Yao in her arms. Yaoer seems to be sleepy. I will take my leave first. Chu Yao Yao blinked. I'm not sleepy. After making sure they left, Emperor Qishuan ordered, send someone to Lingxi immediately. Commander Zhao. Stay. Zhao Qinwen turned around. What does the prince have to say? The prince handed him a small wooden box. Please pass this thing to your sister. Commander Zhao. Zhao Qinwen looked at the prince's hurried back and looked at the wooden box in his hand. He said that Xiaoqi was not in a good state last night. Sometimes she was giggling, and sometimes she was in a daze. When asked what was wrong with her, she didn't say anything. Could it be that Xiaoqi couldn't help herself last night and confessed her true feelings to the prince? And she even forced a gift on the prince? The prince must have been concerned about her reputation as a girl and didn't refuse her in person. So he let her take it back. Oh no! His sister was rejected by the prince. Chapter 32. The third prince is in danger. Chen Dongsua. Chu Yao woke up and found that something big had happened in the palace. What did you say? He jumped up from the bed, staring and shouting. My mother was confined to her house, and was punished by my father to copy 500 scriptures? Chu Yao hurriedly put on his clothes. I'm going to my father to plead for my mother. Xiao Shuizi quickly grabbed him. Your Highness, you must not do that. The Emperor is angry now. If you plead for mercy at this time, the Emperor may be angry and punish you more severely. Chu Yao was at a loss. Then, what should I do? Xiao Anzi on the side whispered. Your Highness, why don't you go to Xi'an Palace? Hearing this, Xiao Shuizi glared at him. The Queen Mother and the Emperor were both angry, and he hinted that the third prince should go to Xi'an Palace. What on earth was he thinking? Chu Yao listened to him and nodded. That makes sense. I'll go find the Empress Dowager right now. No. Your Highness. Xiao Shuizi stopped him again. 2 days ago, the concubine Xian went to the Xi'an Palace to pay respects. Somehow, she angered the Queen Mother, and was punished to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors. The concubine Xian obviously did not obey the Queen Mother's order. If you go to the Queen Mother to plead for mercy at this time, your Highness will definitely be angered. Now Chu Yao has no idea what to do, and is in a panic. What did my mother do wrong? The Empress Dowager and my father will punish her. Xiao Shuizi would of course not tell him. Xiao Anzi, who was standing aside, pretended not to see his warning eyes, shrank his head, and replied, the Emperor thinks that the concubine Xian did not teach you well. Xiao Shuizi wanted to shut his mouth. This guy. I'm afraid he forgot who his master is. Chu Yao sat on the chair in a daze. How could this happen? It's because of him? It's his business that he doesn't like reading. What does it have to do with my mother? So my mother was implicated by him? Thinking of this, Chu Yao ran out. He wanted to beg his father. He knew he was wrong. He would study hard in the future and not punish his mother again. In the end, he was stopped. Xiao Shuizi persuaded him so much that he stopped shouting and begging. Chu Yao walked into the study and took a book. Did he really give up? Of course not. Seeing that his master was studying hard, Xiao Shuizi did not disturb him and dragged Xiao Anzi outside. Xiao Shuizi stared at him closely. I warn you. No matter where you worked before, the third prince is your master now. If the master is good, we servants will have a good life. Xiao Anzi looked at his back and spat. What a joke. You really think you are an onion? Wait until the virtuous concubine comes out. I will make you look good. Jiao Mansion. Zhao Chenwen wandered back and forth in front of his sister's door. The door was opened with a creak. Zhao Chenwen quickly hid the things in his hand behind him, and coughed twice to cover up his panic. Zhao Jingqi looked at him strangely. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Chenwen laughed twice and shook his head. "Nothing." "Really?" Zhao Jingqi took a few steps closer and looked at him back and forth. Noticing his movements, she raised her chin slightly and asked, "What are you hiding behind your back?" Before he could answer, Zhao Jingqi suddenly went around behind him, pointing at the wooden box. She smiled and said, "Which lady are you going to give this to?" Zhao Chenwen had no choice but to take it out. "This is what the prince asked me to return to you." "Return?" Zhao Jingqi was puzzled. She had never said anything. Zhao Jingqi opened it and saw a board-wrapped item with strange material, and inside it were small white pieces. There was also a note. It turned out to be medicine. Zhao Jingqi sighed softly and shook her head helplessly. "Send medicine? What a fool!" In Zhao Chenwen's eyes, this action meant that his sister was rejected and was sad. Sister. In fact, the prince is not good. He will have 3 wives and 4 concubines in the future, and he will have to compete for favor with so many women. Zhao Chenwen continued to comfort her. "In the future, our father and I will definitely help you find a good husband. You will never marry. We have to let him marry into the family." "Brother, what are you talking about?" In Zhao Chenwen's opinion, his sister is still unwilling to give up. "I think the prince seems to be sick again today. He is sick every 2 or 3 days. It can be seen that his health is really not good. So you should stop thinking about him." "Sick? What's wrong?" Zhao Jingqi asked anxiously. "It sounds like he caught a cold." Thinking of the cloak in the room, Zhao Jingqi smiled and whispered, "Cold. From this point of view, his health is indeed not very good. But don't worry. I have her. She will definitely protect him." At night, 2 sneaky figures appeared outside Zhonghua Palace. Looking at the 2 guards guarding the gate, Chu Yao ordered Xiao Anzi, "You will find a way to lead those 2 away later. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will definitely find a way to let you in." Xiao Anzi patted his chest and promised. Chu Yao patted his shoulder. "Your Highness was right about you. Of course, I am absolutely loyal to you." Thinking of Xiao Shuizi, Xiao Anzi sneered in his heart. "It sounds good to say that you regard the 3rd prince as your only master. But when something happens, you still retreat?" Xiao Anzi made up his mind that this must be done. I don't know what happened to the 3rd prince these 2 days. Not only did he not like to listen to operas and read stories, he even stopped playing with the interesting little toys he collected from the people. He became increasingly indifferent to him, but instead treated that rigid and wooden head as his confidant. "Xiao Shuizi, you didn't want this opportunity that was delivered to your door." Thinking of this, Xiao Anzi pretended to be panicked and ran to the guards. I don't know what he said, but the 2 people actually left. Chu Yao seized the opportunity and quickly slipped in. He thought that his mother must feel bad for being punished, and she must be very happy to see him. Looking at the shadow in the candlelight, he was about to shout loudly to give his mother a surprise. But suddenly, he heard his mother's voice. "Why are you here? Who is it?" Chu Yao leaned to the window and squatted down. "The emperor has just issued an order today, and we are under the most stringent surveillance. Do you want to kill me?" A hoarse male voice sounded. "Are you scared? Concubine Xian? Are you planning to give up?" "Give up?" Concubine Xian sneered. "I have spent more than 10 years working hard to make this happen, and I even raised my own son to be useless. How can I give up just like that?" "What?" Chu Yao covered his mouth tightly. Concubine Xian. She actually. The emperor doesn't believe in the so-called Taoist priest. Does father have any other plans? Taoist priest? Chu Yu trembled subconsciously. Could this be the Taoist priest who would poison him that Yao Yao mentioned? It was actually arranged by the Xiao family. Did the Xiao family also instruct him to drug him? Does the mother know? Thinking of this, Chu Yao wanted to run in and ask in person. He sat back as if he had lost his strength, not wanting to press on the dead leaves. "Who is it?" Chu Yao hurriedly got up and ran in one direction. The door was opened, and the mysterious man and concubine Xian also came out. Concubine Xian's tone was cold and full of murderous intent. "I don't know how much that person heard, and he must not be allowed to leave alive." In the corner, Chu Yao huddled in the corner. After hearing this voice, he trembled all over and dared not move. His teeth kept trembling, and his ears were filled with the crazy beating of his heart. He curled up as much as possible, wishing that he could merge with the wall and completely blend into the darkness. Chu Yao covered his mouth tightly. Tears kept flowing down, flowing through his fingers and falling to the ground. At this moment, he hated himself very much. Why didn't he listen to Xiao Shui's words? Why did he have to sneak in? Don't come. Unfortunately, God didn't let him do what he wanted. The mysterious man's voice sounded again. There's only that side left. Under the moonlight, the man's shadow was getting closer and closer. I heard breathing. So it's here. Then, there was a crisp sound of a long sword being unsheathed. Chu Yao was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to call for help. He began to wonder if his mother found out that it was him. Would she kill him? Chapter 33. Will my mother do it? Chu Yao suddenly didn't dare to think any further. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and every step seemed to be stepping on his heart. Duh. Is he going to die? Suddenly, Chu Yao was grabbed by the shoulders and lifted up. He subconsciously wanted to shout, but the man covered his mouth tightly. Bang! There was a dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground in the corner, followed by a rustling sound. So you're hiding here? The masked man in black approached with a sword. He looked coldly at the person who got up from the ground, rearranged the woven basket, and tried to step on him to climb up. Who is it? Xian Fei also came over. Please spare my life. Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian looked at his face and thought for a long time before she remembered. You are? Xiao Shuizi beside Yaoer. Xiao Shuizi kept kowtowing. Please, Majesty, spare my family's life for the sake of my loyalty to the third prince. He did not ask for himself, because he knew it was useless. Concubine Xian sneered. Don't worry. For the sake of your loyalty to Yaoer, I will reunite your family after finding your family. Then, she tilted her head slightly. Xiao Shi. The man in black heard the words, raised his sword and stepped forward. And with a puff, Xiao Shuizi fell in a pool of blood. On the other side of the wall, Chu Yao couldn't help trembling when he heard the voice. Xiao Shuizi knew martial arts. He could escape, and he was deliberately left behind to cover him. It's all his fault for being useless. Remember to clean up. Chu Yao could not hear the voice after that. He was just running forward like crazy. After reviewing the memorial, Emperor Qishuan was about to go to bed when he heard the voice of the leader of the secret guards. Your Majesty, something happened to the third prince. What happened? Tonight, the Xiao family contacted the virtuous concubine. Unexpectedly, the third prince slipped into Zhonghua Palace and ran into. Emperor Qishuan was furious and said, What do those guards do? How could they let him slip in? The leader of the secret guards continued to report. Xiao Shuizi died to cover the third prince's departure. Emperor Qishuan hurriedly changed his clothes. Hearing this, he glanced at him and said, It seems that you did not choose the wrong person. Take good care of his family. Yes. Humph. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Does she really want to kill her own son? It's so cruel. Emperor Qishuan hurried to Chu Yao's bedroom, and Chu Yu was comforting him. Whoa. Chu Yao didn't say anything, just kept crying. When he saw him, Chu Yao rushed over, hugged him and cried, Father! Whoa! Mother! Xiao Shuizi. Seeing this, Chu Yu asked the palace people to leave, looking at his third son whose eyes were red and swollen from crying. Emperor Qishuan patted his head. Don't be afraid. Father is here. Seeing him twitching from crying, Emperor Qishuan pursed his lips, clenched his hands under his sleeves, and his eyes were full of coldness. Xiao family. Chu Yao suddenly raised his head and opened his red and swollen eyes. Father, I heard that mother and grandfather were going to rebel. He heard everything. Mother and grandfather were going to poison father. Mother always told him, You are a prince, born to enjoy life. You don't need to learn anything. You don't need to do anything. Aren't so many people studying hard just to get a good name? You were born with everything. Why do you have to suffer? He thought his mother loved him and understood him. Unexpectedly, she deliberately wanted to raise him into a useless idiot. Deliberately wanted to raise him to waste. Hearing this, Chu Yu widened his eyes in surprise. What did his third brother hear? Emperor Qi Xian comforted, They won't succeed. Hearing this, Chu Yao was slightly stunned. So the emperor already knew? He must have heard it from Yao Yao. Suddenly, Chu Yao became excited. That's right. Yao Yao. Sister Yao Yao is blessed by the immortals. Maybe there is a way to save Xiao Shuizi. Father, I want to find Sister Yao Yao. Seeing his state, Emperor Qi Xian looked into his eyes and said word by word, The dead cannot be resurrected. And you can't let Yao Yao know. You can hear her voice. Chu Yao still insisted. Fine, my sister. He could only feel at ease when he sees Yao Yao. Seeing his stubborn eyes, Emperor Qishuan sighed helplessly. You can go. But you should know what you can say, and what you can't say. Right? After a long time, Chu Yao nodded silently. After letting Chu Yu take him to Qionghua Palace, Emperor Qishuan could no longer suppress his anger. Go tell Zhao Qinwen to tell him to pry open Xiao Hu's mouth. Whether it's concubine Xian or the Xiao family. He can't wait any longer. Zhanghua Palace concubine Shu heard the report and hurriedly got up to change clothes. Looking at the two brothers, she asked in confusion, what is this? On the other side system, host. Host. There is a big melon. Chu Yao yawned sleepily. What's wrong? System, tonight. The Xiao family and concubine Xian conspired and were caught by the third prince. Chu Yao got up and said. The third brother was not killed to silence him. Right? Suddenly the door was opened. And then the voice of concubine Shu was suppressed. Yao is sleeping. The third prince will take a look at his sister and go to rest. Okay? When Chu Yao lifted the curtain, he met the round eyes. Woo woo. Sister. He hugged Yao Yao and refused to let go. Seeing this, concubine Shu sighed and cursed concubine Xian countless times in her heart. She looked weak and virtuous, but she was unexpectedly cruel. Look how scared the child is. Sister. My mother is going to poison my father. Being uncomfortable in the embrace, Chu Yao moved her little body. What's this? Look at it. She will poison you again in the future. Chu Yao, is this comfort? Sister. What do you think I should do? A trace of doubt flashed in Chu Yao's big eyes at the right time. And she began to be alert in her heart. Why are you asking me? Did you find something? Chu Yao's heart skipped a beat. It's bad. I forgot it in a hurry. He looked away and pretended to be annoyed. I'm really confused. You're still a little kid who can't understand what I'm saying. What else can I do? Looking at the emperor's appearance, he has already become suspicious of the Xiao family and will definitely deal with him. Thinking of this, Chu Yao stretched out her hand to scratch her cheek. But this is not right. In the original text, the emperor saw the true face of concubine Xian and the Xiao family before he died. What's going on? Is it because of me? A little butterfly? Butterfly? Chu Yao was a little surprised. It turned out that his sister was a butterfly fairy. Unable to figure it out for a while, Chu Yao stopped thinking about it. She turned her head and looked at Chu Yao, who was a little dazed. This poor child. He was scared silly. She shook her head slightly, and a trace of pity flashed in her big eyes. This child doesn't have much brains to begin with. Won't he be even dumber? Chu Yao. Can't we just not mention the brain? The next day, although she was woken up in the middle of the night, Chu Yao did not stay in bed early in the morning. Instead, she jumped off the bed in high spirits. Because she was going to leave the palace. Chapter 34 Meeting the heroine on the street. She raised her hands and legs to help Chuncher change her clothes. Until she was fed. Chu Yao blinked and looked around. But she didn't see the person she wanted to see. No. Where is the mother? Seeing her little look, Chuncher smiled and said, Is the little princess looking for the queen? Chu Yao nodded, looked at the egg custard in the spoon, and said nothing. The queen is not feeling well, and is resting in the room. Chu Yao was anxious now, and immediately slid down from the chair, and ran out with her short legs. Mother! Looking at the busy maids in and out, Chu Yao became more worried. Mother! As soon as she entered the door, she saw a maid carrying a medicine bowl and walking out. She wrinkled her nose when she smelled a familiar smell. This smell? Why is Yao here? When Shufei saw her, she stuffed something into the quilt in a panic. Chu Yao's big eyes flashed a hint of understanding. So that's how it is. Outside the palace, on the busy street, a low-key and luxurious carriage slowly moved forward. A small hand lifted the curtain at the window, revealing a delicate little face. Seeing the ancient streets for the first time, Chu Yao felt that her eyes were not enough. There were all kinds of shelves on the street, and the vendors kept shouting. The tea houses and wine shops were crowded with people. There were also jugglers in the distance, and the crowds watching kept exclaiming, It's so hot! Emperor Qishuan looked at her with amusement, and his eyes touched Chu Yao beside him, and his smile faded a little. Third brother, I brought you out to relax. Have fun. Don't think too much. Chu Yao reached out to support his sister and nodded. I know. Father! Father! Looking at Yao who was looking out, Emperor Qixuan felt a little regretful. It was a pity that Wanji couldn't come. She loved the hustle and bustle the most before. Xianghua Palace concubine Shu came out from behind the screen, touching her slightly hot belly. Thinking of the pink and blue packages that Yao Yao took out, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. There are so many good things from the immortals. The carriage suddenly stopped. Su Maoan walked to the window and whispered, "Master, something seems to have happened ahead, and the road is blocked." Suddenly, a charming female voice came. "So what? All people are born equal. He is an independent individual like you. Why do you treat him like this?" "Oh my god!" Chu Yaoyao's eyes widened immediately, and half of her body almost got out. Listen to this shocking statement, and then ask, who else can it be besides the heroine? Let me see what the heroine looks like. When he heard these two words, Emperor Qixuan's eyes gradually turned cold. Heroine? Chu Yao subconsciously touched his face, and the scabby wound began to ache slightly. It's that woman. That woman must know witchcraft. She is a monster. Otherwise, how could she control the bird to attack him? Emperor Qixuan got off the carriage holding Yao Yao. He wanted to see what kind of ability the one who wanted to take Daki as a dowry had. In the tea house on the street, two young men were sitting on the second floor. The man in blue holding a folding fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and looked over with interest. Brother Jiancheng. This girl is quite interesting. The man in a white robe opposite smiled faintly and picked up the teacup, without commenting. Suddenly, Xie Jiancheng rubbed his ears, looked around, and asked in confusion, Brother Zhou, did you hear the child's voice? Zhou Huaishan looked around. No. Downstairs. Emperor Qixuan held Yao Yao and approached the crowd. Chu Yao Yao also saw the situation clearly. Shi Jingjing was glaring at a rich young man, and there was a bruised and swollen man dressed as a servant standing next to him. The servant looked at Shi Jingjing and begged, Miss, please leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Shi Jingjing was unhappy, and looked at him with a look of you are really a bad person. I am helping you. Your kindness is appreciated, but I really don't need your help. That's enough. She embarrassed that man in public. Even if he stopped him now, he would definitely take it out on the servant when he returned, and maybe beat him even harder. In fact, Chu Yao Yao couldn't stand it. But this was the ancient times with strict hierarchy. All she can do now is to treat the palace maids at Xianghua Palace well. Of course, the premise is that they are not sent by others to harm her and her mother. On the second floor, Xie Jiancheng paused slightly, and the voice came again. The rich young man looked at Shi Jingjing proudly. See? Shi Jingjing turned around angrily. You took my kindness for granted. I don't care. Stop. The rich young man stopped her. You want to run away after causing trouble? You don't even ask who this young master is. Shi Jingjing rolled her eyes. I don't care who you are. As she said, she turned to the other side. Unexpectedly, she was blocked by several servants brought by the rich young man. What are you going to do? Several servants were about to catch her, and suddenly a blue figure fell. Stop! Outside the crowd, Chu Yao Yao grinned. Woohoo! The male supporting role appears. Sure enough, whenever the heroine encounters a crisis, there will always be someone who will come down from the sky to save her from danger. Chu Yao Yao ate this melon with gusto. On the second floor, Xie Jiancheng lowered his eyes and thought. The heroine. The male supporting role? From what he heard, the male supporting role is Brother Zhou. So the heroine is. He set his sights on the woman. The childish voice in his ear continued. Let me see. Holding a gold-threaded ivory fan, with a teardrop mole at the corner of his eye. This is the second male supporting role, Zhou Huaishan. That mysterious man actually knows Brother Zhou? Xie Jiancheng began to look for him in the crowd. And suddenly, he noticed the figure in the crowd whose clothes could not hide his majesty. After hearing the voice in his heart, Emperor Qixuan looked in the direction where Zhou Huaishan jumped down. The two people's eyes met. Xie Jiancheng hurriedly stood up, suppressed his surprise, and hurried downstairs. Hey, Mr. Zhou. Do you still remember me? I'm Su Liang. Zhou Huaishan's eyes were full of impatience. Your Su family is also a well-known family. It's not right to embarrass a woman in the street. Right? Su Liang smiled flatteringly. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I just wanted to talk to this girl. But I didn't expect these servants to get the wrong meaning. On the other side, Xie Jiancheng came over and was about to salute. Emperor Qi Xian stopped him. Forget it. Just call me uncle when you are outside. Yes, uncle. Chu Yaoyao reacted immediately after hearing this. Call him uncle? Then he is Xie Jiancheng, the #1 male supporting role. Chu Yaoyao looked at the other side of the crowd. Then at Xie Jiancheng, and finally turned to look at the third brother beside him. He couldn't help but sigh. This fate is really wonderful. Xie Jiancheng looked at her in disbelief. It turned out that the voice in his ear was the little princess's. You? Cousin! Long time no see. I have something to tell you. Chu Yao reacted quickly for once and pulled him aside. After completing his daily chivalry, Zhou Huaichen was about to leave, and Shi Jingjing chased him. Miss. The person who came looked like Shi Jingjing's maid. She struggled to hold a bunch of things and walked over with effort. There are too many things. Otherwise, let's go back to the mansion first. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't hold it firmly, and all the things fell to the ground. Be careful. This is for Grandma. What if it breaks? After speaking, she continued to chase Zhou Huaichen. Young master. But the other party had already disappeared, and Shi Jingjing stomped her feet in annoyance. Looking at Shi Jingjing with empty hands, Chu Yaoyao curled her lips. Just now I said that everyone is equal. But I didn't see you help to get something. You are really lenient with yourself and strict with others. Chapter 35. Isn't this the talent under the male lead? Really? After hearing Chu Yao's words, Xie Jiancheng took a long time to find his voice. This is incredible. Suddenly, the sound of milk humming sounded again in his ears, and Xie Jiancheng looked over. Seeing that the woman still didn't seem to give up, she turned back to look at the crowd, and her face was undisguised. How shameless. It was the first time he saw the expression of a lecher on the woman's face. Originally, she had a unique insight and thought she was special, but she didn't expect nothing special. Chu Yaoyao didn't know that her light-hearted complaint actually made the female lead lose the biggest help in the early stage. She took the candy man, grabbed the stick with both hands, and licked it gently. So sweet. The big eyes immediately narrowed in enjoyment, and the whole body was full of a pleasant breath. Delicious. Seeing this, Emperor Qishuan bent his index finger and touched the little milk fat on her cheek. A sugar man is so happy? Uncle. Hearing the voice, Emperor Qishuan put down his hand as if nothing had happened. What's the matter? Xie Jiancheng also pretended not to see it and said, Mother has been talking about you. Do you want to come to the mansion to talk? Let's talk about it another day. After that, Emperor Qishuan returned to the carriage with Yao Yao in his arms. Xie Jiancheng watched the carriage leave, bowed slightly, and saluted respectfully. Brother Jiancheng. Who is it? Zhou Huaichen opened the fan and fanned the wind. My uncle. Hearing this, Zhou Huaichen paused, slightly widened his eyes, and looked over in surprise. Isn't that? He quickly put away the fan and respectfully saluted in the direction of the carriage. Then, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Xie Jiancheng, and said proudly, I just saved someone from danger. Isn't it very chivalrous? Speaking of which, that woman is quite interesting. Xie Jiancheng turned around. Really? I don't think so. Hey! Zhou Huaichen chased up. You didn't have this attitude just now. Hearing this, Xie Jiancheng stopped and looked at him. She said that everyone is equal. But in fact, her maid didn't help to share some of the heavy things she carried. The little princess was right. It's just that she is lenient with herself and strict with others. After hearing his words, Zhou Huaichen thought for a moment, then shook his head. It seems, there's really nothing special. The carriage passed through the bustling streets, and the hustle and bustle was getting farther and farther away. Looking at the scenery outside, Chu Yaoyao was a little confused. Where are we going? Looking at the puzzled expressions of his children, Emperor Qishuan did not explain, but said, You'll know in a while. Out of the prosperous capital, there are very few smooth roads. The carriage was very bumpy, and Chu Yaoyao felt uncomfortable. Seeing that she was uncomfortable, Emperor Qishuan held her in his arms. Chu Yaoyao changed to a comfortable position and fell asleep soon. 2 hours later, the group arrived near a village. Emperor Qishuan woke Yao Yao up and fed her half a cup of warm water. And Chu Yaoyao finally woke up completely. Let's go. We're here. Let the other guards guard the carriage. And Emperor Qishuan took his 2 children, Su Maowen and a guard to the village entrance. On the way, he met an old woman carrying a basket. Emperor Qishuan stepped forward and said, Madam, where are you going? The old woman looked at him warily at first, and found that although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he had an extraordinary temperament. So her expression eased a little. She shook her hand and said a little stiffly, I dare not address you as a noble. I am going to deliver food to my eldest son. Emperor Qishuan also wanted to see the fields and talk with the old woman all the way. Chu Yao followed behind with Yao Yao in his arms. It turned out that the old man's surname was Su, and there were 2 sons and a daughter in the family. Because of the mountain torrents, they fled all the way here. After hearing about the old man's experience, Emperor Qishuan felt very uncomfortable. In fact, the situation of this family was not bad. At least the family was together, and they met kind villagers and had a place to live. Little did they know that a natural disaster would cause so many people to be displaced and their families to be destroyed. Aunt Su, it looks like the crops are growing well this year. Hearing this, Aunt Su's eyes seemed to light up. Yes, this year will definitely be a bumper year. When she arrived at the field, Aunt Su walked towards a strong man, looking at the busy villagers in the fields, seeing their smiles from the heart. Emperor Qishuan was also infected and laughed a few times. Good. A good harvest is good. Daki can't stand the toss. Chu Yaoyao tilted her head and looked at it. It was the first time she saw her cheap father showing such an expression. If it weren't for the tragedy of the Li family's extermination, the scum father would not be called a tyrant. Now it seems that the scum father still has the potential to be a wise ruler. Emperor Qishuan, although you are praising me, I really can't be happy. Mother! Mother! What's wrong with you? Suddenly there was a cry of surprise. A few people looked over and saw that it was Aunt Su who had just said goodbye to them, who fell to the ground. Aunt Su's son carried her up on his back, and everyone gathered around. She was bitten by a snake. Look at the wound. It's extremely poisonous. Aunt Su's son was at a loss for a moment. The village chief on the side made a prompt decision. Big brother Lin, you take care of your mother first. I'll take people to find a doctor. Chu Yao looked at Aunt Su, who was pale and had black lips, and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Only 2 pills left. Soon, she opened the small water bottle she carried with her and put a detoxification pill in it. Then she walked over and handed over the small water bottle. Grandma, drink some water. Emperor Qishuan had noticed her movements a long time ago, and at this moment, his fists were slightly clenched, and his face was hesitant. That was a pill that could detoxify hundreds of poisons. Big brother Lin took it, thanked him gratefully, and then fed it to Aunt Su mouthful by mouthful. Seeing this, Emperor Qishuan loosened his fist, closed his eyes and sighed. Forget it. He had already given it. What else could he do? After all, it was Yao Yao's thing, and she was free to give it to whomever she wanted. After drinking the water that dissolved the detoxification pill, Aunt Su's complexion quickly returned to normal, and she slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a little baby squatting beside her, as delicate as a girl under the seat of Guanyin Bodhisattva. She heard and felt that it was the water that saved her life. She immediately knelt on the ground and wanted to kowtow to the little fairy, but was stopped. Emperor Qishuan did not want Yao Yao's peculiarity to be exposed here. Old man, can you ask for a drink of water? Okay. Okay. Please move. The eldest of the Lin family looked at his mother, who was walking briskly. Confused. Wasn't his mother poisoned? But soon he followed with a happy face, not thinking about it. As long as his mother was fine. The group came to a farmyard, and Aunt Su shouted as soon as she entered the door, Eugene. Yu, come out and greet the guests. Chu Yao Yao scratched the small tuft on his head. The surname is Lin. Lin. Eugene. A little familiar. Lin Eugene. Lin. As soon as the voice fell, a door was opened and a young man with a scholarly temperament walked out. I am Lin Eugene. Meet you all? Suddenly, Chu Yao Yao remembered, and she stared at the man with burning eyes. Isn't this the youngest prime minister of Xia Kingdom in the future? Chapter 36. It's broken. The emperor's vest has fallen off. The youngest prime minister. When Emperor Qishuan heard this, he subconsciously looked at the young man in cloth. Talent. But when he thought that such a person could not be used by Daki, the key point was that he was originally from Daki, but ended up working for another country. He felt upset. I remember that he mourned for his mother for 3 years, and did not participate in the imperial examination. In addition, his scumbag father became more and more tyrannical in the next 2 years. Lin Yujin was very disappointed with such Daki. After that, he met the male protagonist, was appreciated by the male protagonist, followed the male protagonist to Xia, made suggestions all the way, helped the male protagonist defeat many princes, and finally ascended the throne. Chu Yaoyao became more and more excited as she thought about it. This is the only genius who was not attracted by the female protagonist's halo except the villain. Male protagonist? Emperor Qishuan's eyes gradually darkened. It seems that the male protagonist is a prince of Xia? Calculating the time. It seems that in the original text, Ansu died from the snake venom this time. Now that the poison has been cured, Lin Yujin does not have to observe mourning. The more Chu Yaoyao thought about it, the brighter her eyes became. I can be regarded as indirectly retaining talents for Daki. She was immediately happy in her heart. One detoxification pill in exchange for a capable person. This wave. Not a loss. Soon. She began to worry. But how can I let my father discover this talent? Emperor Qishuan, no need. I already know. Seeing their eyes, Lin Yujin was confused. He looked down. Is there something wrong with his clothes? Ansu came out with a teapot, followed by a little girl of about 11 or 12 years old. Dear guests, please have tea. Emperor Qishuan chatted with Lin Yujin while drinking tea, and tried to observe. Seeing this, Chu Yaoyao did not disturb them, and pulled her third brother to play aside. Chat. Chat. It's better to discover his talent quickly. Suddenly, several people came outside. The village chief shouted. Fengshuo's mother. The doctor is here. Lin Fengshuo came out. Excuse me. Village chief. Doctor. Please take a look at my mother. No need to see. My mother has recovered a long time ago. Ansu waved her hand. The village chief advised. The doctor is here. Let's take a look. Snake venom is not a trivial matter. Ansu sat down reluctantly. After the doctor took her pulse, he looked at the wound and looked at the few people in confusion. This is not a poisonous snake bite at all. After that, the doctor left a few packets of herbs and left angrily. The village chief patted his forehead. Did he see it wrong? Lin Yujin looked at the herbs on the table thoughtfully. The village chief had been in the fields for most of his life, and it was impossible for him to mistake a poisonous snake. What happened? On the other side, Ansu asked her eldest son to buy some food and vegetables. Lin Fengshuo looked embarrassed. Mom, there is not much money at home. Do you really need to buy so much fine grain? And meat and vegetables? Ansu slapped him on the arm and whispered. What are you talking about? How can you not treat the nobleman with good food and drink? Besides, the little nobleman saved her life. The courtyard was not big, and no matter how quiet they were, Emperor Qishuan still heard them. He immediately said, Aunt Su, there is no need to deliberately entertain us. Just make some wild vegetable dumplings. Chu Yaoyao also nodded in agreement, shouting, Wowatu! Aunt Su was amused by her little appearance. How can that be possible? Big brother. Go quickly. Wait a minute. The common people spent all their savings just to treat them to a meal, which was unacceptable to Emperor Qishuan. He turned around and ordered, Su Maoan. You go. I'll go. Everyone looked at the little dumpling who was standing on tiptoe and raising his hand. What are you buying? Who would complain about having too much food these days? Even if you go to the market to buy it, it will take half a day to go back and forth. Are you waiting for a midnight snack? I'll go get instant noodles. It's time to show you what delicious food is. Chu Yaoyao pulled her third brother and ran out, ready to use the carriage for cover. Su Maoan, hurry up and catch up. Yes. Su Maoan's voice caught Lin Yujin's attention. Looking at his movements, Lin Yujin lowered his eyes and rubbed the edge of the teacup with his hands. Chu Yaoyao stopped the others, climbed into the carriage alone, took out 20 packs of instant noodles from the space, and then asked her third brother and Su Zongwan to take them back. Su Maoan held them while wondering. The things in the carriage were prepared by him. He didn't remember these? Forget it. The master's affairs are not something he, a servant, can question. As night fell, Ansu and Lin Yuzhu were busy in the kitchen. Chu Yaoyao sneaked in and brought in a small bag of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Facing Lin Yuzhu's puzzled eyes, she pointed at the steamer and uttered a word, steam. Lin Yuzhu looked at the rhizome-like things in the cloth bag. Can these tree root-like things really be eaten? Ansu pushed her away and responded with a smile. Okay. If the little noble wants to eat, let's steam it. Lin Yuzhu looked at her mother who smiled as if she didn't want money. And she couldn't help shuddering. It's really weird. Her mother actually has such a kind side? Chu Yaoyao stepped over the threshold with great effort, ready to go find her third brother, and met Lin Yujin as soon as she went out. Seeing her, Lin Yujin remembered what his eldest brother said, and then smiled and shook the maltose in his hand. Little girl, do you want some candy? Just tell me where you are from, and this candy is yours. He is so cunning. He actually tried to trick a child. Chu Yao blinked her big eyes, pretending not to understand. She reached out from her small purse and took out a piece of candy and stuffed it into her mouth, and took out 2 more and put them in his hand. Then she walked to find her third brother. Slip. Slip. Will cunning be contagious? I am determined to be a heartless little waste. The smile on Lin Yujin's mouth froze for a moment. Was he rejected by the child? Peeling off the candy wrapper, the white candy ball was revealed, with a faint milky fragrance. He was sure that this thing was not common even in the wealthy families in the capital. Lin Yujin wrapped it again and fell into deep thought while looking at the little figure not far away. Could it be? When the food was served, Ansu exclaimed, "This cake is really strange. It turns into noodles once it is put into water." Chu Yao raised her little head. "Of course. You can eat it after soaking it in hot water. The blessing of lazy people is not called for nothing." Instant noodles? Emperor Qishuan looked at the noodles in the bowl. Can you eat it after soaking it in hot water? He had seen the noodles. They were very light and easy to carry, if they were used as military rations. Emperor Qishuan looked at Yao Yao beside him. "I wonder if the immortal is willing to give me a prescription." The food was on the table, and the Lin family was ready to sit down. Su Maoan subconsciously scolded. "How dare you?" As soon as he spoke, he was glared at by Emperor Qishuan. He hurriedly changed his words. "Auntie, we still have a few brothers. Do we have any food?" Auntie Su nodded and ran to the kitchen. Yes. Yes. There are still a lot of noodles in the pot." The 3 members of Emperor Qishuan's family enjoyed the meal, except for Lin Yujin, who was worried. The Lin family was very satisfied with the meal. In the corner at night, there was no one else around, and Lin Yujin, who finally found an opportunity, suddenly knelt on the ground. "I, Lin Yujin, pay my respects to the Emperor." Chapter 37 Finding the Parents. Early in the morning of the next day, Chu Yao Yao was slurping noodles when she suddenly noticed Lin Yujin coming out with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Before she could think about it, she saw her father sitting down with the same panda eyes. Chu Yao Yao's puzzled eyes turned back and forth between the two. Strange. These 2 people are not sleeping in the middle of the night. What are they doing? Suddenly, her expression became serious. Could it be? Then, she looked at the person next to her accusingly. "Did you eat delicious food behind my back?" Emperor Qishuan. When Lin Yujin saw Emperor Qishuan, he subconsciously wanted to salute, but was stopped. Seeing this scene, Chu Yao Yao paused while slurping noodles. Is my cheap father showing his cards? Or is Lin Yujin too smart? How did he subdue a proud genius so quickly? It's amazing. Hearing the voice, Emperor Qishuan proudly puffed up his chest. Of course, relying on my personal charm. Keep going. If you can praise, then praise more. However, he did not get what he wanted. System detected that the host's blood relatives have conquered key figures. Reward counterattack progress plus 5. Points x 25. Current progress 40. Points balance 88. I just took a nap. And such a big thing happened. As an excellent spectator, her professionalism does not allow her to miss such a big gossip. System host. Do you want to know? As long as you upgrade to level 3, you can turn on the playback and live broadcast functions. Hee hee. I don't want to. Anyway, the favorability cannot be faked, as long as Lin Yujin is truly submissive. Hearing this, Emperor Qi Xian was a little uneasy. It seems that nothing can be hidden from the immortal. Then his miserable behavior last night. Isn't it exposed? Ansu handed a piece of steamed sweet potato to Lin Yujin. You kid. You didn't sleep last night. Right? I told you a long time ago that reading at night hurts your eyes. It's okay if you don't sleep yourself. But it's really rude to make the nobleman rest poorly. Lin Yujin's hand holding the sweet potato trembled slightly. Ever since he knew that this was a good variety, with a yield of 3,000 kilograms per moo, his heart has been restless. Looking at his elder brother and younger sister, who were eating voraciously, Lin Yujin silently retracted his gaze and put down the sweet potato in his hand. It was really a sin. After a pause, he said solemnly, Mother, elder brother, younger sister. Last night the Emperor, Brother Huang, said that his family has a farm nearby, and we can stay there. Emperor Qishuan nodded. That's right. Since he decided to use Lin Yujin, he naturally had to treat his family well. But after a long talk last night, he found that only Lin Yujin and the Lin family had read books, and the others could barely recognize a few words. For a moment, he really didn't know how to settle them. He could only ask them to help take care of the farm first. And Su hesitated. Will this cause trouble for the nobles? Of course not. Emperor Qishuan shook his head. But, and Su still had concerns. Emperor Qishuan had no choice but to continue to take drastic measures. It's a pity that no one has been taking care of it. And the farmland has been left idle. Of course not. But he has the final say. Upon hearing this, Ansu slapped her thigh and stood up. What a sin! Good fields. Can't be left idle. Okay. I'll go pack up my belongings now. Village entrance. Lin Yujin watched the carriage leave. Thinking of the sincere words of His Majesty last night, he swore in his heart. A scholar will die for his confidant. Since His Majesty trusts him, he will do his best to serve the court and live up to His Majesty's kindness. After leaving the village, the group set out on the journey back to Beijing. Chu Yao looked at the villagers busy in the fields and remained silent for a long time. He was so silent that even Chu Yao noticed that something was wrong with him. What's wrong with the third brother? Soon. Chu Yao seemed to have made up his mind. He said firmly, Father, after returning to the palace, I want to go see my mother. Chu Yao stared at him with wide eyes. Still going? You have to taste what poison tastes like. Right. Emperor Qishuan looked at him deeply. Have you thought it through? Chu Yao nodded. He had seen and thought a lot in the past 2 days. He couldn't continue to live in a muddle-headed way and couldn't drag others down. Xiao Shuzi couldn't die in vain. He wants to do something for Daki and the people. And also, avenge Xiao Shuzi. Father will definitely deal with the Xiao family. And the Xiao family's conspiracy will not succeed. It's just that my mother and grandfather act cautiously. So my father has never been able to catch them. Then let him come. Doesn't the Xiao family want him to be the emperor? Then he will pretend to obey them first. And then find an opportunity to get evidence of the crime. Moreover, for his meritorious service, father may spare his mother's life? Looking at his stubborn eyes, Emperor Qishuan sighed. Then go. I feel that the third brother is different from before. There seems to be light in his eyes. Chu Yao looked at the scenery outside, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He just had a goal. The carriage went all the way to the city gate and suddenly stopped. In less than a moment, Su Maowen approached the window and whispered, The eldest princess sent someone to ask. There is a banquet at the mansion today. Do you want to go and see it? Banquet? Chu Yao's little ears moved. The banquet at the princess's mansion. As written in the book. At this banquet, the heroine crushed the whole audience with 2 poems. And became the most talented woman in Daki, known to everyone. Famous scene. Must go and see. Father, I want to go. Chu Yao looked eagerly. Emperor Qishuan was depressed for a while, and stretched out his hand to pinch her little face as if to relieve his anger. This little bad girl. When there is something, she calls father. And when there is nothing, she calls tyrant and scumbag father. She is the scumbag. But, talented woman? Humph. I want to see what she can do. Emperor Qishuan lowered his eyelids to hide the dark light in his eyes. Then, let's go and take a look. Princess's mansion. Emperor Qishuan and the princess were drinking tea in the main hall. And Chu Yao took Yao Yao to catch butterflies in the garden. Sister. Look. Brother caught another one. Looking at his childish behavior, Chu Yao clapped her hands and laughed a few times to show her face. Bored. She just ate a candy when she heard. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Looking in the direction of the voice, Chu Yao saw a little girl who looked about 8 or 9 years old. This princess is asking you a question. Xie Jingyuan took a few steps forward and stared at the little kid sitting on the stone bench. She watched for a long time from the side. And cousin Yao actually caught butterflies for this stinky girl. The most important thing is that he even hugged her. Cousin Jingyuan. This is my sister. Yao Yao. Chu Yao put down the jar of butterflies, walked over to stand in front of Yao Yao, and explained. It would have been better if he didn't say it. But Xie Jingyuan got even angrier after he finished. This girl is the Chu Yao Yao that Grandma always talks about. Before, Grandma loved her the most. But now all her love has been taken away by this stinky girl. She also wants to take away cousin Yao. Xie Jingyuan's eyes turned, pointed at Yao Yao and asked, What are you eating? Chu Yao Yao took out a candy from her small purse and handed it to her. Please have candy. Pa! Xie Jingyuan slapped her hand away, yelling with disgust. What kind of dirty thing is this? You dare to bring it to this princess? Xie Jingyuan. What are you doing? Chu Yao stepped forward to protect Yao Yao behind him, glaring at her. Looking at the candy on the ground and the burning palm, Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips. Her big eyes were covered with a layer of mist because of physiological tears, and she turned and ran away. Sister, where are you going? Chu Yaoyao spun her short legs without even turning her head. Tell my dad. Chapter 38 Eat Melons. Eat melons? The famous scene is coming. Chu Yaoyao rushed forward with her head down. She passed through several rockery, and the voice behind her gradually became blurred. The garden of the princess mansion was very large. As expected, she got lost, turning left and right. She didn't know how long it took. When she passed a corner, she suddenly bumped into something and fell on her buttocks. Zhao Jingqi was most impatient with the flattery and show-off between the rich ladies. She wanted to take a look at the scenery and relax, and then go back after the poetry meeting was over. Unexpectedly, she was hit on the knee by a soft thing just after crossing the corridor. Little princess? Zhao Jingqi hurriedly picked up Yao Yao and looked around. Why are you here alone? Does it hurt? Facing her concerned eyes, the grievance that was originally only 2 points turned into 10 points. Chu Yao Yao couldn't help it anymore. She held up her slightly red palm, and her big eyes quickly filled with tears. Wow! It hurts. Seeing that her white and tender palm was slightly red, Zhao Jingqi felt distressed and helped blow it. I'm sorry, little princess. It's all my fault. It's not my sister. It's... Chu Yaoyao cried and pointed behind her. It's not my sister's fault. Seeing this, Zhao Jingqi vaguely guessed something. Could it be that the little princess was bullied? Then my sister will take you to apply medicine. Okay? Zhao Jingqi took out a handkerchief and wiped her face, saying gently. Chu Yaoyao blushed. In fact, she regretted it after crying. It's so embarrassing. She nestled her face in the crook of Zhao Jingqi's neck and refused to come out no matter what. Seeing this, Zhao Jingqi shook her head helplessly and blamed her for saving face. This is too cute. Hey, isn't this Miss Zhao? When did you get a younger sister? A woman in a water green gauze dress and delicate makeup came towards them, but the weird tone of voice greatly reduced her beauty. Zhao Jingqi nodded slightly. Miss Zhao-san, long time no see. Hearing this address, Xiao Yunru's originally smiling mouth instantly straightened. Noticing the child in Zhao Jingqi's arms, she smiled and said, I haven't been out for a long time. I didn't know that Zhao Hujuan had another daughter? Hearing this, Zhao Jingqi frowned slightly, and her tone gradually became cold. What does Miss Zhao-san mean? Xiao Yunru's hands hidden in the wide sleeves clenched tightly. Here it comes again. Do you have to emphasize the 3? She reached out to cover her mouth, pretending to be surprised. Did I guess wrong? Huh? That is? Noticing the figure behind the rockery, Chu Yaoyao had an idea. And the idea of making trouble came up, and she couldn't suppress it at all. She raised her head from Zhao Jingqi's arms and called out softly. Sister. Zhao Jingqi looked at her helplessly. Well, I really didn't expect that the little princess was still a person who wanted to make trouble for the world. What else can she do? She can only spoil her. Zhao Jingqi apologized silently in her heart. I'm sorry. My parents. I don't want to do that. But the little princess calls me sister. She lowered her head and rubbed Yaoyao's full forehead, her tone full of pampering. What's wrong? Chu Yaoyao felt itchy and kept hiding with a smile. The two of them played around as if no one was around. Seeing the state of the two, Xiao Yunru became more and more certain of her guess. This child must be the daughter of General Zhao. What about being infatuated with his deceased wife? And not remarrying for fear of his children being wronged? All of them are lies. Soon, Zhao Jingqi's situation will become the same as hers. Thinking of this, Xiao Yunru suddenly felt much more balanced. Turning around inadvertently, she caught a glimpse of the figure behind her, and she immediately turned back and shouted, Zhao Jingqi, this is the eldest princess's banquet. Not every bastard is qualified to attend. She said this too quickly, and Zhao Jingqi had no time to cover Yaoyao's ears. Xiao Yunru, are you crazy? Zhao Jingqi looked at her with cold eyes. Don't think that everyone's home is as messy as yours. Zhao Jingqi looked at her with disdain. Sure enough, people with a heart see everything as dirty. Knowing that the person hiding behind had not left yet, Xiao Yunru continued to shout with her neck stiff. What's wrong with what I said? An illegitimate daughter who is not presentable is not worthy of appearing at the banquet. Miss Zhao-san must have misunderstood. The clear and angry voice reached the ears of several people. Xie Jiansheng walked out from behind the rockery. Finally came out. Hearing the sound, Xie Jiansheng paused slightly. Could it be that the little princess had already discovered him? Seeing him, Chu Yaoyao grinned and shouted loudly in a milky voice, "Cousin!" "What?" Xiao Yunru's face turned pale immediately. The king of Canaan and his family are all in the fiefdom. So the eldest princess's brothers are only left. Realizing this, she knelt on the ground in panic. "I have been feeling unwell recently and dizzy, so I didn't recognize the princess for a while. Please forgive me." "Humph." Chu Yaoyao turned her head and looked aside. "Scold me? You bad guy. I won't forgive you. Looking at your behavior just now, you must have troubled Sister Zhao more than once. I must help Sister Zhao vent her anger. After all, Sister Zhao will be her sister-in-law in the future." Hearing this, Xie Jiancheng looked at Zhao Jingqi in surprise. Now he was sure that the little princess had discovered him a long time ago. But he didn't know what was so special about Miss Zhao that made the little princess so close to her. He agreed with Yao Yao's words. Indeed, disrespecting the princess should be punished. Xiao Yunru looked at Xie Jiancheng in panic. "Master Xie." Xie Jiancheng didn't even look at her, and whispered, "There is a poetry meeting in the pavilion. Do the little princess and Miss Zhao want to go and see it?" "Go." Chu Yaoyao nodded her head vigorously. "It's a must. The famous scene must not be missed." Zhao Jingqi first checked Yao Yao's palm and found that it had returned to whiteness and tenderness. Then nodded. "Okay." After several people left, the person who had been hiding in the dark appeared. "Why did my sister kneel down?" The man walked to Xiao Yunru, helped her up, and leaned close to her ear. "You are far from the one in the palace. What can you use to compete with me?" After that, she chuckled and walked away. Only Xiao Yunru was left, staring at her back, almost biting her teeth. Xiao Yunqi, Chu Yaoyao, and the others walked over. And when they were still some distance away from the pavilion, they heard someone say loudly, "Why not make summer the theme?" Chu Yaoyao was excited. "It's better to arrive early than to arrive early." She pointed in the direction of the pavilion and threw her upper body forward. "Quick! Hurry up! The famous scene is coming!" Seeing this, Zhao Jingqi had to speed up. As soon as she stepped onto the steps, she heard, "The bright moon on a branch startled the magpie." Chu Yaoyao shook her head and recited in her mind, 2 or 3 drops of rain in front of the mountain. When Shi Jingjing saw Xie Jiancheng, her eyes suddenly lit up and her voice became louder. The old thatched cottage was beside the forest, and the bridge suddenly appeared when the road turned to the stream. Shi Jingjing thought proudly, although she couldn't recite as many as 300 poems. Any poem learned during the compulsory education stage could make you ancient people drop your jaws. However, she didn't see a trace of surprise on the face of the most handsome young man. Why? Unlike her doubts, Chu Yaoyao was very satisfied. "This time I finally got to eat a hot melon." Chapter 39. A Baby in Arms. 2 voices at his ears ended at the same time, and Xie Jiancheng didn't know how to react for a moment. "Oh no!" Looking at this expression, "My cousin is not thinking. Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention. Right?" Hearing this, Xie Jiancheng came back to his senses, with goosebumps all over his body, looking at her helplessly. Who did the little princess learn this from? But Chu Yaoyao was only worried about him for a few seconds. Who cares? As long as the third brother is not here. Speaking of the third brother, Chu Yaoyao rubbed her face. She seemed to have forgotten something. At the same time, in the main hall, looking at the people drinking tea slowly, the eldest princess disagreed. Why did my brother think of leaving the palace? And he only brought a few people with him. Emperor Qishuan put down the teacup in his hand. You know everything? Although my sister was not present. It was so big at the palace banquet that it's hard not to know. Speaking of this, the eldest princess put down the teacup with a bang. Those rebels are really bold. After that, she looked at Emperor Qishuan's expression and hesitated. Emperor Qishuan covered the teacup. Just say whatever you want to say. The eldest princess lowered her voice. My brother, do you think there is King Canaan's hand in this? Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan pondered for a moment. It's not impossible. Speaking of it, it's not the foolish thing that my father did. Jiayang. Emperor Qishuan looked displeased and interrupted her harshly. Father! Chu Yao ran in hurriedly. Not seeing the familiar little figure, Chu Yao's face changed, and he asked breathlessly, Father, has my sister been here? What? Upon hearing this, Emperor Qishuan stood up immediately. What happened? Chu Yao hesitated. It was cousin Jing Yuan. After saying that, he lowered his head in guilt. All because he didn't protect his sister well. Thinking of Yao Yao's previous fall into the water, Emperor Qishuan almost lost his composure. Su Maowen, send someone to find her. The eldest princess also hurriedly ordered. Go find the little princess. And bring Jingyuan to me. This girl is really spoiled by her husband. Pavilion. Sensing Xie Jingjing's gaze, Shi Jingjing lowered her head a little embarrassedly. She was secretly happy in her heart. Sure enough, what was said in the novel was true. Mr. Xie must have been too shocked just now. It doesn't matter. This concern is late, but it comes. She has already inquired that the person who helped her on the street yesterday was the grandson of old Master Zhou, and his sister was the queen of the dynasty. The man in front of me is the eldest princess' son. A trace of determination flashed in Shi Jingjing's eyes. Today she will be famous all over the world. Let these outstanding men be crazy for her. Be crazy for her. Keep their virginity for her. And never marry for her. Immersed in beautiful thoughts, Shi Jingjing did not notice that there was a pair of resentful eyes staring at her. On the side, Xiao Yunqi's hand hidden in her sleeve clenched the handkerchief. I thought that if Xiao Yun'er didn't come, no one could steal the limelight from her. Where did this Shi Jingjing come from? How dare she get ahead of her and attract Mr. Xia's attention? If Zhu Yaoyao knew what she was thinking, she would definitely tell her loudly. Jimei, you think less. She wants to attract the attention of all outstanding men. Good poem. Zhou Huaichen tapped his palm with a folding fan and strode in. I think Miss Shi wins this round. When she saw her, Shi Jingjing stood up directly, and then sat down again when she noticed the puzzled gazes around her. Zhu Yaoyao swallowed the candy in her mouth and began to spoil the story. Next question. Water? Xie Jiansheng tilted his ear slightly. Water? He spoke first. The lotus in this pond is blooming beautifully. Let's use this as the topic for the next round. Zhu Yaoyao? It's not written like this in the book. It's changed. It seems that the butterfly effect is quite large. And even the heroine's highlight moment can be deviated. Looking at the counterattack progress on the panel, only 40% can affect the heroine's aura. And if it increases by another 20 or 30, won't it be possible to compete with the heroine head-on? When Zhu Yaoyao thought of this possibility, she was so excited that she couldn't sit still. Is the little princess hungry? Zhao Jingqi ate a piece of dessert first, and felt it was good. And then she focused on feeding the little dumpling in her arms. A bite of dessert. A sip of tea. Zhu Yaoyao only needs to move her little mouth. The chef in the princess's mansion is as good as the imperial chef. Jingqi. Whose child is this? So cute. Little guy. How old are you? Zhu Yaoyao glanced at the favorability of the person who came. She grinned and said, 2 years old. This cute little look instantly captured the hearts of all the rich ladies. Zhu Yaoyao was surrounded by them, and was forced to experience being hugged by them, eating delicious food and looking at the handsome men and beautiful women in the pavilion. Delicious food. Beautiful. Beautiful scenery. Zhu Yaoyao squinted her eyes in satisfaction. And she didn't even remember what the task was. Very comfortable. Emperor Qishuan saw this scene as soon as he arrived. He gritted his teeth. And he was so anxious that he almost turned the princess's mansion upside down. This girl is more enjoyable than an emperor like him. The poetry meeting was still going on. And when it was Shi Jingjing's turn, she couldn't wait to stand up. After all, in June, the West Lake, the lotus leaves are endless and green. I can do this question too. The lotus flowers in the sun are particularly red. When this poem came out, the pavilion began to whisper. Xie Jianqing's eyes flickered. I wonder which West Lake is the West Lake in Mishra's poem. Where is it? The West and East. West. South. And North is just something I said casually for the sake of rhyme. Shi Jingjing was also puzzled at this time. No way. Is there really a West Lake in Daki? Zhu Yaoyao also reacted. No. You don't have to be so honest. You can just copy it intact. You can just make up a lake in the East, West, and North. Daki does not have a West Lake. But there is a Shi Lake in Xia, which is famous all over the world. In addition, the two countries have just experienced a war. So it is hard not to think too much. To put it mildly, you are ignorant. To put it more broadly, you are probably in Daki. But your heart is in Xia. This statement hit the heart of Emperor Qishuan. After the spy incident, he knew from his heart that the heroine was a threat to Daki. He immediately snorted. Rhyme? Your Highness. There was a lot of kneeling in the pavilion. How dare you not kneel when you see the emperor? Su Maowen pointed at Shi Jingjing and shouted angrily. Shi Jingjing was frightened by the voice. And it was Zhou Huaichen beside her who pulled her to kneel down. Emperor Qishuan's eyes gradually turned cold. Do you really not know Shihu? Shi Jingjing was sweating and trembling. Stammering. Your servant. I really don't know. She had no doubt that if she showed any sign of knowing, she would be beheaded the next moment. At this moment, she felt for the first time that this was the ancient times where imperial power was supreme. The fuel dregs that she once despised would cost her life if she was not careful. Humph. Emperor Qishuan swept his slightly majestic eyes over everyone. Reading and writing are not for showing off, but for you to distinguish right from wrong. As a citizen of Daki, you should be clear about your own position. Remember to be prepared for danger in times of peace, and always keep the righteousness of your family and country in mind. Remember the Emperor's teachings. As for you, Emperor Qishuan looked at Shi Jingjing coldly. You are disrespectful in front of the Emperor. Your Majesty. Miss Shi must have been too nervous when she saw the majesty of the Emperor for the first time. Zhou Huaichen carefully explained to Shi Jingjing. Emperor Qishuan looked at him deeply, and it seemed that it was time to have a chat with old Master Shou. Zhou Huaichen shuddered for no reason. It was strange. Where did the cold wind come from in the middle of summer? Since you haven't learned the rules well. Don't go out. Ah. Father is so handsome. I am crazy about you. Crazy about you. And I will bang my head against the wall for you. I will never call you a scumbag father and tyrant again. Chapter 40. Shi Jingjing was punished. Chu Yaoyao pinched the index finger and thumb of both hands. Father, please accept my little heart. When Emperor Qishuan turned around, he saw his precious daughter's strange action. Although he didn't understand what it meant, he knew that it must be a compliment to him. He immediately raised his chin slightly and straightened his chest to make himself look more majestic. Oh, I heard everything. Remember your words. Father! It's bad. The third brother is here. Although he didn't see Shi Jingjing's highlight moment, it's hard to guarantee that he won't be affected by the heroine's halo and help her plead. What should I do? Hearing this, Chu Yao almost sprained his ankle. Plead? That demon? She was dreaming. Sister, why did you come here? As he said, he looked at Shi Jingjing warily. What if she was hurt by this demon girl? A trace of doubt flashed across Chu Yaoyao's big eyes. Third brother is not in the right state. Shouldn't he fall in love with the heroine at first sight? Chu Yao, what love at first sight? Pa! System, this. Maybe they have a grudge. Enemies become lovers? This is the pull of fate. No wonder third brother can't even get a supporting role. It turns out that he did it himself. System. Royal brother. The eldest princess came over and saw her eldest son kneeling on the ground. Showing a distressed look, my sister asked someone to prepare tea and snacks. I guess Yao is hungry too. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yao burped. Burp! After burping, she covered her face. How embarrassing. What sound? The eldest princess looked around. There was only a little kid named Yao here. Could it be her? But seeing her shy little look, the princess put aside her doubts and suppressed her smile. Digestive tea is also prepared. Then let's go. After that, Emperor Qishuan took Yao and walked out of the pavilion first. After the group left the pavilion, everyone stood up. Shi Jingjing felt that her legs had no strength and she couldn't stand up at all. Her back was already soaked with cold sweat. Seeing her embarrassed look, Xiao Yunqi snorted lightly, glanced at her, and then left. What's wrong with having some knowledge? With this style and courage? You are not worthy of being her opponent. Miss Shi, are you okay? Zhou Huaichen dragged her elbow with a fan and helped her up. Shi Jingjing looked at him gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. The girl in front of him was pale. Her eyes were slightly red. Her eyelashes were trembling. And she looked pitiful. Zhou Huaichen's heart suddenly surged with pity. Mr. Zhou, the Emperor won't kill me. Will he? Shi Jingjing looked at him tenderly. Don't worry. Where is Shi Jingjing? Su Maowen came over with several guards. The Emperor has ordered us to send Miss Shi back. No. I'll go back by myself. Shi Jingjing refused subconsciously. Su Maowen said with a fake smile. Miss Shi, this is the Emperor's order. We can't make it difficult for us. And the Emperor has also sent an oral order to Shi Yanbua. After that, he waved his hand, and several guards surrounded Shi Jingjing. Shi Jingjing looked at Zhou Huaichen for help. Mr. Zhou? Seeing this, Zhou Huaichen felt distressed and wanted to step forward, but was stopped. Watching Shi Jingjing being taken away, Zhou Huaichen was furious. Xie Jiancheng, what are you doing? I should be the one asking you this question. Xie Jiancheng looked straight into his eyes. You have just contradicted the Emperor for her, and you are going to disobey her order for her. Hearing this question, Zhou Huaichen's eyes became much clearer. Thinking of the situation just now, he looked regretful. I don't know what happened. I just don't want to see her get hurt. Suddenly, he raised his head abruptly, with a look of fear. Brother Jiancheng, I won't be possessed by evil. Right? Hearing his words, Xie Jianchen's eyes gradually turned cold. Could this be the female protagonist Halo mentioned by the little princess? Can it actually change people's thoughts and behaviors? But if according to what the little princess said, he is also one of the male supporting roles. Why is he fine? Is it because of the voice in his heart? Thinking of this, Xie Jiancheng couldn't wait to walk towards the main hall. Main hall. The princess brought Xie Jingyuan to Yao Yao. Quick! Apologize to your sister. Xie Jingyuan pouted and said nothing, looking up with an unconvinced look. And his eyes were full of anger and jealousy when he looked at Yao Yao. It's all her fault. Seeing her eyes, Chu Yao Yao turned her head to the side, and just turned a blind eye to it. Humph. No need. Even if you apologize to me verbally, you probably curse me to death in your heart. The most important thing is that you have ruined my love. And I will not forgive you even if you apologize. Xie Jingyuan, what did mother teach you on weekdays? Tell me yourself. You just hit your sister. Shouldn't you apologize to your sister? As soon as Xie Jiancheng entered the door, he heard, it seems that my aunt is so pitiful. What pitiful? Before he could think about it, he heard Jing Yuan yelling, I just hate her. I will beat her every time I see her in the future. I don't want to apologize to her. And you are mean to me for her. You are not my mother. Xie Jingyuan pushed the princess hard and ran out of the door. She ran and cried. It was all because of that dead girl. Why did she come to her house? And her mother. She actually scolded her for others. My brother didn't help her. Sure enough, what my father said was right. They are a family. She is going to find her aunt. The princess raised her hand and rubbed her swollen temple. Seeing this, Xie Jiancheng stepped forward to support her and looked at her worriedly. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Brother, it's all my fault that I am busy with the affairs of the mansion and neglected to discipline Jing Yuan, which made her become like this. After that, she smiled bitterly. It's my fault. Chu Yao Yao held the cup with both hands and drank a cup of digestive tea. Then she took the small handkerchief to wipe her mouth and looked at the princess with a trace of pity in her eyes. Could it be that my aunt has been busier than my cousin when he was a child? Hearing this, the eldest princess shook her head subconsciously. Of course not. After Jiancheng turned 10, he helped her share the affairs of the mansion. As Jiancheng grew up, she became more relaxed. You don't have to blame yourself. Just teach him well in the future. Emperor Qishuan comforted. This is not the same thing. The problem is still at the root. The people present were confused by this. What does it mean? Your Majesty. Su Maoan suddenly ran in a hurry. I don't know what he said, but Emperor Qishuan's face suddenly became very ugly. I have something else to do, so I'll go back to the palace first. Watching them leave, Xie Jiancheng dismissed the people around him, and then asked in a low voice, Mother can also hear Yao Yao. You heard it too? Xie Jiancheng nodded slightly. It seems that his guess was right. As long as there is a blood relationship, you can hear it. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Just now, Jing Yuan seemed. No reaction? Chapter 41. The princess fainted from anger. The princess also thought of this, and she felt her eyes go dark in an instant. Mother! Xie Jiancheng hurriedly supported her. The princess grabbed his wrist tightly, her voice trembling slightly, and looked at him as if to verify. It should be that Jing Yuan was too angry, so he didn't hear it. Right? Xie Jiancheng didn't say anything. Will it be? In fact, the princess herself didn't believe this. She watched Jing Yuan grow up since she was a child, and she knew Jing Yuan's temper best. If she encountered something strange, she would have shouted and cried and made a fuss. Could it be that Jing Yuan, her child? Mother! Xie Jiancheng shouted. Come here! Call the doctor. On the way back to the palace, Emperor Qishuan's face was gloomy, and he closed his eyes and thought. The air pressure in the carriage was a little low, and Chu Yao Yao moved her feet uncomfortably. What happened? Chu Yao spoke out his guess. Father, did the Shao family do something again? Apart from the Shao family, he really couldn't think of anything else that could make his father's face change suddenly. Emperor Qishuan glanced at him, neither saying yes nor no. Don't think too much. While speaking, the carriage had already entered the palace gate. Su Maoan, send the little princess back to Qionghua Palace. Yes. Being held by Su Maoan, Chu Yaoyao turned around and looked at them angrily. You actually hid it from me. Scumbag father. Didn't you say you wouldn't shout like that? Huh. You scumbag who doesn't keep your word. When his eyes touched Chu Yao beside him, Emperor Qishuan's thoughts turned back. Go back to Chenong as usual. Then he looked at him deeply. Do you know what to do? Chu Yao nodded. Of course. He had thought about it countless times. Looking at his back, Emperor Qishuan felt a little reluctant. He really hoped that Chu Yao could grow up. But this price. Thinking of this, Emperor Qishuan's eyes became dark, revealing a chilling chill that made people tremble. His thin lips parted slightly, and his voice was as cold as ice. Go back to the imperial study. Chen Dongsu. As soon as Chu Yao entered the door, he heard a cry of surprise. Hey, third prince. You are finally back. When Xiao Anzi saw him, he hurried to greet him. What happened to you the night before yesterday? Xiao Anzi carefully looked at his expression. Under his sleeves, Chu Yao's fingers trembled slightly, and then he waved his hand impatiently. Hey! Don't mention it. After you led the guards away, I was about to sneak in, and Xiao Shuzi appeared. Chu Yao sat down angrily and hammered the table. He said he would not let me go in to see my mother. You didn't go in? Chu Yao took a cup to pour water, but the kettle was empty. After hearing what he said, he thought of Xiao Shuzi, who helped him escape. What's wrong with you? Servant? You ask questions as soon as you come back. Don't you know to pour me a glass of water? You have no manners. Yes. Yes. I deserve to die. Your Highness, please forgive me. Xiao Anzi slapped himself twice in the face, and then hurried to get the teapot. When Chu Yao was the only one left in the room, he suddenly lost his temper and slumped his shoulders slightly. In fact, Xiao Anzi is the mother's man. He should have thought of it earlier. The footsteps gradually became clear, and Chu Yao adjusted his expression. Why are you so slow? Xiao Anzi smiled flatteringly. The servant helped you get some nectar. Nectar? Chu Yao lowered his eyes when he smelled the faint sweet fragrance. This nectar was sent by his mother. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiao Anzi seemed to be talking to himself. This nectar is the favorite of your highness. Now there is only half a kin left. If the virtuous concubine was here, she would have prepared it long ago. Hearing this, Chu Yao put the cup down heavily. And the nectar water he had just taken a sip splashed everywhere. You know I am worried about my mother. But you keep mentioning it in front of me. You are deliberately making things difficult for me. Right? Xiao Anzi knelt down hurriedly. I know I am wrong. Please forgive me. But I am worried about you when I see your highness is worried. Chu Yao sneered in his heart. Worried about him? I am afraid you are the one who is worried. Okay. Get up. Xiao Anzi stood up, looked out the door, then closed the door and leaned close to Chu Yao's ear. Your highness, if you want to see the concubine Xian, I will take you there at night. Really? Chu Yao's eyes widened at first. Then he curled his lips. Are you still using the same method as last time? The guards are not stupid. How could they be fooled twice? Someone will help your highness then. TSK? Chu Yao looked unconvinced. This palace is used to flattering the powerful and bullying the weak. Now that my mother has lost power, others can't even hide from it. How could they help? Really? Xiao Anzi couldn't help but speak louder. After realizing that something was wrong, he leaned close to Chu Yao's ear and lowered his voice. It was Lord Zhao's spy. Grandfather? Chu Yao pretended to be surprised. Yes. How could I forget my grandfather? He is so powerful. He will definitely be able to save my mother. As he said that, he was about to run out. Oh! Your Highness. That won't work. Xiao Anzi hurriedly stopped him. Master Xiao was punished to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. And you won't be able to see him even if you go. Why don't you wait until you see the queen? And then make a long-term plan? Hearing this, Chu Yao nodded and patted his shoulder. That makes sense. Your Highness really didn't misjudge you. Xiao Anzi smiled flatteringly. Sure enough, without Xiao Shuzi's wooden head instigating him, he became a popular person with weight in front of the third prince. Seeing him like this, Chu Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. Did you believe it? It seems that it's not bad to use him to practice acting. Qianghua Palace. Chu Yaoyao just walked to the door and saw two pairs of eyes staring at her. She was so scared that she put down her feet that were about to step over the threshold. She quietly took a step back. What's going on? Is the little princess back? Meng Jiayu stood up and looked at her a little attentively. Does the little princess still remember me? Chu Yaoyao took another step back. So enthusiastic? Even more terrifying. If Chu Yaoyao hadn't seen the favorability above her head, she would have wanted to run away. She looks like a weird aunt who wants to kidnap children. Don't scare her. Concubine Chu walked up and picked up Yao Yao. Yao, don't you remember? We met Concubine Meng in Xi'an Palace. Chu Yao looked over and called softly. Aunt Meng. Hey! Hearing this milky voice, Concubine Meng's smile deepened. Why is your mouth here? Concubine Meng gave Concubine Chu a look. Your Aunt Meng wants to ask. Do you still have those things you gave to your mother before leaving the palace? Yes. Meng Jie couldn't wait to take over the conversation. I want to buy some. After saying that, she looked at Yao Yao expectantly. God knows how surprised she was when she found this magical thing. It's too convenient. She fell into the water when she was a child and suffered from cold body. Those few days every month were really worse than death. If there was an object that would heat up when attached to the body, there would be no need to get up in the middle of the night to drink hot water. And there are things that are more convenient than menstrual belts. Thinking of this, her eyes became more eager. So it's for the hot baby. Half an hour later, Meng Jiayu left with a tightly wrapped small package. In the room, looking at the dazzling gold on the table, Chu Yaoyao couldn't help but open her mouth wide. And tears flowed from the corners of her mouth. She stretched out her little hand, waved at Meng Jiayu's back, and shouted in her heart. Rich woman, don't leave. I still have it. Give me another chance. Chapter 42 Chu Yao, growing up. Seeing her money-obsessed look, Concubine Shu couldn't help but hold her forehead. Please stop looking at me. Your eyes are about to stick to me. Chu Yaoyao didn't know what her mother was thinking. After watching the rich woman leave, she grinned and began to pick up the treasures on the table. She slurped her saliva while picking up the treasures. Seeing her like this, Concubine Shu silently covered her face. Fortunately, Concubine Meng had left. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Imperial Study. Zhao Qingwen lowered his head in shame and knelt down to plead guilty. I have failed your majesty's trust. Please punish me. Get up first. You were not in the capital at the time, so it's not your fault. Who was guarding that cell? Your majesty. It was the imperial guards. No matter what, it was his fault for not being strict with his subordinates. I didn't expect that the emperor would not blame him. Zhao Qingwen felt even more guilty because of this. Ahem. Father! The prince walked in with a pale face. Seeing this, Emperor Qixuan stood up and walked over, looking at him worriedly. Why are you here? If you are sick, you should rest well. I am worried. After thinking for a moment, Emperor Qixuan looked at Zhao Qingwen. Then let's start with the imperial guards guarding the cell. I want to see who is eating out of his own house. Yes. After Zhao Qingwen left, the prince hesitated and hesitated. If you have something to say, just say it. Father, why don't we go to Qionghua Palace? After hearing his words, Emperor Qixuan sat back down by the chair. He also thought about it. When he heard the news that Xiao Hu was silenced, he subconsciously thought of Yao Yao. But this is wrong. Yao Yao is just a 2-year-old baby and should not bear these. They can't always rely on Yao Yao. And she has helped enough. This time, the clues are all in front of them. But the Xiao family still took advantage of it. We can't always rely on her. What's more, they don't know what price these news will cost Yao Yao. So they can't take risks. The prince stepped forward and said anxiously, Father, I understand what you mean. But time waits for no one. Emperor Qixuan raised his hand to interrupt him. I know that the sooner the cancer of the Xiao family is eradicated, the better. But let's wait for the news of the third brother first. Third brother? At night, at the gate of Zhonghua Palace, Chu Yao took Xiao Anzi to hide in the previous corner and secretly looked at the guards at the gate. There are more guards than last time. Are you sure you can go in? Xiao Anzi patted his chest and assured. Your Highness, don't worry. A person suddenly walked over from a distance. It was quite far away, so Chu Yao couldn't see his face clearly. He only vaguely heard several guards guarding the door respectfully shouting, Hello. Captain Sun. Captain Sun? Could he be the spy of the Xiao family? Before Chu Yao could think about it, he heard Xiao Anzi calling him. Third Prince, you can go in. Ah? Chu Yao looked over and saw that there was no one at the gate. Although he was skeptical, he dared not show any other expression except surprise at this moment. Entering the gate of Zhonghua Palace, he encouraged himself in his heart as he walked. Although his mother was not as easy to deceive as Xiao Anzi, he could definitely do it. He was no longer the useless third prince. He is Chu Yao, who has read the 36 stratagems. Yaoer. Concubine Xian ran out of the room, hugged him, and then grabbed his shoulders. Let mother see it quickly. Although he didn't know how much of this worry was true or false. Chu Yao's eyes were still red when he saw his mother. Mother! Why? Why did you rebel? Why did you poison your father and him? Why did you treat him like this? Seeing this, Concubine Xian thought he was asking about the punishment. So she naturally couldn't tell him the reason. After a long time, she uttered a few words. Your father. He has some misunderstandings about mother. Hearing this, Chu Yao took a step back and avoided her hand. So mother thought so. It was a close call. Almost exposed, the two walked into the room in silence. And Concubine Xian handed him a handkerchief and asked casually, Did Yaoer come to Zhonghua Palace the night before yesterday? Chu Yao paused with the handkerchief in his hand. It seemed that mother still suspected him. Humph. He angrily wiped his face with a handkerchief several times, then threw it to the ground. I was going to see my mother, but I was stopped by Xiaoshuzi outside. Seeing that he was the same as usual, Concubine Xian reached out and gently tapped his forehead. You are still so naughty. Now the Queen Mother and the Emperor both have opinions about my mother. You really shouldn't come to Zhonghua Palace. He did the right thing. He is loyal, but it's a pity. Chu Yao clenched his hands hidden under the table, and his face showed a puzzled expression. What's a pity? Didn't my son come in anyway? Concubine Xian chuckled. My mother is not talking about this matter. Didn't Yaoer notice that someone was missing around him? Chu Yao lowered his head and thought for a long time. Shook his head. Who is missing? Xiaoshuzi. Concubine Xian said, secretly observing his reaction. Hearing this name, Chu Yao's back froze for a moment. And then he slapped the table and stood up suddenly. If mother hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. Where did this servant go? He didn't even tell me. He simply didn't take me seriously. The virtuous concubine stood up and handed him a glass of water. Yaoer, don't be angry. Mother, send him away. Chu Yao first drank a sip of water, then asked, Where did you send him? The tone of indifference was as if it was just a casual question. The virtuous concubine looked at him, sighed faintly, and said meaningfully, Of course. Send him to reunite with his family. Chu Yao suddenly realized. Go home. It's better to leave. You keep nagging in my ears all day long and trying to persuade me to study. It's so annoying. Speaking of studying. Mother. Chu Yao looked at her carefully. I heard that my father and grandmother punished me because I didn't study hard. If I study hard, my father will be happy. Will he not punish you? No. The virtuous concubine shouted subconsciously. Afterwards, she seemed to realize that her reaction was a bit intense, and smiled and poured him a glass of water. Studying is so tiring. Mother just wants Yaoer to be happy. Okay. I'll listen to mother. Chu Yao sat down in frustration, holding the cup and drinking it sip by sip. At this moment, he felt extremely disappointed. Would mother rather be punished than let him make progress? Good boy. Try this. Fresh out of the pot. Concubine Xian pushed a plate of snacks to his hand. Chu Yao grabbed a few pieces and stuffed them into his mouth, nodding as he ate. The snacks in my mother's palace are still delicious. Who told you why my mother was punished? Chu Yao ate the snacks in his mouth and said vaguely, Xiao Anzi said so. Really? Concubine Xian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She thought he was smart. Soon, she thought of another thing. The little girl born by concubine Xu seems to be quite loved by the emperor and the queen mother recently. Hearing this, Chu Yao paused. My mother is not going to attack Yao Yao. Seeing this, concubine Xian narrowed her eyes slightly, and her tone was inexplicably dangerous. What's wrong with Yaoer? Is there something you are hiding from your mother? Chapter 43 Princess. What about my child? I didn't. Meeting that suspicious look, Chu Yao was so scared that his heart dropped. He quickly shook his head to deny. No. Mother. Concubine Xian continued to look at him, obviously not dispelling her suspicion. She picked up a cup, put her arm on the table, and played with it. What to do? Chu Yao's mind was in a mess. His body subconsciously tensed, and the hair on his back stood up. He asked carefully, Mother, do you know that I left the palace? Concubine Xian raised her eyebrows. Leaving the palace? Yes. The night before yesterday I deliberately pretended to be sick so that my father would come to see me, hoping that my father would withdraw the punishment on you. But unfortunately my father did not agree. Speaking of this, Chu Yao hung his head. I heard that my father was going to take Yao Yao out of the palace. So I pestered them to go with him. Mother, I really didn't hide it from you on purpose. I just feared that you would be angry. Hearing this, concubine Xian put the cup on the tray. Her expression eased a little, and she said angrily, Your father took you out to play. This is a good thing. Why should I hide it from you? Then she asked again, Did he take your 2 brothers with him? Chu Yao looked up at her. He only took me and Yao Yao. Hearing this, concubine Xian's eyes gradually turned cold, and she said meaningfully, It seems that this little princess is really extraordinary. Mother, I have an idea. Since Yao Yao is favored now, I will get closer to her. There is no harm in it. After saying this, Chu Yao looked at her anxiously. Concubine Xian lowered her eyes and thought for a long time. If that girl can really make the emperor look at Yao differently, it would be good. Forget it. It's just a little girl anyway, and it won't hinder the great cause of the Shao family. Besides, thinking of this, she smiled and nodded. Yao is right. You siblings should really visit each other more often. Yeah. Chu Yao nodded vigorously. It seems that his mother has given up on Yao Yao, but his heart just settled down halfway, and it was lifted up again in an instant. Did she mention when General Li would return to Beijing? Why did his mother ask this? Although he was puzzled, he quickly shook his head. That's not the case. The Li family won the battle, and after returning to Beijing, the emperor will certainly hold a banquet to reward them. And maybe my mother can go out. The virtuous concubine put her hand on his arm. If there is any news, Yao must tell my mother, so that my mother can have some hope. She also knew that this reason was far-fetched, but the Shu concubine was too cautious. She couldn't arrange spies in the Qionghua palace at all, and the emperor had been keeping a close eye on her recently. That person must not return to Beijing alive. Otherwise the Shao family will be finished. Chu Yao nodded and assured, Don't worry. Mother, what a good boy. Concubine Xian smiled and picked up a piece of dessert and handed it to him. Concubine Xian's personal maid Liu Guang walked in. My queen, it's getting late. The guards have to change shifts. Mother, I don't want to leave. Chu Yao looked at them and shook his head. Yao, be obedient. Go back quickly. With concubine Xian's eyes, Chu Yao walked out of the gate of Zhonghua Palace, looking back every few steps. When he left, the captain surnamed Sun was guarding the gate, never looking away. As if he didn't see him, Chu Yao secretly memorized his appearance, and then strode away with a normal expression, all the way back to Qindong's residence. He walked into the room and slammed the door shut. He collapsed to the ground in an instant, raised his hand, and saw that his palm was full of cold sweat. Late at night, the lights in the princess's mansion were bright. Ah! The princess, who was originally unconscious, suddenly woke up. Hearing the sound, Xie Jiansheng walked over quickly and said worriedly, Mother, how do you feel? The princess looked at him in panic. Where is Jingyuan? At this time, Xie Jingyuan was also carried in by the maid. Xie Jingyuan stood by the bed, rubbed his eyes with his hands, pulled her sleeves and said coquettishly, Mother, I'm so sleepy. When she saw her, the princess subconsciously thought of Yao Yao's voice. Now looking at Jing Yuan's appearance again, there is no similarity between his eyebrows and eyes. She brushed Xie Jing Yuan's hand away, pointed outside, and shouted, Go away! Mother? Xie Jing Yuan was frightened. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at her brother beside her helplessly. Xie Jiansheng sighed and told the maid, Send Jing Yuan back to rest first. No need. This princess will go back by herself. Seeing the maid who came forward to hug her, Xie Jing Yuan raised her leg and kicked her, then ran out of the door angrily. That stinky girl must have said something bad about her. First she was scolded by her mother, and then her mother was unconscious. That stinky girl is a jinx. In the room, Xie Jiansheng looked at his trembling mother with worry, thinking of the news he just found out. He clenched his hands behind his back tightly. I didn't expect them to be so bold that they dared to have an affair under their mother's nose. Don't worry. Mother, your son will make them pay the price. The eldest princess was so angry that she trembled all over. Her lips trembled slightly, and she finally spit out 2 words. Who is it? It's Ruan. Xie Jiansheng's face was ashen, and his clenched fists made a crackling sound. As long as he thought of calling such people father and cousin every day, he felt sick. Hearing this, the princess was stunned at first, then laughed at herself and gritted her teeth and said, Okay. This couple has deceived me for so long. Ruan is Xie Huan's distant cousin. 10 years ago, her husband's family was in trouble, and she was the only one who escaped from the fire. Xie Huan couldn't bear Ruan's suffering, so he begged her to take Ruan into the mansion to take care of her. Originally, she felt sorry for Ruan, so she agreed and stayed for 10 years. Yao Yao. Yes. Go find Yao Yao. Xie Jingyuan is the child of that woman. So what about her child? Mother. It's late. The palace gate has been locked. We can't get in. Your son will accompany you to the palace to find Yao Yao tomorrow. And Chu Yao Yao, who was being talked about by them, was sleeping soundly at this time. Suddenly, he turned over, without opening his eyes, groped around, and finally pulled a pair of gold and ruby bracelets into his arms. Smell it. It's this smell. Then rub it with his cheek, and continue to sleep contentedly. Golden paper. All mine. System. Aren't you uncomfortable? The next morning, in the imperial study, as soon as Chu Yao entered the room, he saw that there was no one around, and he couldn't wait to talk about the news he had found out. Father, there is a captain named Sun in the Imperial Guards, and there is a mole the size of a grain of rice on his left forehead. He is from the Shao family. Emperor Qishuan turned his back to him, and after a long while, he slowly said, that man cannot be moved for the time being. But, okay. Emperor Qishuan turned around and looked at him. How do you know that this is not intentional by the Shao family? Perhaps it was indeed the carelessness of concubine Xian, but it was related to the safety of Daki and his son, and no mistakes could be made. What's more, it was just not temporarily arresting him, not letting him go. Suddenly, Su Maowen reported outside the door. Your Majesty, the eldest princess and Mr. Xie asked for an audience. Jiayang is here? Emperor Qishuan thought of what Yao Yao said yesterday. Could it be that Jingyuan really had a problem? Royal brother. The eldest princess hurried in. My sister wants to see Yao Yao. Emperor Qishuan nodded and prepared to take them to Qinghua Palace. Wait a minute. The eldest princess lowered her head embarrassedly. My sister came in a hurry. I don't know what Yao Yao likes. I didn't prepare a gift for meeting yesterday, and I forgot it today. It's really rude. Speaking of this, Xie Jiansheng coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. Yes. How could he forget about this? Emperor Qishuan looked at her helplessly and ordered Su Maowen, go and open my private vault. Chapter 44. Is he so hungry? Qinghua Palace. Chu Yao Yao sat on a raised chair and didn't want to be fed. She waved her little spoon and ate mouthful after mouthful. Seeing her eating happily, concubine Shu couldn't help but eat half a bowl of rice. The mother and daughter had just finished breakfast when Chunshur came in to report that the emperor had brought the princess. Concubine Shu was wondering when she saw the princess come in and asked someone to open a few boxes. I was in a hurry yesterday and didn't have time to open the box to give Yao a gift. I'll make up for it today. Looking at the 7 or 8 boxes of jewelry, Chu Yao Yao grinned, her teeth showing. Oh, how embarrassing. However, her little hand couldn't help but touch it, and is really a kind and wealthy woman. Rich woman sticks to me. Concubine Shu covered her face when she heard it. Sure enough, the face that should be lost will be lost sooner or later. Seeing this, Emperor Qishuan had a heart attack. Those are all mine. My beloved, Jiayang has something to ask you. The eldest princess nodded. Yes, I saw Yao Yao so well behaved and cute yesterday. It must be that concubine Shu taught her well. As she said this, she shook her head, looking frustrated. Jingyuan has been spoiled beyond recognition. Xie Jiansheng was a little surprised. His mother was strangely good at acting. Hearing this, Chu Yao Yao withdrew her eyes from the jewelry, raised her hand to wipe the corners of her mouth, and rubbed her cheeks that were stiff from smiling. Why bother so much with the mistress's child? And even if you want to discipline her, her biological parents are around, and they may not listen to you. Concubine Shu was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She looked over in disbelief. What did this mean? Isn't the little princess the eldest princess's biological child? Hearing this, even though she already knew the truth, the eldest princess' heart still inevitably ached for a while. No. My aunt is so good. I can't just watch her being torn apart by bad people. After making up her mind, Chu Yao Yao pointed at Xie Jiansheng standing beside her. Damn. It's good looking. Like aunt. Then she wrinkled her face, pretended to recall, and shook her head. Jingyuan is bad. Not like aunt. After saying that, Chu Yao Yao took a breath. I really tried my best. I have a lot to say, but I can only say a few words. I'm really tired. You should understand. Right? Whoa! The eldest princess suddenly covered her mouth and cried. Yao Yao only met once. But you can tell. Xie Jiancheng suddenly felt his arm twisted. And when he lowered his head, he met his mother's slightly warning eyes. Go on. This? No one told him to act like this before coming here? Can't he take a break for the extra scene? The strength in his arm was getting stronger and stronger. He endured the pain and said, to be honest, my mother and I heard the conversation between Jing Yuan and Wan last night. It turns out that Jing Yuan is the daughter of my father and Wan. What's going on? And already knows? Chu Yaoyao opened her mouth slightly. Bang! How ridiculous. Emperor Qishuan slammed the table and stood up. I will send someone to skin this couple alive. The eldest princess stopped him. Royal brother, Xie Huan, is not in the capital. Chu Yaoyao stretched out her hand and scratched her chin. Since Ed already knows that her daughter is not her biological daughter, she must also know that Xie Huan did not return to his hometown to worship his ancestors, but was having a secret meeting with someone in a house outside the capital. Emperor Qishuan clenched his fists tightly, resisting the urge to draw his sword and chop people, and gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. Jiayang, what do you want to say? What about Xie Huan? This voice brought the princess back to her senses from the shock. She gritted her teeth and said, how dare he lie to me? He said he was going back to his hometown to worship his ancestors. But yesterday the servants in the mansion saw him in a house outside the capital. I will leave the palace to help you deal with him. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao jumped off the chair and climbed on him with both hands and feet. She raised her little fist. Go and beat the bad guys. How can I be spared from such a thing? The princess hurriedly pulled Emperor Qishuan and winked at him secretly. The business cannot be forgotten. Royal brother, that pair of dogs and Bexes can be dealt with at any time. But my child is still missing. As she said this, the princess covered her face and cried bitterly. This time it was sincere. System. Where is my aunt's child? System, 2 points. After taking a look at the treasure in the box, Chu Yaoyao gritted her teeth. Deal. System, points have been deducted. Information has been sent to the host's email. Looking at the points, the system chuckled. Sure enough, there are only 0 and countless times of Krypton gold. It is a counterattack system. But it can't deal with a baby? Got it. Looking at the address in the email, Chu Yaoyao widened her eyes. It's actually where? Several people held their breath and concentrated, among whom the eldest princess and her son listened most seriously. My cousin is actually in that house, being treated like a slave, not well fed and clothed. The eldest princess' heart was about to break. Her daughter was actually tortured like this? Xie Huan, how dare he? A few days ago, Xie Huan said that he would give my cousin to a minister with a special fetish in exchange for that person's support for King Canaan. Scum! Chu Yaoyao was so angry that her cheeks trembled. Several adults looked at each other. They had heard of such dirty things. King Canaan was actually involved in this? At this moment, the eyes of Emperor Qishuan and the eldest princess were full of murderous intent. When she thought that something like that would happen to her daughter, the eldest princess couldn't wait any longer. Brother, I'll take my leave first. Emperor Qishuan hugged Yao Yao tightly. I'll go with you. An hour later, a Loki carriage came out and stopped at the door of Xie's house in the suburbs of Beijing. After looking at the closed door, Emperor Qishuan glanced at Su Maowen. Break the door open. After the door was broken, a middle-aged man ran out. He shouted arrogantly, What a courage! Do you know whose territory this is? You are really impatient to live. When he saw Yao Yao in Emperor Qishuan's arms, he nodded with a sly smile. She was delicate and tender. Better than that dead girl. Lord Chung must like her. He pointed at Yao Yao. If you leave this girl, I will spare your lives. Chu Yao Yao rolled her eyes. So disgusting. And who are you? My father? You are the one who is impatient to live. Emperor Qishuan sneered and drew out the sword of the guard next to him. The sword flashed and the man's fingers fell to the ground instantly. Since you can't speak, forget about your tongue. Several guards acted very quickly and caught him. Su Maowen snorted coldly, sealed his mouth tightly. Dare to set your sights on the little princess. You are really tired of living. Emperor Qishuan continued to walk in with Yao Yao in his arms. Hurry up. It's about to end. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan's forehead twitched. Is that what he meant? Hearing the noise in the room, he reached out to cover Yao Yao's eyes, and then kicked the door open. With a bang, the two white figures in the room separated instantly. Ah! The blindfolded Chu Yaoyao moved her little ears. This sound is so strange. Xie looked back impatiently. Who is so blind that dares to ruin my good deeds? At this sight, he rolled down instantly. Emperor. Emperor? After he rolled down, the other person was completely exposed to everyone. When the princess saw that person, she couldn't help but retching for a while. Xie Jiansheng also tried to hold back his nausea. That person was none other than his mother's wet nurse. Zhao Ma. Jiayang. Emperor Qichuan looked at the princess worriedly. Chu Yaoyao took advantage of his inattention to pull away his big hands and stick out her little head. I was stunned instantly. Is he that hungry? Chapter 45 The Domineering Princess. Is it so exciting? Hearing this voice, Emperor Qixian quickly covered her eyes and looked at her unhappily and said, You dare to look at everything. Aren't you afraid of getting sty? Being blocked again. Chu Yaoyao hummed twice in dissatisfaction. What sty? Those are all lies to deceive 2-year-old children. Emperor Qixian looked at her helplessly. Yes. You are not a 2-year-old child. You are 2.5 years old. Okay? Xie Huan's face was already pale. He hurriedly put on his clothes, crawled over, knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times. Your Majesty, spare my life. Humph. Emperor Qichuan looked away with a look of disgust. Your Majesty may have asked the wrong person. Hearing this, Xie Huan crawled to the feet of the eldest princess. Princess? I didn't mean it. He pointed at Aunt Zhao. It was her. It was this old shameless woman who seduced me. She drugged me, and I woke up here. He reached out and grabbed the hem of the eldest princess's skirt. Princess, I'm really wronged. The eldest princess hooked her feet, and the long sword on the ground was brought up. She held the sword in her hand, swung it gently, and cut off the piece of skirt that Xie Huan was holding. Looking at the ruined dress, a trace of regret flashed across her eyes. This was her favorite dress. What a pity. Then, she looked at Xie Huan, who was crying without any image. Coldly. You mean? This is not what you want. Xie Huan nodded like a garlic. Of course. If it weren't for the old hag's calculation. How dare I let the princess down? The eldest princess sneered in her heart. Why not let the doctor check and see what medicine you have been poisoned with? Hearing this, Xie Huan looked relieved. Fortunately on the other side, Chu Yaoyao finally broke free from her father's big hand and finally saw the light again. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes. It's obviously you who can't do it. You have to take medicine every time. How could the doctor not find it out? Aunt, don't listen to him. Hearing this, Emperor Qichuan's face was so dark that ink was almost dripping. These dirty words, are they also taught by immortals? The princess naturally saw his expression and snorted. Xie Huan, do you think this princess doesn't know what kind of person you are? Hearing this, Xie Huan's expression froze. It's true that she drugged me. Zhao Ma, who had finally recovered, also hurried out. Hearing this, she stepped forward, twisted Xie Huan's ear and cursed. You call me an old hag now? Didn't you call me your sweetheart just now? Xie Huan pushed her away, and was immediately ashamed and angry. Shut up. Seeing this, Chu Yaoyao looked disgusted. Ugh, so disgusting. You have such a strong taste. Zhao Ma pointed at his nose and continued to curse. With your body that can only be used after taking medicine. If you didn't have too stinky money and a decent face, would I like you? As she said this, Zhao Ma knelt down, wiping her tears, and the speed of her expression change was astonishing. Princess, I have served you for half my life. Don't you know who I am? It is obvious that the prince consort threatened the lives of my relatives, and I had no choice but to do this. The eldest princess suppressed her nausea and said sternly, If it weren't for the fact that you have worked hard over the years, do you think you can still kneel here? The princess held a sword in one hand, and the fingers of the other hand gently brushed the sword, looking coldly at the two people kneeling on the ground. Seeing this, Chu Yaoyao clenched her fists excitedly, and put her two small fists on her chin, looking like a little fangirl. Ah, and is so cool. Emperor Qichuan snorted lightly. That's it? How can it be as heroic as me riding a horse? After all, he is a child. He has never seen the world. Thinking of this, Emperor Qichuan's inexplicable desire to win was ready to move. He touched his chin and thought, next time, I'd better take Yaoyao with me on the autumn hunt. Let her see what is truly majestic and domineering. I'm not doing it for anything else. Just to take her to broaden her horizons. Yes, to see the world. On the other side, after hearing the praise from her little niece, the corners of the princess' mouth unconsciously curled up. Her expression almost couldn't be tightened, and she tried hard to hold back a smile. This princess has no patience. As she said this, she thrust her sword heavily between the two of them. Seeing this, Zhao Mama was so scared that she collapsed and looked at Xie Huan with resentment. It's all his fault. Princess, I want to report Xie Huan. He colluded with the king of Canaan and Cheng Hui of the Imperial Observatory. There is a secret letter hidden in this room. As she said this, she pointed under the bed. It's right there. After getting the order from Emperor Qishuan, Xie Jiancheng walked over. After a careful investigation, he found a movable wooden board, which he pried open with a dagger, and inside was a wooden box. When he opened it, it was the letters between Xie Huan and the king of Canaan. Xie Huan was completely panicked now. He stared at Zhao Mama, his eyes full of regret. I thought this old woman was illiterate and the secret letter was safe here, but I didn't expect her to dare to play tricks on him. You don't want me to have a good life, right? Then don't even think about living. I want to report her too. When the princess gave birth, she was the one who switched the princess's baby. Madame Zhao waved her hands quickly. Don't listen to him. Xie Huan also had an affair with Yuan. Princess Jing Yuan is the bastard of the two of them. As she spoke, she wiped away her tears. I couldn't bear to see him throw away the princess's child, so I brought the child back to raise. Chu Yaoyao looked at her angrily. Nonsense. It's obviously you who are jealous of your aunt. So you brought your cousin back to torture her and vent all your resentment on her. The eldest princess's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Really? Do you mean that this princess should thank you? Hearing this, Madame Zhao thought there was a turnaround, and she was ecstatic. But she pretended to be a loyal servant. I dare not take credit. I just asked the princess to spare my life. Princess, don't listen to her nonsense. Xie Huan interrupted her. She brought the child back just to take revenge on the princess. Here, she made the child do all the dirty work, and she would beat or scold him for no reason. What about you? Aunt Zhao pushed him, with a broken jar in mind. I did abuse her. But didn't you just watch? You also want to give your own daughter to something worse than an animal. How good can you be? Damn, old woman. How dare you push me? In the end, the two of them twisted into a ball and fought directly. The eldest princess used her sword to support herself on the ground and barely stood firm. Every word they said was like a knife, cutting into her heart. She wished she could cut the two of them alive. Aunt, Chu Yaoyao ran to her side, took her hand, and her big eyes were full of worry. They are too bad. Not Aunt's fault. The princess tried to force out a smile that was uglier than crying, and rubbed her little head. Don't worry. Yaoyao. Aunt is fine. Then, she looked at her son beside her. How is it? Xie Jiancheng shook his head. There is nothing important in the letter. I think King Canaan doesn't trust him. That's good. The princess pushed Yaoyao aside and walked towards Xie Huan with a sword. In this case, there is no point in keeping Xie Huan alive. Chapter 46. Xie Huan kept backing away, and when he saw Xie Jiancheng, his eyes lit up instantly. He crawled to Xie Jiancheng's side and grabbed his hand, as if he had grabbed the last hope. Jiancheng, I am your biological father. Please beg your mother to spare my life. Now only you can save me. Please save me. Save me. Facing his pleading eyes, Xie Jiancheng's eyes flashed with hesitation. Although what he did was hateful. But, after all, he is his father. Humph. When you poisoned your cousin, why didn't you think of yourself as a father? Cousin. Don't be fooled by him. Chu Yaoyao stomped her feet in anger. Bad guy. What? Xie Jiancheng's fingers trembled slightly, looking at the person kneeling on the ground. He felt so strange. So disgusting. He and Ron have another son outside, just turned 1 year old, and has been giving chronic poison to cousin and aunt for the past year, just waiting to send you away, and then reunite the family completely. After that, the family of 4 will continue to live happily with the assets of the princess's mansion. Hearing this, the princess was so angry that she trembled all over, and her eyes were full of murderous intent. Xie Jiancheng clenched his fists tightly, looked at him, and uttered 2 words with an ambiguous meaning. Father? Xie Huan nodded hurriedly, his eyes full of fear. Yes, Jiancheng. Please save your father. Seeing his expression, Xie Jiancheng's eyes flashed with a trace of sarcasm, and he slowly said, My mother and I have been in a coma and palpitations for the past 6 months. Is it related to you? Facing his eyes that seemed to see through everything, Xie instantly collapsed to the ground and kept shaking his head. I don't know what you were talking about. Hearing this, Xie Jiancheng laughed at himself, feeling very disappointed, looked at him coldly, and then turned to look aside. Jiancheng, seeing that the only person who could save him ignored him, Xie looked ashen. But he still had a glimmer of hope and tried to continue to negotiate. I am willing to divorce the princess and leave the capital. I will never bother the princess again in the future. Hearing this, the eldest princess sneered, walked over with a sword, and looked at him as if he were a dead person. It is related to the reputation of the royal family. This princess has not divorced, but only lost her husband. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao covered her mouth and looked at the scene excitedly. Ah, this is simply too cool. And cut him. Come on. I want to call for you. System, host. Go to the firewood room quickly. Why? This melon has not been eaten yet. System, if you don't go, your cousin will be taken away. What? Chu Yaoyao hurriedly stepped out with her calves, following the arrow drawn by the system. She ran to the backyard. I saw a middle-aged man carrying a little girl. Cursing, the little girl poked his eyes and bit his ears. And finally he threw the little girl to the ground with great pain. The man touched his ear and found blood, then raised his hand to slap the little girl. Seeing this, Chu Yaoyao was furious. Big bad guy. I will fight you. She clenched her fist and rushed forward aggressively. The little girl was confused for a moment, looked around, and when she noticed the man's action, she quickly dodged to the side. Cheng Er was about to teach this ignorant girl a lesson, when he suddenly felt something hit his calf. He turned around in confusion and saw a baby sitting on the ground. Chu Yaoyao endured the pain, got up from the ground, and ran to the little sister. Don't be afraid. Sister, someone will come to save us soon. Yeezy looked at the baby in front of her, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Was the voice just now hers? Who is she? Why did she help herself? As soon as he saw Yaoyao, Cheng Er's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he nodded with satisfaction. This girl is delicate and tender. Much better than that skinny girl. The adults must like her. But judging from her dress, she seems to be from a wealthy family. So I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Then, thinking of the reward promised by the adults, he instantly made up his mind. Who cares? This is Prince Consort Xie's territory, and he will cover it if something goes wrong. Buy one get one free. Xie is sincere. Cheng Er stepped forward and prepared to take Yaoyao away with him. Yeezy stepped forward to protect Yaoyao. Run quickly. I'll stop him. I won't leave. Let's go together. Cheng Er grinned. No one of you can leave today. Humph. Chu Yaoyao hugged her arms, but her arms were too short, so she could only cross them one up and one down. Helpless, she could only put them down. Looked up at him, and shouted, You are already surrounded by me. Yo? Cheng Er felt novel and funny. It was the first time he was threatened by a little kid. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand to lift her up, but he didn't expect the little kid to grin, and he actually saw a hint of contempt in her big eyes. Suddenly, his legs were pressed against something, and he felt like he was struck by lightning, shaking all over. His muscles cramped, and he couldn't stop shaking. Before losing consciousness, looking at the pink and tender little fat face, he felt extremely terrified. Humph. Chu Yaoyao put the electric baton to her lips and blew gently. I told you that you are surrounded, but you are still not honest. You deserve it. On the other side, in the room. Ah! Xie screamed hysterically, looking at the long sword that fell between his legs. His eyes rolled up, and he fainted. Seeing the action of the princess, Emperor Qixuan and Xie Jiancheng shuddered inexplicably, and their hearts skipped a beat, glancing at the stain on the ground. The princess took a few steps back in disgust, covered her nose and turned around. Coward! You can't help being scared. I'll trouble my brother to deal with these two people. Emperor Qixuan was still in a daze. My brother? Ah? Emperor Qixuan came back to his senses and took a step back silently. I thought you were going to do it yourself. TSK. The princess looked at the two people lying on the ground with disdain. Anyway, the result is the same. Are they not worthy of dirtying my hands? Turning around, she suddenly exclaimed, Where is Yaoyao? Emperor Qixuan looked around. Where was Yaoyao's little figure in the room? Oh no! Someone come! At this time, in the backyard, the man who just shouted to catch her. Now his hair stood up with black hair, and he fell to the ground and twitched constantly. When Yeezy saw this scene, her eyes widened immediately, looking at the little baby in front of her. She couldn't help but reach out and poke the pink cheek. Hot! Then it's not a ghost. Is she a fairy? Thinking of this, she blinked her eyes, and a sour feeling flowed from her nose into her eyes. Did God hear her prayers? So he sent a fairy to save her? It must be like this. Chu Yaoyao felt her face being poked. She turned her head and saw her cousin with red eyes. She helped wipe her tears and comforted her. Don't cry. It's okay. But this comfort made the little sister cry even harder. Chu Yaoyao was so anxious that she had no choice but to take out a few candies from her small purse, unwrap the candy wrapper, and put it in her mouth. Feeling the milk fragrance in her mouth, Yeezy's eyes instantly sparkled. So fragrant. So sweet. Chapter 47 Found my cousin. My name is Yeezy. What's yours? Chu Yaoyao said vaguely with candy in her mouth. Yao Yao. A group of people found the backyard from the front yard, and saw a big and a small figure gathered together talking and laughing. Looking at that face, the princess knew without asking that this was her daughter. This must be her child. She staggered over, holding the thin little shoulders, feeling the wonderful connection between blood and kinship, which made her more determined in her guess. Yeezy shrank, opened her cracked lips, and said in a hoarse voice, Are you also here to pick up my buyers? Then, she blocked Yaoyao and looked at them vigilantly. I'll go with you. Can you let my little sister go? Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao covered her face. It's over. I was treated as a bad guy. Yeezy was slightly stunned. It turned out that they were the family of the little fairy. Looking at the skinny little guy with tiny wounds and calluses on his hands, the princess felt her heart was broken. At this moment, she wanted to poke hundreds or thousands of holes in Xiaohuan and Zhao Mama. When she saw the little arms covered with whip marks under the sleeves, she burst into tears instantly. The arms were densely covered with scars. What about other places? Are there more? Child, you have suffered. Yeezy struggled subconsciously a few times when she was hugged. After feeling the warmth of the embrace, she calmed down, rubbed it with her eyes closed, and her eyes gradually became wet. This feeling. So this is what it feels like to be held in the arms of your mother? Great. She also felt the feeling of being held in the arms of her mother. This lady is as beautiful as the little fairy. She must be the mother of the little fairy. It is wrong to do this. She should not occupy the arms of the little fairy mother. But this embrace is too warm. Let her stay for a while. It will be fine in a while. Wow. It hurts. The sudden cry of pain interrupted this warm scene. Emperor Qishuan looked at the crying little girl in his arms helplessly. I didn't do anything? Yeezy ran over and saw him holding his sister. Thinking of what happened just now, she said hurriedly. Little sister is injured. What? Emperor Qishuan was shocked and put Yaoyao down and looked at her nervously. Where is she injured? Chu Yaoyao sniffed, rubbed her feet on the ground, and lowered her head a little embarrassedly. How can I speak with the nerves? However, Yeezy didn't have this concern. She pointed at Yaoyao's little butt. Here. My sister fell on her, but... Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao subconsciously covered her face. So embarrassing. Seeing this, the eldest princess burst into laughter. Royal brother, I'll take Yaoyao to the carriage for a check. When she saw the large purple area, she couldn't laugh anymore and said distressfully, Why did she fall like this? Yeezy, who was sitting aside, lowered her head in shame. It was because she was trying to help her that the little sister fell. While the guards were buying medicine, the princess and Yeezy recognized each other. Yeezy kept mumbling in a daze. I have a mother. And a brother? It turned out that the fairy was her cousin. Suddenly, Su Maowen's voice came from outside the carriage. Princess, the medicine is bought. The princess wiped her tears and applied medicine to Yao Yao. On the other side, Chang'er woke up from his coma. He pointed at Emperor Qishuan, who was wearing ordinary clothes, and shouted, Do you know who my master is? Hand over that stinky girl, or you will be in trouble. When he thought of the strange ability of the little kid, Chang'er's legs couldn't help trembling. But the dead girl was the one the master wanted. If he couldn't bring her back, he would definitely die. Xie Jiancheng snorted coldly, raised his eyes, and glanced at him faintly, and said lightly, I know. Isn't it Cheng Hui, the deputy director of the Imperial Observatory? You actually know? Cheng Er's eyes widened. Now he began to be nervous. In the past, as long as he mentioned Master Cheng, the big and small officials in the capital would give him some face. Even the royal relatives, like Siafu Ma, have always been polite to him. But looking at the expressions of the people in front of him, they are not afraid of Master Cheng at all. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat and knelt down with a plop. It was over. This time he really hit a wall. Please spare my life. My lord. At this time, 2 guards came over. My lord. The 2 have been dealt with. Emperor Qishuan looked down at Cheng Er, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. A servant dared to be so arrogant, which shows what kind of character Cheng Hui usually has. He immediately ordered, send a message to the censorate and the Dali Temple, and let them investigate Cheng Hui strictly. Take him back for interrogation. Yes. The 2 guards took Cheng Er away. Back in the carriage, looking at Yao Yao lying listlessly on the side, Emperor Qishuan said regretfully, since Yao Yao is injured, let Su Maoan take you back to the palace first. Chu Yao Yao raised her little head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. What about father? Emperor Qishuan shrugged. I still have to accompany the princess back to the mansion. When she heard that she was going to the princess's mansion, Chu Yao Yao got up, took out a small handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, patted her face with her little hands, and instantly revived. I'm going too. How can you miss such a scene of slapping your face? Emperor Qishuan deliberately showed an embarrassed expression. But Yao Yao is injured? I'm fine. In order to increase credibility, Chu Yao Yao still endured the pain and jumped a few times on the spot. System. In order to eat melons, the host is really trying hard. Princess's mansion. Xie Jingyuan looked at the panicked cousin in confusion. She had accompanied her cousin to the street to buy rouge and powder, but she didn't expect to meet Su, the steward of the emperor's uncle. On the street, they followed from a distance and arrived at a house in the suburbs of Beijing. Unexpectedly, her cousin's face turned ugly when she saw the house. Without saying a word, she took her back and started packing. Why is this? Jingyuan, take out the gold and silver jewelry that the Queen Mother and the Emperor gave you last time. Ruan hid the gold and silver jewelry on her body while admonishing. After a while, seeing that she was stunned and motionless, Ruan frowned and shouted, Go quickly. Cousin, where are we going? Ruan held her hand and whispered, Don't talk. Just follow me. The 2 were about to go out, but they didn't expect the princess and her group to come back. Come. Jingxi. This is our home. Jingxi nervously held her sister's hand, looking around with her big eyes. She has relatives. They treat her very well. She also has a new home, and her mother has given her a new name. Her name is Jingxi now. Great. Suddenly, someone ran towards her. Jingxi has always been very sensitive to malicious intent. She subconsciously blocked Yao Yao, and the next moment she felt a pain on her face. And then she heard her mother scream. Ah! Chapter 48. The fake was finally driven away. Jingxi, are you okay? Seeing her mother's worried eyes, Jingxi reached out and wiped her face. Bleeding? But for her, who was often injured, this was not a big problem. Seeing her indifferent attitude, the princess felt even more distressed. Xie Jingyuan was stopped by several maids. She pointed at Yao Yao and stomped her feet while shouting, You dare to come! Xie Jingyuan, you are too presumptuous. The princess looked at her with disappointment in her eyes. Mother! Xie Jingyuan looked over in disbelief. Chu Yao Yao would be fine. She was a princess after all. But her mother actually scolded her for a wild girl who came from nowhere. Hearing this title, the princess subconsciously shouted, I am not your mother. The princess turned aside and didn't look at her. As long as she heard Xie Jingyuan call her mother, or even as long as she saw Xie Jingyuan's face, she would think of the pain and torture Jingxi had suffered over the years. All this was caused by them. Xie Jingyuan may be innocent, but for the past 8 years she has occupied Jingxi's identity, enjoying a life of luxury, like a star holding the moon, and has been pampered. These should have belonged to her Jingxi. Thinking of this, the eldest princess's somewhat shaken heart became firm again. She covered Jingxi's wound with a handkerchief, and then pointed at Ruan, who had been arrested not far away. Looking at Xie Jingyuan coldly, She is your biological mother. Xie Jingyuan was stunned for a long time. She ran over and looked at Ruan as if to verify. Is this true? Facing the gazes of everyone, Ruan didn't dare to lie at all, and could only nod. Yes. Hearing this, Xie Jingyuan took a step back as if he couldn't bear it, and then rushed over to cry and beat her. You are lying. Who are you? And are you worthy of being the mother of this princess? Seeing this, the eldest princess turned her eyes away. This child is really hopeless. Mother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied my sister Yao Yao. Please don't abandon me. Xie Jingyuan ran to her side, pulled her sleeve, and tears fell down. The princess didn't look at her, but just pulled her sleeve out of her hand, closed her eyes, and sighed. Since you have called me mother for several years, I will give you a sum of money. Don't show up in front of us in the future. Xie Jingyuan stood there blankly, motionless. Mother really? Don't want her anymore. In the end, it was Ruan who pulled her to the door. Stop! The princess pointed at the packages in their hands. These things are not yours. Right? Xie Jingyuan spoke subconsciously. These are all given to me by the imperial grandmother and the imperial uncle. You are wrong. The princess looked at her steadily, emphasizing every word. Whether it's the status of a princess, or these rewards and the love of everyone, it's because they think you are my daughter. So they love you and your family. Then, she turned around and ordered several maids, bring the things back. Since she wants to draw a clear line with Xie Jingyuan, it's better to let her face the reality as soon as possible. The wound is deep, and my cousin must be in pain. Hearing this voice, Jingxi turned around and met Yao Yao's worried eyes. She smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. Xie Jingyuan looked at Yao Yao, who was protected by several people, and the jealousy in his eyes was almost condensed into substance. Why? Why is her biological mother a lowly woman? Why is she not a princess? Why does that stinky girl have such a good life? Facing such a pair of eyes, Chu Yao Yao was slightly stunned. Are all children nowadays so scary? Such resentment. How can it be the eyes of an 8 or 9-year-old child? Hearing the voice, several people looked over, and Jingxi took a step forward to protect Yao Yao tightly. Xie Jingyuan didn't expect that his unwillingness would be seen, and he immediately lowered his head. Seeing that the jewelry could not be taken away, Ruan did not entangle, put the package on the ground, and pulled Xie Jingyuan away. Seeing that she was so calm, the eldest princess looked at her back in confusion. It's really strange. Ruan has always been scheming and greedy. Why didn't she make a fuss this time? We can't let them go. Let them hand over the land deeds and shops, as well as the house in the west of the city where she raised her son. All those were bought with aunt's money. When Chu Yao Yao thought about those things falling into their hands, she couldn't help but feel pain. Let someone follow them. The princess turned around and ordered. So this is the idea. To use the money from the princess's mansion to raise her and Xie Huan's son? Don't even think about it. Chu Yao Yao's eyes curved. So aunt has already found out. This is too smart. She is beautiful and cool. Smart. And the key is that she is a rich woman. I really love her. Hearing this, Emperor Qi Xian rubbed his twitching forehead. Look at this useless look. Can he not want this girl? It's too embarrassing. Hearing this, the princess couldn't help blushing. Yao Yao is really innocent and speaks the truth. At the entrance of the princess's mansion, Xie Jingyuan shook off Ruan's hand and looked at her hatefully. Why? Why am I your daughter? Since we have been swapped, why don't you just kill her? Why give her the chance to come back and take everything that belongs to me? Looking at her accusing and resentful eyes, Ruan's heart sank and she stopped pampering her. It's useless for you to stand here for a long time. My biological daughter is back and won't want you anymore. After that, he left without caring about her. Looking at her back, Xie Jingyuan gritted his teeth and followed her. Late at night, Jingxi carefully put a piece of candy wrapped in oil paper into her purse. Then he solemnly placed it on the pillow and patted it gently, tasting the sweetness and with hope for the future. She gradually fell asleep. The next morning, as soon as the court was over, Emperor Qishuan felt refreshed. I didn't expect that Censor Zhou was so efficient. It took less than a day to get the evidence. Go to Qionghua Palace. The good news of dealing with Cheng Hui must be shared with Yao Yao. In Qionghua Palace, after hearing the news yesterday, concubine Shu took a long time to react. Is this true? I didn't expect Deputy Supervisor Cheng to be such a beast. Humph. Emperor Qishuan's eyes gradually turned cold. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Concubine Shu looked worried. Then how does the emperor plan to place those children? When mentioning this, Emperor Qishuan's voice became much duller. They have been temporarily placed in a house under Jia Yong's name. I have ordered the Dali Temple to look for their parents and relatives based on their descriptions. But, when mentioning this, Emperor Qishuan frowned. Not to mention how difficult it is to find someone in such a vast sea of people. I am afraid that even if their relatives are found, once they know that they have suffered such a fate, it will be difficult for them to accept them again. The face of concubine Shu was a little ugly. She naturally thought of this. This world has always been harsh on women. She clenched her handkerchief. But they are innocent. Why should their lives be ruined because of someone else's fault? This is unfair. Chapter 49. The scumbag father is so lucky. How innocent are those children? Concubine Shu clenched her fists and slammed them heavily on the table. She kept taking deep breaths. But she still felt very angry. It was all the fault of that beast Cheng Hui. Chu Yaoyao was injured and could only lie on the couch. Hearing this indignant tone, she folded her hands to support her chin and sighed with melancholy. That's right. It's all because of that scumbag. Suddenly, she raised her head abruptly. I got it! If the relatives don't care, we can set up an orphanage. First adopt them together, and then let the embroiderer teach them how to spin and embroider. Although she didn't know what orphanage meant, Concubine Shu's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Your Majesty, I have an idea. Oh, my beloved concubine. Tell me, why not raise these children in the name of the court first, and then arrange for someone to teach them skills? Even if they can't get married in the future, they can still have a skill and be self-reliant. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao couldn't help but widen her eyes. This is exactly what I thought. Could it be? Shu Fei's heart tightened. Could it be that she was too anxious and Yaoer saw something? Emperor Qishuan also clenched the teacup slightly. Chu Yaoyao scratched her chin with her fingers, looking thoughtful. Could it be that this is the legendary mother-daughter connection? Hearing this, the two of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor Qishuan showed a look of surprise in response, and took Shu Fei's hand and patted it. My beloved concubine is really smart. And just a few words made me suddenly enlightened. I dare not take credit for it. In front of Yaoyao, Shu Fei smiled shyly with her head down, in a place that Yaoyao couldn't see. Concubine Shu pinched his palm hard. This method is mentioned in that ancient book. As she said that, she glanced at Emperor Qishuan with a warning. Cough. Emperor Qishuan coughed lightly, and rubbed his palm on his knees without making a sound. It hurts. This plan is very good. But the treasury is empty. Although the silver taels found in Li Yan's house have been collected into the treasury. But such a big country needs silver everywhere. In just a few days, half of the 200,000 taels have been used up. In another half a month, the Xia envoys will enter the capital. As a victorious country, the pomp and circumstance should not be less. And they must be given enough deterrence. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing to foreign countries? Because of the banquet, the Minister of Revenue has cried poor in public in the court more than once. Thinking of this, Emperor Qishuan pinched his eyebrows. It's really hard for me. Shu Fei naturally knew his concerns, and immediately said, I also want to help. Although I am a woman in the deep palace and cannot often show up outside, I can always give some money. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao felt a little uncomfortable. So Daki is already so poor. Emperor Qishian, although it is true, how can you say such a heartbreaking thing in such a soft tone? I have actually fallen to the point where I have to rely on my mother's dowry for emergency. Emperor Qishian closed his eyes, clenched and unclenched his fists, and tightened and clenched them again and again, suppressing his anger, fearing that if he couldn't hold back, his little but would be hurt even more. Suddenly, he felt his knees being patted twice, and when he turned around, he saw a troubled little face. I'll help too. In her white and tender palm, a key strung with a red string lay. What is this? Emperor Qishuan looked at her in confusion. Has Yaoer made up her mind? Concubine Shu looked at her and asked. His Majesty didn't know, but she knew very well that Yaoer treasured those gold and silver jewelry very much. And she even asked her for a lock, hung the key around her neck, and kept it close to her at all times. Last night, she was afraid that Yaoer's neck would be entangled by the rope when she slept. So she quietly helped her take it off. Unexpectedly, the little guy woke up in the middle of the night and didn't find the key, and actually cried anxiously. Yaoer is really willing to give it up. Chu Yaoyao also remembered what happened last night, and couldn't help blushing, stuffed the key into her hand, and then hid her little head under the pillow. Take it away. Don't let me see it again. She was afraid that she couldn't help but snatch the key back. Seeing her like this, Emperor Qishuan and concubine Chu were both amused and helpless. Suddenly, Chu Yaoyao poked her head out from under the pillow. Her hair, which had been tied up, became messy, and 2 strands of hair on her forehead were slightly raised, which made her look a little cute. She held her chin and frowned. It's a pity that those with some skills are particular about passing on skills to men but not women, or that family skills are not passed on to outsiders. It's so difficult to promote this matter. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan nodded slightly. It's really difficult. There is an old saying that if you teach your apprentice, you will starve the master to death. But this is something that my chief father should worry about. What does it have to do with a little kid like me? Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao drooped her arms, changed to a comfortable position, and continued to lie down. Emperor Qishuan, seeing her appearance of not being able to climb up, Emperor Qishuan turned his eyes away, thinking that if he didn't see it, he wouldn't be annoyed. Just received news this morning that General Li will return to Beijing in 2 days. Really? Xu Fei was ecstatic. Her eyebrows were dancing with joy, as if every eyebrow was revealing joy. She stood up, paced back and forth excitedly, and kept muttering in a low voice. There are only a few disabled veterans guarding the general's mansion. It's not easy to clean up. We need to send a few people to help as soon as possible. And the doctor. I don't know if my father's old injury has recurred. As she said, she hit her head in annoyance. Really? I knew that my father had won the battle, but I forgot to make preparations in advance. Emperor Qishuan was a little dazed. He hadn't seen Wanji look so childish for a long time. She must have stayed in the harem for too long and was a little depressed. It's time to take her out of the palace. I suddenly remembered that there will be a lantern festival tomorrow. Do you want to go out of the palace? Lantern festival? Chu Yaoyao got up instantly. It's over. How could I forget such an important plot? After the banquet at the princess mansion, the heroine met the dying hero on her way home and took him home to take care of him. Later, the hero confessed his love to the heroine at the lantern festival. Then began the bloody drama of her running away and him chasing her, torturing the hero in the early stage, the heroine in the middle stage, and the male supporting role throughout the whole process. Hero? Hearing these 2 words, the teacup in Emperor Qishuan's hand shook slightly. It has been a long time since I heard these 2 words in my heart. Which prince of Xie is the hero? Thinking of this, Emperor Qishuan said casually, I guess the Xie envoy is on the way. And I wonder which prince is leading the team. The envoy is the prince of Xie? Yes. Keep thinking. Who is the hero? Emperor Qishuan looked at Yao Yao impatiently. Yes. After all, it is a princess sent to marry. And it is my responsibility as a brother. I heard that Xie has a beauty. And my scumbag father is really lucky. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao gave him a meaningful look. Emperor Qishuan subconsciously glanced at concubine Xu. What princess? What beauty? This is not what I think. Noticing that concubine Xu's attitude became cold, Emperor Qishuan glared at Yao Yao unhappily. This unlucky child. He knows how to dig a hole for your father every day. Chapter 50. It's bad. Where is the hero? Chu Yaoyao didn't have time to care about what he thought, because she suddenly realized a serious problem. It's bad. This time the banquet ended early. The heroine was escorted back, and she definitely didn't meet the hero. So where is the hero? When Chu Yaoyao thought of this change, she was immediately anxious. That's a person with the aura of the protagonist. She didn't think that the hero would be seriously injured and die without the heroine's rescue. Emperor Qi Xian lowered his eyes and looked at the tea leaves floating in the cup. That's right. Su Maowen also said that there was nothing unusual along the way. What's more, the secret guards have been watching Shi Jingjing at Shi's house. System. Where is the hero? System. Host. Do you want to know? It only takes 5 points to find someone. Chu Yaoyao gritted his teeth. No need. At worst, let the scum father turn the capital upside down, and he will always be found. System. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you can't find him. Can't find it? Chu Yaoyao raised her eyebrows. Oh, so he is not in the capital. System. Why? The system was depressed and offline. The first 3 chapters of Gold have been passed, and the hero and heroine have not met yet. But Chu Yaoyao soon thought it over. Anyway, the plot is already 1,000,000 miles away from the original text. So who cares? Seeing her small brows relax, Emperor Qishuan was also slightly relieved. It seems that this matter is not difficult. But he still sent someone to investigate secretly. Your Majesty, the 3rd prince is here. Let him in. Chu Yao walked in holding a small box. See the father. Meet the concubine. Then he smiled and opened the box, took out the things inside, and waved it in front of Yao Yao. Sister, look. What is this? Chu Yaoyao opened her mouth slightly. Shadow puppet. I am a little butterfly. Chu Yao picked up the shadow puppet and fiddled with it back and forth in a funny way. Chu Yaoyao was so happy to see it. After a while, cheerful laughter rang out in the room. Half an hour later, Emperor Qixuan took Chu Yao out of Qionghua Palace. On the way, in front of a group of palace servants, Emperor Qixuan patted Chu Yao on the shoulder. You did a good job. Your sister is in a bad mood. As a brother, you should comfort her more. Chu Yao asked cautiously, Father, can I go see my mother? Hearing this, Emperor Qixuan's mouth gradually flattened, and the eunuchs and palace maids around him trembled. Go if you want to, but only this time. Your son understands. Chu Yao nodded vigorously excitedly. He ran a few steps and turned back. But the guards at the gate of Zhonghua Palace. Emperor Qixuan handed him the jade pendant on his body. Don't stay too long. Chu Yao grabbed the jade pendant and took 2 steps at a time, and ran away in a short while. Looking at his back, Emperor Qixuan silently clenched his fists, and a trace of worry flashed across his eyes, which was fleeting. Su Maoan stepped forward and reported in a low voice. Your Majesty, Censor Zhou has been waiting at the door of the imperial study for a long time. Hearing this, Emperor Qixuan said in a deep voice, Go to the imperial study. Imperial study. As soon as Emperor Qixuan sat down, Censor Zhou knelt on the ground with a plop. The old voice was extremely sad. Your Majesty, this old minister is ashamed. The matter of Zhengfang has not been investigated yet, and the matter of Cheng Hui was reminded by Your Majesty. All of these were caused by the old minister's negligence. This old minister is ashamed of the late emperor and Your Majesty. Please punish him. Emperor Qixuan walked over and helped him up. You don't have to blame yourself. Censor Zhou, I think the people behind Zhengfang are so powerful that they can cover the sky with one hand. As he said this, he sighed with melancholy. Seeing this, Censor Zhou felt more guilty. It was the first time that His Majesty showed a lost expression. It was all because of the bunch of people in the censorate who were eating dry rice. It was all because of his incompetence. Since there is no clue, let it go for now. But Your Majesty, can you let these villains continue to mess up the court? Emperor Qixuan raised his hand to interrupt him, looked at him deeply, and said meaningfully, There is a person who may be a breakthrough. Hearing this, Censor Zhou looked anxious. Who? There is a captain of a team named Sun in the Imperial Guards. But the investigation must be conducted secretly, and must not be discovered by others. I will check it now. Wait a minute. Emperor Qixuan picked up a booklet from the desk. This is a health-preserving method that I accidentally obtained. Censor Zhou can try to practice it. Thank you, Your Majesty. For the reward. Censor Zhou took it with both hands, touching the cover of the book with great care. Since Your Majesty has said that it has the effect of health preservation, he must practice it. Strive to live a few more years, and be more loyal to Daki. After Censor Zhou left, Su Maoan reported at the door. Your Majesty, the old tutor wants to see you. Hurry up and pass it. Then, Emperor Qixuan returned to his chair and sat down. His eyes slightly narrowed, stroking his ring. It's time to talk to the tutor about Zhou Huaichen. Zhonghua Palace. Chu Yao took the jade pendant, and no one dared to stop him. He ran into Zhonghua Palace with great fanfare, shouting as he ran, Mother! Hearing his voice, concubine Xiang came out of the room and said, How could you come in so blatantly? Kid? Chu Yao shook the jade pendant in his hand and laughed. Don't worry. Mother! This time it was approved by the emperor. Hearing this, concubine Xiang was delighted and put her arm around his shoulders. Tell me what's going on. Because of my sister Yao Yao. My father saw that my sister and I were having fun, and he allowed me to come to see you. Hearing this, concubine Xian's originally smiling mouth froze, and she looked at the direction of Qionghua Palace dimly. Really? It seems that the little princess is really special in the emperor's heart. Hearing this, Chu Yao became nervous. It's bad. Isn't it counterproductive to say this? Isn't my son happy to come to Zhonghua Palace? Why? Mother is very happy. As she said this, concubine Xian patted his hands. Chu Yao suddenly whispered, This time, my son has good news. Oh! He covered his mouth with one hand and whispered, Mother may be able to go out soon. Hearing this, concubine Xian subconsciously clenched her handkerchief. What do you mean? Chu Yao first looked around, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, Really? Excited for a moment, concubine Xian looked thoughtful. But this Lingcheng is only 70 or 80 miles away from the capital. How could it take 3 days? Chu Yao poured a cup of tea and took a sip. It is said that it is to escort some prisoners. Hearing this, concubine Xian overturned the teacup in a panic. Mother, are you okay? Chu Yao looked at her hand worriedly. Son went to find the imperial physician. Yaoer. The concubine Xian tried to stay calm. The tea is not hot. Mother is just a little tired. Really? The concubine Xian nodded and forced a smile. Of course. You go back first. Mother wants to rest for a while. Okay. Son, take your leave. Walking to the gate of Zhonghua Palace, Chu Yao suddenly remembered that he forgot to take the jade pendant, and immediately walked back. Looking at the closed door, he was just feeling strange. And then he vaguely heard. What happened to that son guy? Who is mother talking to again? Chu Yao slowed down his steps, moved to the door, held his breath, and listened attentively. Everything is normal. It seems that the third prince did not betray the queen. Hearing this, Chu Yao was a little relieved. What a close call. It turned out that what his father said was right. That person was a bait deliberately released by mother. Yaoer just said that the man has arrived in Lingcheng. I will rush over now. Xiao Shi. Concubine Xian's tone was cold, with a strong murderous intent. Remember, that person must not return to Beijing alive. Xiao Shi. Hearing this name, Chu Yao subconsciously clenched his fists and silently recited this name with gritted teeth. Because of anger, his breathing became rapid. Xiao Shi, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and shot a cold gaze at the door. Who? Chapter 51. The Third Prince with a Brain. What to do? Chu Yao's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Footsteps are getting closer. The people inside are coming out. Suddenly, Chu Yao had an idea and jumped down the stairs in 2 or 3 steps. Then he pretended to run over, stepped hard on the stairs with one foot, and shouted, Mother! At this moment, the door was also opened. Concubine Xian looked at him. Didn't Yaoer go back? Chu Yao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Don't mention it. I've already walked to the door, and suddenly found that I left my father's jade pendant behind. As he said that, he walked in and put away the jade pendant on the table. My son is back now. Mother! Take a good rest. Wait a minute. Concubine Xian stopped Chu Yao, who was about to go out, looked at him and smiled. Yaoer, help mother take a letter to your grandfather. What is the Shao family going to do? Just when Chu Yao was wondering, concubine Xian had returned to the bedroom. She took out a small porcelain bottle from a secret compartment, dipped the brush a few times, and began to write on the paper. Strangely, no word was left wherever the brush passed. After writing, concubine Xian thought about it, and pulled out a hair, pinched it into 2 pieces, stuffed half into the envelope, and put the other half on the letter paper and folded it, and then wrote another line of words on the paper. Everything was ready. Concubine Xian came out again. She looked at Chu Yao seriously. This letter must be handed over to your grandfather intact. Remember? Chu Yao nodded and patted his chest. Don't worry. Mother! Watching his back as he left, concubine Xian paced back and forth slightly uneasy. Outside Zhonghua Palace, as soon as he saw him coming out, Xiao Duzi came to greet him. Third Prince, what did the concubine Xian say to you? Hearing this, Chu Yao glared at him. What did my mother say to me? What does it have to do with you? Xiao Duzi smiled flatteringly. I am a little worried because you have been here for a long time. Chu Yao snorted, asking questions here and there. What a tactless guy. Not as good as Xiao Anzi. Speaking of Xiao Anzi, his eyelids trembled slightly. After returning from Zhonghua Palace that night, he never saw Xiao Anzi again. Could it be that my mother? Your Highness, where are you going? Xiao Duzi's voice interrupted his recollection. He took out the letter and shook it. Return the jade pendant to my father first, and then go out of the palace to help my mother deliver the letter. Seeing that he wanted to take the letter to the imperial study, Xiao Duzi was immediately frightened. What if the emperor suddenly wanted to open the letter and take a look? He immediately advised bitterly, Your Highness, let me deliver the jade pendant. How dare you? Chu Yao glared at him and shouted, How dare you? Are you teaching me how to do things? He also wanted to take the opportunity to tell his father that the news had been successfully leaked. I deserve to die. Please forgive me. Your Highness. Xiao Duzi immediately knelt on the ground and slapped himself twice in the face. This is my father's jade pendant. And you can touch it? But this letter. Although Xiao Duzi was afraid of him, It was obvious that he was more afraid of the Xiao family and concubine Xian. Holding the envelope, Chu Yao was also a little hesitant. Just when he heard that his mother was going to send a letter to the Xiao family, he subconsciously wanted to give it to his father. But for some reason, he always felt uneasy. Thinking of this, he stuffed the envelope into Xiao Duzi's hand. "You wait here, Your Highness." Xiao Duzi took the letter and felt it was extremely hot. The third prince is really going to make him suffer. He looked around cautiously, and then held it tightly in his arms. You can tell with your toes that there must be treasonous content in it. He must not let others know. If something goes wrong in his hands, he will be dead. After entering the imperial study, Chu Yao told the situation in Zhonghua Palace and the matter of delivering the letter. Emperor Qishuan nodded. You did a good job. It really can't be opened. Since there is an elusive Shaosher in Zhonghua Palace, wouldn't it be safer to let him deliver the letter? But concubine Xian didn't. So it can be seen that the letter is most likely to test the third prince. After Chu Yao left, Emperor Qishuan walked to the window. His face was calm. But in fact, his hands behind his back were unconsciously clenched. The fish has finally taken the bait. Suddenly, he turned and looked somewhere. 2 people are not safe. Send a few more people, and make sure to arrive before the Xiao family. As soon as the voice fell, the pages of the book spread out on the table turned slightly, and another breathing sound in the room quietly disappeared. Xiao Mansion. Chu Yao had just picked up the tea presented by the maid when he heard. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Third Prince. Xiao Wentao bowed his hands and saluted. Seeing this, Chu Yao's eyes flashed slightly, and he sneered in his heart. It's really ironic. Obviously, he was very disdainful of this fool prince. Even in his own territory, he could do it so well that no one could find any fault. It's so hypocritical. Even if he hated the hypocritical behavior of the Xiao family, he still had to cooperate with them in acting. Chu Yao immediately stood up from the chair, walked over quickly, and dragged his hand. We are all family. Why should Grandpa be so polite? The two sat down again, and Xiao Wentao asked, I wonder why the third prince came here this time. My mother has a letter, and asked me to pass it to you. Chu Yao took out the envelope from his arms. Oh! Xiao Wentao paused while stroking his beard, and took the letter. He then gave the housekeeper a look, and the housekeeper immediately took the servants out. The third prince? Please have some tea first. Chu Yao smiled and nodded with an understanding look. Grandpa, please help yourself. Hurrying back to the study with the letter, Xiao Wentao cleaned up the desk and unfolded the letter. When he saw the half-hair, a trace of satisfaction flashed across his eyes. Looking at the blank letter, he took out a candle, lit it, and placed the letter on it. Under the baking of the candlelight, the handwriting gradually appeared. After reading it, Xiao Wentao frowned and opened the envelope. After seeing the other half of the hair, his expression eased a little. Ruer is still careful. Then, he called a few assassins with a serious face. At all costs, we must make the prisoners escorted by the Li family army shut up completely. Back in the hall, seeing Chu Yao looking around and touching things, Xiao Wentao looked kind again. Does the third prince like it? Hearing his voice, Chu Yao withdrew his hand. This jade carving is really exquisite. Seeing this, Xiao Wentao laughed twice. Since you like it, give it to the prince. Chu Yao waved his hand quickly. This won't work. How can I take away my grandfather's favorite? That's nothing. Xiao Wentao waved his hand nonchalantly. A few days ago, someone below presented a piece of top-quality warm jade the size of a chessboard. If your highness likes it, take it back. Hearing this, Chu Yao pressed his thumb hard on the joint of his index finger, his nails almost sinking into the flesh. Warm jade the size of a chessboard. Not even in the private vaults of my father and grandmother. How could he speak of corruption and bribery so comfortably and so lightly? Seeing that he didn't answer for a long time, Xiao Wentao was suspicious and looked at him. What's wrong with your highness? Chu Yao suddenly came back to his senses, and then scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me. I have never seen a top-quality jade the size of a chessboard in my life. So that's it. Seeing that he looked so unworldly, Xiao Wentao's doubts in his heart dissipated. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wentao touched his beard and patted his shoulder. It's okay. Tell Grandpa what you want in the future. Even if Grandpa doesn't have it, he will try his best to find it for you. After that, he called the housekeeper and asked him to send the warm jade to the shop and find a master craftsman to carve it. The housekeeper bowed his head respectfully. May I ask what style the third prince likes? whether it's a flying bird or a fierce beast. The craftsman can carve it vividly. Chu Yao thought for a while. Butterfly. It doesn't need to be too big. Just make it into a jade pendant. Butterfly pendant. Butterfly jade pendant. And butterfly jade hairpin. Yao Yao will definitely like it. Hearing his answer, Xiao Wintao lowered his eyes to hide the sarcasm in his eyes. Butterfly? This kind of mentality is really not like the Chu family. In his opinion, a person's temperament can be known from his preferences. Just like the late emperor and his majesty like fierce beasts such as tigers, wolves, and cheetahs. Even the gentle prince likes fierce birds like Saker falcon. Like flashy, fragile and short-lived butterflies? Humph. This is fine. What the Xiao family needs is such a useless, weak and incompetent puppet emperor. It seems that Ruer has taught the third prince very well. Thinking of this, Xiao Wintao was in a good mood and waved his hand immediately. Okay. Grandfather will let them carve whatever the third prince likes. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. Who the hell is he? How dare he turn his face to me? Chapter 52. Chu Yao's acting skills are becoming more and more sophisticated. You are just a merchant. But you are so ungrateful. Wait for me. Chu Yao looked over and saw that the person coming was the only son of the Xiao family. Xiao Yunkai. His uncle. Mrs. Xiao was pregnant before her grandmother passed away, and her mother had long disliked her. If it weren't for her grandfather's face, she would never let him call her uncle. When he saw him, Xiao Wintao glared and cursed. Rebellious son. Whose grandfather are you? Where did you go to fool around again? Xiao Yuankai shrugged his shoulders after hearing this. Don't worry. I didn't go to drink wine. He turned his sight and saw Chu Yao on the side. His eyes lit up, and he came forward and put his elbow on Chu Yao's shoulder, winking at him. Uncle has a small matter. I want to ask my nephew for a favor. Chu Yao took a step to the side and avoided his hand. What is it? Recently, a shop opened in the east of the city, specializing in glass products. A pair of glass earrings the size of a fingernail costs 100 taels of silver. He looked at the two people. Ladies and young ladies in the capital are actually scrambling to buy them. Speaking of this, Xiao Yuankai's breathing was rapid, and his eyes were red with jealousy. He touched his chin, looking thoughtful. The quality looks better than the glass from Nanyang. As he said, he clapped his hands suddenly. I'm sure the shop has mastered the method of making glass. Or there are other ways to purchase large quantities. Xiao Wintao's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. If it is true as Yuankai said, this shop can make a lot of money. Suddenly, Xiao Yuankai's voice became much louder. The shopkeeper also opened a soap shop. The thing called soap is used to wash hands, which is much more useful than soapberry. Hearing this, Chu Yao lowered his eyes and thought. It seems that his second brother has been busy with these things recently. I gave the shopkeeper 10,000 taels of silver and wanted him to transfer the two shops to me. He dared not agree. 10,000 taels? Chu Yao sneered in his heart. What's the difference between you and robbing openly? Seeing his asshole look, it must not be the first time he has done this. Chu Yao thought about it, and thought that this is also a direction for investigation. He will report to his father when he returns to the palace, and must keep a close eye on him. Little nephew, we are all family. Can you think of a way? What way? Help you bully others. After hearing what he said, Xiao Wintao also thought of taking the shop for himself. Such a business that makes a lot of money every day should belong to their Xiao family. But thinking of what was said in the letter, he glanced at Chu Yao inconspicuously. Ruer said in the letter that if the third prince did not open the envelope, she could tell him about the next plan. But he was still worried. So he took this opportunity to test whether the third prince really sided with the Xiao family. Under the gaze of the father and son, Chu Yao said two words lightly. No. His father said that the shop's 20% profit was a lot of money, and he wanted to grab it? Dream on. Okay. Xiao Yuankai was unhappy after hearing his answer. Over the years, you and your son have been smooth sailing in the harem, and you have received a lot of help from the Xiao family. Now it's just a small matter, and you start to make excuses. Right. Although Xiao Wintao did not react as strongly as he did, there was still a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Grandfather, do you know who owns that shop? Chu Yao lowered his head at the right time, looking quite disappointed. It belongs to my second brother. What? The father and son of the Xiao family looked at each other and were very surprised. The second prince? The cripple? Unexpectedly, Chu Yao's next words shocked them even more. But in fact, It was my father who asked my second brother to do this. The pupils of the Shao family father and son were shocked. So the boss behind the scenes was actually the emperor? Chu Yao sat back in despair. My father has always had high hopes for my eldest brother, the crown prince. Now my second brother, who has always been low-key, has also won my father's favor. Only I. Then, with a guilty look on his face, it's not that I don't want to help my uncle. In this situation, I can't make my father unhappy again. Seeing him so disappointed, Xiao Wintao had to give up even if he was unwilling. It doesn't matter. With your grandfather and your mother, who can predict what will happen in the future? Hearing this, Xiao Yuankai gritted his teeth in anger. There were mountains of gold and silver in front of him, but they had nothing to do with him. Xiao Wintao thought more complicatedly. What exactly did the emperor mean by this? Did he notice something and deliberately suppress the third prince? After letting the butler send Chu Yao away, Xiao Wintao pointed at the lazy Xiao Yuankai. You should run less recently. Think about the stupid things you did before, and see if you have cleaned up the mess. Xiao Yuankai stretched lazily. Don't worry. And even if the sky falls, you are still there to support it. Seeing his unreliable appearance, Xiao Wintao felt a throbbing pain in his head. Why is Ruer not a man? Lingzhou, Bukalayan. In a room on the third floor, a man dressed in black, who looked like a guard, bowed his head respectfully, and said indignantly, Master, the king of Canaan is too much. He is unwilling to contribute a bit, and does not want to take any risk. He is so timid that he may not accomplish anything. Your plan is in vain. A man sat at the table, wearing a dark brocade robe with auspicious clouds. Hearing this, he raised his sword eyebrows slightly, and the tear mole at the corner of his eye moved with his eyebrows. He chuckled. It doesn't matter. The weaker and more incompetent he is, the better for us. Master, are you planning to join forces with the king of Canaan? Then Xiao Wintao. Mo Zhou. Mo Zhou quickly lowered his head and knelt on one knee. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, Your Highness, the man said meaningfully. Who said we can only choose one? Whether it's the Shao family or the king of Canaan. No matter who wants that position, it will take some twists and turns. No matter what the result is, Daki will definitely be seriously injured. The man's eyes gradually turned cold. When that time comes, wouldn't it be better for us, to reap the benefits? Mo Zhou clasped his hands and clasped his fists. Your Highness is wise. If Chu Yaoyao was here, he would definitely recognize that this man was the fifth Prince of Xia, Shang Wanji. He is also the male protagonist in the book. Shang Wanji knocked on the empty teacup. Seeing this, Mo Zhou hurriedly picked up the teapot. But he didn't expect the teapot to be empty. Master, wait a moment. After the door was carefully closed, Shang Wanji got up and walked to the window. Looking at the bustling streets outside, he whispered, The Imperial Master said that the man is in the capital of Daki. Why don't I go check it out first? The door suddenly opened, and Mo Zhou walked in hurriedly. Why are you so flustered? Mo Zhou approached and whispered to him. Shang Wanji's expression became serious. Did you see clearly? I will never be wrong. The leader is Xiao Jingwu. There is also a tightly sealed carriage in the team. Shang Wanji's eyes flashed. The shopkeeper said that the Li family led troops passed the city yesterday and escorted a prisoner car. Then, he looked out the window and chuckled. That's interesting. How many people are there? Less than 20 people. It's still a bit rushed today. Shang Wanji's eyes became deep, revealing murderous intent, and his tone was extremely cold. Then let them stay at the next stop. Chapter 53 Late Night Crisis. Shang Wanji sneered. Escorted back to Qijing from the border? Except for the spy bribed by Wei Wei. He couldn't think of anyone else who was worth their trouble. Mo Zhou hesitated. But master, we sneaked into Daki secretly. Do we really have to conflict with them? Heh. Shang Wanji sneered and looked out the window. It's not uncommon to encounter dozens of bandits in the wilderness. It's just bad luck for them. What's more, he turned around and said meaningfully, I'm about to meet an old friend. I have to add some chips to myself. Dense forest outside Shuzhou City. Li Wanjing looked at the pale man in front of him worriedly. Father, why don't we go into the city and find Daki? My husband can help you take a look and get you some medicine. General Li waved his hand. It's okay. Going into the city now may disturb the people. Go and call Lao Ming and let him give me a few injections. Li Wanjing had no choice but to do it. But he still muttered in a low voice. Just wait. I will complain to my little sister when I return to Beijing. General Li was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. You dare, brat? At midnight, when everyone was sleeping and most relaxed, in the quiet woods where only a dozen people were on guard, someone suddenly shouted, "There is a wild beast!" Ah, this sound instantly woke everyone up. And General Li immediately picked up his weapon. After seeing the pairs of green eyes in the dark, he shouted, "Quick! Pick up torches." The wolves gradually approached, and General Li clenched the spear in his hand. Ah! With this howl, the wolves seemed to have heard the order and began to attack. The speed was so fast that it caught people off guard. The soldier at the outermost edge couldn't dodge, and was directly thrown to the ground by the wolf. He saw the sharp teeth biting off his neck, and with a puff, the wolf fell down. "Thank you, Lieutenant General Li." Li Wanjing drew his sword and nodded to him gently. "Be careful." The wolves were still attacking. Ah! Ah! For a while, wailing and roaring came one after another. After shooting a wolf with an arrow, General Li felt something was wrong when he saw the wolves that were still coming forward. They were not afraid of fire. And this was not a difficult season for hunting. Why did the wolves appear here? Dr. Meng approached under the protection of several soldiers. Frowning, "General, this wolf pack is not right." After carefully checking the bodies of several wolves, his expression was solemn. They were drugged and went crazy. Hearing this, General Li instinctively thought they were coming for the prisoners, and shouted to Li Wanjing, "Guard the prisoner car." Li Wanjing led a few people to run towards the prisoner car. A wolf pounced on him, and General Li fired a shot to shoo it away, shouting, "The wolves were drugged, and there is a village 3 miles away. We must not let them pass." Yes. On the other side, Li Wanjing and a few soldiers arrived and found 5 masked men. The two sides fought, and the masked men were ruthless and deadly, and ordinary soldiers could not resist. But in a moment, only Li Wanjing was left to face the 5 masked killers. Although he was good at martial arts, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands after all. Not to mention that the other side had many people, and they were all masters. And they were outnumbered after all. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, he dodged the hidden weapon with a flash. And then another sword came at him. Li Wanjing had no way to avoid it, and could not dodge it in time. At the critical moment, several men in black appeared and blocked the sword. Li Wanjing gasped heavily, thinking that they were another wave of forces. "Again? You are bullying the minority with your numbers. Do you still have shame?" The man in black ignored him, and went straight to the masked man. "Okay. You guys decide the winner first." Soon, the masked man gradually lost to the man in black. Looking at the black-clad master who suddenly appeared, Xiaoshi's forehead was covered with fine cold sweat. "Who was it?" Suddenly, he groaned, and beads of sweat fell from his temples. He took a step back and covered his shoulders, and bright red blood flowed through his fingers. Xiaoshi glanced in the direction of the prison car, and then gave his companion a look. The distance is still too far. The order of the adults must be completed. After that, several masked men continued to rush forward as if they were not afraid of death, slashing with swords without any rules, giving people the feeling of dying. And Xiaoshi took the opportunity to quietly approach the prison car. Noticing his movements, Li Wanjing turned and stepped forward a few steps, put the sword on his neck. "Stop!" Unexpectedly, Xiaoshi raised his hand, and several hidden weapons flew out from his sleeves. Several people had no time to stop him. They could only watch the people in the prison car being shot in the back and then fell down. Soon, the other masked men were also controlled. Li Wanjing's eyes were cold, and he asked sternly, "Who sent you here?" Xiaoshi looked at him and sneered, "I won't tell." Then he bit the poison in his teeth. And almost at the same time, the other 4 masked men also fell down with foam at the mouth. Humph! Seeing this, Li Wanjing angrily thrust his sword into the ground. "You are so loyal." His eyes fell on the men in black, and he bowed his hands to thank them. "Thank you for your help. Please tell me your names. The Li family will definitely reward you handsomely in the future." The mission was not completed, and Wu looked at him unhappily. "No need to thank me. Think about how to explain it first." And he scolded, "Old 5. Hearing their words, Li Wanjing's eyes became more scrutinizing. He pulled out his sword and held it in his hand. "Who are you?" Seeing his alert look, and he took out a dragon-shaped jade pendant, and Li Wanjing knelt down quickly. "Lieutenant General Li, there is no need to do this. We are also following orders. The master has long received news of the assassination and specially ordered us to come to help. It's a pity that it's still a step too late." Li Wanjing waved his hand quickly. No. It's not too late. As he said, he came forward and whispered. This is fake. It's just an ordinary death row prisoner. The real spy is secretly escorted by Zhao Hujuan. Hearing this, several people looked at each other. Where is it? After a fight, the wolf pack gradually fled into the depths of the forest. General Li supported the ground with his spear and panted heavily. Send someone to notify the Shuzhou government office to strengthen patrols, and not let the wolf pack hurt innocent people. Then he asked the doctor to stay and treat the wounded, and took a few people to the direction of the prisoner car. Looking at the bodies of the assassin and the prisoner, he saw his eldest son standing there in a daze. General Li suddenly felt angry and raised his hand to hit Li Wanjing on the head. Staring at him. Such a big thing has happened. And you are still standing here stupidly? Ouch! Li Wanjing cried out in pain, rubbed the back of his head, and smiled flatteringly. Don't be angry. The 5 of them are all masters. I am lucky to be able to save my life. Neither the father nor the son noticed that one of the soldiers, who came from behind, had a flickering look after seeing the prisoner's body. You dare to quibble. General Li raised his hand again. Seeing this, Li Wanjing took a few steps back. I'll go help. Stop! General Li shouted loudly. Li Wanjing failed to do his duty, causing the spy to be killed by the assassin. Considering that the incident happened suddenly, it is still excusable. Go and get 20 military sticks. What? Li Wanjing's eyes widened. General Li walked over, patted his shoulder, looked at him deeply, with a trace of guilt in his eyes. If you act, you have to act the whole set. In the dark, someone secretly moved away from the large army and walked behind a big tree. A moment later, a white dove flew across the dark night sky. After finishing everything, the soldier just turned around and saw the dagger across his neck. Looking at the host, who was smacking his lips and seemed to be dreaming, the system chose to quietly go offline. Anyway, nothing serious happened, so let's not talk about it. Right? Chapter 54. The princess was recommended. Lingzhou. Outside the Fukulai Inn, Li Wanfeng sat in the corner bored. Father loves to worry about things. Isn't it enough to have them in front to attract attention? What else can go wrong? As he said, he waved his hand in dissatisfaction. Why do you have to let me feed mosquitoes here in the middle of the night? Why don't you let my eldest brother come? Suddenly, 3 people quietly walked out from the back door, and he quickly hid. Go gather the brothers and ambush first. This accent? People from Xie. Li Wanfeng stuck his head out after the footsteps faded away. My father. There is really an emergency. After breakfast, 2 guests came to the Qionghua Palace. Meng Jiu asked someone to carry 2 boxes in, followed by Xupin, the mother of the second prince. I'm sorry to come here. I hope Sister Shufei won't find us annoying. Chu Yaoyao stared at her, the box in her hand with a burning gaze. The rich woman is here again. Hearing this, concubine Shu couldn't help but hold her forehead. She had never lacked anything on weekdays. How could such a little girl be so obsessed with money? Little princess, do you still have those 2 things? Meng Jiu looked at her expectantly. Su Bin also came over and lowered her head embarrassedly. I want to buy some too. They lived close to each other, and Meng Jiu often visited her palace. Over time, the 2 of them had a good relationship. Yesterday, she was not feeling well, and Meng Jiu quietly gave her a small package. After using it, how can I describe it? It was simply amazing. Chu Yaoyao was happy, showing her millet teeth, and her big eyes narrowed into a slit when she smiled. It's okay to replace the mouth. Not only did you become a repeat customer, but you also helped me develop new customers. Discount. I must give you 99% discount. Yes. Great. Meng Jiu excitedly pulled Su Bin's hand. Xupin hurriedly opened the box, revealing the gold ingots that were full of gold ingots that could blind people's eyes. Chu Yaoyao couldn't take her eyes away, and tears of excitement flowed unconsciously from the corners of her mouth. Shashasha. This pure color. This simple and unpretentious atmosphere. Shufei stepped forward and buckled the box. No need to spend so much money. Xupin has not been favored in recent years, and her family rarely helps her. She can only rely on the monthly allowance to support herself and the second prince. You can imagine how difficult her life is. But the immortal's things can't be taken for free. At most, she can pay the silver, and it will be considered as a gift from her. It's okay. Keep it. Xupin knew her concerns, lowered her head and smiled shyly. You're open to shop, and the business seems to be good. These are all his filial piety to me. Hearing this, Xu Fei was a little surprised. She knew that the second prince was doing business, but she didn't expect that he would make a profit so quickly. But she soon understood that this was normal. After all, glass is a rare item. Then she turned her gaze to Meng Jie. Her meaning was very clear. She has a son to support. Why are you joining in the fun? You have a lot of money, right? Meng Jie pushed the box in front of Yao Yao. Keep it. It's not mine anyway. Facing the puzzled eyes of several people, she explained, they are all rewards from the emperor. Chu Yao Yao blinked. The scumbag father is quite generous. Ahem. Xu Ping gave her a look and tugged at her sleeve, as if she had noticed something. Concubine Meng hurriedly explained. Don't misunderstand, Sister Xu Fei. What I mean is that although the emperor doesn't like me, he is still very generous to the sister of my savior. She deliberately emphasized the word sister of my savior. Seeing her nervous face, Concubine Xu smiled softly. I know. The emperor once said that Concubine Meng's stepmother wanted to marry her to a 40-year-old man as a concubine, but was stopped by her brother. But her brother was afraid of being negligent. So he used the merit of saving the emperor to ask for an imperial decree to let her enter the palace and escape the control of the Ming family. Suddenly, Chuncher came in to report. My queen, the princess is here. Please come in. Then, Concubine Xu ordered Chuncher to take Concubine Ming and Concubine Su to get something. As soon as the princess led Jingxi into the door, she saw the two of them leaving mysteriously with a bunch of things. What is that? In the following time, under the crazy recommendation of her mother, Chu Yaoyao gained another rich woman customer. Sister, mother took me to pay respects to my grandmother today and gave me a lot of things. Do you like anything? As soon as Jingxi entered the door, she stuck to Yaoyao and called her sister affectionately. No need. Sister has suffered so much before, and now she has finally gotten her reward. If there are good things, she must keep them for herself. After hearing this, Jingxi blinked her slightly moist eyes and was deeply moved. I heard from my brother that there will be a poetry tour on the shore of Shijiao Lake tomorrow. Do you want to go and watch the fun? There are many big boats. While speaking, Jingxi stretched out his arms and gestured. Poetry tour? Chu Yaoyao held up her chin. Why do you always have to hold poetry tours? Aren't there other entertainment activities? Shijiao Lake tour. She suddenly widened her eyes. Isn't that the time when Sister Zhao was taken advantage of by the lecher? That lecher has been coveting Sister Zhao for a long time. He secretly bribed a little maid and pushed Sister Zhao into the water. He also jumped in. He said he wanted to save Sister Zhao, but in fact, he wanted to prove that he had physical contact with Sister Zhao in public. Then let Sister Zhao marry her under pressure from public opinion. Sister Zhao's reputation was damaged because of this. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao clenched her fists angrily and gritted her teeth. That scumbag. Chu Yaoyao scratched her cheeks in distress. What is the scumbag's name? I think his last name is Xiao? Yes. It's Xiao Yuan Kai. Go! She didn't go to the Lantern Festival, but she had to go to this one. She still had to protect Sister Zhao. Outside the door, the prince, who had come with Emperor Qixuan, had already lost all the smile in his eyes. He pursed his lips tightly. His jaw was tight. His slender hands were clenched into fists. His joints were protruding, and he kept taking deep breaths, which showed that he was suppressing his anger. It was the first time that Emperor Qixuan saw him so angry. He was worried, but also found it strange. Don't worry. I will send someone to keep an eye on you tomorrow. The prince made a big note of the Xiao family in his heart and gritted his teeth and said, Father, can you let me investigate Xiao Yuan Kai? Emperor Qixuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course. Because of the princess and her daughter. The father and son, who had planned to get information from Yao Yao, had to go back first. Jingxi played with Yao Yao until dusk, and then left reluctantly. Xiao Mansion. Xiao Wentao took the letter off the pigeon's leg and burned it after reading it. Under the candlelight, his face looked very scary. He gritted his teeth and said, A dying man actually killed 5 of my confidants. Lita. I'll record this in the account book. After nightfall, Zhao Jingwu and his party rested in a dilapidated temple in Shuzhou City. Under the moonlight, a flash of light flashed in the eyes of the night watchman, and the silence of the courtyard was instantly broken by a scream. There is an assassin! At the same time, in Qianghua Palace, Chu Yaoyao looked at the man who occupied her mother angrily, and her little mouth was pouted so much that she could hang a bottle of oil. Let go! Seeing her like this, Emperor Qixuan hugged her even tighter. I won't! Chu Yaoyao raised her head and put her hands on her waist, staring at him fiercely, as if looking at a class enemy. Mother, you are mine. It must be that the scumbag father is very lustful and wants to do this and that to the mother. And then that and that. Chapter 55 Princess Shuang. I'm here. Don't even think about it. After hearing this, concubine Shu couldn't help but blush. How can immortals teach everything? Ahem. Emperor Qixuan coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. He ordered outside, come here. Why don't you take the little princess back? Being held in Chuancher's arms. Chu Yaoyao kept struggling. Mother. Woo woo woo. Mother is going to be dirty. I haven't used it yet. The veins on the back of Emperor Qixuan's hand bulged. After he could no longer bear it, he endured it for a while and gritted his teeth and said, hurry up. System, host. Something big happened. The team escorting the spy was attacked. Now Chu Yaoyao didn't make a fuss. The spy was rescued? System, it's really strange. They seem to have known that someone would attack. So they took advantage of the situation. In addition, several mysterious masters appeared, and they have solved it now. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao loosened his tightly clenched fists. Was it the assassin from the Shao family? System, not this time. What do you mean not this time? You were attacked before? Tell the truth. Chu Yaoyao's face suddenly turned stern. How dare they hide such a big thing from her? System, it was last night. The Li family led soldiers to escort the prisoner car, and was attacked by the Shao family outside Shuzhou City. Fortunately, the prisoner was fake. The assassin tonight was the hero's man. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he quickly explained, and the system automatically went offline. Why did the hero kill the spy? Is it to help the Shao family? But it's not written in the book. Chu Yaoyao flipped through the information package depressedly, trying to find clues from it. Spy? When he heard these two words, Emperor Qixuan's eyebrows jumped, and his first reaction was worry. If the Xia people took action, plus the assassin from the Shao family, the secret guards probably couldn't handle it. It would be difficult for the spy to return to Beijing alive. Not to mention accusing the Shao family of collusion. If we lose this opportunity, it will be difficult to catch the Shao family's handle in the future. Prince Xia, you are so brave. Emperor Qixuan was furious at this moment. Seeing him in this state, concubine Shu worriedly held his hand and looked at him and comforted him silently. Fortunately, a mysterious master appeared. Otherwise not only the spy could not be brought back, but also Zhao Hujuan and my uncle would. Hearing this, Emperor Qixuan and concubine Shu looked at each other. It seems that the assassin did not succeed. Fortunately, the two of them were relieved immediately. Emperor Qixuan patted concubine Shu's hand. I suddenly remembered that I still have government affairs to deal with. So I will go back to the imperial study first. With such a big thing, how can I still have interest? Chu Yaoyao opened her mouth slightly in surprise. No way. My mother, a big beauty, is in front of you. Can you tolerate this? It can't be. Thinking of a possibility, she pouted her lips. It's so fake. Emperor Qixuan, who had already walked to the door, almost tripped on the threshold, gritted his teeth, looked back, and clenched his fists. But when he met Yao Yao's innocent eyes, he could only suppress his anger and leave in frustration. Chu Yaoyao slipped out of Chuancher's arms and ran over with her legs swinging. Father is bad? Concubine Shu pinched her little face with a funny look, and said with a doting face, you are really a naughty girl. Hee hee. Chu Yaoyao dodged while laughing, and climbed up, holding the quilt and grinning. Sleep together. Concubine Shu rubbed her forehead. Okay. It was late at night, and only the imperial study was brightly lit. Perhaps because of the poetry meeting. The capital seemed particularly lively today. A carriage stopped at the city gate. After the guard checked as usual, he asked, Are you from Xianyuan? The servant driving the carriage smiled flatteringly. The master's family was in trouble, and the young master was left alone. He came to the capital to seek refuge with his relatives, but he didn't expect that he would get sick on the way. Cough, cough, cough. A heart-wrenching cough sounded in the carriage at the right time. The guard sighed. Go in. Hey. Thank you. In the carriage, looking at the man with his eyes closed, Emojo asked softly, Master, should we send someone to the Shao family to tell Xiao Wintao that the spy is still alive? Why should we tell him? Shang Wanji opened his eyes. His eyes were cold. This chess piece of the Shao family should be abandoned, and we have to get this fire started as soon as possible. But, Emojo looked worried. Will it not burn us? Shang Wanji snorted coldly. It has always been Wei Wei and Xiao Wentao who have been in contact. This matter has nothing to do with me from beginning to end. When he thought of Wei Wei, Mo Zhou tightened his scabbard. Before the war, Wei Wei actually surrendered to the second prince. Damn fence-sitter. Fortunately, he is in a good position, so we have a chance to clear ourselves. There is a poetry meeting in the western suburbs today. Your Highness, do you want to go and see the excitement? Shang Wanji raised his eyebrows. Then go and see. Western suburbs lakeside. After getting off the carriage, Chu Yaoyao saw a woman in a light blue dress not far away. She stood on tiptoe excitedly, raised her little hand and waved. Sister Zhao. Hearing the familiar little baby voice, Xiao Jingqi smiled and walked slowly towards them. Looking at the figure he had missed for a long time, the prince was slightly stunned. Seeing his expression, Chu Yaoyao covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Sister Zhao is so beautiful today. The prince brother is stunned. Humph. You are so shameless. The sudden voice broke the romantic atmosphere that seemed to be filled with pink bubbles. Chu Yaoyao looked over with dissatisfaction. Who? You disturbed my CP. I saw a woman in a pink gauze skirt standing not far away, looking at Zhao Jingqi with a bad face. Noticing their gazes, she walked over. As the distance got closer, Chu Yaoyao also saw her appearance clearly. Well, how to say it? She originally had yellow skin, but she insisted on wearing pink clothes, and it was a dead Barbie pink. And her oval face was also grown upside down. It was very. Please forgive her for being at a loss for words, and not being able to describe it. Zhao Jingqi leaned forward slightly. Meet Princess Xuang. Princess Xuang? I know. She is the only daughter of the Marquis of Yongyi. You? Because she likes Xiao Yuankai. She has been targeting Sister Zhao. In the original text, Sister Zhao's reputation was damaged after she fell into the water. And the dirty words in the capital could spread so quickly, which was her handiwork. Finally, Sister Zhao was forced to leave the capital and hide in a nunnery. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao gritted her teeth and stared at her, wishing she could bite her. Yu raised her chin proudly, pointed a few steps away, and turned sideways to face their prince and Xie Jiancheng. She was involved with more than one man in public. Is this the upbringing of your Zhao family? Your Highness, what you said is serious. The prince turned around and looked at her with dissatisfaction. Hearing her slander his lover, the prince could not help it. Yu took a step back in panic. Your Highness. The prince interrupted her harshly. My sister and Miss Zhao hit it off at first sight. Miss Zhao was just helping me to coax my sister. How come it became a disgrace in the eyes of the princess? I didn't mean that. Yu's face was pale. Cold sweats were pouring out. She stammered as she explained. Her eyes kept looking to the side. Chu Yaoyao looked at her in confusion. What is this guy looking at? Chapter 56. Fulfill her wish. Chu Yaoyao followed her line of sight. There was a rich young man leaning against the bridge, wearing gold and silver. And the only thing missing was the words, I am rich, embroidered on his clothes with gold thread. After looking for a while, she covered her eyes. Gold must have become a spirit. That man was also looking over here. To be more precise, staring at Sister Zhao. System. That guy is not Xiao Yuankai. Right? She saw him pull a little maid over and point in the direction of Sister Zhao. She was sure that the man was Xiao Yuankai. So, the bridemaid didn't know Sister Zhao. Chu Yaoyao suddenly thought of a way. What if she covered her face with a veil and changed her clothes? The prince's eyes lit up. Good idea. Looking at Yu, Chu Yaoyao's bad thoughts came out again. She pointed at Yu's skirt and said, It doesn't look good. After saying that, she turned her head to the side, and her disgusted look was too obvious. Yu blushed, but she could do nothing about it. She couldn't help but compare it with Zhao Jingqi in her heart. Children don't lie. Is her skirt really not good looking? So Brother Kai didn't even look at her? The prince was worried about changing clothes, and he didn't want to waste his words. I hope Princess Xuang will be careful in her words and deeds in the future. As he said that, he took the lead to pick up Yao Yao and leave. Yu was scared for a while, and wiped the cold sweat on her forehead with a handkerchief. When she saw Xiao Yuankai looking at the blue back with fascination, she turned her head and glared at Zhao Jingqi hatefully. What's good about that fickle woman? The few of them walked slowly, and Chu Yaoyao scratched her hair in distress. How can I get Sister Xiao to change her clothes? Not only her. The prince was also in trouble. He was a grown man. He couldn't just say, Why don't you change your clothes? What's the difference between this and lecher? Xie Jiancheng touched his nose. This scene was so embarrassing. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. I have an appointment with my friends. Please take care of Jingxi. Thank you. Looking at someone running away, Chu Yaoyao curled her lips. Brother Prince doesn't even want to take a small light bulb like me. And you, the sixth brother, actually left a medium light bulb. Suddenly, she set her sights on the old man selling candy. After thinking for a moment, she pointed at the candy and said, I want to eat. Jingxi ran over and brought back 2 candies soon. Thank you, sister. Chu Yaoyao took it with a smile and took a bite first. Then she looked at the candy in her hand reluctantly. Although it is shameful to waste. For the reputation of Sister Zhao, I can only sacrifice you. Thinking of this, she took another big bite. Then she accidentally lost her grip, and the candy man stuck to Zhao Jingqi's dress. Oh! Sister, I'm sorry. Chu Yao blinked and looked at her. System. That's enough. It's shameful to act cute. What else can I say when I see this spoiled look? It's okay. Zhao Jingqi rubbed her little head. There is a tailor shop on this street. And I bought this one there. Please wait here for a while. Prince. Chu Yaoyao hurriedly pulled her back. You don't want to buy the same one, do you? That's not possible. The prince was also afraid that Yaoyao's efforts would be in vain. So he immediately said, We will go with you. The few people went to the tailor shop on the corner of the street. The 2 little girls were playing at the door, and their respective maids were guarding beside them. Jingxi fed another candy man to Yaoyao's mouth. Sister is so nice. Chu Yaoyao held the candy man in her mouth, squinted her big eyes happily, and thanked her vaguely. Suddenly seeing a familiar Barbie pink, she didn't eat the candy man anymore. She said loudly, Sister Zhao, the skirt is beautiful. It's certainly not enough to just let Sister Zhao change clothes. Doesn't you like Xiao Yuankai? A small wish must be fulfilled. That's right. I also think that other people's skirts are not as beautiful as Sister Zhao's. Wearing that one, Sister Zhao will definitely be more beautiful than the others. Jingxi nodded and agreed. Chu Yaoyao pretended to be regretful. It's all my fault. I made the clothes dirty. Jingxi comforted her. Don't worry. Just buy another one that's exactly the same. Chu Yaoyao lowered her head, looking like she was blaming herself. In fact, she was giving the little sister a thumbs up in her heart. 6. My sister is awesome. That's what I want. Hearing her sister's praise, Jingxi straightened her back slightly. As a good sister, she must cooperate with her sister's wishes. After hearing their conversation, Yu covered her face with a handkerchief and entered the tailor's shop. Chu Yaoyao pretended to be nonchalant, but in fact, she was already very happy in her heart. Ha ha ha. I laughed to death. Did she think that if she covered her face, others would not recognize her? Entering the store, Yu looked at the 2 people who were choosing clothes, quietly approached the shopkeeper, and pointed at Zhao Jingqi's skirt. The shopkeeper nodded and whispered to her. There are 2 more. 2 more? Doesn't that mean Zhao Jingqi still has a chance to buy it? Absolutely not. Thinking of Xiao Yuankai's obsessed eyes, Yu gritted her teeth and handed all the silver to the shopkeeper. I want all of it. And help me make a bun like hers. Okay. I understand. The shopkeeper smiled with his teeth showing as he held the silver. In just a cup of tea, Yu, who had changed her clothes, went out confidently. On the other side, Zhao Jingqi, who was overwhelmed by the selection, asked the shopkeeper, Do you still have the one I'm wearing? The shopkeeper slapped his thigh. It's really unfortunate. There are only 2 left. And they were all bought just now. Half an hour later, the prince brought his 2 sisters to the lake, and Zhao Jingqi followed behind. Zhao Jingqi, wearing a lavender gauze skirt, looked even more charming, attracting Chu Yaoyao to keep looking back. Sister Zhao is even more beautiful. Seeing this, the prince turned her head back with some jealousy. I secretly rejoiced that Miss Zhao wore a veil. If Xiao Yuankai recognized her, it would be a waste of time. The young masters present saluted as soon as they saw him. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. The woman in white who saluted with everyone in the crowd was excited after hearing his identity. System, host. The male and female protagonists are here. What? Where is the male protagonist? Chu Yaoyao looked around the crowd with her eyes wide open. System, no need to look for him. He doesn't want to show up, and no one can recognize him. After hearing what it said, Chu Yaoyao gave up and turned his attention to the female protagonist. As expected, the protagonist's first encounter came late but arrived. I wonder how many men were impressed by the heroine's talent at this poetry meeting. Suddenly, she saw a sneaky figure, following the little maid all the way, and saw her quietly approaching you who had changed her clothes. Here she comes. Hearing this, the prince subconsciously looked for a familiar figure. After finding that Miss Zhao was still standing there, and there was no suspicious person around her, he was relieved. In the crowd, looking at the man with noble temperament, Shi Jingjing blushed slightly. She couldn't help covering her face. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil. These days, she has been reading historical books and has done a full study of the customs of Daki and neighboring countries. She will never commit taboos again. This time, she sneaked out just to wash away her shame at the poetry meeting. Unexpectedly, the prince also came. Such a man with status and position, as handsome as Panin, must be her chosen male protagonist. As soon as this thought came up, Shi Jingjing's face turned red again. At this moment, she completely forgot that when her father mentioned that the prince had suffered from asthma since childhood, she had said that he was a short-lived sickly person. Shi Jingjing was looking forward to the poetry meeting later. This time, she must recite the best poems to make the prince fall at her feet. The prince is the future emperor, and with the modern knowledge in her mind, they will be able to govern Daki well in the future. That's right. After traveling through time, she wants to be the queen who is second only to one person and above everyone else. Suddenly, there was a thump sound, interrupting her beautiful dream. Help! Chapter 57. Someone falls into the water. Hurry up. Someone falls into the water. The scene was in chaos. Shi Jingjing looked over and saw a blue figure in the lake struggling and calling for help. Help! Don't move. Let me do it. As soon as the voice fell, there was another splash, and a man jumped into the water and swam towards the woman. Xiao Yuankai suppressed his ecstasy, pretended to be anxious and concerned, and shouted loudly, Miss Zhao, don't be afraid. Xiao is here. Hearing this, Zhao Jingqi frowned slightly, looking at the man in the water who was struggling to save people. Her eyes turned cold. Could it be that Xiao Yuankai came for her? Then, she turned her eyes to the prince not far away. Could it be that he knew it a long time ago? So he asked her to change into a dress of other colors? In the lake, Xiao Yuankai wanted to hug the beauty unexpectedly. So he swam behind her intentionally or unintentionally, and could only vaguely see her side face. This skin color is wrong, he thought to himself. Miss Zhao is really different from other women. Others are pale when frightened, but Miss Zhao's face turns yellow. When he thought of that graceful figure, Xiao Yuankai suddenly felt a heat sweeping over his body. Miss Zhao, don't blame me. If you hadn't been indifferent to me, I wouldn't have resorted to this. The beauty he had been thinking about was close at hand, and Xiao Yuankai hugged her up, baring his teeth in a wretched manner. Don't be afraid, miss. I will take you up. As he spoke, his hands kept moving, and he hugged her tighter and tighter. Yu clung to him tightly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and stuck to him tightly. Xiao Yuankai was secretly delighted, and his smile could not be suppressed at all. He didn't want to see the appearance of the person in his arms clearly the next moment, and his mouth froze directly. Brother Akai, why is it you? Xiao Yuankai shivered with fear and pushed Yu away directly. After finally getting a chance to get close to her beloved, how could Yu let go easily? She held on to Xiao Yuankai's sleeve tightly, lowered her head shyly, and gently touched his chest. Brother Yuankai, I know that you have me in your heart. That's enough. Love brain attacks don't distinguish between occasions? Seeing her like that, Chu Yaoyao couldn't help but cover her eyes. On the shore, everyone saw this situation and began to whisper and point fingers. Did you hear it? After Mr. Xiao went into the water, he called Miss Zhao. Look, Princess Shuyan and Miss Zhao wore the same skirt before. Fortunately, Miss Zhao changed her clothes. Otherwise, before she finished speaking, everyone present understood and looked at the two people in the lake with disdain. They had always known that Xiao Yuankai was arrogant and lawless, but they didn't expect him to use such a dirty trick in public. The prince watched the two people pulling coldly, without any intention of helping. A shameless and vulgar person like Xiao Yuankai should be kept in this lake forever. Yu too. She deserved to soak for a while longer, so she could wash her eyes. Although he thought so in his heart, he always had people ready to rescue her immediately if there was any danger. Some people present also wanted to order the servants to go down and rescue her. But since the prince did not move, they did not dare to do so. Forget it. The gods are fighting. And these little ghosts should just watch the show honestly. Let go! Xiao Yuankai pried Yu Yu's hands apart and pushed her hard. Yu Yu looked at him in panic, shaking her head and holding his sleeve tightly, almost crying. No, brother Yuankai. I can't swim. Don't leave me. Xiao Yuankai didn't care about her. He wiped the water off his face and swam to the shore. Unexpectedly, his legs suddenly cramped, and his body lost balance. He drank a few gulps of water, and with Yu Yu holding him tightly, they were about to sink. Help! Help! Is it really an accident? The prince did want to teach him a lesson, but he didn't want to cause a death in public. Seeing this, he found a few women and servants who could swim and fished the two out. Then, he looked around and said loudly, "Let's end the poetry meeting today. Let's go!" Yes. Everyone went home, but some people stayed to watch the fun. This is the most arrogant man and woman in the capital. It's rare to see their jokes. Hearing the prince say that the poetry meeting was cancelled, Shi Jingjing looked at Yu Yu with resentment. It's all her fault. She should have fallen into the water at this time. She had finally waited for the opportunity, but before she could show her skills, it was ruined by that idiot Yu Yu. Looking at the handsome figure not far away, Shi Jingjing secretly clenched her fists. No. Even if she can't show her extraordinary talent, she must do something to make the prince remember her. After Xiao Yuankai was rescued, the servants of the Xiao mansion also rushed over. As soon as he saw them, he beat and scolded them. I almost went to see the king of hell. Where did you go? The servant covered his face, a little aggrieved. Didn't you tell us not to care? Shut up. Seeing the strange eyes of the people around him, Xiao Yuankai's face suddenly turned pale. Yu Yu rushed over and grabbed him, biting her lips. Because of shyness, her pale face turned slightly red. Brother Yuankai, you touched my body. You must be responsible for me. Go away. Xiao Yuankai waved her away and shouted impatiently. Don't bother me anymore. After that, he pushed the crowd away and walked away. Looking at his back, Yu Yu covered her face and cried. She didn't understand why Brother Yuankai was so ruthless to her. On the other side, Zhou Huaichen shook his head. I said you are too simple. Right? Although Xie Jiansheng usually wears white clothes, the material is the best after all. Now, Xie Jiansheng put down the teacup. Now I am still in the mourning period. I have to be more careful. Cut it out. But it's annoying to have a father like that. Hearing this, Xie Jiansheng chuckled. Annoying? No. Because his sister is back. He and his mother are very happy every day. Suddenly, he stood up and looked at the other side. Something seems to have happened over there. What's wrong? Zhou Huaichen stood up suddenly and accidentally pulled his wound, which made him grimace in pain. What's wrong with you? It's my grandfather. He went to the palace a few days ago, and when he came back, he had me taken to the ancestral hall. He didn't say a word and directly punished me with a set of family rules. Zhou Huaichen touched his back. He was so cruel that I even suspected that I was not his grandson. When he thought of that scene, he couldn't help but shudder. It was too scary. Suddenly, he turned his head. Do you think that weird Shi Jingjing is here too? As he said that, he scratched his neck and was relieved to see the amulet still hanging on his neck. It's okay. It's still there. But he was still worried. When he thought of Shi Jingjing, his hair stood up and he touched the goosebumps on his arm. Otherwise, let's go back. Xie Jiansheng looked at him helplessly. Okay. On the other side, Yu Yu was sitting on the ground in a daze, and suddenly heard a gentle voice. Are you okay? In a tea house by the lake, Shang Wanji and his servant stood by the window, with a panoramic view of the scene by the lake. Who is that? Mo Zhou took a look. It's the princess of the Yongyi Marquis mansion. Named Yu Yu. Shang Wanji pursed his lips impatiently. Another one. It seems that the woman who wrote the poem Shihu in the princess's mansion a few days ago is called Shi Jingjing. After he reminded him, Shang Wanji also remembered. How could a person who was originally cowardly and timid change his temperament overnight and become so smart? Shang Wanji's eyes flickered slightly. Could it be that the person the national teacher was talking about was her? Chapter 58 The first encounter between the male and female protagonists of the original book. By the lake. A cloak appeared in front of her. Yu Yu raised her head. After seeing a pair of eyes like a clear spring, a flash of jealousy flashed across her eyes. However, Shi Jingjing did not notice this. On the contrary, she had not yet learned to hide her true emotions, and the contempt and resentment in her eyes were seen by Yu Yu. Shi Jingjing put the cloak on Yu and helped her up. After doing all this, she subconsciously looked in the direction of the prince, and naturally did not see the sneer at the corner of Yu's mouth. Shi Jingjing thought that so many young ladies were watching coldly, and only she came forward to help. In contrast, the prince must think that she is a gentle and kind person, and then his favor for her has increased greatly. But she didn't expect that the prince had left long ago. Looking at the back, she stamped her feet in annoyance. It would be better if she came out earlier. The main person who made her actively perform left, and her attitude towards Yu became much colder, not as gentle and considerate as before. Yu noticed her gaze and looked over. When she found out that she was looking at the prince, she understood. So she pretended to be like this in order to seduce the prince. Well, pretending to be kind to seduce men is fine, but you dare to use her as a springboard. Yu pushed her away, then pulled off her cloak, rolled it up, and threw it into her arms. Stop pretending here. What are you doing? Shi Jingjing looked at her strangely. This person is too rude, and she doesn't know what's good for her. What's going on? Yu pointed at her and shouted, Everyone come and see. Your true face is revealed. How dare you play tricks on her? Hooking up men everywhere. Just as hateful as that BXXXH Xiao Jingji. At this time, the maids and servants of the Yongyi Marquis' mansion also came over. Princess, are you okay? Since your servants are here, I'll leave first. Shi Jingjing didn't want to waste time with her, so she turned around and left. Stop her. What are you going to do? Shi Jingjing looked at her warily. Don't get me wrong. Thank you for helping me just now. You are such a good person. Looking at the two women who blocked her way, Shi Jingjing was so angry that she laughed. Is this your way of saying thank you? It's really eye-opening. Yi walked up to her. Don't be afraid. I just want to ask you for another favor. She sneered. My bracelet is lost in the lake. Since you are so kind, you must be willing to help me find it. Right? As soon as the voice fell, the two women clamped Shi Jingjing's arms on each side. Let me go! Shi Jingjing kept struggling. Yu raised her chin high and ordered. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help this lady. The two fierce women dragged Shi Jingjing to the lake and threw her directly into the lake. Yu watched her struggle in the water with cold eyes. Remember? This is the price you pay for laughing at me and taking advantage of me. Hearing this, Shi Jingjing suddenly felt as if a layer of chill covered her whole body. Colder than the lake water. She actually noticed it? Isn't it said that Princess Shuang is ignorant and extremely stupid? This is called having no brains? Were the ancients so terrible? At this moment, Shi Jingjing was extremely glad that she had learned to swim, and she slowly swam to the shore. But how could you let her come up so easily? She gave the maid a look, and the maid went over and pushed Shi Jingjing down again. You? Shi Jingjing stared at her, clenching her fists tightly. This is simply too much. Stop it! Yu looked over displeased. Who was so blind that he dared to ruin her good deeds? I saw a man in white walking towards her. I have heard that Princess Shuang is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. And she must know that this girl did it unintentionally. I think the princess is teaching her a lesson on the surface. But in fact, she wants to tell her to be careful in the future. Shang Wanji raised his mouth and asked softly, Is what I said right? Yes, that's right. I think so. Yu looked at him and nodded, slightly stunned. Shi Jingjing took the opportunity to climb up. Seeing this, Shang Wanji leaned down, stretched out his hand to her in such a state of embarrassment, and smiled gently. Miss, are you okay? Looking at his beautiful peach blossom eyes, it seemed that she would drown in his gentle eyes if she was not careful. Noticing the teardrop mole at the corner of his eye, Shi Jingjing forgot to react for a moment. This man is really good looking. Heh. Another frivolous and superficial woman. Shang Wanji suppressed his disdain in his heart, smiled softly at her, and spoke again. Miss, what's wrong with you? His smile made the teardrop mole move slightly with his eyebrows, which also brought Shi Jingjing back to her senses. She put her hand on his palm and stood up with the help of his strength. I'm fine. I wonder where the girl lives. I'll take you back. Listening to his gentle voice, Shi Jingjing's cheeks blushed slightly, and she bowed her head to thank him. Thank you very much, young master. After they left, Yu was still stunned in the same place, giggling from time to time. Seeing that she was not in a good state, the maid shouted, Princess, let's go back. Yu suddenly woke up, covered her face, and shook shyly. What a handsome young man. Princess? Yu immediately ordered, before tomorrow. This princess wants to know all the information about the young man. The maid hesitated. What about Mr. Xiao? Hearing these words, Yu lost for a moment, then waved her hand. Don't mention this person anymore. This princess has already looked down on him. On the other side, the prince watched Zhao Jingqi walk into the Zhao mansion and return to the carriage. Go to the princess mansion. Hearing him say this, Jingqi's originally bright eyes dimmed instantly. Going back so soon? She hasn't played enough with her sister yet. System, host. There is a big melon. Chu Yao Yao, who was eating snacks, almost choked, and Jingqi quickly poured a cup of milk tea to feed her. After swallowing the snacks with the tea, Chu Yao Yao picked up another piece. Approved. System, the hero and heroine have met. Upon hearing this, Chu Yao Yao dropped the snack in her hand. Just now. System, that's right. When the heroine was being bullied by Princess Shuang, or more precisely, bullied, the hero descended from the sky and saved the heroine from danger. Then did the two fall in love at first sight? System, well, it's hard to judge. Some people do fall in love at first sight. The plot is really powerful. It has gone so far, but it can be pulled back by force. They also found a way to let the hero and heroine meet in danger. Either she saves him or he saves her. Anyway, one of them must achieve the achievement of being injured. Are the male and female protagonists still together? System, yes. Chu Yao Yao took a bite of the dessert fiercely. It's a pity that I can't eat this melon. Shi Jingjing gathered her cloak and quietly looked at the man beside her. This cold and noble temperament. This handsome face. Thinking of the scene of helping her put on clothes just now, Shi Jingjing couldn't help blushing again. He is also a gentleman. He is almost as good as the prince. No. It should be said that he is better than the prince. Of course. Putting aside his status, I didn't expect that anyone she met by chance would be a top-notch person. Could it be that this is the benefit of her being a time-traveling heroine? Chapter 59 The Female Protagonist's Secret Code. Miss, you've been looking at me. Is there anything wrong? Ah? Hearing the voice, she came back to her senses and lowered her head shyly. My name is Shi Jingjing. What's your surname? Sir? Shang Wanji looked at her with a faint smile. My surname is Yun, and my given name is Ji. This is true. His name is Shang Wanji, and his courtesy name is Yunji. Thank you for your help today, sir. Shi Jingjing bowed slightly, feeling extremely fortunate that she had made up for the ancient etiquette these days. Looking at her somewhat stumbling movements, Shang Wanji's eyes flashed. But he didn't point it out. Just replied, You're welcome. I just feel a little sorry when I see the girl suffering. Hearing this, Shi Jingjing felt her cheeks slightly hot. Her eyes were a little evasive, and she didn't dare to look at him. Mr. Yun actually cares about me so much? Could it be that he fell in love with me at first sight? But when she thought of the figure of the prince, Shi Jingjing took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in her heart. As if she had made up her mind, she raised her head and said, Please wait for a moment, Mr. Yun. After that, she walked into an inn and borrowed a pen and ink from the shopkeeper. After a while, she came out and handed him 2 pieces of paper. What is this? Shang Wanji looked at the words on the paper that made people bear to look at, and felt a little disgusted. He wrote better when he was 3 years old. Shi Jingjing also realized this and smiled awkwardly. I twisted my hand 2 days ago, and it's hard to hold the pen. The rules can be learned in a short time, but the brush calligraphy must be practiced from the beginning. And it's good that she can write all the strokes of those traditional Chinese characters. When she thought of what was written on the paper, she immediately raised her head with some pride and looked at the master and servant. This is the formula of soap. Soap is used for bathing and cleaning hands. It is better than soap nuts. You can also add spices to make soaps with different fragrances. After that, she looked at the 2 people leisurely, waiting to see their surprised looks. Although Mr. Yun is very good, he is far inferior to the crown prince. She must be the queen, so she can only let him down. But if he is willing, they can still be friends and partners. However, Shi Jingjing did not see the shocked expressions on the faces of the 2 people as she wished. Monsieur, the soap you were talking about, is that it? Shang Wanji pointed to the box in the arms of the passerby, on which the word soap was engraved. Shi Jingjing's eyes widened immediately. How could it be? How is this possible? She rushed over and grabbed a little girl. Judging from her dress, she seemed to be a maid from a family. What are you holding? As she said, she snatched it and opened it directly. Sure enough, there was a small box of soap and perfumed soap inside. and the 3 words Qingyao Pavilion were engraved on the bottom of the box and the soap. What are you doing? Do you want to rob in broad daylight? The little girl hurriedly snatched it back, held it tightly in her arms, and looked at her vigilantly, as if she would shout if she took another step forward. Shi Jingjing, on the other hand, was stunned in her place, constantly muttering, "How could this happen? Is there someone else besides me? If you are sick, go see a doctor. Why are you coming out to scare people?" The girl rolled her eyes, afraid that she would snatch again, so she trotted away. "Monsieur?" Shang Wanji walked over. Seeing his slightly worried look, Shi Jingjing pulled the corner of her mouth with effort. "I'm fine. Maybe I caught a cold after falling into the water. I'll go home first." Shang Wanji looked at her hurriedly, leaving back thoughtfully, and then handed the formula to Mo Zhou. "He can be sure that this formula is real. Go and do 3 things. Find out who owns Qingyao Pavilion, and what is the relationship between the person behind the scenes and Shi Jingjing. Then send someone to secretly watch Shi Jingjing. Finally, go to the Xiao family." "Yes." After a quick farewell, Shi Jingjing did not return to the Shi family, but came to Qingyao Pavilion. As soon as he saw her, the waiter came up to her. "Miss, do you want to buy soap or perfumed soap? We can make reservations here." Although the girl was sloppy, the shopkeeper said that guests should be treated warmly. Hearing this, Shi Jingjing became more certain of her guess. "I want to see your shopkeeper." It turned out that she was here to make trouble again. As soon as she said this, the waiter's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees, with a hint of disgust and disdain. Since the store opened, people have come to find shopkeeper Jean every day, either to secretly inquire about the recipe, or to buy or rob Qingyao Pavilion. Intimidation, inducement, attempted theft, etc. All means have been used. At first they were quite scared, but later they realized that the backer behind shopkeeper Jean was very powerful. A few days ago, the young master of the Xiao family used all means to get these 2 shops. But didn't he stop in the end? Anyway, no matter who comes to make trouble, they are not afraid. If you want to buy something, if it's gone today, please come early tomorrow. If it's other things, I'm sorry that we won't receive you." As he said, the waiter pointed to the door and made a gesture of invitation. "You?" Seeing his attitude, Shi Jingjing was furious. "I really have something important to ask your shopkeeper. You better go back." Seeing the waiter's firm attitude, Shi Jingjing shouted loudly inside, "Shopkeeper! Shopkeeper! Don't shout!" The waiter tried to cover her mouth. What happened? A middle-aged man with a slightly fat figure came out. It was shopkeeper Jean. "Shopkeeper, this lady insisted on seeing you." Shopkeeper Jean waved his hand. "Don't be rude to guests in the future. You go and do your work first." From the moment he appeared, Shi Jingjing's eyes never moved away from him. She looked at shopkeeper Jean carefully. Could this be her fellow villager? Noticing her eyes, shopkeeper Jean smiled politely. "What do you want to see me for?" Shi Jingjing approached and whispered. "Odd changes, but even does not change." "What?" Shopkeeper Jean looked at her puzzledly. "What chicken? What does it have to do with lotus root? Palace Jade liquor? We don't sell liquor here. If you want to drink, turn left and there's a restaurant." Shi Jingjing frowned and looked at him. This expression didn't seem fake. Could it be that the fellow villager was someone else? Shopkeeper Jean was a little scared by her stare. But this girl looked about the same age as his daughter, and he couldn't use force to drive her out. This really worried him to death. "Miss, what are you doing here? I just want to find out who got the recipe for the soap." Hearing this, shopkeeper Jean walked a few steps outside, then waved at her. "Come on. Come over first." Shi Jingjing followed him and took a few steps. "I want to see that person." "Yes. Yes. Take 2 more steps." "Quick." Shopkeeper Jean pointed at the threshold. "Step over first." Although she didn't understand why, Shi Jingjing still did it. After she went out, shopkeeper Jean closed the door directly. "Hey!" Shi Jingjing rushed over, but was still a step too late. The door slammed shut. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have pinched her nose. "Shopkeeper, I don't want to steal the prescription. I just want to see the person who took out the prescription." "Girl, I won't tell you. Go back quickly." Shopkeeper Jean turned his back to the door and wiped the sweat from his forehead. These days, he has seen people bullying others, people throwing money at people, and people who don't care about their lives. But he has never seen anyone with a problem in his brain. "Shopkeeper, you close the door." Are you not doing business anymore? The goods are gone. What else can I do? Let's talk about it tomorrow. As he said that, he hurried inside. I still have to report today's events to my master. On the other side, after sending Jing, she backed to the princess's mansion. The carriage did not return to the palace, but circled around the street. Where is it going? Just when Chu Yaoyao was wondering, there was a sudden commotion on the street. Look! It's General Li. Chapter 60 The Arrogant and Domineering Playboy. General Li? That's my grandfather. Chu Yaoyao quickly poked her head out. I saw that the people were standing on both sides of the street, cheering enthusiastically. Chu Yaoyao looked over. The leader was the general wearing golden armor. Although his square face was covered with wrinkles and scars, he looked more majestic and resolute. His slightly old eyes were bright and full of energy. Hearing the praise and thanks from the people, his eyes were full of smiles. My grandfather is so majestic. Hearing this voice, General Li's ears moved slightly, and he glanced around inconspicuously. What sound? Next to him was a young general wearing silver-white armor. His cloak was blown up by the wind, and he looked very vigorous. Seeing the admiration in everyone's eyes, he raised his head and chest, grinned, raised his hand, and greeted both sides. Ha ha ha. Look at this silly look. It must be my uncle. Hearing this voice, Li Wanjing almost didn't pull the reins tight, and almost fell off the horse. He rubbed his ears. Who was talking? Father, I just heard someone calling uncle. General Li glanced at him. Go to the palace first. In the crowd, the people were discussing. It's worthy of General Li. This battle, he won again. A man looked at the figure on the tall horse with reverence. Yes, General Li. That's our Daki's ever-victorious general. TSK. A disdainful voice suddenly appeared in the praise and admiration, and the crowd exploded immediately. What do you mean? That's right. You dare to look down on the heroes who defend the country. Looking at the indignant people surrounding him, Xiao Yuankai felt very unlucky. Why am I so unlucky today? Nothing goes well. It's okay if I can't get the beauty as I wish. I can meet my mortal enemy on the road, and it's a mortal enemy who is welcomed by people in a grand manner. Xiao Yuankai felt as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest, and it was like being burned by fire. He was so choked up and angry that his lungs were about to explode. Go away. Don't you know that a good dog doesn't block the road? An old woman grabbed him. Where did you come from? You little bastard. You are full of shit and dare to disrespect the general. Let me go! Xiao Yuankai pushed, and the old woman staggered. Fortunately, the people next to her helped her up, and she didn't fall to the ground. A strong man in shorts came over and grabbed his collar. How dare you hit my mother? Apologize. Looking at the fist as big as a bowl, Xiao Yuankai swallowed nervously. But he still stared and threatened. Do you know who I am? My father is Xiao Wentao. His voice was not small. At least Chu Yaoyao on the other side of the street heard it. So arrogant? Following the voice, the prince quickly found Xiao Wentao. He curled his lips slightly, and the show was about to begin. On the other side, hearing what Xiao Yuankai said, the crowd all showed fear on their faces, and the strong man also let go. Xiao Yuankai patted his wrinkled clothes, snorted coldly, and looked at him arrogantly. Are you scared now? I will not only beat your mother, but also you. As he said that, he slapped him. The strong man dodged to the side and avoided his slap. You still dare to hide. The strong man ignored him and helped his mother to leave. Stop! Xiao Yuankai blocked their way. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Shout Grandpa 3 times. Otherwise, I will send your mother to the brothel. He touched his chin. I heard that some people like this. You dare. The strong man raised his fist. But when he thought of his identity, he put it down helplessly. Seeing this, Xiao Yuankai became more and more aggressive. I have changed my mind. I want to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. And shout once for each kowtow. Seeing that the strong man did not move, he gave the servant a look. And the servant immediately grabbed the old woman. Mom, let go of my mother. I kowtow. Ah, I can't stand it anymore. Why don't you send down a thunder to kill this scum? Chu Yaoyao gritted her teeth and took out the electric baton, wishing she could rush over to shock him the next second. Seeing her movements, the prince picked her up. Brother Prince, don't stop me. I want to get rid of harm for the people. Chu Yaoyao kicked her calves and struggled, holding the electric baton. Hit the bad guys. The prince patted her back and comforted her. Wait a little longer. Looking at the scene. His arms holding the little guy were slightly tense. It's almost there. The strong man slowly walked in front of Xiao Yuankai. He clenched his fists tightly, not only feeling humiliated, but also resenting the injustice of the world. Why? It's already difficult for ordinary people like them to survive. Why do they have to be oppressed and humiliated by those officials? Is there really no good official who can make decisions for the people in this world? Yes, General Li. When he thought of this, a spark of hope burst out in his eyes. But he only saw the back of 100 meters away. His eyes dimmed. The general was gone. Seeing his legs slightly bent, Xiao Yuankai's smile grew bigger and bigger. It's you, the murderer? A middle-aged man rushed in and grabbed Xiao Yuankai. Murderer? Give me my father's life back. Who are you? Xiao Yuankai's servant pulled him away. Having been caught by two servants, the middle-aged man struggled hard. Xiao Yuankai, you are murdering for money. You must not die well. He actually killed someone? One person reminded, keep your voice down. His father is the Shangshu. His sister is the favorite concubine. A life is nothing. The most pitiful are as powerless people. Shut up. Xiao Yuankai glared at the crowd. If you dare to say another word, I will put you all in jail. What happened? An old but righteous voice came into everyone's ears. It's the general. That's right. It was the father and son of the Li family who came. They should have entered the palace to see the emperor as soon as possible. But they heard from the people passing by that someone was making trouble. So they were worried. So they turned back to take a look. I didn't expect to hear that arrogant voice as soon as I got here. General, the middle-aged man begged. General, please help me. Let him go. Facing Li Wanjing's cold eyes, the servant of Xiao Mansion subconsciously loosened his hand. Seeing this, Xiao Yuankai raised his leg and kicked each of them, cursing, you useless things. You have disgraced me. General, my name is Cheng Hu. I am from Beijing. My father runs a restaurant. 3 years ago, Xiao Yuankai was jealous of my restaurant's good business and forced my father to transfer the restaurant to him. The restaurant was an inheritance from our ancestors, and my father was naturally unwilling. But he didn't expect. Cheng Hu stared at Xiao Yuankai angrily. He was so resentful that he sent someone to set a fire and burn my father alive in the restaurant. Is what he said true? General Li's sharp eyes swept toward Xiao Yuankai. Facing this look, Xiao Yuankai felt as if he was seen through. His whole body was inexplicably cold, and his teeth began to tremble. Of course not. General, you can't listen to his nonsense. He is framing me. Nonsense? Cheng Hu looked at him with gritted teeth and took out a piece of paper from his arms. This is the evidence. Seeing the paper, the long-forgotten memory emerged in Xiao Yuankai's mind, and his legs suddenly became weak. General Li took it and looked at it. A century-old restaurant. 1,002 silver. You really dare to offer a price. This thing is obviously forged by that guy. You must not believe it. Of course Xiao Yuankai would not admit it. The onlookers whispered to each other. I know about the Cheng family's incident. It was a big deal at the time. But the government later closed the case and said that the fire in the kitchen stove was not extinguished. So the fire broke out. TSK. It must have been suppressed by the Xiao family. Hearing this, Xiao Yuankai looked at those people and threatened, you want to be a hero. Right? Then you have to see if you have the fate. Xiao Yuankai. You dare to threaten people openly. Li Wanjing pointed at him angrily. So what? Xiao Yuankai glared back. He was indeed a little afraid of Li De. But he was not afraid of him. My father is the Minister of War, and my sister is the virtuous concubine. Can you punish me with just a forged deed? Do you dare to punish me? Chapter 61 Xiao Yuankai was arrested. You are talking nonsense. This is clearly true. Cheng Hu looked at him with gritted teeth. You said it was true. Is it true? Then I said it was false. Xiao Yuankai looked like a rogue. Then he looked around with an arrogant look, and set his sights on Li Wanjing, looked at him provocatively, and then bowed in the direction of General Li. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Stop. Li Wanjing stopped him. The matter has not been clarified yet. You can't leave. Why? Based on the slander of a lowly person and forged evidence. You still want to arrest me in the street? Then, Xiao Yuankai sneered. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I am the son of an important official, a descendant of a famous family. If you rashly arrest me without evidence, I am afraid that the impeachment of your Li family tomorrow will flood the Tyne Palace. The onlookers did not expect him to say such arrogant words, and they were all indignant. Across the street, the prince put Yao Yao down, told the guards to keep an eye on her, and then walked over here. It was his turn to come on stage. Chu Yao Yao stamped her feet angrily. You didn't even take me with you. Hearing the threat in Xiao Yuankai's words, Cheng Hu wiped his face, pulled the corners of his mouth in self-mockery, and pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying. Forget it. If this matter causes the general to be persecuted in the future, I will never be able to atone for this sin even if I die 1,000 times. Then he bowed deeply to the father and son of the Li family. Thank you for your kindness, General Li. Seeing this, Xiao Yuankai sneered. It would have been better if you had done this earlier, but you had to jump out and ruin my good mood. Cheng Hu stared at his back and took out a dagger from his sleeve. Even if they died together today, he would avenge his father. General Li noticed his intention, quickly snatched the dagger, and shouted, Come on! Take Xiao Yuankai down. Let's see who dares. Xiao Yuankai glared at the soldier who wanted to come forward. But how could the soldiers listen to him? They immediately surrounded the master and servant. General Li shouted, The people have grievances. Since I have encountered them, there is absolutely no reason to turn a blind eye. Xiao Yuankai swallowed nervously. You and my father have been officials in the same court for decades. Do you really want to hurt the harmony between the two families for something that is fictitious? It is precisely because we are colleagues that I have to find out more. If you are really innocent, wouldn't it be better to clear your name? General Li looked at him, facing this sharp look. Xiao Yuankai's eyes subconsciously dodged. That's good. Then I will give you a face and go to the prison. Anyway, I will be out soon. As he said, he stared at the man who was kneeling on the ground and kept thanking him. Cheng Hu. Right. When I get out of jail, I will make you wish you were dead. General, I can testify. Hearing this, the prince stopped. An unexpected surprise? The one who spoke was the old woman, who was almost pushed to the ground by Xiao Yuankai. The strong man helped her walk to General Li. 3 years ago, I saw Xiao Yuankai and his men break into Gaixuan. And then, there were screams inside. And finally they set a fire outside. You are talking nonsense. Xiao Yuankai tried to push away the soldiers blocking him. But he didn't have enough strength. So he could only jump and yell at the mother and son. Then his eyes turned. I know. It must be because of what happened just now. So you hold a grudge and help that Cheng to slander me. The old woman took out a purse from her arms and poured out the contents, which was a white jade ring. She sighed. 3 years ago, I was afraid that the Xiao family would retaliate if I told the truth. So I didn't come forward to testify. In the past 3 years, I have been tortured by guilt every day. Now, I can finally sleep peacefully. After handing the ring to General Li, she smiled with relief. General Li raised the ring and looked at Xiao Yuankai. If I remember correctly, this is a reward from the emperor to the Xiao family. What else do you have to say now? As early as the moment he saw the ring, Xiao Yuankai's legs became weak, and he barely stood up with the help of the servant. But he still held a glimmer of hope and continued to argue with his neck stiff. The emperor has not only rewarded the Xiao family. As you said, aren't all the ministers who were rewarded suspicious? At this time, the prince came over. Everything given by the emperor has a unique mark. The year, month, and person of the reward will be registered. As long as we go to the Ministry of Rights to check one by one, the truth will be revealed. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Prince. The father and son of the Li family saw him and immediately saluted. The people also knelt on the ground and shouted, Long live the prince. Get up. Some people in the crowd saw that he was gentle and couldn't help asking directly. May I ask His Royal Highness the Prince, will the Xiao family really be punished in the Cheng family case? Of course. The prince looked at the man and said affirmatively, as long as he really committed a crime. I promise you as the prince that I will punish him severely. As soon as these words came out, the people knelt down again and shouted excitedly, Long live His Royal Highness the Prince. Please get up quickly. It seems that the appearance of the prince gave everyone a reassurance. Suddenly, someone in the crowd raised his hand high. Your Highness, I want to sue Xiao Yuankai. He robbed my daughter. He robbed my sister. And me. I want to sue Xiao Yuankai for robbing the shop. He said he was buying it, but in fact, he didn't give me a penny. And my family. He robbed my cow. He robbed my candied haws. As soon as the child said this, everyone changed their nervousness and laughed. The servant of the Xiao mansion saw that something was wrong and hurriedly got out of the crowd and ran away in a short while. Li Wanjing wanted to go forward and catch them back, but was stopped by the prince. Looking at the direction where the two servants ran, he curled his lips slightly. If he didn't report the news, how could the play continue? At the corner of the street, Shang Wanji saw all this and turned around to ask, "How is the situation with Li Wanfeng?" Shi Dai sent a message that the fish has been hooked. Hearing this, Shang Wanji nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the father and son of the Li family in the crowd, a cold look flashed across his eyes. The Li family is a serious threat after all. Back to the carriage. The prince looked at the father and son. The residence and safety of the three people are in your hands. Your servants obey. Chu Yao Yao, who knew the truth from the system, was serious and thoughtful at the moment. So it was all arranged by the prince. How cunning! The voice came again. The father and son of the Li family looked at each other and turned their eyes to the only baby. Who is this? She looks a bit like Wanji. You? Li Wanjing touched his neck, frowned and coughed twice. What's going on? After seeing the prince's slightly warning eyes, the two could only temporarily suppress their doubts. Why do my grandfather and uncle seem to not know me? My uncle wants me to shut up, but I haven't spoken yet. The prince held his forehead. When the Li family went to the border, you were not born yet. It would be strange if he could recognize you. I didn't listen carefully before, and now I heard the name again. The father and son were surprised at first, and then ecstatic. General Li. So this is the granddaughter mentioned by his daughter in the letter. Li Wanjing. So this is the niece mentioned by my sister? Don't you like me? Chu Yaoyao drooped her little head and looked very sad. Seeing her aggrieved look, the father and son felt distressed and anxious, and looked at the prince for help. Look at my memory. The general hasn't seen his granddaughter yet. This is Yao Yao, the concubine who gave birth to a little princess for the emperor. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao raised her head and blinked her big wet eyes. It turns out that grandpa and uncle didn't recognize me because they had never seen me. After figuring this out, she immediately grinned and called softly, "Grandfather." "Hey!" General Li smiled and was about to pick her up when he noticed the armor on his body. He had no choice but to put down his hand. Wait for grandpa to change clothes before holding you. This thing hurts people. I should have known not to wear it earlier. Hearing the soft voice just now, Li Wanjing looked at Yao Yao expectantly. After calling father, it should be his turn this time. Right? Chu Yaoyao didn't let him wait too long, and looked at him with his big black eyes. Uncle! Li Wanjing was immediately satisfied, touching the back of his head and grinning. So good. Ah! Uncle is so silly. No wonder I can't tell who my aunt really likes. Chapter 62. The original heroine blocks the way. What does this mean? Li Wanjing was shocked and wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. What's wrong with my little sister? She told the child about this? The prince coughed twice. It was so embarrassing. Did he hear something he shouldn't have heard? But he had heard a little about the character of the Li family's eldest young lady. She didn't seem like someone who could do such a thing. Chu Yaoyao sighed. Actually, it's a story about two people who don't talk. Before my aunt got married, she had a white moonlight. But unfortunately, the other party died on the battlefield. Later, she accepted the arrangement of her family and married her uncle, who fell in love with her at first sight. The disheartened aunt met an uncle who unconditionally tolerated her and loved her. This should have been a story of healing and redemption. But the bad thing was that the white moonlight turned out to be my uncle's good brother. The uncle loves his aunt very much, but deep down he feels that he has snatched his brother's woman and feels sorry for his brother. He struggles between love and guilt every day. Hearing this, Li Wanjing looked at her with excitement and mood. So his soulmate is actually the niece in front of him? I didn't expect that the one who understands him the most is a 2-year-old child. Li Wanjing couldn't help but step forward. Yao Yao. What a bloody story. One feels that the living can never compete with the dead. In order to maintain his pitiful self-esteem, he doesn't ask. The other feels that those are all old things and doesn't bother to explain actively. Neither of them can even open their mouths. Hearing this, Li Wanjing retreated silently again. But in fact, the aunt has long been moved by the uncle and fell in love with the uncle. This light and milky sentence made Li Wanjing dizzy. His mind was blank, and he only remembered one sentence. Aunt, blah blah, fell in love with uncle. It turns out that Ling Wei loves him. Li Wanjing rubbed his face excitedly, wishing he could go to Yu's house right now. Seeing him like this, Chu Yaoyao quietly took a step back. What happened? Is he ill? But the book didn't mention what hidden illness my uncle has. After returning to the palace, Let my father send the imperial physician to help. If he is really ill, he should be treated as soon as possible. Li Wanjing, thank you. I'm fine. Unlike his depression and frustration, General Li's eyes flashed with deep thought. In the book? What book? Father, you have been delayed for so long. It's time to enter the palace. He was eager to go home at this moment, and just wanted to see the emperor as soon as possible, and then go to Yu's house to pick him up. Hearing this, General Li could only temporarily suppress his doubts in his heart. The father and son bowed their hands and did a salute. I will take my leave first. Then, General Li looked at Yao Yao reluctantly, and left with a look back every 3 steps. Alas, it was not easy to see my precious granddaughter, but I didn't have time to say a few more words. After they left, the brother and sister also got on the carriage and prepared to return to the palace. When they were passing the intersection, someone suddenly rushed out. Ah! What happened? Did you hit someone? Chu Yaoyao quickly lifted the curtain and looked out. The heroine is sick. Get out of the way quickly. Why are you standing there stupidly? The groom was controlling the frightened horse. However, 1 meter away, Shi Jingjing closed her eyes and stood there blankly. Suddenly, a man in white flew over and hugged her. Then he tiptoed and used Qigong. The two of them turned several times in the air and landed in a safe place. At this moment, a flower from an unknown family withered and petals fell. Handsome man. Beautiful woman. Rain of petals. Well, if you ignore the logic, it has a romantic taste. Chu Yaoyao stared at the two of them with her big eyes. In this scene, I want to sing a song. Jumping. Spinning. She closed her eyes. Shi Jingjing opened her eyes carefully. After seeing the person in front of her clearly, a trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes. Mr. Yun? Why is it him? Hey, Mr. Yun must have a deep affection for her, so he has been following her silently. Monsieur, we meet again. Shang Wanji let her go, stepped back a few steps, and pulled the distance between them. Shi Jingjing's cheeks were slightly red. Thank you, Master Yun, for saving me. Why is Monsieur here? Shang Wanji clenched his hands tightly behind his back, and a trace of impatience and disdain flashed in his eyes. Shi Jingjing kept her head down and didn't dare to look at him, so she naturally didn't see it. She still felt good about herself, thinking that people were worried about her, so they had been protecting her secretly. But Chu Yaoyao saw it. How could this little action escape her big eyes that were used to eating melons? No way. Is the male protagonist's expression of disdain serious? The male protagonist? The prince's sharp eyes swept over the man in front of Shi Jingjing. His hands clenched into fists. The aura around him gradually became cold, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He is the male protagonist? Chu Yaoyao didn't know that her brother was thinking about killing the male protagonist. She was carefree and took out a handful of melon seeds from her small purse, and cracked them one by one. The case is solved. He definitely has the common problem of 80% of male protagonists. Misophobia. But logically speaking, isn't the male protagonist's cleanliness always immune to the female protagonist? Chu Yaoyao felt that she must have missed some important melons, so she watched more seriously, and didn't even eat melon seeds. On the other side, hearing this question, Shi Jingjing smiled. I'm here to buy something. She couldn't say that she had been waiting outside Qingyao Pavilion to meet a fellow villager, and heard passers-by say that the prince was here, so she hurried over. Right? Seeing that she didn't tell the truth, Shang Wanji didn't point it out, and smiled gently. Miss, be careful. I'm leaving. After he left, Shi Jingjing looked at the carriage not far away, and her hands hanging by her side slightly grasped the hem of her skirt. It was this carriage. Seeing her running over, Chu Yaoyao widened her eyes. What are you doing? You're not trying to blackmail me. You didn't touch her at all. And she was the one who closed her eyes, and stood there, and refused to dodge. Why is she different from other heroines? She doesn't care about the hero just to extort money? Shi Jingjing stood beside the carriage. Her eyes were red and full of tears, but she tilted her head, as if she didn't want to let the tears fall, and looked stubborn and strong. You almost hid me. You should apologize to me. Oh my God. You come here to play the stubborn little white flower? Chapter 63. The heroine is completely defeated. Chu Yaoyao shouted in her heart. Wake up! The hero has left. Your stage is not here. Turning her head to look at the other person in the carriage, Chu Yaoyao realized. Is he coming for the prince? Outside, Shi Jingjing opened her arms to block the middle of the road. Her eyes red, and she looked at the carriage stubbornly. Maybe you are of noble status. But everyone is born equal. You are just reincarnated. What is there to be proud of? I just want an apology. Is that difficult? That's enough. We didn't say anything. You are just talking to yourself. However, how will the prince respond? Chu Yaoyao's big grape-like eyes are cunning, and she looks like she is waiting to see a good show. After a long time, the prince blinked, obviously stimulated by Shi Jingjing's words. Outside the car, Shi Jingjing continued to shout, but no matter who it is, wrong is wrong. There was a lot of noise here, and many people gathered around. After hearing what Shi Jingjing said, they nodded one after another, obviously agreeing with her words. The prince came out of the carriage and looked at Shi Jingjing, who was wearing a light yellow dress and delicate makeup a few steps away. Chu Yaoyao also poked her head out again. Huh? I didn't notice it just now. The heroine actually changed her clothes. After dressing up like this, she seems to be quite beautiful, but definitely not as good as Sister Zhao. Seeing the noble person like a banished immortal again, Shi Jingjing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she cleared her throat. Looking at your dress, you look like a child of a noble family. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao's eyes widened. What does the heroine mean? Hasn't she met the prince's brother at the poetry meeting before? Why is she pretending not to know him? Oh no! Chu Yaoyao grabbed the car window frame tightly, her big eyes full of worry. The heroine must have fallen in love with the prince and wants him to become a fish in her sea. Hearing this, the prince subconsciously straightened his back and looked at Shi Jingjing vigilantly. What does Yaoyao mean by this? Could it be that what the third brother said is true? That Shi Jingjing is really a monster? That she knows magic and can turn people into fish? Chu Yaoyao was so anxious that she kept scratching her head, and the small buns that were originally tied up turned directly into 2 bird nests. What should I do? Shi Jingjing has the aura of the heroine, and the male characters in the book will easily have a good impression of her. And needless to say, just based on the 300 Tang poems, she can easily pick out a poem and recite a few lines, which can shock the ancients. That is definitely a rare talent in a century. A contemporary poet. What if the prince is attracted to her? What should Sister Zhao do? When Chu Yaoyao thought of this, she was so worried. Otherwise, I will go down too. Once I notice that the prince has the signs of liking the heroine, I will use an electric baton to help him wake up. Thinking of this, she took out the miniature stun gun and adjusted it to the middle setting. Looking at the figure in front of her, Chu Yaoyao showed reluctance. Don't be afraid, Prince. Although the middle setting is painful, you won't faint. Prince, listen to me. Thank you. It's not necessary. He was really helpless. Could it be that in Yaoyao's eyes, he was someone who would easily fall in love with someone else? He understood what was said just now. Shi Jingjing was just a fraud and a plagiarist. How could she be compared with Miss Zhao? Thinking of this, he looked at Shi Jingjing, a little impatient. What do you want? Meeting his gaze, Shi Jingjing smiled lightly, trying to make herself look neither humble nor arrogant, and generous. No matter how noble your status is, if you do something wrong, you should apologize. Sorry. This girl. What? What? Shi Jingjing was confused by his sudden words. Things were out of control, and she began to panic. Doesn't the novel say that rich young men like them, especially royal children, are always domineering, self-centered, and never compromise easily? Shouldn't the next plot be that the prince watched from the side? His men bullied others, threw money at people, and then were ridiculed by her. The prince was attracted by her who regarded money and fame as dirt, and gradually fell in love with her. How could this be? I will definitely tell the driver to blow the whip in advance when passing through the intersection in the future, so as not to disturb other people. But please be careful in the future. No matter how important it is, don't stop the carriage in the street. After all, not all frightened horses can be controlled in time. Chu Yaoyao couldn't help but burst out laughing. I laughed to death. The prince's brother can be irritating. Looking at the heroine's face, it was red and white, and she must be very angry. I have something important to do, so these silvers are compensation for disturbing the girl. As he said, the prince handed the purse to the driver and asked him to give it to Shi Jingjing. Seeing this, Shi Jingjing clenched her fist slightly and looked at the purse with some excitement. Although the situation just now was a little different from what she expected, it was right to give money to settle the matter. Next, she just had to throw the silver on the ground and put on an unyielding look of don't try to insult me with money, and that's it. Girl, please keep it. While she was thinking, the driver had already walked to her side. Shi Jingjing just raised her hand, and before she touched the purse, her arm was tightly grabbed by someone. Turning around, she saw an old lady looking at her angrily. How dare you? You dared to cheat the prince's money. Then, the old lady looked at the prince, her words full of respect. Your Highness, don't be fooled by her. I just saw it clearly. She deliberately ran to your carriage and stood there and refused to leave. As soon as this was said, someone nodded in agreement. Yes, I saw it too. That's right. If you want to cheat your Highness, we won't agree. Who are you? Let me go! Shi Jingjing struggled a few times and tried to pull her arm out. The old lady looked at her critically. Don't think that you can play tricks just because you are a little pretty. After hearing what the old lady said, the onlookers thought carefully and figured it out. It turns out that this girl didn't come for money, but for the prince's people. Many people look disdainful. Nowadays, some girls dare to use any means to become a phoenix, even risking their lives. You are talking nonsense, Shi Jingjing retorted loudly. But how can her fighting power alone compare to a group of uncles and aunts? Chu Yaoyao took back the anti-wolf baton. KO. It's also the heroine's bad luck. The prince brother just caught Xiao Yuankai and eliminated the harm for the people. He is popular with the people. Of course, the people will not let others plot against him. Speaking of which, these uncles, aunts, grandparents, are pretty cute. Your Highness, go and do your work. I'm here and will never let her disturb you. The old lady held Shi Jingjing tightly with one hand and patted her chest with the other hand to assure her, with a righteous look on her face. In that case, thank you very much. And thank you all. After bowing to everyone, the prince got on the carriage. After the carriage went away, the old lady also let go of Shi Jingjing, glanced at her, snorted coldly and left. Watching the carriage leave, Shi Jingjing stomped her feet in anger. This group of stupid ancient people actually ruined her good thing. On the other side, Shang Wanji, who said he was leaving but was actually hiding in the corner, looked at her sarcastically after seeing this scene. Oh, a vain woman. Chapter 64. The princess of the marriage is missing. Xiao Mansion. The two servants who escaped from the street crawled into the gate. Not good. Master. Madam. Not good. Xiao Wintao walked out of the study, frowned and shouted, Why are you so panicked? Master. Master was arrested. The servant answered breathlessly. What? What happened? Tell me. After hearing the servant's words, Xiao Wintao kicked over a flower pot with one foot, gnashing his teeth and said, Goodly family. Goodly duh. After the rage, he began to think about countermeasures. Now that Ruer is under house arrest, and the emperor is watching closely, there is no need to expect her to help. Fortunately, after today, the 1-month period will be over, and he can leave the mansion tomorrow. It's just that Yuan Kai will have to suffer first. Master. Mrs. Xiao ran over crying with the support of her daughter, and she pulled Xiao Wintao's arm and begged bitterly. Hurry up and find someone to rescue Yuan Kai. He has been spoiled since he was a child, and can't stand the hardship in prison. Xiao Wintao was already anxious, and she was even more anxious after crying. That's my son. How can I stand by and watch him die? Xiao Yunqi, who had been silent, suggested, Song Xijing of the Dali Temple has always been on good terms with my father. How about that? Hearing this, Xiao Wintao immediately ordered the housekeeper, Send someone to send a message to Song Xijing and Wang Ginsha, saying that I will invite them to Wantao Tower tomorrow. Master, why not make an appointment today? Madame Xiao grabbed his sleeve anxiously. This way Yuan Kai can get out earlier. Shut up. Xiao Yuan Kai brushed her hand away. Do you want me to disobey the imperial edict and reunite with Yuan Kai and his son in prison? Madame Xiao shrank back at his voice. Mother, it's only been a month since today. Xiao Yunqi stepped forward and reminded in a low voice. Hearing this, Madame Xiao's lips trembled slightly, and she opened her mouth. But when she met Xiao Wintao's angry eyes, she simply closed her mouth and stopped talking. She didn't mean to bring up this matter. Isn't this just worrying about it? The news that Xiao Yuankai was arrested on the street quickly spread throughout the capital. Yongyi Marquis' mansion. After listening to the servant's story, Yongyi Marquis sighed. He took a bite of the side dish and a sip of the wine, then shook his head and sighed. This capital is going to change. A loud shout suddenly came from outside. Princess, why are you here? Yongyi Marquis quickly stood up, hid the wine and food, ran to the inner room, opened a cabinet and got in. His movements were so smooth that he was quite skilled. Dad. Yu pushed the door open, and the servant greeted her with a smile. Princess. The Marquis is out. Out? Yu looked around, sniffed, then raised her eyebrows slightly, and said loudly, Okay. I'll go back first. The servant waited for her to walk out of the yard, then quickly closed the door, opened the cabinet, and helped her out. Marquis. Why are you hiding from the princess? Marquis Yongyi wiped the sweat off his forehead. You came to see me. It must be about Xiao Yuankai's matter again. Now in this Xiao family, you should hide if you can. Just as he sat down, he heard a bang, and the door was kicked open. Old man? You are in the room? Marquis Yongyi smiled awkwardly. You. What a coincidence. You came in just as Dad came back. Don't make it up. I know you have been here all the time. Marquis Yongyi looked at her with a headache. When he met Xiao Yuankai, he seemed to have no brains. All this little cleverness was used on his own family. Xiao Yuankai was arrested by the order of the prince himself. And there are witnesses and evidence. Dad really has no way. Who said I came for him? I don't like him anymore. Your daughter? As she said that, Yu raised her head high. She figured it out. Xiao Yuankai was not worthy of her at all. Really? Marquis Yongyi looked doubtful. Yu folded her arms and raised her chin slightly. Of course. I came to you to ask you to help me check someone. Hearing this, Marquis Yongyi stood up suddenly and ran to her side in 3 or 2 steps, looking more anxious than her. Who? As long as it's not for Xiao Yuankai. Everything is fine. At this point, Yu covered her red face with both hands, a little embarrassed. A very handsome young man. Hearing this, Yongyi-ho wanted to laugh up to the sky, hold a big banquet, and celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. Got his eyes. His daughter finally gave up Xiao Yuankai. As long as it is not the fire pit of the Xiao family. Not the prince, and the prince, who can't afford to offend. As for the rest, no matter who it is, he will help his precious daughter to tie it back. At night, a low-key carriage stopped at the back door of Qingyao Pavilion, and a person in a black cloak jumped down. As soon as he walked to the door, the closed door was opened, and shopkeeper Jean welcomed him in with a respectful face. Your subordinates pay their respects to His Royal Highness the Second Prince. Chuyu lifted his cloak. Get up. What do you want to see me for? Shopkeeper Jean told about the encounter with a strange girl. You mean? She wants to see the person who gave her the formula? Shopkeeper Jean nodded. She pestered him in every way, and waited for a long time at the door before leaving. Chuyu pursed his lips slightly, lowered his eyes and thought. Could it be the heroine of the book mentioned by Yao Yao? Looking at the dark night sky outside. For a long time, he slowly said, I will check those 2 sentences. If that person comes again, just send her away, and wait for my news. A moment later, the carriage returned along the same route. In the darkness, a black shadow flashed after the carriage left and disappeared between the streets at night. The man in black came all the way to an inn. Shanju Pavilion. After listening to Emojo's report, Shang Wanji asked in surprise, You mean? The carriage came out of the palace, and the man was lame? Could it be the second prince of Daki? Emojo continued. We also found a Ye Guangfeng that specializes in glass objects, which is also under Jin Yuan's name. In other words, Qingyao Pavilion and Ye Guangfeng are both Chu Yu's industries. Shang Wanji affirmed. Suddenly, he chuckled. Oh, a disabled prince? It's really unexpected. Although he was laughing, his tone gave people an inexplicable bitterness. In the darkness, although it was not very clear, it perfectly concealed the jealousy in his eyes. After calming down, he thought of another person. What about Shi Jingjing? Being able to come up with the soap formula. Does it mean that Shi Jingjing can come up with more? Such as the glass formula? Mentioning this, Emojo looked ashamed. There are masters around the Shi family, and our people are afraid of being discovered and dare not approach. Hearing this, Shang Wanji's eyes flickered slightly. That is to say, there are other forces protecting or monitoring Shi Jingjing. It can be seen from this that Shi Jingjing must be special. So she is very likely the person the national teacher said. But can such a vain woman really be a person with great luck? After thinking for a moment, Shang Wanji ordered, no need to send people to monitor Shi Jingjing. Leave a few people to watch the intersections near the Shi family, and report immediately if you find her going out. Suddenly, the door was opened and a man who looked like a guard rushed in. It's not good, Your Highness. The delegation just sent a message that the princess is missing. Chapter 65. The princess, who was married to the emperor, disappeared. What? Shang Wanji's expression suddenly changed. His brows knitted together, and he lowered his voice and roared, "What on earth is going on?" After the delegation left Xia, Princess Mingyu always used physical discomfort as an excuse to try to slow down the journey. 2 days ago, the guards protecting the princess were drugged. When they woke up, they found that the princess was missing. After stuttering, Emoju raised his sleeve to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. I really don't know what the people in the delegation do for a living. 100 people can't keep an eye on a delicate and powerless woman. If you tell others about it, it will make people laugh. The key is that they themselves have no ability, and they have to implicate him, the messenger, to bear the anger of the master. He died unjustly. Emoju looked at Emojo beside him as if asking for help. But in order to hide his eyes, he didn't turn on the lights. He could only see things by the moonlight, and the two were a little far away, so Emojo didn't see the eyes at all. Master, His Majesty has entrusted you with the full responsibility for the marriage. If the news of the princess's disappearance is reported back to you, I do. Good brother. Emoju looked at the person who spoke up to help him out, helped him divert his anger, with a touching look on his face. Now that he was a little closer, Emojo saw his strange expression and shuddered. What's wrong with him? It's disgusting to see a grown man with such an expression. Shang Wanji clenched his fists tightly. His joints creaked, and he gritted his teeth and said a few words. How could I not know? His good second brother is really a good trick. Shang Wanji's thoughts raced. He looked at Emozu and ordered, send a letter to the envoys immediately, and ask Lu Zheng to write a letter to Emperor Daki immediately, saying, Princess Mingyu has never been far away. She is not used to the climate and the fatigue of the journey. She suddenly contracted a serious illness and cannot continue on the journey. She needs to rest for a few days. Also, ask the envoys to send someone to find the princess as soon as possible. Be sure to tell them to keep their mouths shut. This matter must not leak any information. Yes. Emoju took the order and left. Master, Princess Mingyu grew up in the cold palace since she was a child. The people in the envoys have hardly seen the princess's appearance. Why don't we let our people pretend to be Princess Mingyu? As he said this, Emojo looked at him cautiously. After hearing this, Shang Wanji closed his eyes tightly, frowned. His eyeballs moved quickly under his eyelids, and his eyelashes trembled slightly, showing how entangled he was. Indeed, even my father had only seen Mingyu once. It seems that except for the 2 maids who served her personally, no one knew what Mingyu looked like. If someone of his own was sent to the harem of Daki, it must be said that Emojo's method was the most beneficial to him. But, he sighed, and exhaled the turbid air in his heart. His clenched hands suddenly loosened. He opened his eyes, and his eyes were clear. Shang Wanzai can ignore blood ties, but Mingyu is innocent. I cannot ignore her safety. If she escaped by herself, it would be fine. What if she was kidnapped? But, are you going to let the second prince frame you like this? Emojo looked indignant. When he thought of that person, Shang Wanji's eyes gradually turned cold, and his tone was cold. Speaking of the second brother, he should indeed be given a big gift in return. He turned to look at Emojo. Go find Mo Yuan and ask him to imitate Wei Wei's handwriting and write a letter to Xiao Wintao. Be sure to mention the second prince in the letter. Then carve the seal and print it on the letter paper, and then hide the letter secretly in the Xiao mansion. As he spoke, Shang Wanji took out a piece of paper, on which was printed the private seal of the second prince of Xia Kingdom. Emojo took it with both hands and then went out. Shang Wanji walked to the window, opened it, and looked in the direction of Xia in the dark night. Second brother, you must keep this great gift. The moon was already high in the sky, but the hall of the Xiao mansion seemed as bright as day. Xiao Wintao swept the teacup on the table to the ground. His face was livid, and he gritted his teeth and said, This bunch of villains, who changed their minds according to the wind. The servant who came back with the letter stood aside trembling, and the cold sweat on his head kept falling down. But he didn't dare to wipe it off. He had a bitter face and didn't dare to breathe, for fear of being vented. Mrs. Xiao was holding on, thinking that she could rescue her son right away. But now she heard that the 2 adults refused to keep the appointment and did not show up at all. She could no longer control herself and burst into tears. Master, what should I do? Xiao Wintao paced back and forth in a daze, and soon the housekeeper ran over. How is Yuan Kai? Xiao Wintao couldn't wait to take a few steps forward and asked. The housekeeper panted heavily and said breathlessly, The guards of the Tianlao said that the prince had instructed that no one is allowed to visit the young master. Didn't you give the silver? Mrs. Xiao stood up hurriedly. I'll go again. No matter how much silver they want. I must see Yuan Kai today. Stop. Xiao Wentao glared at her. Isn't it chaotic enough? In one day. She was scolded twice in front of the servants. Mrs. Xiao looked a little ugly. But even if she had complaints in her heart, she didn't dare to refute. Xiao Yunru, who was sitting nearby, saw this scene, lowered her eyelids, gloated in her heart, and shouted that she was happy. I never thought that Xia would have such a day. What are you two sisters still doing? Hurry up and help your mother back to her room. Xiao Wentao was afraid that Xia would run out and cause trouble for him. So he asked someone to send her back to the yard. I won't go back. Mrs. Xiao felt heartbroken as long as she thought of her son not being able to eat enough and sleep well in prison. And of course she refused to leave. Seeing her like this, Xiao Wentao rubbed his forehead that was pricking like a needle. If you don't leave, I will leave. There was chaos in the hall, and no one noticed that a dark shadow slipped into the study. Xiao Wentao returned to the bedroom and saw the wooden box on the table, which contained the warm jade mentioned before to be given to Chu Yao. He looked conflicted, but soon his eyes became firm, and he immediately called his confidant. Send this to the third prince, and then tell him about Yuan Kai. In the palace, Qianghua Palace. Pack all of these, and bring them back to the general's mansion tomorrow. Xu Fei was picking and choosing in the private storehouse, while Chen Shi was marking with the account book. I remember that the emperor rewarded me with a 50-year-old wild ginseng. So take it with you to nourish my father. Xu Fei turned her head and looked at Chen Shi and ordered. Chen Shi smiled and nodded. Okay. I'll remember that. Soon, she advised. My queen. It's getting late. Why don't you rest early? It won't be too late to choose tomorrow morning. Hearing that, concubine Xu put her hand on a piece of brocade and shook her head. It's better to choose first. Yaoer is used to staying in bed, and it will definitely take up a lot of time. Then, she patted the brocade. Take this too. You can give it to my sister-in-law. However, Yao Yao, who was mentioned by them, should have been sleeping soundly at this time, was now concentrating on the system panel. System, host. Are you ready? Chapter 66 Extracting the Trading Plane. System, do you want to start extracting the trading plane? Wait a minute. Chu Yao Yao saw the right position, jumped from the bed to the shoes, and then ran to the basin in her shoes and washed her hands with soap. After drying, she took out the baby lotion she had won in the lottery and carefully applied it all over her hands, making sure that every nail gap was fragrant. Everything was ready. She sat back on the bed and pressed the button solemnly. On the panel, the screen of the colorful slot machine flipped quickly. Soon, the speed gradually slowed down. Looking at the planes that appeared on it, Chu Yao Yao held her two little hands together excitedly. The Xiaoxian plane is good, flying in the sky and hiding in the ground, and throwing beans to make soldiers. As soon as the voice fell, the plane on the screen changed. The interstellar plane is even better, with spaceships, mechas, and superpowers. Before she finished speaking, the screen jumped again. Chu Yao Yao nodded. Yeah, it's okay. Modern times were pretty good too. Aircraft, cannons, grenades. One explosion will kill a large area. Sure enough, the screen stopped moving. System, congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the modern plane. Do you want to start the trading system? Chu Yao Yao glanced at the electronic clock on the panel. Isn't this time a bit bad? System, the time flow rate of different planes is different. System, ding ding ding. Your trading partner requests a video call with you. Do you accept? What's going on? Video call? So awesome? After Chu Yao Yao asked 3 questions in a row, she began to nod frantically. Accept. In the few seconds waiting for the connection, she suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. She missed modern time so much. I don't know if the trading partner is a man or a woman. How old he is. Will this modern world be the world she was in before? No way. The boss is actually a baby? This exclamation interrupted Chu Yao Yao's thoughts. And she looked up. A beautiful girl with a bun appeared on the screen. Her mouth opened wide. Her almond eyes widened. And she looked unbelievable. Her information was displayed in the upper left corner of the screen. Ruan Nuo, 20 years old. Looking at the background behind her, she seemed to live in a basement. Then the question came. How did she, a time traveler with a golden finger, end up in such a miserable situation? Noticing Chu Yao Yao's gaze, Yuan Nua waved and said hello, little sister. Soon she seemed to realize that something was wrong, and muttered softly, I should call you big brother. But it feels so weird. Finally, she said solemnly, big brother, little sister. Hello. My name is Yuan Nua. Hearing this address, Chu Yao's mouth twitched. What kind of a name is this? Yuan Nua smiled awkwardly. I read your information. In just 1 month, you have been promoted to level 2, which is a big brother. But you look soft and milky, which doesn't quite fit the image of a big brother in my mind. She originally thought that the other party was a 1.9 meter tall, 3.8 meter tall aura, with 8 abdominal muscles and a body of tendon meat. Unexpectedly, it was a little guy. Yuan Nua suddenly felt ashamed. So she was not as good as a baby? Chu Yaoyao pulled the corner of her mouth. When she thought of her mission, she lowered her head in shame. Actually, I didn't do anything. She was just a useless little loser who was lying flat on her back. Seeing her like this, Yuan Nua admired her even more. Unexpectedly, the boss was not only capable, but also so humble. She wanted to learn from the boss. On the other side, Yuan Nua's number 1089 system came to Chu Yaoyao's system. Boss number 9, you are worthy of it. Please lead me. Lead me. It's too hard for me. Number 9 floated in the air for a circle and finally stopped above number 1089. The first step is to help the host use the novice gift pack reasonably. Number 1089 took a small notebook and wrote it down. But I don't have a novice gift pack. Number 9 system looked closely and exclaimed, why are you disabled? Turning over this episode, Chu Yaoyao and Yuan Nua were exchanging information. So, you have been through a year, and your system doesn't have a big turntable, and you have to take out half of your points to maintain the system energy? Yuan Nua's situation really shocked Chu Yaoyao. How miserable it is. Yuan Nua nodded, then said with a sad face, I'm wearing a fake daughter group love article. Looking at the environment behind her, Chu Yaoyao nodded to show that she understood. So you are a real daughter that everyone hates. Yuan Nua scratched his hair in distress. Looking crazy. Actually, these are not the problem. The key is, this is a post. In the darkness, Chu Yaoyao's big eyes suddenly became bright. Explanation? Looking at the extremely excited little boss, Yuan Nua felt full of guilt. Is she teaching children bad things? At the time of Yin, the originally closed city gate was opened. A team of more than a dozen people came in with a tightly sealed carriage. After watching the group leave, Zhao Qinwen bowed to the person beside him and thanked him. Brother Ming, thank you very much. Meng Han smiled and said, you're welcome. I'm just following orders. In that case, I won't say polite words. I'll treat Brother Zhao to a meal some other day. As he spoke, Zhao Qinwen stretched out his fist. Meng Han also smiled and clenched his fist. The two fists bumped together. Then I'll be waiting. Leaving the city gate, Zhao Qinwen quickly caught up with the carriage. He looked at the person in front excitedly. Father! Zhao Jingwu said with relief. Father, I already know what happened these days. You did a good job. Hearing this compliment, Zhao Qinwen, who had been worried for many days, couldn't help but redden his eyes. Seeing him like this, Zhao Jingwu waved his hand in disdain. Okay. Since you are here, take them to take the prisoner to the Tian Lao. What about you? Zhao Jingwu jumped on the horse and tightened the reins. Enter the palace. Half an hour later, Zhao Qinwen escorted the spy to the Tian Lao. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a familiar and annoying voice. He immediately looked at the jailer next to him. Where is Xiao Yuankai imprisoned? My father is the Minister of War, and my sister is the favorite concubine of the current emperor. How dare you feed me pig food? When this young master gets out, I will make you look good. Zhao Qinwen just walked here and heard this threatening sentence. Looking at the crushed buns in the cell and the rice soup scattered all over the floor, he turned to look at the jailer and said, since young Master Xiao is not hungry, there is no need to send him food tomorrow to save food. As soon as he saw him, Xiao Yuankai ran over, holding the cell door tightly with both hands, slapping and shaking it. Looking at him anxiously, Zhao Qinwen, are you here to pass on the emperor's order? Did my sister ask the emperor to let me out? Zhao Qinwen sneered. Go out? Master Xiao is probably overthinking. Xiao Yuankai took a few steps back, looking a little panicked. What do you mean by that? Is it Xiao Ru? She refused to help in order to keep her position? He spat viciously. I knew I couldn't rely on her. I still have my father. Xiao Yuankai shouted at him. Father will definitely save me. Chapter 67. Abandon the rook to save the king. Zhao Qinwen looked at him coldly, as he shouted crazily. Xiaoqi told him everything about the poetry meeting. If there were no other people around, he would have wanted to beat this guy up. Now seeing Xiao Yuankai in such a miserable state like a beggar, he felt very happy. Mr. Xiao may have forgotten that concubine Xian was punished to copy scriptures under house arrest. Even if she knew about this, she would be powerless. As for Lord Xiao, thinking of the spy who was just taken to the cell, Zhao Qinwen looked at him and said meaningfully, "It's hard to save myself. How can I take care of you?" After saying that, he was in a good mood and turned around and strode away. Xiao Yuankai eagerly stretched out his hand from the gap in the cell and grabbed forward with force, trying to stop him, and asked clearly, "Stop. What do you mean by this? Come back. Explain it to me clearly." But the other party had already gone far away, and no matter how much he shouted, it was in vain. The next morning court, in the Tian Palace, seeing General Li and Zhao Jingwu, whom they had not seen for a long time, the ministers came forward to greet them. The two men, who had not attended court for a long time and were surrounded by many ministers, formed a sharp contrast with Xiao Wintao, who was standing alone on the other side. Zheng Fang secretly spat in their direction, then turned his head and looked at Xiao Wintao flatteringly. "They're just a bunch of fence-sitters. Lord Xiao, you don't have to pay attention to them." However, Xiao Wintao frowned all the time and ignored him. For some reason, he always felt a little uneasy. "The emperor has arrived. Your subjects are here to see the emperor." Emperor Qichuan sat on the dragon throne and looked at the courtiers with dignity. Suddenly, Zhou Yushir stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I want to impeach Zheng Fang, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, for corruption and bribery, and for instructing his brother-in-law Sun Wei to use his position to poison the assassin who appeared at the palace banquet and kill him to silence him." As soon as the voice fell, there was an uproar in the Tian Palace. Zheng Fang is so bold. But doesn't he hate corrupt officials the most in his life? He once personally arrested several ministers who were corrupt and bribed. Is it possible that he has some relationship with the assassin? So he is in a hurry to silence him? Someone glanced at Xiao Wintao and whispered, "Zheng Fang has always followed the orders of Minister Xiao, and this matter will not be." Hearing this, Xiao Wintao glanced over with a cold look, and the man was so scared that he quickly shut up. "Your Majesty, I am innocent." Zheng Fang was immediately frightened and pale, and knelt on the ground with a plop. "The testimony and account book are here. Please take a look." "Your Majesty." Zhou Yushir held several books in both hands and raised them high above his head. After receiving them, Emperor Qichuan read the testimony on them, took a few deep breaths, suppressed his anger, and after flipping through the account books, he could no longer suppress his anger. "How dare you? You dare to embezzle military supplies, military pay, and money for making weapons. The soldiers are fighting desperately on the battlefield to defend their country, but you are lying on them and sucking their blood." Emperor Qichuan smashed 3 two-finger-thick account books on Zheng Fang's forehead one by one. Damn it! Because of years of martial arts training, his aim is very good, and he hits the same place every time. Zheng Fang was hit 3 times. His forehead was already broken. Blood mixed with cold sweat flowed all over his face, and he was in a mess. He didn't cry out for injustice. Tremblingly raised his head and glanced in the direction of Xiao Wintao. Emperor Qichuan looked at his actions coldly and said sternly, "If you are willing to make meritorious contributions, I can spare your life." Hearing this, Zheng Fang subconsciously glanced in the direction of Xiao Wintao. Xiao Wintao seemed to have eyes on his back. He suddenly turned around and pointed at him and said righteously, "You are so good, Zheng Fang. It's okay to embezzle military funds, but you dare to assassinate the emperor. You have done such a treasonous thing. Aren't you afraid of losing the lives of your entire family?" Hearing this, Zheng Fang's face suddenly turned pale. His eyes were a little wet. His forehead fell heavily on the ground, and his voice was faintly choked. "Your Majesty, it was all done by the guilty minister, and it has nothing to do with others." He closed his eyes heavily, and tears of regret slid from the corners of his eyes to his sleeves. When he was young, his family was poor, and his father was slandered and imprisoned for being chivalrous. The county magistrate at that time hastily closed the case and convicted his father of beheading because of the 100 taels of silver given by the murderer's family. From then on, he was determined to put an end to all injustices in the world and to be irreconcilable with corrupt officials. Originally, He was determined to be a good official who was loyal to the emperor, patriotic, and dedicated to the people. I don't know when he started, but he gradually became the person he once hated the most. Xiao Wentao's meaning was very clear. If he was not confessed, the worst result for the Zheng family would be exile, and the family members might still survive. But if he told the truth, Xiao Wentao would definitely drag dozens of people from the Zheng family to be buried with him before he died. He didn't dare to gamble. Humph! Emperor Qishuan snorted in dissatisfaction. Come here! The imperial guards outside the palace heard the order and walked in. Put Zheng Fang in the death row, and behead him outside the Meridian Gate in 3 days. All Zheng family assets will be confiscated and put into the national treasury. The rest of the Zheng family will be exiled. After Zheng Fang was taken away, Xiao Wentao gradually loosened his clenched fists. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard, "Bring the man up." Click. Tear. The sound of iron chains rubbing against the ground reached everyone's ears. The imperial guards pressed a prisoner into the hall. The man's hands and feet were chained, wearing dirty prison clothes, messy hair, and dirty face. After seeing the man's appearance, Xiao Wentao looked a little panicked, and subconsciously staggered back half a step, almost unable to stand. Wasn't he dead? The one who was brought up was none other than the insider he had planted next to the Li family, and the spy who leaked military information to Xia before this war. Ma Qi. Xiao Wentao turned his head suddenly and looked at the figure sitting high on the dragon chair. So that's how it is. Sending Zhao Jingwu to suppress the bandits is also fake. The emperor has long suspected him, and together with the Li and Zhao families, he has woven a big net, waiting for him to get into it. Yuan Kai was arrested? Damn. I was so confused yesterday. Seeing his slightly panicked expression, the prince pulled the corner of his mouth slightly. He did send people to find the Chung family, and it was also his instruction to stop Xiao Yuan Kai on the street. His original intention was just to take this opportunity to arrest Xiao Yuan Kai, and he didn't even expect to convict him based on the deed alone. But as long as Xiao Yuan Kai was imprisoned, the Xiao family would definitely have no time to take care of other things. In this way, Xiao Hujuan could smoothly escort the spy back to Beijing. Ma Qi knelt on the ground, pointing in the direction of Xiao Wentao, with a look of resentment on his face. Your Majesty, everything was ordered by Minister Xiao. He asked me to leak the information to Xia, and he asked me to frame the Li family. Xiao Wentao stepped forward without even looking at him. Your Majesty, please understand. I don't know this person at all. You are talking nonsense. It was you who arranged me to be with General Li. And this time, it was you who promised to give me 10,000 taels of gold and let me get promoted after the matter was accomplished. Xiao Wentao turned his head and looked at him with disdain. Your Majesty, this person is not trustworthy. He is clearly making random accusations. He must be jealous of me. So he is throwing dirty water on me. His contemptuous eyes irritated Ma Qi. I have helped you in Wei Wei, the head of the Xia State Military Headquarters, to pass letters many times. Those letters are evidence. Emperor Qishuan immediately sent people to search the Xiao mansion. Ma Qi was full of resentment. Want to kill him to silence him? Then he would let Xiao Wentao and the entire Xiao family be buried with him. It's worth it to drag so many people down on the road to the underworld. Seeing his attitude, Xiao Wentao sneered silently. Humph. Wishful thinking. Chapter 68, Dealing with the Treacherous Ministers. After Yuan Kai was arrested yesterday, he always felt uneasy. To be on the safe side, he had burned the letters. Even if you turn the Xiao family upside down, you won't find anything. Looking at the furious emperor, the ministers were silent. And for a while, only the sound of breathing could be heard in the Tian Hall. The sand in the hourglass flowed down at a constant speed, and time passed bit by bit. In the past, the court would have been dismissed at this time. But at this moment, no one dared to mention the word leave. Xiao Wentao looked at the person sitting on the throne without looking away, with a calm look on his face. However, his calmness did not last long, because the searchers came back. Your Majesty, this is a secret letter found in Lord Zhao's study. Xiao Wentao's pretended indifference cracked when he saw the 2 letters. This is impossible. What a courage! After reading it, Emperor Qishuan slapped the letter on the table. His eyes were full of coldness. His jaw was tight. He grabbed the letter paper hard, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. The ministers knelt down one after another. Your Majesty, calm down. Your Majesty, this letter must be forged. Xiao Wentao shouted loudly. Emperor Qishuan gestured to Su Maoan. Take these 2 letters down and let them see. Su Maoan walked around in front of the ministers with a piece of paper in one hand, and finally stopped in front of Xiao Wintao. The ministers who had read the letter whispered, "The handwriting is indeed Xiao Wintao's. What a wolfish ambition." Looking at the familiar handwriting, and the handwriting that was exactly the same as his own, Xiao Wintao shook his head continuously. "Impossible. I have clearly burned it. This letter was not written by me at all." "Humph. So you did write it, Xiao Wintao. I have always known that you are scheming, but I didn't expect you to be so ambitious that you dared to collude with the second prince of Xia Kingdom." Hearing this, Ma Qi was confused for a moment. "The second prince of Xia Kingdom? Come here. Convey my decree." Xiao Wintao colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country, and his son Xiao Yuankai took human lives lightly. The two are unforgivable. They will be taken to the Meridian Gate to be beheaded at noon tomorrow. All the assets of the Xiao family, all those seized by force, will be returned in full, and the rest of the women will be exiled to the northwest immediately. The 9 clans of the Xiao family within 3 generations are not allowed to serve as officials in the court. Hearing the decree, Xiao Wintao's head, which was always high, drooped heavily. The Xiao family is completely finished. He has become the biggest sinner of the Xiao family in 100 years. Before being taken away, he suddenly raised his head and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Even if you are the emperor, what does it matter? You are still being led by the nose." Emperor Qishuan frowned. What did he mean by this? When many ministers saw Xiao Wintao being taken away, they couldn't help but shrank and turn pale. These were people who had interests with Xiao Wintao. Some ministers looked proud, as if they were lucky that they didn't associate with the Xiao family on weekdays. "Where is Changbin, the minister of Honglu Temple?" Changbin stood up tremblingly. Why did the emperor call him at this time after just dealing with Xiao Wintao and Zheng Fang? "Immediately write 2 letters. One to Xia Kingdom. Their second prince colluded with my important officials, provoked war, and made the people displaced. I want the lord of Xia Kingdom to give me an explanation." Thinking of this, Emperor Qishuan gritted his teeth. Shangwan Rongchen, that old fox, must be skinned again this time. Another letter was sent to the Emperor of Donglan. Daqi entertained the envoy of Xia, and invited him to join in the fun and discuss trade matters. Hearing this, many ministers' eyelids twitched. Fun? They wanted to invite the Emperor of Donglan to see the joke of Xia. Changbin breathed a sigh of relief. "I obey your order." The majestic eyes of Emperor Qishuan swept through the ministers one by one, and finally stopped on General Li. With a smile on his lips, he said loudly, "If you are guilty, you must be punished. And if you are meritorious, you must be rewarded." Qianghua Palace. The result of staying up late to prepare gifts is, of course, oversleeping. Concubine Shu slept until noon, when Chuncher came in to call her for the 3rd time. She woke up faintly. "What time is it?" Chuncher helped her up and replied softly, "It's 3/4 past the hour of C." "What?" Concubine Shu hurriedly changed her clothes and walked to the dressing table and sat down. "Why didn't you call me earlier?" "Hurry up. Hurry up. It's too late." Chuncher looked at her helplessly. "I called you several times, but the queen must be too tired." Every time she just said him softly, then turned over and continued to sleep. Hearing this, Shu Fei smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. "Help me dress up first. I'll go see Yao. Let the carriage be prepared, and we'll set off for the general's mansion after dinner." After dressing up, Shu Fei came to Chu Yao Yao's room quietly, looking at the little guy sleeping with his legs spread out and his belly bulging. She laughed and shook her head. Suddenly, she noticed that the box under the bed had been opened. She walked over quickly, and sure enough, the key was still on it. She opened it and checked it carefully, and found that a lot of jewelry was missing. In addition to a few gold ingots, there was also a pair of golden-laid ruby bracelets, a ruby headpiece, and a jade bracelet. Shu Fei narrowed her eyes slightly, and her eyes turned cold. Could it be that some servant saw that Yao Yao was a child who couldn't speak clearly, and had the intention to deceive the master? "Mother?" Chu Yao Yao stretched out her chubby little hand and rubbed her confused big eyes. "I chatted too late with Wan Nui yesterday and overslept. Why is mother squatting on the ground?" Chu Yao looked down and found that the treasure box was opened. "Oh no! I sold a few pieces of jewelry to Wan Nui at a discount last night, but I forgot to lock it up. If it was taken away by a rat, it would be a big loss. There should be no rats in Qianghua Palace. Right?" She immediately jumped off the bed and rummaged through the treasures in the box. Fortunately, nothing was missing. Seeing her actions, Xu Fei understood. It turned out that the missing ones were taken by Yao Yao herself. But who was Ruan Noel? After struggling for a while, she didn't think about it anymore. The most important thing today was to return to the general's mansion. Thinking of this, Xu Fei picked up Yao Yao and changed her clothes. System detected that the host's blood relatives punished the traitor X2. Reward counterattack progress plus 35. Points plus 175. Current progress 80. Points balance 261. Hearing this, Chu Yao Yao paused. Is it the Xiao family? System, that's right. Looking at the 3-digit points, Chu Yao Yao didn't bother about the loss of poverty alleviation last night. Counterattack progress 75. Now even if I face the male and female protagonists, I'm not afraid. When she thought of this, Chu Yao Yao clenched her fists excitedly, looking like she was fighting. Speaking of the heroine, she remembered Wan Nua's situation. It started like HL. With a broken and useless golden finger. She struggled for a year. But she was still optimistic and positive. Her mental journey is enough to write a book about the struggle of a time-traveling cannon fodder. Now she was kicked out of the house. And her original body was deceived by the economic company and had to pay a penalty of 10 million. Because of the frame-up of the fake daughter, Ruan Noa was expelled from school. Without a degree, she couldn't find a good job. Even if she went to a restaurant to be a waiter, she would always meet the men and lick dogs of the fake daughter, and then be found out and expelled. But fortunately, she successfully opened the Plain Mall and met her. After selling those jewels and paying the penalty, there should be a lot left. System. Why doesn't Ruan Nua have a big turntable? Yesterday, all my attention was on the post, and I forgot to ask clearly. System. Number 1089 was forcibly swallowed by other systems, so the big turntable was lost. And half of the points reward for the tasks completed by Ruan Nua this year were taken away. Probably used by the host of another system for the lottery. Speaking of this, it was almost furious. Its little brother was bullied like this by a wild system. It was a great shame. So, Ruan Nua has been working for others. Who is that person? Chapter 69 Butterfly Jade Pendant. According to the routine of the novel, it can't be. System, that's right. It's the fake daughter. Chu Yao Yao suddenly had an idea that made her very disgusted. Then suppose that the fake daughter tasted the sweetness of the big turntable in order to win the lottery. Could it be that the fake daughter deliberately asked her to complete those tasks? System, that's right. I sneaked into the fake daughter's room to observe. She seemed to be reborn. And when she mentioned Ruan Nua, she gritted her teeth and looked like she wanted to stab her to death on the spot. Shameless. Shameless. Are other people's things so good? You want to grab everything? She was so angry that her cheeks bulged like a pufferfish. Seeing her expression change from time to time, Xu Fei shook her head helplessly. What did the immortal say to Yao Yao again? Chu Yao Yao asked in her heart with some entanglement. System. Can you help Ruan Nua? System, yes. That wild system is a defective product. When I sneaked into the fake daughter's room, it didn't even notice it. If it weren't for the weak energy of number 1089 when he crossed the plane, he wouldn't have succeeded. Chu Yao Yao touched his chin and laughed evilly. By the way, I'm more curious about what you saw in the fake daughter's room? Concubine, she pinched her little face. Her smile was really ugly. System, well, those are not important. System, if you want to help, you have to upgrade to level 3. And after level 3, you can cross the plane 3 times a month. Chu Yao Yao. In fact, you are the one who wants to help the most. Right? Then upgrade. System, ding, 50 points have been deducted. The current point balance is 211. The system upgrade will take 8 hours. And some functions will be unavailable during the upgrade. Host. See you in 8 hours. Seeing it so active for other hosts, Chu Yao Yao felt a little sour. Huh? Scumbag system. System. Didn't you say you would help? Seeing the food on the table, Chu Yao Yao felt better. Sitting on her special chair, she held a spoon and ate mouthful after mouthful of delicious food. Sister. Greetings. Madam Xu Fei. Xu Fei smiled and stood up. Yaoer just woke up and hasn't had breakfast yet. Second prince. Do you want to eat with us? Then she turned around and ordered. Sure. Go get another set of bowls and chopsticks. No need. I just came to see my sister. Chu Yu hurriedly stopped her, looking at the food on the table that was definitely not for one person. He looked at the other set of bowls and chopsticks with some confusion. Sensing his gaze, Xu Fei smiled awkwardly and made a far-fetched excuse. It's not that Yaoer thinks it's boring to eat alone. So she insisted that I eat with her. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao stopped scooping the egg custard, with rice grains on the corners of her mouth, blinking her puzzled eyes. When did I say that? Obviously. My mother also got up late. Xu Fei picked up the handkerchief and wiped her. You can shut up. Can't you give your mother some face? Watching the interaction between the mother and daughter, Chu Yu pursed his lips to hold back his laughter and coughed lightly. In that case, I'll have some snacks with my sister. In fact, Chu Yaoyao also wanted to eat snacks. But her mother kept wiping her mouth. What's wrong with mother? Haven't I wiped the corners of my mouth clean? Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't wipe it. It will be dirty later anyway. And she felt that she was about to be wiped bald. Hearing this, Xu Fei finally reacted and quickly moved the handkerchief away. Chu Yaoyao, whose mouth was finally free, picked up a piece of dessert and held the milk, eating and drinking, smacking her lips. She was a little disgusted, because the milk was still a little fishy. I really want to drink milk tea. Milk tea? Is it milk tea? Xu Fei was about to ask someone to boil a pot, when she heard, stir-fry black tea and sugar. Add water and boil. Then add milk. Chu Yaoyao licked the corner of her mouth while reminiscing, with a look of nostalgia on her face. That was really a sweet and silky enjoyment. Hearing her description, Xu Fei couldn't help swallowing her saliva. That milk tea. Is it really that delicious? I must try it. Thinking of this, Xu Fei said casually. Speaking of milk, I have seen a fragrant drink called milk tea in ancient books. All this? Chu Yaoyao grabbed her hand in surprise and smiled sweetly. Mother, I want to drink. Xu Fei immediately ordered. Chunshur, go get some black tea and sugar. And then, Chu Yaoyao rested her chin on the table. This is too coincidental. It seems like I'm going to read the book that mother mentioned. Her sudden words made Xu Fei and Chu Yu nervous. Did he notice something? There are many kinds of milk tea. I wonder if there are other ways to make it. It would be even better if there is a recipe for fat otaku happy water. So it's for eating. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her helplessly. While waiting for the milk tea, Chu Yu told a few interesting things in the store, which made Chu Yaoyao laugh. Shopkeeper Jean also told me that someone went to Qiyao Pavilion to buy wine. Xu Fei also felt very strange. Did that person go to the wrong place? Chu Yu shook his head, and then he seemed to mention that sentence inadvertently. I don't know. What about the Imperial Jade liquor? I haven't even heard of this kind of wine. Chu Yaoyao continued in her mind, shaking her head. Is the Imperial Jade liquor 180 yuan a cup? How is this wine? It must be the heroine. She won't ask anything else. Odd changes but even does not change. The sign depends on the quadrant. Right. Very good. No need to ask more. Chu Yu nodded secretly and repeated it in his mind several times. Soon, Chunshur came in with milk tea. Smelling the familiar sweet fragrance, Chu Yaoyao closed her eyes in enjoyment. This taste. I miss it so much. So moved. I want to cry. Concubine Xu scooped a mouthful with a spoon, and then looked at the milk tea in the bowl with a surprised face. She has always disliked drinking milk. Always felt that it has a fishy smell. Unexpectedly, milk tea made with milk is so delicious. Seeing the actions of the two, Chu Yaoyao raised her index finger and shook it, then took the bowl and swallowed it in one gulp, and sighed after drinking it. Huh. Delicious. More. You have to drink it this way to feel it. Xu Fei thought about it, picked up the bowl and took a big sip, and blinked as she looked at the half-empty milk tea. This feeling is really good. It smells so good. Chu Yao smelled a special fragrance as soon as he entered the door. Third brother. Chu Yaoyao waved at him. Come on. Drink milk tea. What is milk tea? Chu Yao lowered his head to smell it, then took a sip tentatively, and his eyes lit up immediately. Delicious. After 2 bowls, he rubbed his stomach with some regret. He just ate a plate of snacks and couldn't drink any more. What a pity. If we open a store, there will be a lot of people coming to buy it, and we will definitely make a fortune. Yes. Chu Yu clenched his fist and gently hit his palm. Why didn't he think of it? But this is the food that Yao came up with after all. What's more, the formulas for soap and glass were also taken out by Yao Yao. But the store was all registered under his name. He can't take advantage of his sister anymore. Concubine Xu saw his concerns. It doesn't matter. I don't know anything about business. If the second prince is interested, you might as well try it. My lady Xu. I remember that the eldest lady of the Li family is quite talented in business. She has managed the shops under the Li family, and her own name in an orderly manner for many years. Why don't you let her try it? Hearing this, concubine Shu smiled. The second prince is right. The two of them discussed making money. And Chu Yao didn't understand it. He slipped to Yao Yao aside, and took out a box with a mysterious look on his face. Look, sister. Looking at the lifelike little butterfly on the jade pendant. Chu Yao Yao opened her mouth in surprise. So beautiful. But why is it a butterfly? Don't you like butterflies? Sister? Chu Yao Yao scratched her cheek. Strange. When did I say I like butterflies? Chu Yao's eyes were erratic. And he was sweating anxiously. Oh no. Sister didn't say that. He was just guessing. Chapter 70 Suffering the Consequences of One's Actions. Chu Yao looked away somewhat unnaturally. That day, I helped you catch butterflies. You were very happy. Weren't you? Thinking of the situation at the princess's mansion. Chu Yao pouted. I was just showing support. Okay. But she soon stopped worrying. Because her mother was going to take her out of the palace. When the two brothers heard that they were going to the general's mansion, they were ready to leave. But suddenly there was a loud shout from outside. The imperial edict has arrived. In the end, this trip to the general's mansion did not go. Chu Yao Yao stared blankly at the imperial edict in her mother's hand. My mother was named a noble concubine. And she also has a title. Qi Yuan. It sounds pretty good. Chu Yao Yao bared her millet teeth and laughed happily. Su Maoan walked forward with a smile. My lady, the emperor said that when the imperial observatory selects an auspicious day, you and the princess will be conferred the title of marquis together. Shu Fei clenched the imperial edict in her hand slightly. Then my father. Hearing this, Su Maoan's smile deepened. The emperor personally conferred the title of Marquis of Jinshi. And it was specially granted. And it will be hereditary. After the palace servants left, Shu Fei was surprised and a little worried. The Li family is now a big tree that attracts the wind. If you are not careful, I am afraid. She looked at the little ball next to her, who could be knocked down by a finger. And her worries in her heart became even greater. Qi Yuan? The hope of Daki? These two words are too heavy for a 2-year-old child. Third brother. After the palace servant who delivered the edict left, Chu Yao didn't know what he thought of, and ran out with his head down. When Chu Yu noticed it, he only saw a back figure. Heavenly prison. Xiao Yuankai bent his knees against his stomach. His body curled up and hunched. And his stomach kept rumbling. Looking at the dirty steamed buns on the ground. He swallowed his saliva. But it seemed that doing so made him even hungrier. And he felt dizzy and nauseous. He turned his head away and stopped looking. Thinking, when his father rescues him, he must go to Wan Tao Lu and order a table of delicacies for a big meal. Gugugu. He rubbed his stomach. His eyes involuntarily looked at the steamed buns. And then forced himself to look away. He licked his lips that were a little chapped due to lack of water. Wait a little longer. The jailer will come to deliver the meal soon. As expected, a noise came from far away. And he looked over expectantly. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Several jailers carried baskets and wooden barrels and served the prisoners with rice one by one. When the jailer was about to hand in the steamed buns, when he arrived at the door of Xiao Yuankai's cell, the man next to him stopped him and said in a sarcastic tone, This person is a relative of the emperor. He doesn't like our coarse grains. Don't waste the grains anymore. Hearing this, Xiao Yuankai's face was fierce, and he stared at the man fiercely. The jailer who spoke was frightened by his eyes, and lowered his head subconsciously. But when he thought that he was now a prisoner, he became much bolder and shouted immediately. You are already locked up in the prison. And you are still acting like a young master? After that, several people left with the food. Xiao Yuankai stared at their backs. His eyes were almost spitting fire, and he wished he could burn a few holes in the jailer's body. After staring for a while, he walked to the wall with weak steps and squatted again. So hungry. Looking at the dry steamed buns in the corner, the hunger in his stomach was like a small hook, drilling out of his mouth. Suddenly, he ran over to pick up the steamed bun, patted it, and stuffed it into his mouth without caring about the dirt. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps. He looked over and saw several imperial guards coming with a man, followed by 2 jailers. Thinking of the jailer's ridicule, Xiao Yuankai didn't want to let them laugh at him. So he stuffed the remaining steamed bun into his mouth in one breath, choking him and rolling his eyes. He finally swallowed it. Lord Zheng? Finding that it was an acquaintance, Xiao Yuankai stood up excitedly. Did my father ask you to save me? Why didn't he come in? As he spoke, he stretched his neck to look back. Zheng Fang just glanced at him lightly and ignored him. Is Lord Zheng here to do errands? Can you tell my father to find a way to save me quickly? I really don't want to stay here. Until Zheng Fang was locked up in a cell. Xiao Yuankai realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Zheng Fang is his father's confidant. And he is in a high position and has great power. His father will never give up on him easily. Now that he was arrested, was it really like what Zhao Wencheng said? His father was already too busy to take care of himself. So he gave up the car to save the general? What about him? What should he do? At this moment, Xiao Yuankai was completely panicked. The cell door was suddenly opened, and several officials walked in. Are you Xiao Yuankai? Xiao Yuankai took a few steps back. Who are you? Are you here to let me out? Hearing this, the official laughed and pointed at him. Still dreaming here? What do you mean? The other party did not continue to say anything, but just arrested him, put on shackles, and then locked his hands and feet with iron chains. Let me go! I am the son of the Shanshu, and my sister is the virtuous concubine. How dare you do this to me? Master Xiao, don't be anxious. Aren't we just going to send you out? Seeing their contemptuous eyes, Xiao Yuankai's heart was beating fast. Where to go? The official looked at him with a sneer. To the execution ground. Impossible. Xiao Yuankai struggled and shouted. You must have made a mistake. My father is... A jailer interrupted him impatiently and stretched out his little finger to pick his ears. Your father is Xiao Wentao, the Minister of War, and your sister is the virtuous concubine. No need to say more. My ears are about to be calloused. The Emperor has issued an order to chop you and your son. Impossible. This is not true. Xiao Yuankai's face was pale, and he stood there in a daze. Collaborating with the enemy and treason. Framing loyal people. And killing innocent people. You and your son deserve to die. The official pushed hard, and Xiao Yuankai was forced to move forward. On the way to the execution ground, the people gathered on both sides of the street and pointed at him. Is this the son of a traitor? His father colluded with the enemy country and framed General Li. He took human lives lightly. Neither of them is a good person. A vegetable seller threw rotten vegetable leaves on Xiao Yuankai. As if receiving a signal, the onlookers threw rotten eggs, dirt and other things at him. Xiao Yuankai could not dodge and could only endure it. After being hit several times, he just held his head and cried. When he arrived at the execution ground, he saw a familiar figure who was as embarrassed as him. Father! Xiao Yuankai's eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was choked with sobs. What on earth is going on? Raising his hand to brush away the sand on his head, Xiao went outside. Yuankai, our Xiao family has been defeated. How could this happen? Even though he had heard it from the jailers and officials a long time ago, he even had some guesses in his heart. But he always had a glimmer of hope. He fantasized that his father would appear at the critical moment and rescue him. But at this moment, those few light words completely shattered his hope. Seeing his expression, Xiao Wentao was grief-stricken and wanted to pat his shoulder to comfort him. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, Xiao Yuankai dodged and his hand fell empty. Xiao Yuankai looked at him resentfully. Why did you collude with the enemy? Why did you want to rebel? It's all your fault. Now that the Xiao family is ruined, even I will be beheaded. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 71 Chu Yao goes to see concubine Xian. You caused all this? Hearing these questions, Xiao Wentao was stunned for a moment. After seeing the eyes that seemed to be looking at the enemy, he felt extremely cold. This is the son he had spent so much effort to plan for? Everything he did was for the entire Xiao family. And for him? Aren't you wrong? If you hadn't bullied others and caused a death, why would you be arrested and thrown into prison? If I hadn't tried to save you, how could I be careless and let someone catch me? Xiao Wentao looked at him coldly. Word by word. Anyone can blame me. Blame me. Hate me. But you can't. You don't have the qualifications. It's your fault. Xiao Yuankai stiffened his neck. Veins popped. And shouted loudly. Is it the first day I've caused trouble? It's all because of you. The father and son quarreled in the execution ground. The time has come. Execute the sentence. In the crowd, a woman wearing a veil covered her mouth tightly after seeing the father and son lying in a pool of blood. Afraid of being noticed, she hurriedly wiped her tears, pushed the crowd away, and ran away. On the other side, Chu Yao ran all the way to Zhonghua Palace. Perhaps because they felt that the Xiao family had fallen and a woman was not to be feared. The guards at the door had already been ordered to evacuate. He walked all the way to the outside of the bedroom, only to hear a series of clanging sounds from inside. "Get out. All of you get out." Chu Yao looked at the angry people calmly. My mother, who was usually bright and beautiful with bright makeup, had never been good at her manners and clothes even when she was confined by my father. But now her hair was messy, and the exquisite pearl hairpins and headdresses on it were scattered all over the floor. Everything that could be smashed in the bedroom was smashed, leaving only a mess. After seeing him, concubine Xian hurried over and grabbed his hand tightly. "Yao, are you here to save mother?" As if she had grasped the last ray of hope, she held Chu Yao's hand tightly, so hard that her nails pierced Chu Yao's hand. But she didn't notice it at all. Chu Yao frowned in pain and looked down at the injured part. The blood stained the red nails, making him unable to tell which one was redder, the blood or the nail polish. He pulled his hand out with force and put it behind his back. "Mother, you misunderstood. The imperial decree has been issued. What can I change? I just came to see you." "Pa!" Hearing this, concubine Xian was furious and raised her hand to slap him. Chu Yao was hit hard. His face was burning, and there was a hint of warmth, as if something was flowing down. He stretched out his hand and wiped it, and sure enough, it was broken. Seeing the wound on his face, concubine Xian's eyes flashed with regret. No, mother didn't mean it." Concubine Xian raised her hand to wipe it for him, but Chu Yao stepped back and avoided her hand. "Mother, please stay in Zhonghua Palace in the future. If there is anything you need, let someone tell me, and I will send someone to deliver it." Concubine Xian looked at him in disbelief. "What do you mean? You didn't save me? I am your mother. I gave birth to you and raised you, spent so much time and effort to cultivate you, and in the end, I raised an ungrateful person." Hearing this, Chu Yao sneered. "Train me? You've tried your best to make me useless, and to train an idiot puppet emperor for your Shao family, right?" Hearing this, concubine Xian looked guilty. "You know everything?" Then, she suddenly realized. "It was you who eavesdropped outside the window that night. So you've been acting with me all these days?" Concubine Xian suddenly laughed, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes as she laughed. "It's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. I, Shao Ru, have been smart all my life. But in the end, I was deceived by the useless son I raised with my own hands." She looked at Chu Yao hatefully, gritting her teeth and said, "If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have given birth to you." "Really?" Chu Yao resisted the urge to cry and turned to walk out. Xian Fei seemed to be crazy, staring at his back and shouting, "Chu Yao, do you think that by doing this, your father will look at you with new eyes? You are too naive. You have a grandfather who colluded with the enemy and a mother who poisoned the crown prince. These stains will accompany you for the rest of your life. You will never be able to be the emperor in this life." After saying this, a trace of revenge flashed in her eyes. Chu Yao paused and did not even turn his head. "Whether you believe it or not, I have never thought of sitting in that position. I did this just to save your life." Hearing this, Xian Fei seemed to lose strength in an instant and collapsed to the ground, watching his figure getting farther and farther away, until he completely left. She fell to the ground and cried loudly. Zhonghua Palace. The news that Xu Fei was named a noble concubine soon spread in the harem. Whether they were friends or strangers, they all came to congratulate. Meng Jie put down the teacup, looked at Yao Yao, and said meaningfully, "Little princess, Aunt Meng will teach you a truth today. It is from the bottom of my heart. You must remember it well." What is Chu Yao Yao going to say next? Chu Yao Yao became interested and sat up straight, with a look of listening obediently on her face. She had long disliked these concubines who came up to her. They pretended to like her very much, but in fact they were all discouraged. Not even a little bit red. Meng Jie glanced at the concubines, who had never been very social, and had heard them scolding concubine Shu behind her back many times, and said meaningfully, "If you are too attentive for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief." "Ha ha ha. What a big truth you are talking about. But I like it." Chu Yao Yao grinned. "I remember it." This soft little voice and well-behaved little appearance made Meng Jie unable to help but reach out and stroke her little head twice. Chu Yao Yao looked at her accusingly with her hair standing on end. Ahem. Jie Meng awkwardly withdrew her hand and looked at concubine Liang, formerly concubine Su, to change the subject. "The little princess remembers every baby. Where is concubine Liang?" Concubine Leon glanced at some of the concubines. Do you need to tell me? I've always known. The three of them taught and learned. Aston answered. And many concubines were so angry that their handkerchiefs had holes poked in them. Why is this Jiu Meng everywhere? Isn't it just because of her brother's rescue? So angry. Suddenly, Chuncher walked in. Concubine. The third prince wants to see the little princess. Hearing this, the concubines couldn't stay any longer and could only leave with a belly full of anger. At the back, Concubine Ming nudged Concubine Leon with her elbow as she walked. Look! Their faces are blue with anger. Ha ha ha! The palace became quiet again. And after waiting for a long time, Chu Yao did not come in. Concubine Chu lowered her eyes and thought for a while. Then looked at Yao Yao. Your third brother is in a bad mood. Yao, go play with him for a while. Okay? It must be because of the Xiao family and Concubine Xian. Chu Yao Yao nodded, jumped off the chair, and ran out with her short legs. Following the direction pointed by Chuncher, she saw a figure squatting in the corner. Third brother. Chu Yao raised his head and hugged her. Just after leaving Zhonghua Palace, he suddenly realized that he had nowhere to go in this huge palace. He walked here unknowingly. What happened? Was it Concubine Xian who beat him? She is so bad that she can even kill her own son? Chu Yao Yao gritted her teeth, her cheeks bulging. Suddenly, she felt something warm falling on her neck. Did the third brother cry? That won't do. What if the wound gets infected? It will be disfigured. Thinking of this, Chu Yao Yao struggled anxiously for a few times. Go home. Chu Yao's eyes darkened, and he felt a little lost. Home? Where does he have a home? Then he smiled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, his sister has her own home. And there are so many people who like her. She doesn't need a brother like him. Thinking of this, he stood up. Sister, go home. I'm going back to Chenong office too. Chu Yao was about to turn around when he suddenly felt the corner of his clothes being pulled. He looked down and saw Yao Yao looking at him angrily. Where are you going if you don't take the medicine? Don't you want your face anymore? You don't have much IQ to begin with. If you don't even have your looks, how can you get a wife in the future? Chu Yao. Is getting married something like that something a baby like you should worry about? Chu Yao Yao took his hand and pointed in the direction of her room. Go home and apply medicine. Chu Yao felt warm in his heart as his little finger was held by a small, soft hand. He bent down subconsciously, accommodating Yao Yao's height, and walked forward with her strength, looking at the little figure in front of him. Chu Yao blinked his moist eyes and shouted loudly. Yes. Go home. Chapter 72. Something seems to have happened. After nightfall, Concubine Shu hummed a soft tune, and found that Yao Yao's breathing gradually became long. So she walked out with light steps. After hearing the sound of the door being closed, the big eyes that were originally tightly closed quietly opened a crack. Although it was very late, Chu Yao Yao was not sleepy at all. At this moment, the pair of watery, dark eyes stared at the countdown on the panel with burning eyes. 10, 9. Soon, the time was reset. System, host. I'm back. Go and help Wan Newell. System, okay. If the host is bored, you can draw the lottery first. I will be back soon. Outside the palace, near the city gate, a team of officials holding several portraits were searching door to door. A woman wearing a veil dodged everywhere and hurriedly ran to the suburbs of Beijing. But she didn't expect that there were more officials searching here. Hurry. There's a figure over there. A loud shout came from a distance, and then several officials ran towards her with torches. The woman ran forward desperately, stumbling through the streets, and pushed open a door in panic. As soon as she entered the door, someone held a dagger against her neck. Looking at the black-clothed man dressed as a guard in front of her, she pretended to be calm, but her voice was still trembling slightly. Who are you? Go and see over there. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the woman had to take off her veil, revealing a delicate and charming face. A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes were now filled with tears, and she looked pitifully at the man in the smoky blue brocade robe behind her. Please save me. I'll do anything you ask me to do. The man gave the guard a look, and the guard knocked the woman unconscious with a knife. Master, the officials outside must be looking for her. She is a trouble. Do we really have to care? The man in the brocade robe glanced at the woman's face. The daughter of an old friend must be taken care of. Moreover, there is ambition and hatred in her eyes. With a little guidance, she can become a sharp and useful knife. Hide her first, and send her out of the city tomorrow. You know what to do next. I understand. Cheonghua Palace. After finishing a 10-draw series, Chu Yaoyao looked at the drawings and materials with a thoughtful look. Gene modification, fluid formula, and mecha drawings? Is her luck good or bad? In this ancient time where thunder and rain were considered to be the wrath of God, these things are useless. And this plot fragment. She has even read the whole text. System, host. I am back again. What's the matter with this plot fragment? It is actually a special item. System, the plot has deviated. The original novel we have is basically useless. This fragment contains a part of the future plot. After listening to its explanation, Chu Yaoyao's eyes lit up instantly. Predict the future? System, yes. Chu Yaoyao took out the fragment. In the darkness, the diamond-shaped plot fragment floated above her palm, emitting a faint blue light. How to use? System, after confirming the use, the plot will appear in the host stream. Use? The fragment instantly turned into a blue light spot and drilled into Chu Yaoyao's brow. She stretched out her hand and rubbed it. But there was nothing strange about it. By the way, how is Ruan Nua doing? The system laughed wickedly when it mentioned this. System, number 1089's big wheel has been completely integrated with the wild system and cannot be separated at all. System, I have cut off that part of the connection with number 1089. And the energy of the wild system will continue to be transferred to number 1089 in the future. Hee. That means the fake daughter has a big wheel, but can't draw a lottery? Chu Yaoyao looked gloating. She guarded a treasure mountain, but got nothing. She could see but couldn't touch it. And she was so angry that she died. System, the reduction of energy has side effects. The rewards obtained by the fake daughter from the wild system will soon become invalid. In addition, without the energy source, it will extract life value from the host as energy. So pitfall? Chu Yaoyao subconsciously hugged herself. System, host. Rest assured, our regular system will never do such a thing of killing the chicken to get the eggs. Once it threatens the safety of the host, it will be humanely destroyed by the main system. System, the fake daughter is indeed the daughter of destiny. She is really lucky. She even got the mind-reading skill. Mind-reading? That is a killer weapon to play with people's hearts. A trace of desire flashed across Chu Yaoyao's big eyes. Mind-reading skills. She also wants to have them. System, but I reversed it. Chu Yaoyao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Is that what I thought? Won't other people soon see her true face? System, only those who have close contact with her can hear her inner voice. Chu Yaoyao laughed a few times, not knowing what she thought of. What if the fake daughter in her harem suddenly heard her complaining in her heart when she was doing something? That scene is simply tut tut tut. Realizing that her mind was full of garbage, the system began to change the subject. System, the live broadcast and playback functions have been newly enabled. Host, do you want to try it? Chu Yaoyao then noticed the two new icons in the lower right corner of the panel, and she reached out and clicked on the live broadcast. The screen showed that she needed to choose a viewing location. She directly selected her mother's bedroom, and then a payment interface popped up. What do you mean? You have to pay? System, in the host's original world, you need a membership to watch videos. Even if you watch for free, don't you have to pay for the internet and traffic? Hearing this righteous tone, Chu Yaoyao gritted her teeth and clicked OK heavily. Very good. 1 point is gone. The screen appeared. Her father, who was sitting by the bed reading a book. Seeing this, Chu Yaoyao sat up. Why is the scumbag father in the mother's room? While talking, another familiar figure appeared on the screen. Concubine Shu walked out from behind the screen, and it seemed that she had just taken a bath. Seeing her, Emperor Qishuan put down the book in his hand, and the two smiled at each other, and Concubine Shu blushed. The screen froze, and then filled with snowflakes, making a sizzling sound. Chu Yaoyao stretched out her hand and swiped a few times. Why is it gone? System, is there something wrong with your signal? A line of words suddenly appeared on the screen. The situation was detected to be inappropriate for children, and it has been forcibly cut off. Ah, I have already paid. This is what I deserve. Why can't I watch it? Chu Yaoyao rolled over in anger, using her hands and feet to throw a combination of punches out of thin air. System, ding ding ding. The transaction partner requests a video call with you. Do you accept? She sat up again angrily. Little boss, do you know how much those jewels sold for? Ruan Nua's excited voice reached her ears. Chu Yaoyao asked absent-mindedly. How much? The other party directly put the text message on the screen and shouted excitedly. I have never seen so much money in my last life. This life. Or both lives combined. looking at the text message on the phone. Chu Yaoyao carefully counted the zeros at the end, and her eyes were blurred. Congratulations. You have become a rich woman. Wan Nua put away the phone, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, little boss. Chu Yaoyao. If you don't say the last 3 words, it's my turn to thank you. You must need a lot of things in ancient times. I bought some supplies. If you want anything else, tell me now, or make a list for me. As he said that, Wan Nua opened the car door, waved his hand, and the picture jumped. Let's go and see the kingdom I have built for you. Through the video, Chu Yaoyao saw the prosperous scene of modern times again. Slowed down. Are you driving too fast? Wan Nua turned his head and looked at her from a distance, raising his eyebrows. It doesn't matter. I have 8 years of driving experience. Although she said so, she still slowed down. Suddenly, the screen went black. And then, there was a sound of emergency brakes. Then, there were 2 violent collisions of bang bang. Wan Nua. Chapter 73 Nightmare. Chu Yaoyao was horrified. Wan Nua. What's wrong with you? Wan Nua. But the other party did not answer, and the video was completely cut off. System. What's going on? If the system has an expression, it must be serious at this moment. System, I don't know either. And I can't contact number 1089. System, but the host doesn't need to worry too much. Wan Nua is still at the trading seat, and his life should not be in danger. Chu Yaoyao tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep at all. She sent a call request every 10 minutes, and sent a lot of messages. But Wan Nua never replied. After all, it was a baby's body, and her consciousness could not resist the body's need for sleep. And she soon fell asleep. After falling asleep, Chu Yaoyao's consciousness floated and came to a large mansion. And she was looking around curiously. Where is this? Suddenly, a minister and a group of soldiers rushed in aggressively. After a while, the minister held a few pieces of paper with a smug look on his face, and the soldiers followed him with a few people. Chu Yaoyao looked carefully, and her eyes widened instantly. The people who were arrested were none other than her grandfather and uncle. How could this happen? The fate of the Li family had obviously changed after the spy who colluded with the enemy was caught. Why did this happen again? She was about to step forward to see clearly. But suddenly, a huge pulling force pulled her away, pulling her out of the mansion little by little. Before leaving, she vaguely saw that the plaque at the door read, Jinshi Marquis Mansion. She floated to the palace, and returned to the familiar Qinghua Palace. Her mother's eyes were red and swollen. Her eyes were full of red bloodshot, and her face was haggard. But she knelt in front of the gate of Qinghua Palace with a firm look, seeing this situation exactly the same as the original text. Chu Yaoyao shouted anxiously, Mother! But she floated away again. And when she stopped again, the surrounding environment changed again. This time in Tian Hall. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Jinshi secretly colluded with Donglin and wrote poems that were disrespectful to the royal family of Daqi. His intention of treason is obvious, and he deserves death. I beg your Majesty to punish him. No! Chu Yaoyao suddenly shouted and sat up suddenly. The concubine Shu, who had just arrived outside the door, heard her exclamation and immediately opened the door and walked quickly to her side. Seeing her sweating and breathing heavily, she took a handkerchief to wipe her sweat with heartache. What's wrong with Yaoer? Did you have a nightmare? When Chu Yaoyao thought of what happened in the dream, her face turned pale. System. Will the situation I saw in the dream really happen in the future? Will my grandfather's family still not escape death? System. As long as the human factors of Daki's demise are not completely eliminated, the threat to the Li family will not disappear. But don't be afraid. Host. We are doing things that defy fate. This comforted Chu Yaoyao. She clenched her fists and encouraged herself in her heart. You are right. I can do it. Meeting the worried gaze, Chu Yaoyao's eyes began to ache. Mother! I had a nightmare. It was so scary. Seeing her pitiful appearance, concubine Shu was heartbroken, hugged her little body in her arms, and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. With mother here, no one can hurt our Yaoyao. Let's go out of the palace and look for your grandfather and uncle today. Okay. Because she was worried about the Li family. Chu Yaoyao seemed absent-minded along the way, looking at the listless little dumpling. Concubine Shu kept trying to make her happy. Chu Yaoyao was afraid that she would worry, so she tried her best to cooperate and laugh from time to time. But how could concubine Shu not see it? For a moment, she became even more worried. What kind of nightmare did Yaoer have? Suddenly, the system came online. System, host. I contacted number 1089. It said that Wan Nuo had a car accident and is still unconscious. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao sat up straight and asked in her heart with some worry. Is it serious? She won't wake up. Right. System, at the critical moment, number 1089 converted all the points into energy and formed a protective shield. Although the car was scrapped, Wan Nuo only had some skin injuries and a concussion. Chu Yaoyao suddenly became interested. Protective shield? Can you do it too? System, of course. 1 point per second. How long do you want the host to drive? Chu Yaoyao. Forget it. Just ignore what I said. My lady concubine. We're here. Concubine Shu got off the carriage with Yaoyao in her arms. General Li is now the Marquis of Jinshi. He was waiting at the door with his family. Servants and maids. Father! After not seeing each other for a few years, Concubine Shu couldn't help but blush. Looking at the plaque at the door, Chu Yaoyao's face turned pale. The plaque has changed. So fast? Hearing this, the few people looked at each other inconspicuously. Confused. But no one thought much. The Marquis of Jinshi looked at his daughter and nodded constantly, blinking his sore eyes. Come in quickly. I prepared your favorite juju paste pastry, made by your sister-in-law. Concubine Shu sniffed, then put her arm around her sister-in-law Yu Lingwei. Thank you, sister-in-law. You still understand me. Yu Lingwei patted her hands, with a little doting in his tone. You haven't changed in all these years. I dare not take credit for it. It was all ordered by my father. I was only responsible for doing it. It seems that the relationship between aunt and mother is quite good. Chu Yaoyao turned her head and looked over. Once she saw it, she couldn't move her eyes away. Aunt is so beautiful. Hearing this, Li Wanjing raised his head high. Of course. Yes. My niece has good taste. Just like him. Li Wanfeng looked at Yaoyao with a strange look on his face. As soon as he came back yesterday, his father and eldest brother told him about the magical ability of his little niece. They also told him not to let Yaoyao notice it. But knowing is one thing. When he really heard it, he was inevitably shocked. He squatted on the ground, looking at the little face as tender as tofu just out of the pot, and stretched out his hand to pinch the soft little cheek. Hiss! It hurts! Chu Yaoyao was so absorbed in looking at the beauty that he suddenly felt a pain on his face. He then turned around and looked at the culprit accusingly. Seeing the originally fair face slightly reddened, Li Wanfeng smiled awkwardly. He didn't mean it. After all, aren't children's skin so delicate? Jin Shiho stepped forward and kicked him. Get out of the way! Then, he bent down and picked up Yaoyao, looking at the chubby little baby fat, and gently scraped it twice with his fingertips. Chu Yaoyao closed her eyes and rubbed her very cooperatively. She looked so cute. The Marquis of Jinshi enjoyed the closeness of his granddaughter and looked at her dotingly. I also prepared yogurt. Yaoyao, try it too. Chu Yaoyao nodded vigorously and answered loudly, okay. Ha ha. So good. The Marquis of Jinshi laughed loudly, holding her and marching towards the main hall. The two sisters-in-law followed behind, and those who didn't know would think they were sisters. Li Wanjing looked at the backs of the two with resentment. To be precise, he was looking at the back of his wife. Alas, once the younger sister came back, Ling Wei couldn't see him anymore. Seeing his lost look, Li Wanfeng grinned, put his arm around him in a funny way, pinched his throat, and whispered in his ear, Brother, let's go too. Li Wanjing was frightened instantly, took a few big steps and hid far away, shouting as he ran. A grown man. Are you disgusting? Ha ha ha. Seeing his embarrassed look of running away, Li Wanfeng laughed out loud on the spot. On the other side, everyone came to the main hall, and two maids came in to serve tea. Chu Yaoyao stared at a girl in green for a long time. So long that concubine Shu felt embarrassed for her. She was about to take this lustful girl away when she heard. I remember. She is the bad guy who framed the Li family. Chapter 74. It was she who did the bad things. Chu Yaoyao stared at her angrily, gnashing her teeth. It was she who forged the secret letters between the Li family and the ministers of the Donglan kingdom, and hid the secret letters in her grandfather's study. She also imitated her uncle's notes, and wrote several poems that were dissatisfied with her father. It brought a catastrophe to the Li family. Crash! Hearing this, concubine Shu knocked over the teacup beside her in a panic. Yu Lingwei grabbed her hand with concern. How is it? Let me see. Does it hurt? Mother! Chu Yaoyao ran over and looked at the large red patches on the back of her white hand. She pouted and helped to blow gently. The Li brothers who came in one after another almost tripped on the steps and fell into a ball because of those words. Shin Chi-ho glanced at the two of them unhappily, especially the second son who brought back big trouble. Then he turned his gaze to his youngest daughter, and his expression eased a little. He said to the housekeeper, "Go get the burn ointment." After the housekeeper hurried out, he gave his eldest son a look. Li Wanjing nodded slightly, and said to the maid in the hall in a deep voice, "Everyone go down." When only their family was left in the main hall, Shin Chi-ho stood up, strode to Li Wanfeng, and kicked him in the stomach. The speed was so fast that Li Wanfeng had no time to dodge when he noticed it, and could only take the beating. Hiss! Ouch! Father! I know I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Li Wanfeng dodged and shouted. What ridiculous thing did my uncle do again? And my grandfather was so angry. Chu Yaoyao looked at the two people's actions strangely. But he brought back bad guys. He really deserved to be beaten. No. I have to tell my grandfather quickly that the woman in green is not a good person. But will my grandfather believe it? Chu Yaoyao scratched his cheek anxiously. Hearing her voice, Li Wanfeng's eyes turned and a plan came to his mind. He rushed over and picked up Yaoyao and put her in front of him. Chu Yaoyao was stunned when her feet suddenly left the ground. After she reacted, she kicked her calves hard, struggling and thrashing. Her face flushed. Grandfather, help me. My uncle is so unkind that he used a child as a shield. I'm only 2 years old. Don't you feel guilty? The Marquis of Jinchi was so angry that he pointed at his second son, who was out of tune. Put Yaoyao down quickly. If you scare her, I'll break your legs. After a while, the housekeeper came back with the ointment. Yu Lingwei took the burn ointment and helped apply it carefully. The Marquis of Jinchi stepped forward to take Yaoyao and turned to give the housekeeper an order. Olden, you stand guard outside the door and don't let anyone get close. Yes. Butler retreated and closed the door before leaving. Shin Chi-ho held Yaoyao and sat on the chair. I always feel that Xiao Dai is suspicious. Have you investigated her background and origins? As he spoke, his old but still sharp eyes swept towards Li Wanfeng. Chu Yaoyao opened her mouth in surprise. Grandfather actually noticed it? So amazing. As expected of a great general who galloped on the battlefield. He is so observant and has a keen eye. Hearing this compliment, Shin Chi-ho subconsciously straightened his back. Of course. With you here, it's hard not to know. Just what? Chu Yaoyao sighed and shook her head from time to time. It's a pity that neither of the two uncles inherited the grandfather's keen observation. Shin Chi-ho glanced at his two sons, and the more he looked, the more upset he became. Li Wanfeng scratched the back of his head and muttered in a low voice with a guilty conscience. Before returning to Beijing, I saw her selling herself on the street to bury her father. And she was also molested and harassed by bullies. I saw that she was pitiful. So I helped her. Chu Yaoyao was disgusted for a while. TSK. What a bloody drama. But it worked surprisingly well on my uncle. I guess when my uncle sent her home, he met a mean sister-in-law or other extreme relatives, who wanted to sell her to a brothel to pay off the debt, or sold her to a wealthy family as a concubine of the 10th or 20th room. My uncle couldn't stand it, so he helped her pay off the debt. And then he was blamed. Li Wanfeng nodded frantically. Yes, that's it. But how did Yaoyao know? The Marquis of Jinchi glared at him unhappily, and then solemnly told several people, just keep this matter in your heart, and everything will be normal in the future. Don't let her find out anything. I want to see what trick she wants to play. After that, concubine she told the milk tea recipe, and the idea of opening a shop. Yu Lingwei hesitated a little. This is not good. After all, it is the recipe found by my younger sister. It's okay for me to help manage it. If you hand over the shop to me directly, I'm afraid. Sister-in-law, you worry too much. We are a family, so we don't have to talk about two sides. Concubine she patted her hands. But, if sister-in-law feels bad, then just like the second prince, take out 20% of the profit of the shop to Yaoyao. Hearing her say this, Yu Lingwei could only agree. After returning to the palace, concubine Shu found Emperor Qishuan and told him about Yaoyao's feelings and the Li family's plan to play tricks on him. In front of her, Emperor Qishuan looked normal, smiled and nodded. After she left, Emperor Qishuan's face suddenly darkened, and he immediately called the secret guards. Send someone to secretly investigate whether there are any suspicious people in the city, especially the traces of foreigners. Once there is news, report it immediately. Thinking of what the prince once said about meeting the Prince of Xia. Thinking of what Xiao Wentao said when he was arrested. He always felt that there must be some connection between these things. Could it be that the Prince of Xia wants to frame the Li family? On the other side, Qianghua Palace. I didn't expect my grandfather to be so smart. I don't need to do anything at all. Chu Yaoyao lay on the couch and shook her calves proudly. System. See. This is the benefit of having a group of family members with online IQ. It's easy to win. After a day of tossing. The most important thing is that the big stone in my heart fell to the ground. After she relaxed, her eyelids gradually became heavy, and soon she felt drowsy. System, ding ding ding. The trading partner sent a video invitation. Do you accept it? Hearing the prompt tone, Chu Yaoyao immediately opened her eyes, rubbed her eyelids that were almost glued together, got up quickly, and yawned. Accept? Hello, little boss. Wan Nua, who was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, waved and greeted. Are you okay? Chu Yaoyao looked at her with a worried look. Wan Nua waved her hand nonchalantly. If the attending doctor hadn't refused to sign for me, I would have gone home long ago. Perhaps because of the excessive movement. She felt dizzy. She put her hand on her temple, relaxed for a while, and then leaned on the pillow. Isn't it just a mild concussion? You're making a fuss and insisting that I observe for a few more days. Then she looked apologetic. Sorry, little boss. The supplies will not be given to you in a few days. And I found a very tricky thing. As she said that, she lowered her head. I just found out that the items traded each time cannot exceed 50 kilograms. Is there still such a rule? Chu Yaoyao subconsciously swiped the system panel. She really hadn't paid attention to it. It's my problem. You know, my system has a bug. It doesn't matter. When you are discharged from the hospital, buy me 100 kilograms of potatoes. They must be sprouted and can be planted directly. Chu Yaoyao felt heavy when she thought of the natural disaster that happened in the original text. Wan Nua patted his chest and assured, no problem. Leave it to me. By the way, have you found out the result of the car accident? When this matter was mentioned, Wan Nua's face suddenly became ugly. She picked up an apple and took a big bite, as if she regarded the apple as the culprit. She wanted to bite a piece of meat off that person. I know without checking. It must be Wan Cici who hired someone to do it. Looking at the information in the system space, Chu Yaoyao looked serious. Wan Nua. Hand in the system. Chapter 75. The account has been banned. What? What? Hearing this, Wan Nua was stunned for a long time. Actually, when Wan Cici forced me into a desperate situation, I also thought of this method. Although I have changed to a different world, I also have a heart to strengthen the country. Then she shrugged helplessly. But you also know that my system not only can't produce anything beyond the technology of this era, but also needs to spend points to maintain energy. As he said, Wan Nua leaned back melancholy. I can't even produce a golden finger that is like a burden. Number 1089. So the host dislikes it so much. Well, it really embarrassed the system world. Chu Yao put the formula and drawings on the display stand. Don't worry. These two things will definitely make you hold a thigh and be included in the system from now on. What's going on? Before Wan Nua had time to see what it was, he was stunned by the transaction she initiated again. Why can you still? Oh my god. You've upgraded again? Boss, please help me. Wan Nua put his hands together and looked at her eagerly. Chu Yaoyao stretched out her little hand and made a downward movement. Her expression was so natural. Calm down. Basic operation. Don't be sick. She didn't care at all. As if upgrading was as simple as drinking a sip of water, which made Wan Nua deeply impressed. She decided that she would hold on to the little boss's thigh. If you want to become a little brother of the boss, you must be sincere first. Wan Nua touched his chin and thought for a long time. This price is too low. Just set 100 points. I will give it to you in installments. But now I only have 10. Huh? When he saw the balance, Wan Nua's pupil shook. Where are my points? Why are there only 3 points left? Seeing her crazy look, Chu Yaoyao slowly raised her hand. I know that number 1089 converted the points into a protective shield. Otherwise you would be dead or disabled. Afterwards, she told her about her own system helping to fix the bug. Great. Wan Nua slammed the table heavily and laughed. Now there will be a good show to watch. Don't be too happy too soon. When the fake daughter notices it, she will definitely come to trouble you again. Speaking of this, Wan Nu also became serious. Little boss is right. I will be careful. Finally, the formula of the genetic modification fluid and the mecha blueprint were sold to Wan Nu for 2 points. After the transaction, Chu Yaoyao could no longer hold on and fell asleep. On the other side, after receiving the information, Wan Nu immediately asked the system to find a way to send some of the information to several key figures. Then he used his money power to hire several bodyguards, with a large sum of money, to protect him 24 hours a day. Beyond guard. In the next few days, Wan Nu seemed very busy, and only sent a few messages. But Chu Yaoyao was even busier. For the enthronement ceremony, the mother and daughter were busy for 3 days. During these 3 days, except for eating and sleeping, she was almost always listening to the nanny and the ritual officer talking about precautions. It was okay for her as a baby, as long as she didn't run around, cry or make a fuss, and waited quietly until the end. Her mother was miserable. After 3 days, she lost a lot of weight. On the day of the enthronement ceremony, Yao Yao, dressed in red palace clothes and like a fairy child, was led by concubine Shu, who was wearing golden auspicious clothes, and walked all the way into the Tine Palace. Su Maoan held the imperial edict and stepped forward and said loudly, "By the grace of heaven and the destiny of the emperor, I decree, concubine Li Wanji, who is both virtuous and talented, gentle and kind, deeply loved by me, is promoted to imperial concubine. I decree this." Then Su Maoan took out another imperial edict. "By the grace of heaven and the destiny of the emperor, I decree, the 4th princess Chu Yaoyao is specially granted the title, Qi Yuan, and the actual enfeoffment of 500 households. I decree this." It was fine at the beginning, but after hearing the last few sentences, many ministers' expressions became visibly more solemn. That's the actual 500 households. A treatment that the 2 princes didn't have. For a princess. And that title. It seems that we have to be more cautious with the Li family in the future. For a while, the ministers had different thoughts. But no matter what everyone thought, the grand enfeoffment ceremony spread throughout the capital in less than half a day. Shanju Pavilion. Shang Wanji looked up at the night sky and remained silent for a long time. There have been too many things happening recently, and his thoughts are a little messy. Qi Yuan. Give a title to a person in the name of the country? I wonder what's so special about this little princess that makes the great Qi emperor value her so much. Mo Zhou knew he was in a bad mood, so he comforted him. I think it's because the Li family has made military achievements. But they are afraid that the Li family's achievements will surpass the master. So it's not good to reward too much. So it benefits the Shufei and her daughter. No! Shang Wanji turned around suddenly and stared at him, with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. That's a real 500 households. Not an empty title. It can be inherited. When he thought of this, he was almost unable to suppress the jealousy in his heart. Not to mention him. Even his 3rd brother, who was the most loved by his father, and his 2nd brother, who had already grown up, had never received such a generous reward. Just because of the Li family's military achievements and love for the whole family. It's impossible. This Princess Qi Yuan must have something extraordinary. Shang Wanji smiled and said meaningfully, "It seems that Qijing is more interesting than I thought. Has Qi Nai said any news?" Mo Zhou nodded. "She said everything is going according to plan." Hearing this, Shang Wanji nodded slightly and looked out the window again. "Tell her to try to find out the news about Princess Qi Yuan, and report immediately if she finds out anything." Then he tilted his head slightly and glanced at Mo Zhou. "Has that person been sent out?" Mo Zhou looked entangled, but he gritted his teeth and asked, "Master, she is a spoiled young lady after all. And time is tight. Do we really not need our own people? What if?" Shang Wanji raised his hand slightly and interrupted him. "Hatred is the best weapon. Let's wait for her to surprise us." After that, he sighed and spoke faintly, counting the days. "The news has already reached Yuedu. How will the emperor punish my 2nd brother? It's really exciting." Thousands of miles away, in the 2nd prince's residence in Zayudu, Shang Wanzai walked back and forth in the study with an anxious look on his face, shouting at his confidant. Why hasn't the news of Princess Mingyue's disappearance been reported yet? The confidant on the side was also puzzled. "I will go and tell our people in the delegation." "No need. Tomorrow. Your Highness will personally report this to your father." Suddenly, a servant came outside to report that the eunuch beside the emperor had arrived. Shang Wanzai hurried out to greet him. Eunuch. I wonder what's the important matter of visiting you late at night. Second prince. The emperor summoned you to the palace to meet him. You'd better hurry up. When he arrived at the Yongqing palace, Shang Wanzai felt very proud when he saw the emperor with a sullen face and a troubled mind. The emperor must have known the news of Mingyue's disappearance. Shang Wanji. This time, I will make sure you never stand up again. Your son pays respects to your father. When the king of Xia heard his voice, he walked over quickly and slapped him. You idiot. Look at what you have done. Chapter 76 Reactions from all parties. After being slapped suddenly, Shang Wanzai covered his face in disbelief and looked at him in confusion. Father, what do you mean by this? Seeing that he was still pretending to be stupid, the king of Xia became even more angry and threw the letter directly at his face. You are not good at doing things, but you are more likely to cause trouble. After reading it quickly, Shang Wanzai kept shaking his head and was confused for a while. Father, no. This matter has nothing to do with me. The king of Xia looked at him coldly. His tone seemed to be quenched by ice. Last month, at your wedding banquet, Wei Wei publicly admitted that he had joined your army and would follow your lead. Now you say that what he did has nothing to do with you. Shang Wanzai was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. The blood on his face gradually faded, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. I really didn't know. Wei Wei is a fence-sitter. He was the fifth brother before. Enough. The king of Xia waved his sleeves and shouted angrily. Now Xia is in the wrong. Daki is determined to tear a piece of flesh from me. And the Xia royal family has lost all its reputation. Can you let it go by saying that you didn't know? Shang Wanzai was pale and trembling at this moment. Suddenly, he thought of something. As if a drowning man grabbed a life-saving straw and said anxiously, Doesn't Daki just want an explanation? It's just Wei Wei. Just catch him and hand him over to the emperor of Daki. And let him deal with him as he pleases? Oh! Second brother is really naive. A figure strode into the palace gate. It was the sixth prince Shang Wanchang. Looking at the panicked Shang Wanzai, his eyes were full of disdain and ridicule. Emperor Qishuan is not a fool. If there is no one behind him, how can a Wei Wei stir up such a big storm? Then he looked at the king of Xia. His expression solemn and his words sincere. Father, Daki has 100,000 troops on the border, and we have lost 3 cities. If we cannot give Daki a satisfactory answer this time, I am afraid that the people on the border will suffer from the war again. The king of Xia frowned and issued an order immediately. The second prince Shang Wanzai is ambitious and colluded with important officials of other countries, causing a war between the two countries. The people suffered greatly. From now on, he will be deprived of his title and demoted back to his fiefdom. He is not allowed to return to the capital without an imperial edict. Father! Shang Wanzai fell to his knees and crawled to the legs of the king of Xia, begging bitterly, Father, this is really not what I did. Someone must have framed me. Suddenly, he pointed at Shang Wanchang and shouted, It was him. It must be him and Lao Wu who framed me. Then he thought of something and grabbed the bright yellow hem tightly. His eyes filled with unwillingness and cruelty. You don't want me to have an easy life, right? Then you can't live either. Father, Lao Wu, as the envoy to escort the bride, actually left the delegation without permission and lost Sister Mingyu. Second brother, you can't blame me and the fifth brother just because I told the truth. Sister Mingyu sent someone to send me a letter yesterday, saying that she missed the sweet cakes made by the imperial chef. Shang Wanzai shouted at him, and the veins on his neck popped out. You are talking nonsense. Mingyu has been missing for 8 days. How could she write to you? Shang Wanchang smiled at him, but his eyes were full of coldness. Fifth brother did say in the letter that the delegation encountered robbers and Mingyu was slightly injured. But the matter has been resolved. Mingyu is recovering at the post station. Fifth brother was afraid that father would worry, so he didn't report it. However, how did the second brother know about this? Shang Wanzai did not expect that he would lie so blatantly in front of the king. For a moment, he did not know what to say, and was sweating profusely. But Shang Wanchang did not intend to stop there. He sighed faintly and said meaningfully, The second brother is really well informed. Father, don't listen to his nonsense. However, the king of Xia was upset at this time, and he was very angry in his heart, and did not want to listen to them continue to quarrel, especially when he heard the words well informed. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. It is no longer important whether Mingyue's disappearance is true or false. What matters now is to calm Daki's anger as soon as possible. looking at the person kneeling beside him with snot and tears all over his face. He couldn't help but feel disgusted in his heart. "Come here. Send the second prince back." The king of Sia glanced at him with cold eyes. "Go back to your fiefdom. I don't want to see you in the court tomorrow morning." "Father!" Shang Wanzai was dragged away by the guards, and kept struggling and shouting. Shang Wanchong retracted his disgusted eyes, and shook his head in his heart. What a fool who couldn't see the situation clearly. The king of Sia sat back on the dragon throne. "Sixth brother, how do you think this matter should be resolved?" Hearing this, Shang Wanchang's heart skipped a beat. But he quickly reacted, lowered his head slightly, and replied cautiously, "I think that it is natural to offer gold and silver treasures. But my Sia has just ended the war. And the most important thing is to recuperate. So I can't give too much. Since a princess has been sent, it is better to send a hostage to show sincerity." The king of Sia narrowed his old and turbid eyes, and examined this son he had never paid attention to. "Hostage?" Hearing this ambiguous tone, Shang Wanchong slowly clenched his hands in his sleeves. Then he bent his knees and half knelt on the ground, raised his head, and looked at the person sitting high on the dragon throne with admiration. "Your son is willing to share your father's worries." Seeing his eyes, the Lord of Sia was touched and raised his hand to signal him to stand up. "There are many descendants of the royal family of Sia. So why do we need my own son to go?" What's more, when he thought of what had just happened, a dark light flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Sia. "Let them collude with Daki. We must not let them threaten Suer's position." Hearing this, Shang Wanchong pretended to be moved and lowered his head, with irony in his eyes. It seems that the bet was right. Fifth brother was right. The father was suspicious. Now that Shang Wanzai had colluded with important officials of other countries, it was impossible for them to let their healthy sons be hostages. He pretended to be embarrassed. "But if we let the royal family's children be hostages, what if Daki thinks we are not sincere?" Then he lowered his head in shame, with a face full of self-blame. "It's all because we are useless sons that make the father so worried." "Son?" The old eyes of the Sia king flashed with brilliance. How could he forget him? "Come here. Go to the fourth prince's mansion immediately and pass on the order, ordering him to go to Daki with 100,000 taels of gold tomorrow morning." The eunuch took the order and left in a hurry. After solving a troublesome matter, the Sia king was in a better mood and poured a glass of wine to taste it carefully. Seeing his relaxed posture, Shang Wanchong sneered in his heart. 3 years ago, the fourth brother was ambushed on the battlefield. His meridians were damaged, and his 2 legs were crippled. Since then, he has been bedridden and taking medicine. The journey to Daki is long, and a seriously ill and weak person traveling a long distance can imagine what the consequences will be. And does their good father care? He only cares about the dragon throne under him. No. There is also the son born by his most beloved woman. Chapter 77. Shang Wanchong clenched his fists, his expression complicated. Although his and his fifth brother were happy to see their fourth brother go as a hostage, and they had tried their best to promote it. But, "Father, the fourth brother is not in good health. Why not arrange for a royal doctor to accompany him?" Hearing this, the king of Sia put down his wine glass, thought for a long time and nodded. "You are right. We can't let him die on the way. Of course, if something happens to him when he arrives in the capital of Daki, it will be another matter." After getting the promise, Shang Wanchong breathed a sigh of relief. The king of Sia looked at him. "You came to the palace late at night. But what's the matter?" Hearing this, Shang Wanchang's heart tightened, and his face said respectfully, "My fifth brother mentioned in the letter that he met a Taoist priest on the road, and the elixir refined by that person actually has the effect of health preservation and longevity." As he said this, he showed an excited expression. He saw with his own eyes that an old man who was walking unsteadily took the elixir, and the next day his face was rosy. He walked briskly, and even his hair turned black. "Is this true?" The king of Sia became interested, with a hint of enthusiasm in his eyes. As an emperor, he has power, status, money and beauty. What is the most lacking and most desired thing? Of course, immortality. He had also asked the national teacher, but the national teacher had no way. "That's true. And my fifth brother sent someone to invite the Taoist priest to the capital. I just got the news and came to report it." The king of Sia raised his head and laughed a few times, stroking his beard and nodding. "Okay. Summon the Taoist priest to the palace tomorrow." Unlike the chaos in Sia after receiving the news, in the palace of Donglin, thousands of miles away, after reading the letter, Donglan Emperor Zhu Duo snorted and muttered softly. Isn't it just a victory? Look how he looks. The Crown Prince Zhu Shichong on the side saw this, laughed and shook his head, then raised his eyebrows slightly and reached out to take the invitation. Since your father doesn't want to go, your son is willing to share your worries. The Emperor of Donglan quickly hid the invitation behind him and looked at him vigilantly. Who said I don't want to go? I just can't stand his smug face. But I am still looking forward to the embarrassing scene of Xia Kingdom. Father, take me with you. Your son hasn't seen Uncle Chu for many years. The Emperor of Donglan put the invitation close to his body, then patted his shoulder and sighed. It's not that your father doesn't want to take you. It's really that there are big and small things in the court, and someone has to stay to deal with them. Your father has trained you for more than 10 years, just to let you take over this mess. Stall as soon as possible. Isn't it just to hand over this heavy responsibility to you in the future? Zhu Shichong curled his lips and smiled. You want to be free as soon as possible, and then take your mother to travel around. Right? The Emperor of Donglan didn't care what he thought, and immediately made the decision. I'm going to Daki for a banquet, and you stay to supervise the country. That's it. Then, the Emperor of Donglan handed him the jade seal. You are given the right to act at your own discretion. Don't look for me if there is nothing to do. If there is something, you decide it yourself. After that, he turned around and ordered loudly, Come on, get ready to go down, and set off for Daki tomorrow. Ha ha ha. I finally have a legitimate reason to go out and play. Looking at the back of the person who strode away, Zhu Shichong held his forehead. My heart is so tired. Recently, a shop that makes fragrant drinks suddenly appeared in Beijing, and everyone who has tasted it said it is good. The word sweet taste house and milk tea became popular all over Beijing. In just a few days, milk tea became the favorite of noble ladies and wives of aristocratic families. Just like glass soap. I heard that there is a new product called pearl milk tea. Have you tried it? Pearls? But the kind of pearls on our jewelry? A girl took a cup made of bamboo tubes, took a big sip, and looked at the people in line to discuss proudly. While others were still queuing, she had already drunk it. Fortunately, her home was close, so she came early. What she had in her hand was the first cup of the day. The feeling of having something that others don't have makes the milk tea even more delicious. She walked in front of those people, coughed a few times, and cleared her throat. Of course not. The pearls in this milk tea are soft, sticky, and chewy. After saying that, she took another big sip, looking very enjoyable. Everyone in the queue couldn't help but look at her, the milk tea in her hand. Damn it! I must come earlier tomorrow. Shanju Pavilion. Master, our people came to report that Monsieur went out. Shang Wanji raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately straightened his clothes. Then we should go out and take a look. Mo Zhou had a trace of worry between his eyebrows. Master, in recent days, many forces have been investigating outsiders in the city openly or secretly. Do you want to go out of the city to avoid the limelight? Shang Wanji didn't say to leave or stay. He just asked, Where is the king of Canaan? There's news that he will arrive in the capital in 10 days. Is the soap formula useful? Speaking of this, Mo Zhou showed a hint of joy on his face. We did make soap according to the above method. Shang Wanji's eyebrows were also visibly excited, and he whispered softly, It seems that my guess is right. Then he strode out of the room. There's no need to mention leaving the city. But, I've made up my mind. On the other side, Shi Jingjing, who had been worried at home for several days, came to Qingyao Pavilion again. The waiter saw someone coming in and greeted her with a smile. When he found out it was her, the corners of his mouth gradually flattened. Miss, why are you here again? Shi Jingjing looked around and didn't see the person who seemed to be a fellow villager. I really have something important to find your shopkeeper. Go back quickly. We really don't have the person you're looking for here. Seeing that she was unwilling to leave, the waiter no longer cared about her and continued to greet other guests. Although Shi Jingjing was unwilling, she still left. She had something more important to do this time. She touched the paper in her sleeve pocket and gradually regained her confidence. Although the soap business was taken away, her smart head was not in vain. She thought about it for a long time these days and decided to sell milk tea. She shook her purse and muttered softly, I don't know if these can buy a shop. Suddenly, her eyes were attracted by several girls passing by. To be precise, her attention was attracted by the bamboo tubes in their hands. A little girl of 7 or 8 years old was walking and drinking with a bamboo tube in her hand. She vaguely guessed something in her heart. Shi Jingjing walked quickly to the little girl and smelled the familiar sweet fragrance. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She took a big step forward and snatched the bamboo tube cup from the little girl. After opening it and looking at it, she seemed to be fixed in place, standing there in a daze, motionless. The little girl was startled by her action. When she saw her milk tea was snatched away, she pursed her lips and burst into tears. The crying attracted the little girl's parents, and the people also gathered to watch the fun. The little girl pointed at Shi Jingjing and complained, "Bad guy. You stole my milk tea." Chapter 78, Getting Lucky. The little girl's parents pointed at Shi Jingjing's nose and cursed. "You are shameless for snatching food from a child?" The onlookers also looked at her with disdain. "Sorry. My friend didn't mean it. Let's do this. Take these silvers and go buy a few more cups." Shang Wanji had been following Shi Jingjing. He didn't expect her to do such a thing in the street, even if he was impatient. For the sake of the big plan, he had to bite the bullet and help her solve the mess. "It's great to have money. Do you think we are the kind of people who need your silver?" In order to buy milk tea, we lined up for half an hour, and the supply is limited every day. Someone in the crowd nodded in agreement. "Yes. I went late. There is no more today. And I can only wait until tomorrow if I want to drink." This. Shang Wanji's face looked much uglier. And then he took out a few silver bills and handed them over. "I apologize to the three of you on behalf of my friend. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation." Seeing the amount on the banknote, the woman was somewhat tempted. "My daughter has been talking about wanting to drink milk tea for 2 days, and it was hard to buy it." Although she said this, her eyes were fixed on the banknote. Seeing this, Shang Wanji had to take out 2 more banknotes, and the woman quickly took them and stuffed them into her chest. "Since you are so sincere, I won't bother with you." Perhaps because she was afraid of being robbed, the crying little girl was held in her father's arms. The woman pushed away the crowd of onlookers, and the family of 3 ran away quickly. After the matter was resolved, Emojo shouted to the crowd, "Let's all go." Seeing that he was carrying a knife, the crowd was afraid of getting into trouble, so they all walked away. Shang Wanji turned around and looked at Shi Jingjing, who was still in a daze, with disgust and impatience in his eyes. But in a breath, his eyes were full of worry. He asked softly and concernedly, "Monsieur, are you okay?" Shi Jingjing's face turned pale. Her forehead was covered with cold sweat, and her mouth opened and closed, as if she was saying something. Shang Wanji held his breath and listened carefully. How could it be? Could it be that the person selling milk tea and soap is the same person? They are both time travelers. How could that person be so successful in ancient times? Time travelers? What does this mean? Shang Wanji narrowed his eyes and examined her. Before he could think about it, Shi Jingjing suddenly ran away and grabbed a passerby. "Where is the shop selling milk tea?" The passerby didn't understand, but still pointed her in a direction. "Go straight along this street and turn right at the next intersection." "Monsieur." Looking at her back, Shang Wanji waved his sleeves heavily in annoyance. If it weren't for the divination of the national teacher, he would not care about such a crazy woman. "Master, do we still have to follow?" Shang Wanji certainly didn't want to, but when he thought about what she had just said and hadn't figured it out, he turned around and gave orders. First, arrange for someone to find out the origin of Tinewila and find out who is behind it. On the other side, Shi Jingjing found Tinewila, but the door was closed. She knocked a few times, but there was no one inside. "Monsieur, you don't look well. What happened?" Shi Jingjing's eyes were a little evasive. "Nothing. I just think the milk tea tastes good. I want to buy some more to take home." "Is that so?" Shang Wanji gave her a meaningful look and sneered in his heart. "Huh. Not only is he vain, but he also tells lies all the time. Since the store is closed, I'll take the girl home." Shi Jingjing nodded absent-mindedly, and the two walked side by side in the alley. Suddenly, Shi Jingjing frowned. "It seems there is a strange smell." Before she finished speaking, she fainted. Sensing something was wrong, Shang Wanji quickly covered his mouth and nose. But perhaps because the amount of the drug was too large, he didn't last long, and used up his last strength to open a small hole in the sachet he carried with him. Before his consciousness fell into darkness, he heard the voices of several men. "Boss, there is another woman. What should we do?" The employer only said to arrest this man. "Don't worry about that one. Go." "Monsieur." As soon as Shi Jingjing opened her eyes, she saw Emojo, who looked panicked. She knocked her confused head and gradually regained consciousness. Oh no! Master Yun has been captured. Mo Zhou looked very unhappy. After he passed on the order, he came here to meet his master. Unexpectedly, he saw Shi Jingjing lying on the ground unconscious. Let's report to the police, Shi Jingjing suggested. No! Mo Zhou refused without thinking. Recently, the city has been searching for people from other countries. Reporting to the police at this time is not rushing to die? Why? Shi Jingjing looked at him puzzled. Mo Zhou made up a reason casually. Maybe the kidnappers are secretly monitoring us. If we report to the police and force them into a corner, what if they kill the hostage? Hearing him say this, Shi Jingjing looked around cautiously. No wonder she always felt gloomy. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. Although Master Yun helped her, they did not have a deep friendship. There was no need to cause such a big trouble for him, let alone risk her life. Don't worry. I will also help find Mr. Yun. If there is any news, I will come to you again. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran away quickly. Mo Zhou's face was livid, and he looked at her back with gloomy eyes. It's not worth it for the master to fall into danger because of such a person. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of paper on the ground. He picked it up and saw that it was the recipe for milk tea. After he put it away, he noticed some small powder in the corner. He picked it up and examined it carefully. This is the spices that the master brought with him. Then he followed the remaining spices on the ground. On the other side, Shanju Pavilion late at night. A team of people rushed into a room on the second floor. But they didn't expect there was nothing inside. And they came up empty-handed. No! The prince turned his head and looked at Zhao Chenwen. Didn't you say that you saw him there this morning? Did someone leak the news? I can be sure that no information has been leaked. The shopkeeper also said that they never went back after going to the street. The prince looked away and said meaningfully, Is it a coincidence? What good luck. If Chu Yaoyao was here, he would definitely tell him that this is called the protagonist's halo. Qianghua Palace. Chu Yaoyao stared at the information on the panel in a daze. It has been 5 days. If Wan Nua hadn't sent a message every day, she would have suspected that the system had failed and they had lost contact again. System, ding ding ding. Your trading partner requested a video call with you. Do you accept it? Chu Yaoyao almost instantly clicked to connect. Accept. The old man in military uniform appeared on the screen, looking at the 3 dazzling golden stars on his shoulders. Chu Yaoyao was a little stunned. I'm sorry, little boss. I've been too busy these days and have no time to contact you. Wan Nua's apologetic voice came to his ears. The old man was also surprised to see the figure that suddenly appeared in the video. And the key was that it was a baby. But he quickly adjusted his expression. Hello, Chu Yaoyao. I am Zhangjin. Thank you very much for your trust in us. I'm also sorry that I have been studying those 2 documents these days. So it took some time. Hearing this old but slightly majestic voice, Chu Yaoyao blinked. Understand? After all, what falls from the sky may not necessarily be pie in the sky, but may also be a sugar-coated bullet. It is normal to be cautious. No need to thank me. Those things are useless to me. I am also very happy to help Wan Nua and you. Yes, her original intention was just to help Wan Nua. Zhangjin also heard her implication. His eyes flashed, and then laughed. Anyway, thank you very much. In the next half an hour, several people talked a lot. After the call, looking at the extra things in the space, especially the small box of iron lumps, Chu Yaoyao smiled so hard that her teeth were not visible. Wan Nua really got the golden thigh this time. She also benefited from it. But it's a bit strange system. Why do I feel that they are a bit too polite to me? Chapter 79 Sweet Burden. Is it my illusion? I always feel that there is a little element of flattery in it. System, of course. There is no big turntable at number 1089. And there is only 1 trading seat. They are still hoping to get more good things from you. Can you be polite? It is no exaggeration to say that you are almost worshipped. Chu Yaoyao clicked on the trading section and saw the gray seat to be unlocked. Great. Chu Yaoyao lay on the soft couch and stretched comfortably. The feeling of lying flat is good. System, reminder. Did the host forget what I said a few days ago? Now that potatoes are available, find a place to plant them quickly. Yes. Chu Yaoyao did a carb jump, but she didn't stand up. She had to use her arms to support her body and sit up. If you want to fully promote the new food, you must let the people see the benefits of potatoes. First find a test field. preferably one with hot springs. Thinking of this, she swung her calves and ran out. Chuncher just walked to the door with snacks and shouted at her back. "Little princess, where are you going?" "Looking for father." In the imperial study, the prince was reporting that no one had been caught, and both father and son looked serious. Suddenly, Su Maoin's voice came in. "Little princess, please wait a moment. The emperor is discussing matters with His Royal Highness the Prince." Hearing that it was Yao Yao who came, Emperor Qishuan smiled and shouted to the outside of the door, "Let her in." Chu Yao Yao first looked around and confirmed that there were only 3 of them here. Then she waved at the 2 of them with a mysterious look, motioning them to come around. The father and son laughed for a while, but they were also happy to cooperate with her. Chu Yao Yao opened a small purse, then opened it downwards and poured it out. Seeing her action, the prince shook his head and chuckled. "Is this no snacks? Big brother, go and ask the imperial kitchen to make some for you." Chu Yao Yao stamped her feet. "No way." Emperor Qishuan scratched her nose. "You are short of money. Tell me, how much do you want?" Chu Yao Yao puffed her cheeks angrily. "Am I a greedy and money-hungry person in your eyes?" She hummed twice in dissatisfaction. "I will make you drop your jaw later." Hearing the sound, the father and son looked at each other, then hugged their shoulders and watched her movements leisurely. Suddenly, a potato twice as big as the small purse fell out. But it was not over yet. The potatoes fell to the ground one by one. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of potatoes was piled up between the 3 of them. The prince widened his eyes, and it took him a long time to find his voice. He always knew that although Yao Yao's small purse looked small, it was actually very large. But he didn't expect it to be so large. Emperor Qishian looked at the pink purse with a look of surprise. Even the high-quality seeds that yielded 1,000 kilograms per mu were not worthy of his attention at this moment. Could this be the legendary secret hidden in the sleeve? This is too magical. Looking at the potatoes rolling to his feet, Chu Yao Yao's body stiffened and his chubby cheeks trembled. "Oh no! I was exposed in a hurry. How should I explain next?" she thought anxiously. "But why are the expressions of my father and elder brother a little bit wrong? What's going on? Seeing me conjure up so many things, shouldn't they be surprised and shout?" Chu Yao Yao's puzzled eyes turned back and forth between the 2. The prince coughed lightly and decided to cooperate with her. "Could this also be the treasure given to you by the white-bearded immortal?" Chu Yao Yao was a little confused by the question. She blinked and thought for a long time before she remembered the white-bearded grandfather she had just made up. She immediately gave him a thumbs up in her heart. "Not bad. You are smart. You have thought of the reason for me. I want land. Plant potatoes." Okay. Emperor Qishian nodded and responded vaguely, his eyes staring straight at the small purse in her hand. He rubbed his hands a little embarrassedly, bent down and looked at her in a negotiating tone. "Can I show you your purse?" Chu Yao Yao looked at the pink purse embroidered with cute flowers and butterflies, and was confused. Could it be that my father, a grown man, actually has a girl's heart? "Hush," she shuddered, and goosebumps fell all over the floor. "Emperor Qishuan, I just want to experience the immortal's methods myself." "What's wrong?" "Ah? What's wrong?" "Okay." Chu Yao Yao stuffed the purse into his hand. Emperor Qishuan was overjoyed, picked up a potato and put it in. But after stuffing it for a long time, the purse was broken, and the potato didn't go in. Why? Could it be that the treasure recognized its master? Seeing his actions, the prince pursed his lips and tried to hold back his laughter. Later, he couldn't help it, and said something before laughing out loud. "Yao Yao, put these away first." Chu Yao Yao nodded, waved her little hand, and the potato disappeared instantly. If there were no mud on the ground, they would have thought that what they saw before was an illusion. Emperor Qishuan. So it's not the purse that's magical, but Yao Yao's hand? As soon as this thought came to mind, Emperor Qishuan began to stare at the pair of white and tender little hands, and even grabbed them and squeezed them. Chu Yao Yao pulled her hands several times before she rescued them. Seeing her father's greedy face, she wanted to take a bite. She handed over a teething stick she won in the lottery with some disdain. "I'm a child, and I don't suck my fingers." Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan took it with a wooden face. Then he gave her brother another one. "Don't say I'm partial." The prince looked embarrassed. "Thank you for treating me equally." "It's not necessary." The father and son looked at each other, then put them in their mouths in tacit understanding and ate them quickly. Well, out of sight, Out of mind. Finally, Emperor Qishuan decided to send the potatoes to the farm and let the Lin family grow them. In the next few days, Chu Yaoyao ran around the palace. Her soft and chubby body became thinner, which made her mother very distressed. When she went to Xi'an Palace to pay respects, the queen mother touched her face lovingly, and then waved her hand, sending boxes of supplements to Qionghua Palace like water. After the queen mother, the emperor and the empress sent. Then came the three brothers, and the Li family also had concubines who were on good terms with concubine Shu, and they moved supplements to Qionghua Palace as if they were free. Even the eldest princess took Jing Shi to the palace to visit after she got the news. With the efforts of everyone, Chu Yaoyao's flesh returned. Not only that, they also brought back new partners. He pinched the fat, soft, lotus-like little arm, which was thicker than before. Chu Yaoyao sighed every day. What a sweet burden. Days passed as Chu Yaoyao continued to take supplements, and the palace became lively again in the past few days, because the Xie Kingdom delegation came to Beijing. At night, Shang Guanji sat at a stone table in a courtyard in the corner of the Yongyi Marquis' mansion and drank tea. A figure climbed over the wall and entered. Master, the delegation has come to Beijing. The fourth prince has asked many times. I'm afraid he has doubts. You must show up. Shang Guanji snorted coldly, put the teacup down heavily, and then stood up. It's just a discarded child. Would your highness be afraid of him? But you are right. It's time to leave. What about the people here? As he said that, a trace of murderous intent flashed across Mo Zhou's eyes. After all, she helped me get rid of some troubles. As long as it doesn't affect our plan, don't worry about her. After the master and servant left, the door of the yard was pushed open after a while. Mr. Yun, I brought you milk tea from the sweet house. Seeing that there was no one in the yard, Yu Yu's face suddenly changed, and the food box slipped from her hand and fell to the ground with a ping-pong sound. She searched every room without giving up, and finally sat on the stone bench in despair. Why did you leave without telling me? Chapter 80 Why Princess Xia has bad intentions. Early in the morning of this day, Chu Yaoyao was pulled out of bed by her mother. She half opened her eyes in a daze, and let Xiaoge help her change clothes. Today is the first time that Princess Xia pays respects to the queen. We have to go there early, and we can't lose etiquette. Seeing her dazed look, concubine Shu gently applied a warm handkerchief to her little face. The hot and humid water vapor hit her face, and Chu Yaoyao felt that the pores on her face were instantly opened. And she woke up. Chunshur, go to the warehouse and take out the pair of white jade bracelets. I want to give them to Princess Mingyu as a gift. After hearing this, Chunshur did not move, and she muttered in a low voice with a reluctant look on her face. Isn't she just a princess from a defeated country? The emperor didn't even give her a concubine title. So why should you worry about her? That pair of jade bracelets is your dowry. Enough. It's fine if you say this in front of me, but don't say a word about it outside. Slightly sharp eyes swept over the maids in the room one by one, and concubine Shu said sternly, no matter what, she is a princess of a country. Even in this Daki harem, she is still the master. You can't say anything about her. If someone spreads it, even I can't protect you. Chunshur and the maids around her were frightened and pale. I know my fault. Please calm down. Your Majesty. After a simple breakfast, the mother and daughter got on the sedan chair and went to Fengyi Palace. Fengyi Palace? At this time, many concubines had arrived. When they saw them, they stood up and knelt to salute. As usual, concubine Ming sat next to concubine Liang and waved to Yao Yao hurriedly. Little princess, come quickly. The snacks in the queen's palace are delicious. Chu Yaoyao looked up at her mother, and after getting permission, she ran over with a grin. The concubines around her were envious, jealous, and even more disdainful. Some of them were impatient and took their anger out on Princess Mingyu, who had not appeared yet. She is just a tribute from the defeated country, but she really thinks she is a big shot. Do you still want to act like a princess in our Daki? She made so many of us wait for her. Hearing the whisper of concubine Meng in her ear, Chu Yaoyao realized that it was Su Shiyi who said this in a sarcastic tone. Chu Yaoyao curled her lips, although she was also quite impatient waiting. But objectification of women is prohibited. A concubine in a light green dress covered her mouth with a handkerchief, laughed tenderly, nodded in agreement, and her voice was soft and gentle. Sister Su is right. If it were me, I would have come here early to wait. After the introduction by Tongzue, Chu Yaoyao recognized this person again. Concubine Zhao always follows Su Shi's lead. In the words of Concubine Ming, she is commonly known as a lackey. Several people approached slowly outside the palace. Really? A slightly cold voice reached everyone's ears. Following the voice, a graceful woman wearing a lavender gauze skirt and a flower on her forehead came towards them. However, she had a layer of gauze on her face. Although her appearance was covered, just looking at her pair of peach blossom eyes, you could imagine how beautiful she was under the veil. As she approached, a faint fragrance came, making people feel relaxed and happy. Chu Yaoyao glanced at the top of her head, and her curiosity was instantly suppressed. Another person full of malice. But it's normal. After all, Daki conquered 2 cities in Xia, and her family sent her thousands of miles to marry. She must be uncomfortable. If it were her, she would definitely hate everyone equally. Princess Mingyu glanced at Concubine Zhao lightly. Who is this? The maid beside her stepped forward and whispered, "This is Concubine Zhao." Concubine? Princess Mingyu chuckled, with a little disdain in her tone. It means she is lower than this princess? In our Xia, if a concubine of a lower rank is disrespectful to a concubine of a higher rank, she will be slapped in the face and punished to kneel. Is it that Daki doesn't have this rule? You? Concubine Zhao was speechless for a moment, and found that everyone around her was looking at this side, looking at her in anger. Princess Mingyu raised her eyes and glanced at her casually, as if this person was not worthy of her attention at all. Someone. The queen has arrived. Everyone stood up and saluted. Greetings, queen. After the queen sat down, she squinted her eyes, frowned and rubbed her forehead, raised her hand slightly, and signaled everyone to stand up. What happened to the quarrel so early in the morning? Noble Lady Zhao spoke hurriedly, looking like she had been wronged. Your Highness, Princess Mingyu came late to pay her respects. I was just telling the truth, but I didn't expect Princess Mingyu to be so aggressive. Shangwan Mingyu looked directly at the queen, refusing to give in at all. Noble Lady Zhao was disrespectful to this princess. Shouldn't she be punished? The queen opened her eyes, looked at Noble Lady Zhao, and asked lightly, Is this true? Noble Lady Zhao looked a little flustered, and kept looking at Su Shui on the side. Queen, no matter what, Princess Mingyu was wrong first. Shut up. The queen looked at Su Shui with a little displeasure and shouted angrily. You Jiaoyi doesn't know the rules. You've been in the palace for many years. Don't you know it? Then she seemed to be talking to Su Jiaoyi, but she was actually looking at Shangwan Mingyu. There is no Princess Mingyu here. Only you Jiaoyi. Su Shui quickly bowed her head in response. After that, the queen looked at Zhao Guiren. In that case, I will punish you to go back and reflect on your mistakes for half a month. If you do it again, it won't be so simple. I will obey the queen's order. Before leaving, Zhao Guiren glared at Shangwan Mingyu fiercely. The episode ended. The queen looked around at the concubines, and finally stopped her eyes on Shangwan Mingyu. Originally, we should go to Xi'an Palace to pay homage to the Queen Mother, but the Queen Mother has been unwell recently, so she exempted the palaces from paying respects. You Jiaoyi must not think too much. Shangwan Mingyu bowed slightly. I dare not. The queen asked the personal maid to bring the meeting gift to her. Since we have entered the palace, we are all sisters in the future. It is important to support each other and serve the emperor well. Afterwards, each concubine presented a gift. Why is Yu Jiaoyi wearing a veil? It is said that Yu Jiaoyi is so beautiful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground. Is the rumor wrong? Of course. This was said by Su Shui. Shangwan Mingyu chuckled and stroked the veil. This is the rule of my mother's family. Only on the day of marriage can the husband take it off. Chu Yaoyao was concentrating on eating snacks, and suddenly she noticed a malicious intent, which made her hair stand on end. I've heard that Princess Chiyuan is innocent and naive. Now I see that she is really not particular about small matters. It can be seen that the imperial concubine has taught her well. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao looked over with a piece of dessert in her mouth. Her big round eyes were 1 part unhappy, 3 parts impatient, 7 parts puzzled, and she was very confused. What's going on? Cue me? A trace of hatred and malice flashed across those beautiful peach blossom eyes. The concubines present subconsciously lowered their heads, shrank their shoulders, and moved their feet uneasily when they heard her words. They wanted to escape from this place of trouble. Dare to mess with a little princess? You are really brave. Chu Yaoyao, who saw the emotions in her eyes, suddenly realized. So this malice is directed at me and my mother? Malice? Imperial concubine Chu looked at her vigilantly. Yu Jiao is too kind. My daughter is naturally the best. The queen also looked at Shangwan Mingyu impatiently and spoke lightly. The emperor has only one princess. Qi Yuan. Yao Yao was born to be favored. Besides, who dares to say anything about my princess of Daki? The concubines present looked at each other. I didn't expect that besides concubine Shu, the first one who couldn't help it was the queen? Shangwan Mingyu frowned slightly, with a look of I am also thinking about Daki. But the rules still need to be learned. If we marry with other countries in the future, I am afraid. Yu Jiao is overthinking. Ming Jieyu rolled her eyes at her. The little princess is the apple of the emperor's eye. Naturally, he wants to keep her by his side. How can he bear to send her away to suffer? Many concubines raised their hands and smiled softly with their lips covered. Sure enough, it came.